Ningyi was confused for a long time, lost and dazed, before she finally sensed her situation. Her spiritual awareness was still weak. At first, she thought she was inside an egg, curled up tightly, unable to stretch or move. She had no strength to break the shell and couldn't even twitch a finger. As her awareness slowly expanded, she realized she wasn't inside an egg at all, but inside a lotus pod, more precisely, inside a lotus seed. When her awareness could finally reach the whole pod, she discovered that the pod held 5 seeds. 3 were underdeveloped, and one of the others also contained a person. So, she wasn't alone, she had a neighbor. That person was also curled up, with messy hair that hid their face. They weren't wearing clothes, but since their back was turned, she couldn't tell their gender. Judging by the shape of the hips, it seemed more likely to be a man. Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? After who knows how long, once Ningyi figured out how to use her spiritual sense, the first thing she did was send a signal to her neighbor, hoping for a reply. Little sister, you're awake? It was indeed a man's voice. But, little sister?
Who are you calling that?
Who are you calling little sister? Don't make things up. I'm not your sister. Ningyi's tone wasn't very friendly, but the man didn't seem to mind. He chuckled in a simple, good-natured way. We came from the same lotus pod, born of the same mother. I formed earlier than you, so if I'm not your brother, what am I?
Well.
When he put it that way, it didn't sound wrong. Knowing when to yield was a sign of wisdom. Ningyi quickly changed her tone and called him brother. Brother, do you know where we are? What is this place? Are we lotus spirits? When can we get out of this egg? She had been a comfortable young woman in her past life, rich, well-fed, and carefree. And now, after crossing into another world, she had become a spirit? Would some powerful being one day catch her and make lotus seed soup out of her? Just the thought made her shiver. This is the chaos world, the man said. Our mother is the primordial green lotus. You and I were both born from its seeds. My spiritual sense isn't strong yet, so I can't see far. I can only sense that within 10,000 miles, it's just us. As for when we can leave, I don't know. Maybe when we're strong enough. Strong enough? What did that even mean? She knew about the chaos world, who hadn't read a few fantasy novels before. What great demons, dragon phoenix tribulations, the creation of heaven and earth, and the path to sainthood. All of it could be summed up in one phrase. Endless battles. The kind that could destroy the world. Disasters kept happening again and again, until the end of the age when no one could cultivate anymore. When fighting no longer worked, people turned to advanced weapons, still bringing destruction everywhere. Just listening to her brother's tone, she could feel his strong desire to fight. It really did sound like something straight out of the chaos era. But the end of the age was far away and had nothing to do with her current situation. Right now, she needed to cultivate, right? And to cultivate, she needed a method. Brother, do you have a cultivation method? I don't know how to do it. There was silence for a while before a quiet voice replied that I don't know either. Well, that made 2 clueless people. Wait a second. Ningyi suddenly realized if her brother was a being born from the chaos green lotus. She herself didn't count since she had come from another world, but her brother.
Could he be
that person? Brother, what's your name? She needed to make sure. My name? I don't have one. Just as he said that, 2 words appeared in his mind. Pengu. Instinctively, he knew that was his name. But since he had already said he had no name, he didn't bother to correct himself. So Ningyi had no idea that her brother had no name one moment and enlightenment the next. Even more unbelievable, right after saying he didn't know any cultivation methods, he suddenly understood them completely once he realized his name. Sister, I've just understood a cultivation method.
I'm going to meditate now.
When I've mastered it, I'll teach you. He said this quickly before falling silent, as if he had fallen asleep. No matter how she called, there was no response. Well, it was just her again. Can someone really understand a cultivation method on their own? Maybe I should try too.
But how?
Ningyi truly had no idea how to reach enlightenment. Luckily, she was safe inside her egg, never hungry or thirsty, with no physical needs, so she simply stayed still. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't find the way. Bored, she began to recall what had happened before and after she came here. She had just finished shopping, carrying bags of new clothes and snacks, and took the elevator down to the parking garage to find her little car. Everything had been perfectly normal when she entered the elevator. After that, she remembered nothing. When she woke up again, she was inside an egg. So, the number 7 elevator in the Lotus Mall is actually a time tunnel? As soon as she thought that, Ning-yi denied it herself. No, that can't be right. If it really were a time tunnel, I've taken it hundreds of times over the years. Wouldn't I have traveled long ago? Other people who travel through time get a system or some kind of magical space. But me? I've got nothing, and now I'm trapped in an egg. How is this any different from being locked up? What did I even do wrong to deserve this? Which world's law sentenced me? Ning-yi kept muttering, complaining about her bad luck. Not only did she fail to become the powerful heroine of her own story, but now she was stuck like this. She even started to feel like she might end up as an ingredient in lotus seed soup. Just as she was grumbling, a sound echoed in her mind. Don't get her wrong, it wasn't a system. It was the sound of an elevator door opening. Ning-yi thought maybe everything before had just been a dream. Now that she was awake, she must be back in the mall, maybe in the underground parking lot. She could get into her beloved little car and drive home to her cozy apartment. But what she saw wasn't the parking lot.
Huh?
Why am I back on the 6th floor? She turned around to check if she had pressed the wrong button, but the elevator was gone.
Ah.
I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't complain anymore. Please don't leave me here. Why is the mall empty? Where's the door? Seriously? Was the universe really this petty? She had only complained a little. At least inside the egg, there was still hope of getting out, and maybe even a mysterious, powerful brother figure to rely on. But being thrown into an empty mall? What was that supposed to mean? She was going to lose her mind. I'll go back, please. I was wrong. I won't complain again. Ning-yi clasped her hands and prayed to whatever higher power might be listening. The next second, she was back inside the egg. Wow, no mercy at all. Just a few complaints, and she was punished for real. Fine, you win. I'll stop complaining, okay? I'll just stay here quietly and wait to be turned into lotus seed soup, alright?
Huh?
What's this? After who knows how long, out of boredom, Ning-yi started checking her body to see what she looked like. That's when she noticed a small lotus-shaped birthmark on the base of her left thumb. Her mind swept across the lotus, and she appeared inside a shopping mall. Question: if someone travels to a chaotic world full of magic and martial power and brings along a shopping mall space, how should they use it? Asking for help, quite urgent. Of course, no one would answer Ning-yi's question. Even if it were a 700-story mall instead of 7, what use would it be? Right now, she couldn't even move a finger. Even if she could leave later, this was a world of chaos and magic. People here used spells, didn't need food or drink, wore robes, lived in caves, and flew instead of walking. In that case, what in the mall could possibly be useful? It wasn't even as good as something useless. At least something useless could still be turned into soup. This was worse. What was the point of this? Other than proving that no powerful being had punished her and that she had brought the mall space herself, it seemed to have no purpose at all. By the time her brother finished meditating and broke out of his shell, Ning-yi still hadn't figured anything out. Bored, she counted her fingers, then counted every single item in the mall. She even knew exactly where the dust was in the storage rooms. The mall had been closed for renovation for 2 months. The exhibition center next door was holding a car show, and it had just reopened that day, so the inventory was completely full. 7 floors above ground, 3 underground, each floor covering over 20,000 square meters. 2 levels of parking, 1 large supermarket. The first floor had jewelry and luxury stores, electronics, phones, and computers. The second and third floors were women's clothing, the fourth men's clothing, the fifth sportswear, underwear, and children's clothes, the sixth home goods, appliances, and furniture, and the seventh had an arcade, children's play area, cinema, and restaurants. She used to love shopping there, wanting to take everything home. Now she could recite every item by heart, but couldn't use a single one. When her brother broke out of his shell, carrying two companion treasures, a hammer and a chisel, she realized that this nameless brother was almost certainly Pengu. Well, that was something. At least her background was impressive. With such a powerful brother, she had nothing to fear. At the very least, before the world was created, she wouldn't be turned into lotus seed soup. Brother, can you use your treasures to get me out? I can't understand anything, can't train, and can't leave. Her brother remained calm.
No.
Your power is too weak, and your body isn't strong enough.
If you force your way out, you'll die.
I'll teach you a cultivation method. Practice slowly. I'll protect you. Pengu raised his hand and pointed toward Ningyi. In that instant, she felt something enter her mind. Feeling with the heart is like sensing something invisible, like air, moving through the body. Her mind followed that flow, and after several cycles, her spirit became stronger. Her body began to respond slightly. At least she could open her eyes now. Well, whether her eyes were open or not didn't really matter. It was all darkness anyway. Still, this meant the cultivation method worked. So she continued to practice. At last, she had found something new to pass the time. Ningyi practiced with full focus, spending all her time on cultivation. Sometimes she would unknowingly enter deep meditation, losing all sense of time. Pengu kept his promise and truly guarded her all along. He created a small dwelling inside the lotus pod where a seed was growing and lived there, also practicing his own cultivation. When he wasn't training, he would step outside to look at the world around him. Bit by bit, he explored further, though never too far, always staying near the green lotus so he could return quickly if anything happened to Ningyi. Later, he began bringing back bits of news. Today I saw an alchemy furnace. It looked beautiful, probably a fine magical tool. There's a gourd vine sprouting nearby. The soil there glows with 5 colors. It must be something special. 200,000 miles away, there's a rain of stones. 500,000 miles away, a tea tree has grown 2 leaves. 700,000 miles away, there's a cauldron that looks like that furnace. 2 million miles away, there's a pile of fire. Oh, we've got a neighbor now. 70,000 miles away, a cluster of innate divine fire appeared. Sister, you should practice faster. It's boring being the only one awake. Comparing herself to him was frustrating. While Ningyi struggled with all her strength just to break her shell, Pengu's spirit could already reach millions of miles away. As time passed, he kept talking about the growing number of things outside. From his descriptions, those magical treasures sounded powerful and dazzling. The plants and trees were also growing larger and more diverse. When Pengu mentioned that the gourd vine had already produced a small gourd, Ningyi finally sensed that she could leave her shell. With a single thought, her energy began to flow. In a flash, she found herself outside the lotus seed, floating smoothly in the air. Her hair reached her ankles, thick and glossy, covering her completely so that nothing was exposed. In her left hand, she held a glowing pearl, and in her right, a green flute. These were her companion treasures. Ningyi could clearly feel that they were part of her, and she instinctively knew how to use them. The pearl was none other than the legendary Chaos Pearl, one of Pengu's own treasures, said to contain the power of space and capable of creating a small world within. The flute had a strange name, Reincarnation Green Stem, which Ningyi thought sounded awkward. She decided to call it Green Flute instead. After all, there was no reincarnation in chaos, and stem sounded more like a vegetable stalk than something elegant. Even though she didn't know how to play it, holding a flute sounded far more graceful. Now that she had emerged, her mind felt clear and awakened. Many things she hadn't understood before came to her naturally. She pointed toward the lotus pod, and the broken lotus shells transformed into a flowing green dress. It was layered with countless shades of green, light and airy like a fairy's gown. She even added long decorative ribbons on the shoulders and waist to make it look more lively. Sis, what's that outfit? My eyes hurt just looking at it. Her brother's teasing voice came from nearby as Ning Yi happily twirled in her new dress. Ancient men really didn't understand fashion, she thought, deciding not to argue. She glanced at her brother, who was wearing nothing but a lotus leaf around his waist, and couldn't stand it. Picking another lotus leaf, she shaped it into a heroic outfit: short inner clothes, long pants, and a cloak that matched his bold and powerful aura. Something still looks off, she said, circling him twice. After thinking for a while, she realized, no shoes. Luckily, there were still some lotus leaves left. She crafted 2 pairs of shoes, boots for her brother and embroidered shoes for herself. There, much better. Let's leave the hair as it is. It looks strong and majestic. Ningyi looked at the newly dressed Pangu and nodded in satisfaction. I can't just leave my hair uncombed. Ningyi fussed over her hairstyle. After all, she had watched countless fantasy dramas, martial arts shows, and ancient-style animations. When it came to hairstyles, she had plenty of ideas. Sis, what are you doing now? That ribbon looks annoying. It's going to trip you up. While Ning Yi was holding the silk ribbon from her clothes, trying to figure out which piece of fabric she could use as a hair tie without ruining her outfit, her brother's teasing words hit her like tiny knives. Ning Yi didn't even want to reply. She still couldn't bear to ruin her clothes. With no better option, she turned her attention to the lotus leaves nearby. But she only needed a small for a hair tie. Using a whole lotus leaf would be wasteful. She tore off a small edge from the nearest leaf. It wasn't a magic robe, so it didn't need much material. A little piece of lotus leaf could create plenty. Oh no, that won't do. Try another one. This one looks like a bird's nest on your head. Ning Yi kept experimenting with hairstyles. There was no mirror here, nor any magical tool that could act as one. She had to rely entirely on her imagination, using spells to shape her hair. She would create one style, picture it in her mind, and imagine how it matched her outfit. Then she'd change it again. And again. Her brother started commenting once more. Brother, didn't you say there's a treasure? Let's go find it, okay? Please, stop judging my looks. Your sense of style is not exactly inspiring. Hearing that they were going out, her brother Pangu brightened up. Let's go, let's go. I'll take you to pick some little gourds. As expected, his attention shifted immediately. But Ningyi grew a bit worried. If we leave, won't someone else take the green lotus? Her brother shook his head. Silly girl, what are you thinking? This is the chaotic green lotus. Oh, right, the chaotic green lotus, the greatest treasure of chaos. If anything was in danger, it certainly wasn't the lotus. She had been thinking too small. All right then, let's go.
Go.
Well, not exactly walk. There wasn't even ground here. Of course, they had to fly. Or rather, it didn't quite look like flying. It looked like taking a step, but each step carried them incredibly far, far beyond what she thought a single step could ever cover. Ningyi had no idea how far she had walked. When she saw a ball of fire, golden in color and about the size of a blue sphere, it was the first real thing she had seen in this world besides the primordial chaos lotus. She sped up to take a closer look. After flying for a long time, she finally reached it, only to find that the fire was as large as a mountain. The golden flames shone brightly, but were neither dazzling nor hot. They burned steadily, without roots or source, endlessly flickering like a moving image. Brother, is this the fire you said was 70,000 miles away, our nearest neighbor? She stared at it for a long time but couldn't figure out what was special about it. No matter how she looked, it was still just a ball of fire. Her brother nodded.
Yes.
It was born while you were meditating. It's still young. Ning-yi was confused. What did he mean? Could fire have a young and adult stage? Not wanting to sound ignorant, she decided not to ask. This place is boring. Let's keep exploring. Brother, is this the beautiful alchemy furnace you mentioned? The siblings crouched beside a palm-sized furnace that glowed with 5 colors, looking like a small incense burner. It had originally been as large as a room, but when Ningyi jokingly said it should be smaller, it actually shrank. Now the two of them were examining it closely. Yes, that's the one. It's an innate treasure, A very good one. A good treasure indeed. She should take it. But where should she put it? Just as she was about to collect the chaos furnace, Ning-yi realized she didn't have a storage artifact. It wasn't her life-bound treasure, so she couldn't store it in her spiritual sea. Oh, right, she still had her shopping mall space. Finally, it could be useful. She placed the furnace inside, setting it on the counter of the first jewelry store on the first floor, next to a bottle of barley sprouts and a golden toad ornament. Surprisingly, they looked quite nice together. Once she started collecting things, she couldn't stop. The chaotic space-time was vast and mostly empty. The siblings often had to walk for a long time before finding anything. Some things were like endless showers of stones, beautiful but meaningless. Ning-yi, being fond of treasures, had her brother collect a few pieces. They weren't metal, jade, stone, or earth. No one knew what they were made of. She took a few just for fun and left it at that. Some of the places were completely unknown, dark as ink, like black holes. It was best to stay far away from them to avoid trouble. There were also some useful things. She found the gourd vine she had mentioned before. It wasn't even as tall as Ning-yi, and a tiny gourd hung from it, so small it wasn't even the size of a palm. It looked newly grown. Ning-yi didn't have the heart to pick it while it was still so small. She carefully took it along with the colorful soil around its roots and stored it in her space. To take care of it, she even went to the home goods floor of the mall, found a store that sold green plants, pulled out a big money tree, and used its large flower pot to hold the colorful soil and grow the little gourd. There was also the tea plant her brother mentioned, the one with 2 leaves. The third leaf had just sprouted, only the size of a fingernail. It looked no different from grass, and she had no idea how her brother could tell it was a tea plant. She also found something that looked like a bronze cauldron with a lid, just like the ones in museums. Her brother said it was a pill cauldron. Ning-yi didn't know the difference between a refining furnace and a pill cauldron, but she simply collected anything that looked valuable. Still, there were too few things around. Most of the time, she just kept walking through empty spaces. Until one day, her path was blocked by an endless sea of red fire. It stretched as far as she could see, with tall flames burning both above and below. Compared to this, the golden flame from their neighbor looked like a small spark. Unlike that golden flame, this red fire gave off real heat. It felt like standing close to a bonfire. No one knew what Ning-yi was thinking. Maybe it was her love of food, but after the first shock, her very first thought was, hot pot. Yes, that's right, hot pot. The mall had no electricity. Time was frozen, so nothing spoiled, but there's no way to use fire. Now that she had found fire, it was perfect. Without hesitation, she went to the kitchenware store, found the biggest steamer pot, then to the supermarket for hot pot base and bottled water. She poured in a third of the water and brought it out. Brother, can you draw out a bit of this fire? I want to boil some water. Ning-yi's own magic was weak. She couldn't do much and always had to rely on her brother. Her brother was even more capable than a cartoon robot. There was nothing he couldn't do. He raised his hand and drew out a small fire dragon. Ning-yi placed the steamer pot with the hot pot base and water over the flame. With a sharp sound and a puff of white smoke, everything in the pot suddenly disappeared. Ning-yi clearly felt a wave of hostility coming from the great chaotic space-time. Here, even 304 steel was useless. Ning-yi looked pitifully at her brother, pouting as if she were about to cry. Her brother, clueless as ever, didn't notice her frustration. With a cheerful tone, he asked, "Sis, what kind of broken magic tool is that? Your power is still weak. Don't waste it trying to refine tools. Just tell me what you need. If nothing else, we still have that alchemy cauldron, right? You can use that." Keep talking like that, and you'll lose your sister one day." Ning-yi grumbled silently in her heart, then took out the alchemy cauldron she had collected earlier. After thinking for a moment, she fetched a few bottles of water and a cleaning brush from the supermarket, scrubbing the cauldron inside and out twice. "Sis, wouldn't it be easier to use a dust removal spell? Surely she could at least manage that spell, right?" Ning-yi looked at her brother and said, "I think washing with water gets it cleaner." Her brother thought silently. That water is probably dirtier than the cauldron. But this time, he wisely kept that thought to himself. When Ning-yi finally felt the cauldron was clean enough, she decided not to waste any more hot pot base. She poured in a large bucket of water. All right, light it up. Her brother obediently summoned the fire. Good. This time, the cauldron didn't melt and the water didn't evaporate. It really did depend on the quality of the pot. After a while, the water began to boil. Ning-yi opened a packet of spicy hot pot base and poured it in. Soon, the red oil melted and the rich aroma of the broth filled the air. Sis, what's that smell? It's kind of strong. It's something delicious. You're in for a treat, brother. As she spoke, she rummaged through the supermarket shelves, first finding a table, then bowls and chopsticks, and some ready-made dipping sauces to save time. Next, she went to the fresh food section, grabbed some vegetables, and picked out a few meatballs and slices of beef and lamb from the freezer. She put them all into the pot. While waiting for the meat to cook, she handed her brother a bowl and chopsticks. Here, brother. It'll be ready soon. You're going to love it. Her brother reached out to take the bowl. It shattered in his hand. Brother, why did you use so much strength? It's porcelain, it can't handle that. Though she sounded annoyed, she still took out another set of bowls and chopsticks. All right, I'll be gentler. He accepted them as if they were explosives, handling them with great care. Soon, the meat was ready. She scooped it out of the pot, not even caring if it was too hot. It had been so long since she'd eaten anything. Her body wasn't hungry, but her mind was craving food. Ning-yi picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in sauce, and took a bite. The flavor was so good, she couldn't help humming. This is the taste. So delicious. So delicious. In the past, as a skilled cook, she would never have used store-bought sauce unless she had to. But now, it gave her a long-lost feeling of home. She kept repeating how good it was. Brother, you should eat too. It's really delicious. Her brother, tempted by her enthusiasm, picked up a piece of meat and tried it. The flavor's nice, but the texture, not great. Then he tried a meatball. This one tastes strange. He picked up some spinach. This is fresh and tasty. So her brother might be a vegetarian? That was fine, she didn't like vegetables anyway. If you like it, eat more. I've got plenty. The two of them stayed by the fire, eating and chatting, trying different things. Ning-yi gradually realized her brother wasn't avoiding meat. He was just picky. He liked vegetables from the organic section, but not the ones sprayed with pesticides. The same with meat and meatballs. He enjoyed those made from fresh seafood or high-quality cuts, but refused the processed ones. Expensive, premium meat? He could eat a whole pot. Packaged food? He wouldn't touch it. Wow, he was hard to please. Of course, no matter how tasty the food was, they couldn't eat forever. After finishing, the siblings sat down to meditate and cleanse their bodies. Food didn't give them energy, it was just for enjoyment. In fact, the food contained toxins for them, so they had to use their inner energy to remove them. They couldn't go into deep meditation though, it was too dangerous outside. Once the toxins were cleared and their practice ended, they ate again, trying new combinations, enjoying the hot pot to their heart's content. Time passed in endless cycles. In the chaos, there was no sun, no moon, and no sense of time. Ning-yi only remembered that she had eaten hot pot 38 times. Brother, is there a way to take this fire home? Let's go back. I want to practice my skills. The outside world was too dangerous. It was better to train first and gain some ability to protect herself before going out again. Ning-yi also worried that her brother might spend too much time wandering around with her instead of practicing and fall behind others. When she mentioned taking the fire with them, her brother didn't hesitate. He used a fire-controlling spell, summoned a dragon of flame, and caught it in his hand. After shaping and compressing it, the fire turned into a small glowing ball. He tossed it toward Ning-yi, and when it touched the hem of her dress, it became a tiny flame-shaped pattern. He passed the secret of controlling fire to her and said, "When you need it, just recite the fire-guiding spell." After putting away the cauldron and utensils, the siblings ended their first journey and started their way home. They didn't notice that deep within the sea of fire behind them, countless flames were slowly gathering toward the center, forming the faint shape of a young bird. The return trip was much faster than the way there. They already knew the path, and since there was nothing left to collect, they moved quickly.
Huh?
What's that? How did it get there? From a distance, as soon as the outline of the green lotus came into view, Panga spoke in surprise. Ning-yi didn't understand what he meant. There's a seed stuck to the roots of the green lotus. It's definitely not a lotus seed. But how could the green lotus accept something from outside?
What seed? She asked.
As they got closer, she exclaimed, "Ah, it's an orchid seed." Ning-yi recognized it right away. Not only did she know that the seed attached to the roots of the chaos green lotus was from an orchid, but she could also tell it was a cold orchid seed. Before entering the chaotic world, her family had lived next to an exhibition hall. Originally, they were farmers on the outskirts of the provincial capital. When the Agricultural Expo Center was built, their land and house were taken for the project, and in return, they received 3 booths inside the exhibition hall and a 3-story shop in the nearby town. At first, the first 2 floors were used as a supermarket, and the 3rd floor was their home. Later, they turned it into a flower shop, selling and growing flowers on the first 2 floors and living upstairs. After her parents passed away, Ning-yi closed the flower shop and turned it into a guest house. The exhibition hall hosted events all year round, attracting many merchants from other places. The guest house business was always good. She didn't need to stay in the shop every day. When she had free time, she worked part-time at the exhibition hall helping to sell goods. She had so many different things. Before she came here, she had just finished selling orchids. She had worked with orchids for more than 20 days, introducing their features to customers every day. She had repeated it so many times that she could recite it by heart. So, when she saw it, she immediately recognized the little guest on the root of the green lotus. It was an orchid seed. Forget it, just leave it. Since the green lotus doesn't reject it, that means it's not dangerous. If it can grow on the lotus root, it must have some ability. The brother and sister didn't think long about whether to remove the outsider or let it grow. Panga quickly made the decision. He chose to trust the mother lotus. Ning-yi didn't mind at all. In fact, she was quite happy. Sure. When it grows up and takes shape, it can be our helper. After all, orchids are sometimes called attendants. It fits perfectly. She giggled. The orchid was known as the flower of elegance and grace. Just thinking about having a calm and noble beauty by her side made her feel delighted. Then you'd better train hard. Otherwise, you might not be able to control your attendant and end up being the one who gets scolded. I won't. You can help me, right, brother? She said it so naturally, without any shame. But her brother poured cold water on her idea. I can't help you with forming a master-servant bond. It requires marking your spiritual sea, and it depends on whether your power can suppress the other side. If you can't, you might even be overpowered. Unless you're completely sure or the other side agrees willingly, don't use that bond lightly.
Got it.
I'll train hard and aim to be the second strongest in the chaos. Right, since I'm the first, you can take second place. Her flattery made her brother laugh.
Ah, fine.
If you really become second, I'll let you be first. Let's go, let's train. Ah, another lotus seed has formed. Now there are 4. Does that mean we're going to have more little brothers or sisters soon? Flying back to the lotus pod, Ning-yi noticed a new small hollow where a fresh lotus seed had grown. The 3 half-ripe seeds left after she and Panga took human form had also grown a little more. If she hadn't been so bored while staying inside the lotus seed and started observing carefully, she would never have noticed that they were actually growing. Since they could give birth to them by normal reasoning, the remaining lotus seeds should also have a chance to take form, right? Her brother shook his head. I don't know. Let's wait and see. The whole chaotic space-time was still in its early stage, not yet fully formed. Who could tell what it would become in the future? We're back. Home is still the best. I can finally sleep peacefully. Back in her own little cave inside the lotus pod, Ning-yi felt completely at ease. She rolled around twice in joy, feeling delighted. But no one answered her. Her brother had gone into deep meditation as soon as they returned. It seemed he had already reached a moment of enlightenment, but had held back because the outside world wasn't safe. Well, since he was working so hard, it would be too lazy of her to just lie around. So she sat down and began to cultivate. Brother, I can sense a new cultivation method. Brother, my power has grown again. Brother, I've learned how to make elixirs now. Brother, I can forge tools too. Brother, I found a new way to train. If I use up all my energy and start again, my limit becomes higher each time. Brother, my little gourd and tea tree haven't grown at all. What should I do? Every once in a while, Ningyi would chatter on for a long time, but it was all to herself. Her brother never woke up. She had gone through several cycles of meditation and awakening, yet he still hadn't stirred. She didn't know how much time had passed. The newly sprouted lotus seed had grown a lot, and the orchid seed downstairs was starting to germinate. But the gourd vine and tea tree she had stored in her space still looked exactly the same as before. Was it because time stood still inside the space? She couldn't think of any other reason. Maybe I should take them out and see if they'll grow? Thinking that, she did just that. She took out the 2 flower pots and placed them in her cave. The cave was a round space without sky or ground. Usually, Ningyi floated in midair, and now the 2 flower pots floated beside her as well. In cultivation, time lost its meaning, and Ningyi no longer knew how to measure it. She didn't dare to leave the barrier of the chaotic green lotus. Slowly, she began to figure out a few things. For example, she finally understood why her brother could stay in deep meditation for so long, while she could never manage it. Meditation was when one's power grew the fastest. After some thought, she realized the real reason. Her heart wasn't calm enough. After all, she had lived more than 20 years in the modern world, gone to college, lost her parents in an accident, and lived alone for years. She had seen the ups and downs of life and the warmth and coldness of human nature. It was impossible for her to have the same peaceful mind as her brother. Everyone was different. Since she didn't have his natural talent, she had to find her own way to cultivate. Whenever her power stopped improving, she would turn to crafting tools. She also knew how to make pills, but she didn't have the materials. Tool making was easier. She used the strange stones she had collected earlier from the low-level energy rain. Her love for food was always there. When she didn't know what kind of magic tools to make, she would create pots, pans, and kitchen utensils. She had eaten enough hot pots, so it was time to try something new. A good iron pot and a handy frying pan became essential. Just making those 2 pots took her 7 rounds of energy. At first, she couldn't even melt the stones, but as her power grew, the process became faster. When she got tired of crafting, she would go to the roots of the green lotus to check on the orchid. She would sit beside it, talk about her messy thoughts, and then return to her work. Before leaving each time, she would remind it softly, "Ting Ting, Ting Ting, grow up soon and take human form so you can keep me company." Ting Ting was the name she gave the orchid, meaning graceful and upright. Whenever she felt restless or bored, she would visit the orchid and let out her emotions. Over time, she clearly remembered when the orchid sprouted, grew its first leaf, then many leaves, then a flower stem, and finally buds. When the orchid bloomed and its cool, noble fragrance filled the entire lotus barrier, her brother finally woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, his presence was completely different, strong and unshakable, impossible to hide. "Brother, you're finally awake. It's been so long. I was so bored all by myself." Ningyi flew happily to the entrance of his cave and called out to him. Her brother glanced at her with no expression. "You seem to be chatting happily with Manhwa. Doesn't look like you're bored at all." Her upgraded brother wasn't as cute as before. Ningyi quickly tried to please him. "Oh, come on. How could Manhwa ever compare to my brother? No one can compare to you." Brothers who doted on their sisters were easy to cheer up. Sure enough, just a few words made him happy again. Although he didn't show it as clearly as before, The slight curve of his lips still revealed his good mood. With my brother around, why should I tire myself out? That was her well-reasoned excuse whenever her brother complained that her progress in cultivation was too slow. Oh, let's not talk about that. Look, brother, I made this pot myself. Once I make a spatula, I can cook with it. But I've used up all my materials, so let's go out and find some more, okay? She quickly changed the subject, not wanting him to start lecturing her about her training again. Her brother looked at her for a moment, then simply said, "Let's go." After being in seclusion for so long, not only had his power grown to the point she could no longer sense its depth, but his personality had also become more serious. If he used to be a cheerful teenager, now he was a confident young man with a touch of cool arrogance. Still, he always granted her requests that deserved a thumbs up. Wow, has 1,000 years passed in the world while we were in the Lotus? They hadn't gone far when they saw something incredible. It was huge, not quite a mountain, not quite land, floating in the air like the ones from Avatar, with a pointed base. It was breathtaking. The floating mountain was covered in lush greenery, grass, flowers, and trees, radiating a strong sense of life even from afar. Yes, life itself. What kind of plants are these? I don't recognize any of them. Except for the ones that looked vaguely like weeds, everything else was unfamiliar to Ningyi. Even the grass, which looked dense and green from a distance, was several meters tall up close. The ground was completely hidden beneath the thick growth. There were all kinds of leaves, some like weeds, some like distorted dandelions, some like irises or wormwood. It all felt strangely familiar, yet completely new at the same time. The grass was already so tall, and the trees were even taller. The bushes reached dozens of meters high, and the trees easily grew hundreds or even thousands of meters tall. It seemed completely normal here. If not for the rocky ground visible at the base, one might think these plants had grown together, their roots forming what looked like a mountain. The trees looked like eucalyptus, willows, locusts, poplars, ginkgo, hemlock, pearwood, and rosewood, familiar yet somehow different.
Ah,
There are fruits. The vegetation was so thick that even though there were no signs of animals or danger, it was still hard to move deeper inside. Driven by curiosity, Ningyi stepped onto the soft grass and floated gently forward to take a closer look. She didn't know how long she had walked before she finally saw a vast orchard. Thousands of trees heavy with fruit, their branches bending under the weight. The fruits looked like apricots, only much larger. Up close, each one was about 2 or 3 meters tall. Ning even took out a basketball from the mall to compare. The basketball looked as small as a ping-pong ball next to the giant fruit.
can we eat it?
A true food lover is always brave when it comes to tasting new things. Ningyi's courage was all about food. She really wanted to try this enormous apricot. But how could she take a bite of something so big? After thinking for a moment, she found a fruit knife in the mall and tried to cut a piece. The knife tip barely scratched the surface, and the blade bent out of shape. No problem. Her determination was endless. "Brother, let's rest here for a bit. Keep watch for me while I forge a new knife." After giving her brother instructions, Ningyi sat down, took out her chaos furnace, tossed in the damaged knife, and added her last piece of meteorite stone. She lit the fire and began forging. Her brother sat quietly nearby, guarding her. Before long, a small knife the size of her palm, with a blade as long as her index finger, was finished. She put away the furnace and used the new knife to cut the fruit. It sliced as easily as tofu. A piece of golden-red fruit flesh came loose, thick juice dripping to the ground, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. The smell almost made Ningyi's mouth water. Without worrying about whether it was safe, she trusted her Chaos Lotus Seed's protection and bravely tasted the fruit.
Ah,
She bit her tongue. It was just too delicious. It tasted like apricot, but much sweeter and richer. "Brother, try this. It's apricot and it's amazing." She scooped another piece and handed it to her brother. He had eaten hotpot 38 times before, but the difference was clear the moment he tasted it. This is what real fruit should taste like. What were we even eating before? That wasn't what her brother said. He was more reserved now and wouldn't speak so directly. Those were Ning Yi's own thoughts. After tasting this, even the fruits and vegetables from the mall didn't seem worth smelling anymore. When she took a container to collect the apricot juice, Ning Yi was already thinking about how to store all these apricots. They were huge, and she couldn't fit many in her storage space. She couldn't just leave them on the ground either. It felt too unhygienic. She took out a small notebook and wrote, "Need a storage magic item." But she didn't have one yet. What should she do? Ning Yi, ever the clever one, had an idea. She gathered some grass leaves, wove them into a small pouch, and refined it a little. Soon, she had created a small magical storage bag with about 1,000 square meters of space inside. It was only palm-sized, hanging from her waist, its green color bright and beautiful like fine jade. It matched her dress perfectly, looking more like a pretty accessory than a tool. Once it was ready, she began picking the ripest apricots, filling the little bag until it was completely full. Even then, she hadn't collected 1/10,000th of the ripe apricots around, but Ning Yi was already satisfied. She wasn't greedy. Happily patting her little bag, she looked at her brother. "Brother, let's go see if we can find other tasty things." Her brother had been quietly watching her the whole time. Seeing her bright smile, he smiled too and nodded. "Let's go." Of course, there were other fruits around. It wouldn't make sense for only apricot trees to grow here. What surprised Ning Yi was how randomly everything grew. She had worked at an agricultural expo and thought she knew more about farming than most people her age, but this place kept challenging her understanding. Northern fruits grew beside southern vegetables. Tropical fruits and cold climate fruits shared the same forest. Although these were new varieties developed in later generations, they also existed in this world, only more refined. She had seen many kinds of fruit before, but here, there were even more she didn't recognize. As for vegetables, she knew less than 1% of them. Something that looked like grass might taste like cucumber, something shaped like a melon might taste like chives, and some strange-looking plants could even taste like beef. Bravely tasting every plant, Ning Shinong spent who knows how long exploring the entire mountain. Her brother followed along, ending up with a stomach full of greens. She wore a belt made of small grass-woven pouches. Of course, she kept any good finds inside. To avoid looking like a wandering beggar, she arranged the pouches in different lengths and layers. The ones that didn't fit were stored in her marketplace space. She didn't quite understand why she couldn't just keep one for decoration and store the rest. Why hang a whole circle of them? It looked rather silly. At last, she finished exploring the first mountain. Time to move on. Not far ahead, she saw two large floating fields of crops, hanging in the air without roots or soil. One looked exactly like wheat, and the other was almost identical to rice. By now, Ning Yi was calm and unsurprised. Ning Yi's notebook needs a millstone, needs a board, needs a rolling pin, and all the tools for making noodles. How could she know exactly what she needed to prepare? The answer could be found in the increasingly useless marketplace. Although the tools from the supermarket and food stalls couldn't be used directly, she could still make samples and copy them. That was their last bit of value. No one in this strange world explained why rice didn't grow in water, or why, even though she knew rice came from a kind of wild grass, it appeared here fully formed. Both the wheat and rice grew well, and the grains were about the same size, each one as long as her entire body. Ning Yi used the pot she once used for hotpot, filled it with water, cut the grains into fist-sized pieces, and boiled them, the simplest cooking method possible. The boiled wheat didn't smell as good as the rice. The rice had a light, fragrant aroma unlike anything Ning Yi had ever tasted. Because of that difference, she decided to make tools for preparing noodles. Wheat should be made into noodles or other flour foods. Things like boiled wheat rice don't suit the taste of a northerner like her at all. "Brother, can you make me a storage bag? The one I made is too small, it can't hold much." Feeling annoyed while weaving a straw bag, Ning Yi started to act spoiled with her brother again. The strength of one's magic really made a difference in such things. Her brother took the half-finished bag from her, continued weaving for a short while, and soon finished it. Without doing anything extra, he handed it back to Ningyi. When she looked inside, the space was several times larger than the one she had carefully made herself. Ningyi botte unhappily. Brother, that's not fair. Do you enjoy watching me struggle? You didn't even help me. You're not cute at all. Her brother laughed loudly, shaking the leaves off the trees. Practice makes perfect. The more you work on it, the better you'll get. I saw you working so happily that I didn't want to interrupt. He was clearly just watching for fun, pretending it was for her own good. Come on, let's go. We've only just started and already found so many good things. Who knows what else we'll find ahead? Let's keep moving. After packing up 2 bags of grain, Ningyi hurriedly pulled her brother along to continue exploring. She had noticed that there were still no animals or shape-shifting plants around. It was safer now, so it was the best time to explore before things got dangerous. Otherwise, would she just wait for others to come and take the resources first? Last time, she had only explored a small part of the area. This time, she deliberately avoided the places she had already been and chose a new direction. There were many floating mountains, each with different kinds of plants. After seeing more of them, she realized that some mountains were rich and fertile, while others were barren. Some were large, full of plants and resources. Some even had small rivers and waterfalls. The water flowed down the mountain's edge, was absorbed by the roots below, and nourished the land. Mountains with water often looked like fairylands surrounded by mist. Some mountains only had short shrubs and stunted trees, but they produced many spices. Things like peppercorns, star anise, chili, and black pepper usually grew there. Other mountains were small, with bare tops but fruits and vegetables like strawberries, persimmons, eggplants, and watermelons growing near the base. And some mountains were so barren that not a single blade of grass grew. They felt lifeless, though they sometimes held traces of gold or jade energy. The rivers and lakes there were muddy and full of silt. Some metals were even exposed on the surface. No need to mine them, you could just bend down and pick up raw ore. These were all chaos-level metals: gold, silver, copper, and iron, or rather, something even better in Ningyi's eyes. They were exactly what she needed, and she worked harder collecting them than gathering food. Besides the mountains, there were also countless things growing in the void. Not just plants, but also metals, colorful soil, and magical treasures. There were so many treasures that you could pick them up anywhere. When something becomes too common, it stops being precious. After collecting so many, Ningyi, the rich lady, started getting picky. If 2 treasures looked or worked the same, she would trade the old one for a better one. Her brother had told her that everything in the world must stay balanced. If she took all the treasures, other places would lose their balance. Also, she really didn't have enough space to store them all. Letting go was painful. When even wild onions and garlic grew everywhere, she slowly became numb to it all. Forget it. I won't collect anymore. This is enough for a long time. Let's go home and refine some tools. To do good work, one must first have good tools. We'll finish exploring that last mountain, then head back. Muttering to herself, Ningyi walked forward reluctantly, but she knew it was time to go home. Right now, she didn't have a good storage bag or proper tools, which made everything inconvenient. Even though delicious food was everywhere, she and her brother still had to make do with hotpot base for everything. The outside world might look peaceful, but that didn't mean it was safe enough to train in. For example, they had encountered meteor stone showers several times. Ningyi was excited to find materials for refining tools, but she also saw huge floating mountains get caught in the storm and instantly shattered into dust, fragments flying everywhere. If even mountains couldn't withstand it, the flowers and trees stood no chance. It was hard to tell what was moving, maybe everything was. Without a reference point, you couldn't feel it, but once you had one, you could sense the drifting. Once, they came across a field of incredibly beautiful white flowers, a bit like the night-blooming ones Ningyi had only seen in pictures. The fragrance reached them from afar. She wanted to pick some to take home, but just as they got close, a mountain crashed into the field, destroying everything in an instant. Moments later, that mountain itself was swallowed by another meteor stone storm. It had turned into a meteor shower, and sometimes strange things would suddenly fly out of nowhere and collide with others. It might be a magical item, or just an ordinary stone. In the vastness of space and time, these were small events, but for an individual, the chance of being hit wasn't that low. Even one careless encounter could cause injury. So, nowhere was safer than home. Hey, there's a big lake here. To be exact, it wasn't just a big lake. It was a huge, endless body of water on a vast continent. It was called a continent because it was so large, far beyond the size of a floating mountain. It had mountain ranges, plains, valleys, rivers, and lakes of its own. The lakeside was full of lush grass, wildflowers, and fruits. Ning-yi pulled her brother down to the shore. She wanted to pick some flowers. There was a patch that looked like orchids, and she thought of taking a few back for Ting-Ting. Oh my, what kind of animal is that? It's so cute. For the first time, they saw an animal. It had pure white fur with flame-colored stripes, a fiery tail, and a pair of spotless white horns on its head. It looked a bit like a deer. Deer were naturally gentle creatures that made people feel close to them. And this one was only the size of a palm, adorably tiny, with big sparkling eyes that looked at Ning-yi as if asking for help. When Ning-yi looked closer, she saw that its hind leg was tangled in orchid leaves. It couldn't move at all. Where are your parents? Ning-yi squatted down to untie the grass around its leg while talking to it. What kind of parents let such a small child wander off alone? Wait, were deer really this small when they were born? The little deer looked at her with confused eyes, clearly not understanding. Your parents, where are they? Still, the little deer only blinked in puzzlement. Once the grass was untied, Ning-yi lifted the tiny creature into her hands. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. Pangu couldn't stand his sister's silly expression and said, "It's a natural spirit. It doesn't have parents." "Oh, just like us then? Wow, little one, you're amazing." Ning-yi gently tapped the two small white bumps on its head, teasing the little deer. The little deer blinked its big misty eyes and nudged her hand with its head, looking very affectionate. Ah, it was just too cute. "Brother, let's keep it," she said, unable to resist. "That's not a good idea," he replied. "It's a living creature. We can't keep it in a storage bag, and if we leave it outside, what if it can't enter the lotus barrier? If you leave it outside, how will it survive?" Ning-yi looked disappointed. Her brother glanced at her. She looked like a flower bud that had wilted. In the end, he couldn't bear it and gave in. "It's a natural spirit creature. It has no enemies here, so it can live safely. How about we find a place to stay for a while and keep it company?" Ning-yi thought for a moment. "Then maybe we can stay for a few days, build it a little nest, and when it grows a bit, we'll go home?" She knew they couldn't stay outside for long, but she couldn't bear to part with the little deer. That was the best she could do. "Let's build a house by the lake then. The grass and water there are nice." A house? What was that? Seeing the confused looks on Pangu and the little deer's faces, Ning-yi realized she had said something strange again. "It's nothing, just a name I made up," she said quickly. When they reached the big lake, she found a beautiful spot with fewer grasses and more flowers. Ning-yi didn't trouble her brother anymore. She took out some bamboo from her storage bag. She had planned to use it at home to make a bamboo house and bed, but now it would come in handy. She first built a large bamboo platform taller than the flowers and grass. On top of it, she constructed a bamboo house with 2 rooms and a living area, which only took up a third of the space. Next to her own bamboo room, she built a smaller one for the little deer. Using magic made the work quick. Just a wave of her hand once, she had the design in mind. Inside, she wove soft mats from fresh green leaves. She also took out some pet toys, a tiny house, a small sofa, and a little bed she had bought earlier, and arranged them neatly inside. When everything was ready, Ning-yi sat on the edge of the bamboo platform, holding the little deer in her arms. Facing the lake, with the reflection of mountains and water in her eyes, she swung her legs and proudly said to her brother, "Brother, this is what a house looks like. Isn't it nice? You take the left room, and mine is on the right." Her brother nodded. "It's very nice." Then, without saying much, He took off the outer robe Ning-yi had made for him, leaving only his lotus-patterned outfit, and leapt into the lake for a swim. With one dive, he disappeared beneath the water. After a long while, he finally came up to the surface, already swimming far away. He shook his head at Ning-yi, laughing happily, then turned around and disappeared again. Yes, he finally looked a bit like how her brother used to be at the beginning. Compared to being quiet and pretending to be serious, it was much better when he was talkative and straightforward. This was nice. So full of energy. There was nothing to worry about, so why not just be happy? Little dear, you're happy too, right? Oh my, you're so beautiful. The little deer rolled around in Ning-yi's arms, probably affected by her cheerful mood. What can you eat? Do you want some grass juice? Ning-yi found a baby bottle in the mall. She didn't dare to make milk powder. This little creature was born from nature, and giving it modern formula would be like giving it poison. She didn't give it fruit juice either, just squeezed some fresh grass juice into the bottle. The juice was light and refreshing, really tasty. She even drank some herself. The little deer sniffed the bottle, made sure it wasn't harmful, then licked it once. After a moment, finding the taste acceptable, it started drinking eagerly. In one go, it finished the whole 300-milliliter bottle. It was so tiny, who knew where all that juice went? Its little belly became round and full. After drinking, it rolled over once and fell asleep. Ning-yi stood up and carried it back to its own room, placing it gently on the grass mat. Then she went back to her own room to continue decorating in more detail. Since the bamboo was used up, she gave up on making a bamboo bed. A wooden one didn't sound interesting either. So she simply took out the biggest, most expensive solid wood bed from the mall. She used the best mattress, pillows, and bedding she could find, then covered everything with a pure white sheet set. She hung white curtains on the doors and windows, filling the room with a soft, peaceful feeling. After thinking for a moment, she added 2 grass cushions for meditation and practice. That was it for the bedroom. She also set up a dressing table and a full-length mirror. On the table, she placed all the storage pouches she usually carried. In the living room, she placed a low table in the center of the wall facing the entrance, with a cushion on each side. On the table sat a simple white jade tea set, a tray, a teapot, and 2 cups. Simple and clean, nothing extra. In her brother's room, she also placed a cushion and a bed. The bed was a plain, classical wooden one with a bamboo pillow, simple and elegant. The marketplace finally proved to be useful. What else is missing? After walking around the bamboo platform twice, Ning-yi patted her head. Right, trees. There was no need to plant flowers. Wildflowers already surrounded the place, making it beautiful enough. What kind of trees should she plant? In the end, Ning-yi chose ginkgo trees. She took out a handful of ginkgo seeds she had collected earlier and planted about 6 or 7 near the bamboo house. She watered them with lake water. Without using any magic, she decided to let them grow slowly. There was no rush. Then she replanted 2 peach trees that had already borne fruit. She had dug them up with their roots to keep the peaches fresh and placed them on the other side. She tied a simple swing to one of the peach trees, just 2 ropes and a wooden board. Oh no, my clothes don't match the peach tree or the swing. She thought about changing into something pink, but compared to the lake, mountains, bamboo house, and green grass, pink didn't really fit. For the sake of the swinging mood, Ning-yi, who never minded a bit of trouble, went into the mountains, dug up a large willow tree, and used its branches to weave ropes for a new swing. She decorated it with wildflowers. Now it felt just right. She sat on the swing, swaying back and forth, feeling completely content. I wonder how Ting-Ting is doing at home. Has she transformed yet? After living by the big lake for a few days, the little deer had fallen asleep after drinking some grass juice, absorbing energy. Ning-yi suddenly remembered the orchid growing on the green lotus root. Her brother looked at her, hesitated for a moment, then said nothing. Brother, is the lake fun? Are there water plants? Any fish?
There are no fish, he said.
But there's a black tortoise. What did you just say? A black tortoise? One of the 4 divine beasts? Ning-yi felt her mind go blank. She stared for a while before cautiously asking, Brother, How do you know it's a black tortoise? What does it look like? Her brother gave her a look that clearly said, "Are you serious?" "You just know when you see it," he said, pointing at the little deer sleeping with its legs sprawled out. "Like that one, you don't know it's a deer spirit?" Ningy shook her head innocently.
No idea.
She really couldn't tell. Her brother sighed, a dark line forming on his forehead. "What have you even been practicing?"
Ouch.
That stung a little. Her restless mind, constant distractions, poor understanding, and lack of talent. So annoying. Everyone has their own skills. I'm really good at making magical tools. I can also make clothes, cook, build houses, and grow flowers and plants. Yes, you're amazing, her brother said, humoring her like a child. So it's really called a Lushu? That name doesn't sound nice at all. Compared to the famous Xuanwu, she had never even heard of this name before. Brother, what does Xuanwu actually look like? It's ugly. If you want, I can catch one for you to play with.
No.
That's one of the 4 divine beasts. Don't talk about it like it's some stray cat or dog. My heart's racing. Who am I to catch a divine beast? She thought for a moment, then went to the bookstore area in the mall and found a picture book about the 4 divine beasts. She flipped to the page showing Xuanwu and showed it to her brother. Does it look like this? It had a turtle's body and a snake's head. Majestic, but also a bit scary. It looked like something from an animated show. Her brother glanced at it. No, not that big or powerful. It's smaller than the Lushu and sleeps at the bottom of the lake. Oh, really? Then take me to see it. Hearing that it was a smaller, cuter version, Ningy got excited and pulled her brother toward the lake. The plants underwater were even thicker than those on land. The deeper they went, the more tangled the weeds became. They had to use magic to create a protective barrier to move safely. After swimming for a long time, they finally spotted a small, plain turtle shell buried in the mud among the roots of the water plants. It was tiny, only half the size of a hand, and easy to miss. She poked it gently, and a small bald head with snake-like eyes peeked out. It wasn't cute at all. The little creature stayed close to its shell, watching them carefully. Ningyi didn't like snakes. She was afraid of all soft, wriggling creatures, whether huge snakes or tiny insects. When she used to live alone, one of the hardest things was dealing with bugs. No matter how scared or disgusted she felt, there was no one to help, so she had to handle it herself. That was one reason she later closed her flower shop and opened a guest house instead. Let's go back. It's not cute at all. The little deer is much better. After leaving the lake and returning to shore, she had no desire to go back underwater. The little deer had taken a nap and grown noticeably bigger. When it woke up, it followed Ning-yi closely, knowing that the green juice she gave it was what helped it grow stronger. It worked much better than just eating grass. It really wanted more of that to drink. Hey now, don't rush, Ning-yi said with a smile. You need to digest first. If you just eat and sleep all day, you'll turn into a chubby little deer and won't be able to walk. She picked it up, placed it on her shoulder, and carried it into the mountains to pick fruit. The little deer didn't understand her words. When Ning-yi didn't give it any green juice, it lay sadly on her shoulder. While she bent down to pick fruit, it secretly grabbed a small piece of grass with its tiny hoof and started nibbling. It ended up with a mouthful of dry grass bits and hardly any juice. Annoyed, it tossed the leaf away and flopped down again, sulking. Ning-yi ignored it. Eating too much too fast wasn't good. It was still small. If it didn't digest properly, it might get sick. She had just discovered a new kind of fruit growing on a tree. Each one was about the size of a basketball, tasting a bit like grapes and a bit like berries. She thought about taking some back to make fruit wine. Her way of making wine wasn't complicated. Just mix the fruit with rock sugar and white liquor, then let it soak. The mall's storage still had plenty of different kinds of alcohol, so nothing would go to waste. Last time, she had made peach wine, which tasted fine, though her brother thought it was too sweet. This time, she wanted to try making wine from the tree fruit. She had also found some wheat, which could be used for brewing, but she didn't know how yet. She was still studying the process. The fermentation starter was especially confusing, and the strange weather in this space didn't help. There was no sun or moon at all. Even now, she didn't know where the light came from, or how the plants managed to grow without sunlight. After picking the fruit, she returned to the bamboo house. Her brother was practicing martial arts. She set the little deer down and made a deal with it. If it ran 10 laps around the bamboo platform, it could have some green juice afterward. The deer reluctantly started running on its short legs. Ning-yi found some containers, washed the fruit by the lake, cut it into small pieces, and placed them into sealed jars with Maotai liquor. She then stored them in a corner of the living room. She couldn't keep them in the mall, since time there was frozen. Nothing grew or changed inside, not even the little gourd. The wine wouldn't ferment properly there. After finishing her work, she went back to her room to meditate. She took out her refining furnace and began crafting tools. Her storage bag was now filled with metal ores. She finally had plenty of materials to work with. The wok, kitchen knife, and cutting board, together with the steamer and frying pan she had made earlier, completed the set of tools needed for Chinese cooking. After preparing everything, she didn't rush to start cooking. Ever since tasting the fresh vegetables from the wilderness, the ones from the mall just didn't appeal to her anymore. Using the mall's oil to cook those wild vegetables felt like a waste, and Ning-yi couldn't bring herself to do it. So, she decided to keep working and prepare her own soybean oil. Making oil wasn't too hard. Roast the soybeans, grind them, steam the paste, shape it into cakes, and press them under heavy weights to extract the oil. She had learned this process from a video shown at an agricultural fair where she once helped sell organic soybeans. It only took a few steps, and she remembered them well. During a short break, she fed the little deer that had come back from running and was panting at the door. After grinding the beans, she built a small press table with a groove for the oil to flow out, so it wouldn't spill everywhere. When the table was ready, she couldn't find the kind of large clay jar she wanted in the mall, the old-fashioned kind used for pickling vegetables. So, she made 2 jars herself and placed them under the press table to collect the oil. Then she began pressing. The soybeans in this world were enormous, each about 2 or 3 meters wide. She didn't have a pot that big, so she used her usual method, cutting them into smaller pieces to roast. One soybean could fill several pans. After roasting and steaming, the rich aroma of soybeans spread everywhere, making it impossible for her brother to keep practicing his exercises.
He came out to help.
She used mesh cloth from the mall to wrap the soybean paste. It still worked fine. One soybean made 17 cakes. She placed them on the press table, then used her magic to cut a few dense stones into thick slabs, 3 in total, and stacked them neatly on top. All done. Now we just wait, she said. Finally finished, Ning-yi decided to make something nice to eat. Brother, I'll make tofu for you. Since she already had the grinder, it was easy. Just boil the soy milk and let it set. She didn't have traditional coagulant, but the mall had some tofu setting powder, which would do. Soon, 2 large bowls of soft tofu pudding were ready. She took out some wild herbs she had found earlier, ones that smelled like chives, along with wild onions and garlic, mashed them into a paste, and mixed in some chili oil from the mall. It smelled wonderful. When the tofu was pressed and ready, she made it a bit softer on purpose. Fresh tofu with chopped green onions, perfect. For this dish, she could only use the soy sauce from the mall. Making sauce takes time. It needs sun and fermentation. The book gives methods, but in this place, there's no sunlight, so it's impossible to make it. The next day, half a jar of oil had already been pressed out. While starting the second batch, they finally had oil to cook with. Great news. They stir-fried green vegetables, all kinds of them. When Ning-yi finished making the dough board and rolling pin and ground the flour, they could make vegetable noodles. It was all vegetarian, but the ingredients were so good that the taste was amazing. Her brother especially loved hot vegetable noodles. A few kinds of bright green vegetables with steaming noodles. He would eat a big bowl with soup, sweat all over, and feel refreshed. The little deer was a foodie. At first, Ning-yi only dared to feed it grass juice. Later, it secretly drank some noodle soup and loved it. Seeing that it was fine, Ning-yi started giving it a small plate of whatever they ate. It especially liked the food she cooked. After eating and resting, it absorbed energy and seemed to grow faster. Your cooking tools are made by hand with good materials. The stove itself is special, so the food you make carries power. The ingredients are also good. The food you cook works almost like medicine. Of course the deer grows fast after eating it, her brother explained. Will it eat too much and get sick? She asked, worried. It's a spiritual creature, very strong by nature. Don't be fooled by its cute looks, he said, almost rolling his eyes. Okay, I get it, she replied. It looked so adorable that it was hard to believe it was powerful. After learning that, Ning-yi stopped feeding it grass juice with a bottle and let it eat normally with them. She raised it until it grew to her knee height. Its antlers were as long as her hand, shaped like a cicad deer's, pure white without a single flaw. When it ran, fiery patterns and a red tail made it look like a small flame, beautiful and bright. Thanks to Ning-yi's careful care, it grew quickly. The black tortoise at the bottom of the lake was still only palm-sized. Now that it was this big, it could take care of itself, running and jumping freely, no longer afraid of getting tangled in grass. We have to go home now. You must grow well here on your own. When I have some free time, I'll come to see you and bring you something tasty. After a reluctant farewell, they headed back to their hometown, Qinglian. Huh? The orchids are still blooming? Have they not withered yet, or did they bloom again? Do they really last this long? From afar, the faint fragrance of orchids could already be smelled. As she got closer, she saw a layer of orchid petals scattered around the roots of the Qinglian plant, neither decayed nor dry. It was still the same orchid, but now several new shoots had grown, all blooming with pure white flowers and pale yellow stamens, beautiful and enchanting. The Qinglian has another bud. It's about to bloom again. And there's a new lotus seed growing in the pod. Panga didn't answer Ningyi's question about the orchids. He no longer wanted to discuss anything related to them. As soon as he mentioned the lotus, Ningyi's attention shifted. It's going to bloom? I wonder how beautiful it will be this time. And there's a new lotus seed too? That makes 5 now. One of them is almost mature. Does that mean it's about to take form? Her brother shook his head. I don't know. I'm going into seclusion to train. You shouldn't play around too much either. Practice more. Don't forget, we still have to explore the other 2 directions. Next time, make sure you're better prepared. Don't rely on making everything on the spot again. Okay, I got it. Ever since seeing the legendary black tortoise, Ningyi often thought about the sea of fire she had visited on her first journey. She couldn't help wondering if that was the birthplace of the vermilion bird. She was also extremely curious about the other 2 directions she hadn't explored yet. Could the azure dragon and white tiger be there? Next time, she couldn't make the same mistake, going out empty-handed and having to craft everything from scratch. This time, she had to prepare more storage space. Oh, right, she had also brought back several orchids. Maybe she could let them keep Tingting company? Thinking this, Ning-yi returned to the roots of the Qinglian and took out the storage bag containing the orchids. She took them out, and then watched in shock as the orchids instantly turned to dust the moment they were exposed to the Qinglian's barrier. The next moment, Tingting absorbed the orchid dust through its roots, using it as fertilizer. Tingting, how could you do that? Isn't it wrong to harm your own kind? That's a bit too domineering, don't you think? Of course, no one answered her. Ningyi then remembered what her brother had said. Anything from outside might not survive within the Qinglian's barrier unless it was placed inside her own cave. It's quite frightening. Luckily, I listened to her brother and didn't bring the little deer back to raise. It seems I should do less useless work in the future. The chaotic world is not as peaceful as I imagined. The creatures that survive are much stronger than I thought. I don't need to be overly kind or feel sorry for anyone. After thinking for a moment, I took out a storage bag. Fortunately, it wasn't made by me but by my brother, with their mark on it. Qinglian still recognizes it. I collected all the fallen orchid leaves and petals around me. No waste. Store them away for making incense. Thank you for your contribution. Then, I didn't stay as I usually do. I stood up and returned to my cave. Behind me, the orchid shook twice, shedding some petals, and its leaves drooped. If it has already transformed, this clearly shows it's unhappy. But Ning-yi didn't see this. Magic isn't created out of nothing. After learning magic, Ning-yi realized why the legendary gods, demons, and monsters can't just conjure anything they want. To create something, first you need the raw materials. Then, the caster must know how to make the item. Only then can it be created. In simple terms, magic shortens the time needed to make something. It can instantly produce items that normally require a lot of effort and resources and still be perfect quality. That's already very impressive. On this trip, besides food, the most collected items were raw materials. Ning-yi is a good cook. She can make everyday dishes easily. For more complex recipes, she learned from videos and can now cook them on the spot. Since she can't watch videos anymore, she relies on the many cookbooks on the shelves in the market. Following recipes works well. The hard part is testing the properties and flavors of the current ingredients and comparing them to the recipes. They don't always look alike. Some ingredients that look unrelated might taste the same. For example, a fist-sized fruit with flesh that tastes like sugarcane. Or grapes with seed that taste like grapes, but are actually a different plant, similar to rice in appearance, with seed clusters. This happens often. Sometimes, ingredients that look familiar and are supposed to be the same taste turn out to be completely different. For example, a vegetable that looks like lettuce but tastes like lamb. There is a fruit that looks like a green apple and tastes like crab. I use its flesh to cook eggs, and the eggs in the market have a very salty and fresh crab flavor. The competition crab tastes more like real crab meat. The shapes and flavors are quite similar, only the size differs greatly, which is already quite impressive. After collecting many, Ning-yi noticed a pattern. The better the quality, the smaller the size. This idea that the concentrated ones are the best makes sense in this chaotic situation. Big ones are usually simple and silly. Low-quality ingredients and raw materials are not a big problem if they are a bit silly. They are quite practical. For example, one peach can last a whole year, which is very economical. Once she organized the types of ingredients and made comparisons, she could start studying recipes. There's no rush, and it doesn't have to be serious work. Passing the free time this way is quite suitable. Refining tools and practicing skills are the main focus. There's no need to refine pills here. Only she and her two brothers are around, and they are healthy, so they don't need medicine. Refining tools is also one of Ning-yi's ways to practice her skills. She already has a weapon, an elegant green flute. Plus, the flowing ribbons on her body are not just beautiful to look at. She has also refined them into weapons that can be used when needed. These two are enough for attack, and she doesn't want to fight anyone. For defense, she has a robe made from the shell of a chaotic blue lotus seed, which is very safe. Her best protective treasure is actually the Chaos Pearl. It can create a small world, and if things get dangerous, she can hide inside. No one can harm her there, so she is completely safe. She has also refined many miscellaneous tools, furniture, and utensils that she might need, using up her cultivation many times and increasing her strength several times. She really can't think of anything else to refine. So Ning-yi started making space magic tools, high-level storage spaces. Out of mischief, she deliberately designed various shapes. From common accessories like hairpins, bracelets, rings, necklaces, earrings, and storage bags, to creative items like baby bottles, cups, pots, bowls, books, decorations, cosmetics bottles, clothes, shoes, children's toys, snack bags, beer bottles, and even magic tents and castles. She even expanded her ideas to landscape models. Wow, she just couldn't stop. From simple bamboo houses, fences, small doors, and courtyards to large gardens, she can make many different things. After completing the model, I refined it into a space, then crafted decorative items to decorate the house. When I couldn't think of anything else, I looked through books and searched for information. This thing is 100 times more fun than Lego. Also, while making these items, I can practice my skills. It's really great. Since these are mostly toys, Ning-yi prepared for a long time and stored a lot of spiritual energy before finally starting to refine the Chaos Pearl. Inside the Chaos Pearl, everything is chaotic and empty. I want to turn it into a real small world, a place where everything can grow, with sky, land, mountains, water, flowers, and trees. Brother, can I borrow your axe and chisel for a moment? The chaos pearl is still a chaos pearl. Ningyi used up dozens of doses of spiritual energy, but couldn't refine the chaotic space inside it. Every time she managed to refine a little, her spiritual energy was exhausted, and she had to rest and recover. Before she finished, the space healed itself. She tried repeatedly, stopping halfway through her practice because her spiritual energy was too low and was used up too quickly. It was never enough. She also tried attacking with a green flute, which worked a little better than refining, but only a little. Gradually, Ningyi realized that opening up space requires special tools. The most professional tools are the heaven-opening axe and the earth-breaking chisel. They can even smash chaos itself, and the chaos pearl is much lower level. Her brother handed her a magic weapon and asked, "What do you want to do?" Ningyi said she wanted to open up the chaos pearl. Her green flute wasn't effective, so she wanted to try his magic weapon. Her brother, "You don't even understand your own magic weapon, and using mine will be even more awkward?" However, Ningyi took his magic weapon, slipped into the chaos pearl, and after a while, came out. She returned the weapon and hurried back to her cave, saying, "It's open now. I need to close up and refine it quickly." She flew back to her cave and started working on the chaos pearl. What's the principle here? Her own magic weapon can't do what his can? She looked at her magic weapon with a confused expression for a long time, but couldn't see why it was better than her sister's magic weapon, even though they are from the same origin. If she really can't understand, she decided to give up. He's not a stubborn person. She went back to practice her skills. Before returning to the cave, she looked toward the orchid area. Her gaze lingered for a moment, but she didn't take any further action and went back to close herself off for cultivation. Ningyi's retreat this time lasted longer than all her previous training. She finally transformed the chaos into her ideal form. It included rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, plains, hills, and valleys. Her small world was adjusted to her liking: no deserts, no wastelands, no barren places. Only beautiful mountains, water, and scenery. She filled her land with the flowers and plants she collected on her last trip, but only a tiny part of it. Most of it was still bare, waiting to be filled. The most lacking was water. Rivers, lakes, and seas were still dry, with no water to fill them. Of course, she went out to find water. There were also some empty areas where she needed to plant grass, flowers, and trees. "Brother, let's go. Now I have enough space to carry all these things." Her brother had no objection, so they set out. Where to? Of course, they headed toward the place with the azure dragon, the water master, because she needed water the most. Facing the vermilion bird, and with her back to the black tortoise, she pointed left. That way, the chaos continued to grow, with floating mountains becoming denser and more floating plants appearing. Large individual plants also started to emerge. Why is this willow tree so big? When they saw the first large, solitary willow tree, Ningyi was amazed. She had never seen such tall trees before. Compared to the towering trees on the mountain, this one was bigger than a whole mountain. How did it grow? Her brother looked at the hundreds of miles-long willow branches, trembling faintly, and said with a shrug, "It's gained wisdom." Huh? Gained wisdom? Aren't the smaller ones more refined? Shouldn't the ones with wisdom be very smart? Can a big, silly-looking tree also gain wisdom? As he spoke, the big willow tree shook more violently, as if it had a fit, swinging its branches as if to hit someone. Ningyi instinctively hid behind her brother and peeked out curiously. Is this tree crazy? Her brother stifled a laugh. It gained wisdom first, then grew big. Its large size makes it stronger in combat. Don't you think it looks much more impressive than the little gourds and tea trees you keep at home? Ningyi pouted and said, but it's not as useful as the gourds and tea trees I grow. The small gourds can become water jugs when they grow up, and the tea leaves can be brewed. What can this tree do? Cut its branches to weave baskets. Moreover, she could guarantee that the gourds and tea trees in her home were of much higher quality than this silly willow tree. Those were ancient species from the early chaos period, still growing in the five-colored soil. Now, very few can be seen in the five-colored soil. Gourds and tea trees are everywhere now, no longer rare treasures, but none are better than the ones she collected. Not to mention flowers and herbs, even magic tools are now hidden away, either in the mountains or somewhere else, kept secret, rarely seen floating in the void. The big willow tree, hearing Ningyi say it would cut its branches to make baskets, didn't understand what a basket was, but it knew it would be cut, so it stopped trembling and didn't dance wildly with its branches anymore. It quickly retracted its branches, curling them into a ball like a cocoon, protecting the trunk. It had gained wisdom and knew that, as a shape-shifting being, it was far weaker than the brother and sister, tens of thousands of miles apart in cultivation. Not admitting defeat would mean disaster. Its behavior made Ningyi and her brother laugh uncontrollably. After laughing enough, Ningyi stuck out her tongue at the big willow tree. "See if you dare to attack us again. If you try to sneak attack us again, I'll cut you down and weave a basket." Humph. Her brother looked at her. "So you knew it tried to attack us before. In this chaotic space, survival of the fittest rules. Strength is everything. Everything is a supplement. If you don't want others to use you as a supplement, you have to eliminate them first and absorb their power. The more intelligent the object, the more nourishing it is." This willow tree had been secretly attacking them with countless tricks since they first entered its spiritual awareness, trying to take them down and eat them. Seeing that Ningyi hadn't reacted much, her brother thought she hadn't noticed. Ningyi rolled her eyes. "Brother, why do you look down on me? I may be a little weaker than you, but I'm still pretty strong. With its low cultivation level, how could I not notice? It was just a little harmless attack." She didn't bother to care. Her brother quickly nodded. "Yes, it's very powerful." He even exaggeratedly gave her a thumbs up. Ningyi then realized her brother had advanced again. From innocent and lively to cold and serious, this time's advancement seemed a bit exaggerated. "All right, let's go." Afterward, I encountered many other intelligent creatures, but none as foolish as the great willow tree. No one dared to attack them because once they realized the difference in strength, they would just lie down and pretend to be normal animals. Some small animals appeared, but most of them were so far away that I couldn't see their faces and would hide from a distance. The ones I could see were either big and silly or clumsy and slow. They were also very ugly, with strange shapes, missing limbs, or having many extra parts, which made Ningyi feel sick. I dared to taste plant-based foods, but I definitely wouldn't eat animals that looked like that. So I just ignored them. While walking, I mainly collected flowers, plants, trees, and mineral resources. Eventually, I reached the edge of the endless sea. Finally, I arrived at the territory of the Azure Dragon. "Is this the Azure Dragon, the leader of the four sacred beasts?" Kongyi looked at the creature in front of her. A big-headed, small-bodied dragon with a body covered in blue scales, not even as tall as her legs. Its big eyes and tiny antennae looked incredibly cute. But this creature seemed to have a bad temper, a bit irritable, trying to show off its majesty. It rolled through the clouds over the sea and suddenly dove into the water. It also had a poor attitude toward visitors, roaring loudly at the brother and sister. Its roar was quite powerful, scaring many fish in the water to turn white on their bellies. It even sprayed water at Ningyi, shooting water arrows. "Hey, why do you look so aggressive and scared of the strong, afraid of the weak?" Ningyi watched a water arrow almost hit her skirt, but didn't break through her protective barrier. She raised her fist at the Azure Dragon. "If you keep acting like this, I'll beat you up. When I strike, you'll be done for. I'll turn you into a mud skipper and cook you in tofu stew, you believe it? I'm not here to ask for water, nor do I want to negotiate. I'm here to take what's mine. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll really fight you." She wasn't sure if she could really turn the dragon into a cooked mud skipper, but the Azure Dragon believed her. Without hesitation, it turned around, wagged its tail in challenge, then suddenly disappeared into the clouds. Huh, what a coward. Ningyi curled her lips and ignored the foolish, proud Azure Dragon. She started drawing water into the small chaos pearl world. She kept filling it until all the rivers, lakes, and seas inside were full. Then she stopped. Look again at the endless sea. It remains the same, with the water level not dropping even a little. Ningyi thought that a space without self-sustaining cycles was still somewhat lacking.
So she drew some clouds into it. It still needs a sun.
With a sun, the temperature rises, water vapor appears, clouds form, and rain falls. Then the cycle can begin. Brother, let's go south again. I need a bit of fire. Her brother looked at her. What do you need fire for? The best fire for making things is the true fire released from one's own cultivation. The fire used for cooking was the first one he drew out, which burned and attached to her clothes. Why else would she need fire? I need it for my chaos pearl. I need a lot of fire, endless, never-ending fire, to refine a sun. A sun that can glow? I can't explain it clearly. I'll show you once it's done. He couldn't explain it clearly, so he played along. They had been siblings for countless ages, so her brother knew she couldn't explain it herself. He stopped asking. Anyway, once she saw the real thing, she would understand everything. Wait, the fish here are good. I'll catch some more to raise in the space. Then we'll have fish to eat. On the way, because there was no water in the space, they didn't collect much from rivers or aquatic life when they saw them in the mountains. First, there must be water to raise fish. If they took too much, they might dry out the water source, which Ningyi wouldn't do. She was very cautious about conserving water and only catching fish that looked acceptable and not too frightening. Now they had reached the edge of the endless ocean, where they could do whatever they wanted. To catch fish, they needed a net. She looked for vine branches in the space and wove a large net. One net, filled with countless aquatic creatures. She threw it into the space ocean. Then she made another and another. One net after another. She lost count of how many nets she had cast until she stood in the air, looking down into the space ocean. The aquatic life beneath was faintly visible, and she stopped. Next, they headed south, passing mountains and rivers. They collected what they needed casually. The space was becoming more complete. Flowers, grass, trees, collectible. Fish, shrimp, collectible. Flying birds and beasts. They weren't just ugly, some were extremely beautiful. Others looked like divine beasts from fantasy games, fully formed, not missing parts, and not all terrifying in appearance. The reason Ningyi didn't dare to take the animals was simple. All the animals here are too big. Even the smallest birds are dozens of meters long with wide wingspans. If she took them in, she was afraid it would damage the small houses and buildings she had designed and refined in her mind. The smaller animals are only a little deer, a black turtle, and a blue dragon. There are no others like them. Chirp, chirp. Just then, a firebird appeared in her view. From far away, it flew over, a bright red bird, so red it looked perfect. It had no flames on its body, but it seemed to carry the fierce power of a blazing fire. It landed on Ningyi's shoulder, chirping happily and rubbing its head against her face. This big, chubby bird is as large and round as a basketball. It's so heavy that Ningyi feels her right shoulder might break under its weight. Why is this vermilion bird so unruly? Where is the dignity of the 4 sacred beasts? Who is it chirping at? Does it recognize us? Seeing how friendly it was, like an old friend, Ningyi asked her brother uncertainly. Maybe when we came last time, it already had some intelligence, but it hadn't formed a spiritual body yet. That was the only explanation that made sense. Ningyi turned her head to look at the chubby bird again, gently stroking the feathers on its head. After so long, you've only grown a little? Thinking back, from the first time she left home to explore the chaos until now, how much time had passed? The chaos had gone from childhood to youth, and the bird had only grown as big as a ball. Ningyi had already imagined a small white tiger kitten in her mind. Oh, the majesty of divine beasts was shattered. The little red bird clearly didn't like Ningyi's teasing about its slow growth. It chirped twice, pecked her fingers lightly, then turned around and faced her with its back, looking angry. Ningyi barely held back her laughter at this adorable, messy image. Little Red, I came here this time because I need your help. Please, give me some face and turn around. When she said that, the little red bird slowly turned back, but with heavy steps. It only turned its body and stomped on her several times, an unforgiving bird. The black-eyed bird looked at Ning-yi with confusion, tilting its head at a 45-degree angle, watching her with a serious expression, as if demanding her to speak quickly about what it wanted. I need some fire to forge a sun, one that burns endlessly, continuously shining for billions of years without going out. There might be quite a few needed items. Can I take some for use? Xiaohong Bird's eyes showed more confusion, as if she didn't understand. She thought just lighting a fire. How many could there be? How many could be used? Unexpectedly, she agreed happily to such a small matter. She flew up, holding a ribbon from Ningyi's clothes in her beak, and carried her and her brother into the flames. When the fire saw them, it automatically parted, forming a clear path without obstacles. Ning-yi, being pulled along the ribbon inside, thought, "Why does it feel like Xiaohong Bird is pulling her like a leash, as if walking a dog?" After walking through the sea of fire for a long time, Xiaohong Bird finally stopped at a barrier. It looked like a huge bird's nest from the outside, made from an unknown type of wood, all red with a slight see-through quality. The wood looked almost like jade, not quite wood. The nest was at least the size of 10 football fields. With Xiaohong Bird's size, flying inside was like a sesame seed falling onto a football field. Once inside, she disappeared from sight. "Your heart is quite big," Ningyi said. "No matter her size, she has the heart of a giant beast." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaohong Bird nodded and gestured. Ningyi could only guess. "Are you asking me to get fire here?" Xiaohong Bird nodded again. "Thank you, Xiaohong. Let me treat you to something delicious." Thinking for a moment, what would Xiaohong like to eat? Since the vermilion bird is also a bird, what do birds like to eat? Insects? She doesn't have any. Grains? That could work. She didn't take store-bought millet to fool her. Good friends don't deceive each other. She collected some millet, and since the grains were too big, she cut them into rice-sized pieces with a small knife, placed them on a plate, and set it in front of Xiaohong. Xiaohong shook her head, chirping. "Huh. Then what should she eat?" Ningyi tried several different fruits and vegetables, but she shook her head each time. Her brother couldn't stand it anymore. Is she going to eat hotpot? A bird eating hotpot? Despite her disbelief, Ningyi was polite and took out a hotpot pot. Xiaohong Bird nodded wildly, chirping happily. "Oh my, this chubby bird really wants to eat hotpot?" The scene that followed was very strange. Ningyi sat quietly beside the bird's nest, in front of the chaos furnace. After a while, she used the fire summoning technique to draw the outside flames into the furnace for refining. Her brother sat cross-legged opposite her, meditating with his eyes closed. From time to time, he opened his eyes and took some meat and vegetables from a nearby cauldron, placing them on a plate. A plump, red bird kept eating happily. After eating his fill, he let out a burp, leaned back, and lay down with his limbs spread out, sleeping soundly. They didn't need to talk. Each did their own thing, working together smoothly. Life went on like this. Ningyi used the fire near the vermilion bird's nest to ignite her small world sun, starting from the size of a sesame seed, gradually growing to the size of a quail egg, then a ping-pong ball, a tennis ball, a volleyball, and finally a basketball. Just having a sun isn't enough. I also need to control sunrise and sunset. But how? She didn't have time to watch her small world every day to see the sun rise and set. Such a bother. Refine a fire spirit, enlighten it to open its wisdom, then form a master-servant contract, and it will be fine. Her brother's light words sounded so simple. How do I refine it? She knew how to make tools, but creating a living creature, that's almost like making a person. She really didn't have that skill. Her brother casually pointed toward the little red bird. It can do it. The vermilion bird can create things too? When the little red bird flapped its chubby wings, plucked a feather, and drew fire, after some manipulation on that feather, a small fire humanoid appeared, bowing toward Ningyi. All right, so that's how this creature was made. This fire spirit was truly a fire spirit, nothing like the cute, red-clad, milky white ball she imagined. She activated the master-servant contract, told the fire spirit how to control sunrise and sunset. Then she used water to refine a moon. Finally, her small world was complete. The moment the sun and moon appeared in the sky, the entire small world shook violently. Ning-yi, who was admiring her work, was pushed out of the world. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her chest suddenly felt lighter. Her mind cleared. She immediately gained a sudden insight, glanced at her brother, but didn't have time to say anything before entering meditation. When she woke up again, Ning-yi clearly felt that she had leveled up. Many things she didn't understand before suddenly became clear. Just like Little Red, now she only needs to glance at it to know it is the vermilion bird, almost like the sign with its name on its head. Like her brother, as soon as he sees it, he knows his name is Pangu. Although she was sure before that it was him, she had no proof. Now she is 100% certain. She took out the green flute and waved her hand.
Ah,
What are you doing? Don't destroy my house. The fire almost cut through the middle of the house. A loud, angry girl's voice came from nearby. Turning around, she saw Little Red Bird, about half her height, using its wings to hold its waist and shouting at her.
saw thee.
I just upgraded and was testing my powers. I'll fix it right away. Little Red Bird spat out 2 small flames from its nose, sounding very dismissive. No need. Then it jumped up, stood at the edge of the nest, and aimed a fire at the spot where Ning-yi had drawn, which quickly merged back together visibly. Wow, Little Red Bird is so amazing. Great job. Ning-yi exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up to Little Red Bird. Little Red Bird rolled its eyes clearly. I'm not called Little Red. Oh, then what's your name? Vermilion Bird, Zhu Yan. Vermilion Bird is the name of my clan. Are you stupid? You're the stupid one. No, you're a silly bird, and your whole clan is full of silly birds. Wait, you have a family clan? Since you've been meditating for so long, is it strange that I have a family? My descendants number in the thousands. Envy me? Haha. Ning-yi smiled very politely. Envy? I envy you so much. Zhu, I'm going home now. When you're free, come visit me. Ning-yi said goodbye to Little Red Bird. She had finished what she needed and couldn't stay at someone else's house forever. She took out the things she had prepared for a long time, 100 bags of hotpot base that the little fat bird loved to eat, enough for a long time. She also brought her own handmade hotpot, along with a whole storage bag of vegetables, meat, and freshly ground tofu. There were also snacks like green bean cakes, soybean cakes, pumpkin pancakes, rice strips, and rice cakes. Little Red Bird was a girl, and despite being so chubby, she still loved snacks. Don't eat too much, or you'll get too fat to fly. You're the one who's fat.
Ah,
I want to cut ties with you. Little Red Bird, getting anxious, chased after Ning-yi, driving her out of the fire and dispersing the sadness of parting. It's not that Ning-yi finally realized she should be a guest and knew it was wrong to bother others for too long. It's because she had to go back. The small universe within the Chaos Pearl was upgraded, causing a huge explosion-like change inside. The mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas she had created were completely transformed. But that's not the main point. The main issue is that many plants and fish were heavily damaged or died, leaving only a few remaining. They can only recover through self-healing, which might take many years. She needs to add some new ones. Most importantly, the houses, courtyards, estates, and castles she spent so much time, effort, and magic to build were all destroyed and flattened. She has to rebuild some of them. Some materials are running low, so she needs to gather more. All of this is on her way back. From every angle, she has to go home. On the way back, it was very lively. Ning-yi even felt it was a bit crowded, especially with floating mountains appearing every few steps, surrounded by huge flying birds. Sometimes she saw beasts or creatures that looked like a mix of animals fighting fiercely, blood flowing everywhere. It was so brutal. Beautiful mountains were often damaged beyond recognition. But they didn't dare to harm her and her brother. Their strength was suppressed, so they all ran away when they saw them. The once peaceful, beautiful place was now torn apart, like digging for treasure. So annoying. Everywhere, there was fighting, territory disputes, and treasure snatching. She couldn't understand why everyone was so aggressive.
Ah,
Where's Ting? Brother, our orchid is gone. When Ningyi returned to the Chaos Blue Lotus home, she immediately noticed that the orchid on the root of the blue lotus was missing. Her brother was much calmer. It probably went out to explore in its transformed form. Oh, that's right. Ningyi realized that it didn't leave on its own. Who could break through the blue lotus barrier and take it away? So it ran away from home. So heartless, not even a message left. That's just unreasonable. Unexpectedly, Ningyi returned to her cave residence. At the door, there was a large bundle of orchid petals and a separate, crafted jade petal with a communication talisman. I am traveling and don't know when I will return. Don't worry.
ah.
Ting is a guy? Oh, wait, then I can't call him Ting. His voice is so nice. I wonder if he's handsome. If I had known he could transform, I would have come back earlier. The male voice in the communication talisman was clear, pure, and mid-low in tone. It was cool but gentle, like a private whisper in her ear. Ningyi felt her ears almost pregnant from listening. She held the petals with starry eyes and screamed. Her brother was so annoyed he almost covered his ears. Is it really necessary? That straight guy knows nothing. Since I've grown up, I've never seen a third person. I can get excited, right? Besides, compared to your thunderous voice, this male voice is much nicer. How do you know he can transform into a human form? That's a real question. What can he turn into? A orchid? Can it walk? He probably wouldn't be foolish enough to go out in his true form, right? That would be asking for death. The outside is so dangerous now. Her brother teased her mischievously. Who knows? Maybe he turns into some multi-legged monster or a green crawler. Having traveled back, Ningyi knew exactly what kind of monsters she feared most. Ningyi shivered. Stop talking. If he turns into that, we need to clean up the mess. Haha, who was just saying someone was heartless? Listen to this. Who's truly heartless? Her brother finally stopped talking, smirking proudly. His goal was achieved. He went back to practice cultivation. No one is more important than him in his sister's heart.
He must be number one.
Ningyi, completely unaware of being played, thought about how, just moments ago, she had imagined the elegant, jade-like young master as a multi-legged monster or a green crawler. The thought made her shiver with fear, so terrifying. She hurriedly pushed the strange, scary images out of her mind and focused on practicing her skills. I, Ningyi, am the biological sister of the great god Pengu. I am also a divine being. I don't care about romantic feelings. I only know that in the chaotic world, the winner takes all. Keep going, you are the best. The benefits of leveling up are obvious. Recrafting new small gadgets is much easier than 3 or 5 times. Not only is it easier and more relaxed to make, but the skills are also higher. Even items in the shopping mall can be controlled with the right technique, adding chaotic materials to turn normally flammable and fragile products into chaos-grade items. There are also raw materials like food ingredients and seasonings, from which the essence can be extracted and toxic parts can be purified and removed. Even fish, meat, vegetables, rice, flour, and oil can be refined and extracted without overcooking them in a stove, relying solely on Ningyi's spiritual power. This is wonderful. For food lovers, everything else can be put aside. The items in supermarket food counters, things that don't exist in the chaotic space, like junk food, cola chicken wings, chips, and various puff snacks, are full of additives. All of these need to be gathered, so she can indulge herself and satisfy her cravings. Her brother's taste is becoming more picky. He doesn't touch anything from the mall. Only the ingredients from the chaos space are edible for him. There is no day-night cycle here, so there are no set meals, and Ningyi isn't very diligent about cooking. After her cultivation level increased, her cooking became more powerful with her magic, which is very beneficial for her cultivation. The higher her cultivation, the less effective her cooking becomes. So, her brother doesn't really need her to cook. It's just to satisfy her own appetite. Brother, today I'm making dumplings with fish filling. How about that? Fish filling. Are you finally going to cook meat? Her brother was surprised. Has this girl finally stopped pretending to be delicate and afraid, and is willing to kill animals for food? For a long time, he couldn't understand why she was afraid of crawling creatures and beasts. Their cultivation levels are so low, they can't even withstand a single finger of hers before vanishing completely. What is she afraid of? They can't even get close, and there's no real danger. What's there to be afraid of? They look scary?
Disgusting?
What kind of reason is that? He simply couldn't understand what being scary or disgusting meant. So, for a long time, he didn't say anything and protected his sister carefully. But inwardly, he still thought she was being pretentious, pretending to be fragile and timid. It's a good thing he didn't say it out loud. If he had bluntly said that when they were kids, Ning-yi would have cut ties with him as siblings. People shouldn't be so insulting. That kind of scare is truly frightening, and being grossed out is just gross. It's obviously very disgusting, so who cares if it's dangerous? There's no need to pretend. A goddess's matters shouldn't be considered pretentious. Everyone has a bit of a girl's heart. This fish filling is really delicious. Panga held the 18th batch of filling, showing off and commenting to his sister. Yes, I can tell it's tasty. You've eaten so much. Ning-yi didn't need magic. She made the dumplings by hand. She took a rolling pin and a board, rolled out the dough little by little, and wrapped each dumpling carefully. After finishing, she put them in a pot, watched the fire with her brother, and when they were cooked, he took them out and ate them while still hot. The fish was raised in the small world sea, about 10 meters long and 3 or 4 meters wide. It looked like a black fish, a type of carnivorous fish, with very tender meat and no bones. At first, they thought it looked like a black fish and wanted to see if its meat could be used for boiled fish. After tasting it, they found the flavor was really good. Then she remembered to make dumpling filling. She mixed in some wild chives and herbs for flavor, added purified salt, and didn't use any other seasonings. When eating, no dipping sauce was needed. The natural taste was so fresh it could make your tongue tingle. This fish is also ugly. How dare you kill it? Aren't you afraid? Her brother still asked. Ning-yi answered smoothly, if it's edible and tasty, what does it matter if it's ugly? If I can eat it, I'm not afraid. Her standard for fear was quite reasonable. So, how do you know those reptiles aren't edible? Stop talking, just thinking about it makes me sick. Even if I could eat them, I wouldn't.
Huh.
Isn't that a contradiction? Her brother was confused and shut his mouth. As long as he could eat it, he didn't need to understand everything. Better not to ask unnecessary questions. They ate 37 plates before feeling full. Her brother smiled shyly. You haven't even eaten much. Should I cook for you? Or is there anything else you can do? The person cooking isn't afraid of people eating. They're afraid no one will eat after it's ready. Having someone enjoy the food is the greatest encouragement for a cook. Ning-yi smiled happily. If you're willing to eat, I'll be very happy. Next time, I'll make different fillings for you. I'll have plenty. She also wrapped 15 more dumplings for herself. Her brother looked at her with a big grin. You only eat a little. What's that enough for? Ning-yi was about to argue that this was the kind of appetite a goddess should have. Before she could speak, she heard a child's voice coming from outside the blue lotus barrier, calling, "Mother, mother," in a confused and uncertain tone. Whose child was lost? Why was she looking for her mother here? She turned around and saw a beautiful flame swirling around the blue lotus barrier. When it saw her looking, it stopped suddenly and stared at them eagerly, calling out, "Mother." From its appearance, it was clearly a young deer. It had grown bigger and more beautiful. Its tail was bright red, and its markings on the body were clearer and more attractive. Its antlers had grown large, more beautiful than any deer she had ever seen, pure white and dreamy. "Mother." The young deer kept calling out, looking at Ning-yi with worried eyes. Who was calling her mother? "Little deer, why did you come looking for me? Long time no see. You've grown so big. I miss you so much. But I am not your mother. You can't call me that." Ning-yi flew over and hugged the little deer's neck, gently touching it. The little deer was no longer small. It was as tall as a person. Its antlers alone were taller than Ning-yi herself. But I saw you first. You asked if I was your mother, so isn't the first person I see supposed to be my mother? You even built me a house and gave me food. Only a mother would do that, right? Boo-hoo. Does that mean you don't want me anymore? The little deer's voice was pitiful, making Ning-yi's heart soften. She hurriedly wiped the tears from the little deer's eyes and explained, No, I just like you very much, so I took care of you for a while. I am not your mother. I haven't even gotten married yet, so I can't be your mother. The little deer looked down and said nothing, looking very sad. Oh, it's okay. Even if I'm not your mother, I can be your older sister. We can still play together. Okay? By the way, can you come inside the barrier? Do you feel any danger? When she asked this, the little deer trembled instinctively and shook its head. This barrier is too strong. I can't get in. Ning-yi patted its head. Wait a moment, I'll go back and get some good food for you. She turned around, took out the tools she had just packed away for making dumplings, and created a long table in the air. Half of it was filled with those tools, and the other half with food. What is this? The little deer was attracted by these complicated objects and circled around Ning-yi, forgetting to cry. I'll make dumplings for you to eat.
Can you eat meat?
The little deer thought for a moment and shook its head. I don't eat meat. Ning-yi then found some grass to feed the deer. Since it's a herbivore, grass filling is perfect. Can you transform into a different form? While making the filling and wrapping the dumplings, Ning-yi suddenly thought of this question. Oh, that little deer is much more impressive than the little red bird. The chubby bird can't transform at all. At most, it can show just its head, with a bird's body and a human face, which is quite scary. She stopped it from appearing around her in that form. Do you mean transforming into a form like mine? Ning-yi was happy and almost clapped her hands for the little deer. Then quickly transform. You look so good. Your human form must be the most beautiful. As she finished speaking, the little deer spun around, and its tall deer form disappeared. Before her appeared a small, handsome young man, just a little taller than the table, with a fiery red tail, wearing a wide-sleeved brocade robe. The top was white, and the lower part had flame patterns. He had big eyes with beautiful contact lenses, a small face, and very fair skin, an exceptionally handsome and clean-looking young man. But he was a smaller version, with 2 tiny deer antlers on his forehead. His handsome appearance was not spoiled at all. His hair was also white, snow-white, flowing over his shoulders, just the right length. Oh my, this is too cute. Ning-yi stopped making dumplings and ran over to pinch the little deer's face. The chubby face was soft and elastic, adorable enough to make her want to bite. She was overwhelmed with maternal love. She thought that if the little deer had called her mother in this form just now, she wouldn't be able to refuse. She'd be totally maternal, calling him Big Brother right away. Cough, cough. A certain brother, who was a fan of younger sisters, appeared suddenly, making his presence known. The little deer quickly hid behind Ning-yi and peeked out to look at Pengu. Brother, why did you suddenly appear? You scared the little deer. After scolding his brother, he turned to comfort the little deer. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Don't you recognize me? I'm Brother Pengu. We've been living together for so long. Don't you remember? Brother Pengu. The little deer timidly called out. Pengu just nodded in response and said to his sister, I came out to help you cook the dumplings because I was worried you'd be too tired. I eat very little, the little deer quietly argued, then hid behind Ning-yi, looking very afraid of Pengu. Don't be scared, don't be scared. My brother is the best, the very best brother, number 1. Be good, I will cook dumplings for you, she said softly. Are you really eating so little? Pengu looked at the little deer, who was holding a plate and quickly eating up a storm of green dumplings, already finishing over 10 bowls. Does he want to exhaust his sister? The little deer was still chewing dumplings, but was frightened by Pengu, so it swallowed hurriedly, choking a little, then looked sad with tears in its eyes, holding the plate and saying to Ning-yi, but it's really delicious. Ning-yi couldn't bear to see those sad little eyes. She patted the little deer's back to help it calm down. Don't be scared. If it's tasty, just eat it. I'll make more tomorrow, okay? After comforting the little deer, she turned to her brother. Brother, why did you scare it? I'm not tired, and I stay at home every day with nothing to do. Cooking is pretty fun. Her brother shot her a look. What does he mean by being obsessed? That's just her. When she sees something pretty, her mind goes blank, and she gets all confused. He didn't bother arguing with her. He turned around and went back to his cave, giving the little deer a warning glare before leaving. The little deer just hid behind Ning-yi, pretending to be dead. All right, come out now.
It's okay.
Brother was just scaring you. He wouldn't really hurt you, Ning-yi said, pulling the little deer out and returning to the table to continue eating. She quickly finished making dumplings herself. By the way, little deer, how did you find Qinglian's place? She asked. It was far from its northern hometown. I haven't seen my sister for a long time. I missed her so much that I ran out. I kept walking and walking, thinking of her, and I just kept going until I arrived. The little deer replied. Well, you're impressive. What will you do after that? You can't enter the barrier. Maybe I can build a small house for you outside, Ning-yi suggested. The little deer shook its head. No need. You don't have to worry about me. I'll stay outside and keep company with you. I can go very fast. I'll just jump onto the nearest mountain, and I'll be there in a flash. Ning-yi thought about it. When she first saw it, she remembered that streak of firelight flashing by like a shooting star.
This little guy is really fast.
Looks like running is its special skill. Oh, yes, it's a deer. Of course, it must be good at running. Calculating the distance to the nearest floating mountain from here, she and her brother wouldn't have to walk far. The little deer is much faster than them, so they could arrive in no time. All right then. Later, I'll go with you to the closest mountain and help you build a house to live in. Is that okay? The little deer nodded eagerly. Yes. Aren't you going back home? The little deer pouted. I want to stay with my sister a little longer. My brothers are watching the house, so it's fine. You have brothers now. Yes. There's Ludian, Philian, Fuju, and Bays. Ning-yi listened to these names. She hadn't heard the first few before, but Bays sounded very familiar. From what the little deer said, these are probably divine beasts born naturally, just like him. They were born after they left. Then you're welcome to bring your brothers to visit. The little deer looked happy. Sure. Later, I'll bring them to see my sister. They don't look as good as me, but they're much better than reptiles. I think you'll like them. Ha, little thing. Eavesdropping on her conversation with her brother, and now she even knows she's a fan of good looks. Once the little deer had eaten enough, Ning-yi couldn't remember exactly how much grass it had eaten. This little creature probably has a secret space inside its belly, where it can eat endlessly. She wondered what it means to be full. Let's go. I'll take you to find a place to stay. After packing up, Ning-yi took the little deer to find a temporary shelter. According to the chaos standards, around Qinglian, outside the barrier, there's a sizable vacuum zone. Beyond this zone, there are many floating mountains and plants growing in the air, and many animals too. They are attracted by Qinglian's powerful creation energy. They aren't afraid to step into danger, gathering around, relying on the faint creation energy that leaks out, making this place better than others. In fact, the birthplaces of the 4 divine beasts are similar. At least, Ning-yi has seen 3 of them herself, and she believes the last one probably isn't much different. She remembered the big willow tree in the east, which was so frightened by her plan to use its willow branches to make a basket that it wrapped itself into a cocoon. Yes, let's go there. Sister, you can ride on my back. I'll carry you and we'll go faster. We are about to leave. The little deer revealed its true form as a giant deer, and Ning-yi sat on its back. That's okay. Ning-yi was not polite. She turned sideways and sat on the deer's back. Sure enough, it was much faster, at least 100 times faster than her and her brother wandering around. In the blink of an eye, they could see the big willow tree. This creature had evolved. From afar, it looked much larger, with its branches waving in the air, claws and teeth showing. Small animals flew past, and instantly, the willow branches wrapped around them, then threw them into the tree trunk to be eaten. A little further ahead, Ning-yi and the deer entered its mental space. They watched as it shrank suddenly from an enormous size to just as tall as Ningyi's calf, trying to hide from her view.
Impossible.
Wow, is this your smallest size?
Still so big.
Your intelligence isn't very high either. My tea tree is only as big as my palm. Do you envy it? Ningyi crouched in front of a small willow, twirling its branches with her finger, teasing it. Ugh, you bad thing, bullying the tree. Her voice was a little more childish than the deer's, almost like a chubby little bird. Haha, bullying a tree? How am I bullying you? I didn't use your branches to weave a basket, and I didn't even move a single leaf. Just bullying the tree? Do you even know what bullying is? Want me to show you? The willow branches danced wildly, as if shaking its head. No, I'm fine now. You should go quickly. Hopefully they would never meet again. Ah, that's a pity. I thought, with your mighty appearance, you should be the ruler of the mountain. I wanted to help you. But if you don't want it, then forget it. She stood up, jumped onto the deer, and was about to leave. Hey, wait. I didn't say I didn't want help. The willow tree was indeed tempted. Then I can't help you for nothing, right? What are your conditions? Let's make a master-servant contract. You can be my follower. Are you crazy? I'm just a tree, a willow tree. I can't ride or eat you. I can't weave baskets with so many branches. A master-servant contract? Really? The willow branch parted slightly, revealing a face on the trunk, looking at Ningyi with disdain. It didn't think there was anything wrong with the contract. Instead, it thought Ningyi was a bit crazy. She glared at the little deer with a clear look, as if saying, You, a great demon, are riding on such a silly creature. Ningyi clenched her fists, and her gaze became even more fierce.
Ah!
How can you trick the tree? You're only my servant. Isn't it your mount? Ningyi was sure she didn't hit the tree, since it willingly formed a contract with her. They quickly became master and servant. After the contract, the tree's spirit connected with Ningyi's, and she realized she only had this one servant. The little deer was not her servant at all. It immediately became unhappy. Originally, she thought that having a great demon as a mount must be very impressive. Following such a master, she could also improve herself and stand equal to the great demon. Moreover, behind this person was her brother, whose strength was unfathomable. Having such a powerful backing was much better than fighting alone outside. How did I trick you? I never said the little deer was my mount. It's my brother, okay? You misunderstood, so don't blame me. Stop talking nonsense, come over quickly, we're leaving. Ningyi jumped onto the little deer's back, not bothering to argue. With the master-servant contract, it couldn't run away. No matter how unwilling the tree was, it had no choice. It grumbled and muttered as it shrank to the size of a palm, attaching itself to Ningyi's shoulder. After forming the contract, it shared part of its cultivation with Ningyi, causing its strength to surge. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become so small. The little deer leapt twice and arrived at the nearest floating mountain. This mountain was large because it was close to the chaos green lotus. It was lush with plants, full of flying birds and beasts, looking very lively. Ningyi and the little deer found a water-rich stream nearby, gathered materials, and built a big wooden house. The little deer had grown too big for the small house. At its insistence, Ningyi arranged a small bedroom with a bed for it, so it could stay when it transformed. After eating so many herbal dumplings with attribute enhancements she made herself, she didn't use much energy on this trip. The little deer was barely holding on. Once the house was built, it lay down and fell asleep, absorbing energy. Seeing this, Ningyi didn't disturb it. She gathered wild grass to make a soft mat and used magic to move the deer onto it. She also set up a protective barrier outside the house. Little Lou, you stay here and watch over the little deer to keep it safe. As for the rest of the time, do whatever you want. I won't interfere. The willow tree fell beside the wooden house, revealing its true form and covering the entire house with its branches.
Got it.
You're so considerate. Does a mighty demon lord care about this? He's in deep meditation, not dead. His bloodline is suppressed, so no one can get close to him. Ningyi stays close to this fiery willow tree. After giving her instructions, she heads into the mountains. Since she came here, it's only right to gather enough fruits and vegetables. Once she's finished, she goes back to check on the wooden house. The willow tree is showing off its power, causing trouble for the animals on the mountain. That's a matter of nature, and Ning-yi doesn't care. She leaves a basket of fruits for the little deer. She also leaves a small basket of plant essence for the willow tree, which helps its cultivation. Then she returns to her blue lotus cave. You're back. Her brother sees her return and greets her casually. Brother, are you practicing cultivation? It's rare to see her brother so relaxed. Even a top student can slack off sometimes. Her brother glares at her. I've been in seclusion. If you get into danger outside, can I come to save you in time? Huh? That's unlikely. Brother, I'm very strong. He nods. Your cultivation is okay now, but your mind isn't very sharp. You can fool people just by pretending. It's still dangerous. Brother, why do you say that about me? Do you think I look down on people? What's wrong with my mind? How am I easy to fool? Her brother stops talking. It's clear he doesn't want to argue. Ning-yi gets annoyed and pulls on his sleeve, not letting go. Brother, tell me honestly, am I not smart? He looks at her hand on his sleeve and falls silent. Manhwa is back. Did you notice? What? Ting is back. Ning-yi loosens her grip and quickly flies toward the root of the blue lotus. I'll go see Ting. See? It's so easy to fool him. Of course, he didn't deceive her, but if he had, it would just be a matter of words. Ting, you're back. Ning-yi greets the unchanged blue lotus by its side. She keeps talking. Where did you go? You've already transformed, right? Why do you still look like this? Why don't you transform and chat with me? Why aren't you talking? Can't you talk? No way. What is your cultivation method? Why are you so slow? Never mind, I'll help you. After reciting scriptures for a long time, no one paid attention to her. Ning-yi took a bottle of herbal essence she made herself and placed it in front of the orchid. This was much better than the one she gave to the willow tree. That was made from simple wild grass and flowers she picked casually. This was high-quality material, carefully refined in her alchemy furnace. The orchid didn't speak. It extended a leaf and inserted it into the bottle. Clearly, the leaf absorbed the herbal essence, its color becoming more transparent and shiny. After a while, the rich scent of the everlasting orchid spread out, and a few leaves fell off. Following her usual habit, Ning-yi collected the orchid and muttered, Look at you. Why are you so shy? Just talk to me. If you transform, we can go out and play together. Wouldn't that be great? If you go out alone, there are so many bad people outside, so dangerous. But with me, it's different. I'm so powerful, it's the safest with me. If my brother were here too, it would be even safer. Don't be afraid. I'm a bit of a beauty lover and like pretty things, but inner beauty is important too. Even if you're ugly and your voice isn't nice, I won't dislike you. We're old friends, right? But the orchid just stood there, unmoving, not responding to her chatter. Everything felt like endless years of companionship. It was as if it had never run away from home, as if the story about Pengu transforming into it wasn't real. Fortunately, Ning-yi was used to this and didn't mind. She even teased the orchid, Ting, give me some reaction. Shake your flowers, and I'll make more herbal essence to take care of you, okay? This time, the orchid really responded. The whole plant swayed gently in the breeze. Ning-yi looked at it with a love-struck expression, staring blankly. So beautiful. So fragrant. I'll make a sachet with your petals and hang it on myself, so I'll smell nice too. Never mind, if you don't want to talk to me, I'll go back. Come visit me when you're bored. You can also come find me to play, but you have to transform first. Big brother, why won't the orchid transform and play with me? Ning-yi returned to her cave and still couldn't understand, so she went to ask her brother. Her brother looked at her and said, Aren't you always thinking about making it your servant or pet? You want it to be a maid, right? It probably doesn't want to. Who always wants it to be a maid? I never did. If it doesn't want to, then that's fine. We can just be good friends or sisters. I already told it that even if it looks ugly when it transforms, I won't dislike it. But it doesn't seem very happy about that. Her brother couldn't hold back his laughter and almost lost his smile. Maybe it's just shy. Don't push it too hard. If you want to play, isn't Little Deer still around? Didn't you just get a new servant? Little Deer is in seclusion, sleeping. Xiao Luer is a chatterbox, always complaining and has a bad temper.
She also always complains about me.
She's not very likable. Then find someone suitable and get a new servant. When you see someone you like, don't be afraid. If you're not sure how to make the seal, I can help you. He said he couldn't help before and now he can? Forget it, I won't look for anyone for now. I promised Tingting to help her refine some herbal essence to aid her cultivation. Her cultivation level is so low I can't see it clearly. Maybe that's why her transformation isn't very pretty. When her cultivation improves, she'll look better. She's my good friend, so I won't play around now. I'll help her raise her cultivation instead. Her brother nodded seriously. That's a good idea. Helping others also helps yourself. But don't forget about Manhwa and Little Deer. I won't. My brother is always number one in my heart. After spending so much time together, Ningyi knew very well her brother's obsession with her. As long as she kept him happy, everything was easy to handle. Her brother smiled happily, clearly satisfied with her answer. He told her not to go far and to send a message if there was any danger. Then he went into seclusion. She didn't understand why. Even though they were so powerful, they still kept closing themselves off. The world of top students is really hard to understand. Ningyi decided to focus on refining medicine. She wanted to keep up with the top students, at least not fall too far behind. She concentrated on her alchemy, making over 10 or 20 bottles. Then she paused to send some to Tingting. She also made some for Little Deer. If Little Deer came to visit, she would prepare some delicious food. She also planned to surprise her brother with different dishes. She slipped some into her fingers and gave a little to the willow tree, enough for it to enjoy. Seeing her progress, she realized she was still useful, and her attitude towards her owner improved. Since having the Little Deer, she no longer needs to go out to gather materials. The deer, carrying willow trees, moves swiftly like the wind and acts quickly. It brings back plenty of good things whenever needed. She doesn't like going out for another reason. The animals nowadays look strange and scary. Some are missing limbs, while others are overly large and exaggerated. Many are ugly and frightening. It's better to stay at home. That's quite nice. Big sister, I've been out for a long time and need to go home. Do you want to come back with me and play? Don't you want to see that turtle? After staying for a while, the Little Deer knew it was time to go home and looked for an excuse to persuade Ningyi to come along. But it wasn't really a turtle, and it didn't look good.
It didn't want to see it.
Ningyi shook her head like a rattledrum. No, I won't go. I'm too busy now.
No time to go out.
I'll see when I have free time. The Little Deer lowered its head, looking sad. All right then. But remember, when you're free, you must come see me. When I have free time, I'll bring some brothers to visit sister. Ningyi handed it over a dozen bottles of herbal essence she had just refined, as a gift. The Little Deer packed up the items and kept looking back as it left. Ningyi watched the willow tree outside the blue lotus barrier, which showed no intention of leaving. Xiao Luer, you should go back too. Practice well, or you won't be worthy of me. Go on, go on. The willow tree hesitated, acting coquettishly. Can I stay here? The spiritual energy here is much stronger than on the mountain. Thanks to the contract between Ningyi and the willow tree, the blue lotus didn't reject it. But it didn't dare enter the barrier, afraid of being destroyed. It stayed in the empty space, which benefited it more than the creatures outside. Then do as you like. She ignored it. She wasn't petty. If she could get back at it now, she wouldn't give it a good look. Otherwise, it might get confused about who is the boss. And since it enjoyed benefits others didn't, she wouldn't let it enjoy for free. When she needed to gather materials or do work, the willow tree was always the one to do it. It didn't dare complain and went quickly. Life went on peacefully like this. Ningyi's crossing over was very laid back. She didn't have any tasks or missions. She has no clear goals and tends to go with the flow. She is not a career-driven woman. She doesn't mind this comfortable life. When she gets bored with alchemy, she tries other things. She experiments with cooking. After picking herbs with a willow tree and bringing back a nest of unknown eggs, she even made egg cakes. She also used the sap from a tree that flows with milk to make cakes from the alchemy furnace. She enjoys making small sweets, drinking coffee, and casually browsing recipes. She has turned her chaotic world into a relaxing afternoon tea scene from the 21st century. People say that without pressure, life feels light and aimless, and she has become so relaxed that she has no goals. Brother, why don't we explore the last place we haven't been to? She waits and waits, but neither Ting nor the willow tree transform. The willow tree has even turned into a scruffy young man with long hair and green leaves all over his clothes. But he remains the same as always. Ning-yi runs out of patience. After her brother's latest return from a closed-door retreat, she plans to go out. Her brother has no objections. So once again, they start a spontaneous trip. Wow, this world is so much more beautiful. They pass through mountains and rivers, seeing many animals that match her taste. Brightly colored big birds, giant beasts with wings, things that don't look so scary anymore. They travel and stop at the westernmost edge, a vast land that seems endless. Ning-yi still longs for the white tiger she dreams of, but she is not satisfied. This place is really nice, brother. Let's settle down here. By a small stream behind the mountain, Ning-yi feels grounded. She decides to build a simple home by the water. Her brother remains the same, always following her lead. Ning-yi builds 2 stone houses, one for herself, one for her brother. The big willow tree forms its body, roots itself behind the houses, and its branches cover the roofs, with gaps between the leaves making the houses look partly hidden. In front of the houses, there's a small yard with a wooden fence, full of flowers. Inside, there's a millstone, a stone table, and 4 stone stools. On the right side, she sets up a thatched shed with a stove, a pot, and some simple rustic clay jars, plates, and bowls. The stone houses have no doors or windows. Her brother, tired of fuss, refuses to add curtains or decorations. Ning-yi's room was decorated with layers of sheer curtains. When the wind blew, the light fabric fluttered, creating a lively and graceful scene, just like the fairy residence she dreamed of. Everything was wonderful. The big carp caught from the creek tasted great. She simply prepared it, cooked it into fish soup, and it was very delicious. She finally felt like she was living a good life. Ning-yi happily enjoyed her simple days, lost in happiness, and hadn't thought about returning to Qinglian's hometown for a long time. One day, a dark shadow suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of her door. From then on, the peaceful days were gone forever. Hey, are you dead or alive? Can you talk? Ning-yi squatted beside the man in black, holding a stick, poking at him to see if he was alive or dead. Next to her, the scruffy little lure, in his transformed form, looked like a small bean.
He was squatting there.
His whole body was covered only by a willow branch skirt that barely hid his important parts. When he squatted down, his bottom was exposed. It was quite unappealing. He wasn't afraid at all. He reached out and pushed the man in black twice with his finger, responding in a cute voice, "Not dead yet, but not for long." Throw him in the river? Dying here would dirty the land. He spoke the softest words, but with the harshest tone. Don't. Throwing him in the river would dirty the water. I still want to eat fish. Ning-yi disagreed. Then how about the mountain? There are many beasts there, and it would be clean after they eat him. Isn't that a bit bad? What's bad about it?
He's already dead.
Do you want to keep him as fertilizer? I don't want that.
Who knows what he really is?
What if he's poisonous? Oh. But there are flowers too, right? Flowers are no good either. Killing the flowers would be a pity. I water them every day. I wouldn't be tired. So, what do you suggest we do? I said, just throw him on the mountain. The two of them argued passionately, not noticing that the person lying on the ground had already woken up. He hadn't wanted to move, but their arguing made him so angry he coughed up blood again. Oh no, he's coughing blood. Is he still alive? Hearing the coughing, Ning-yi looked at the man in black's face and saw that he was still alive. Help! Help, he dramatically coughed twice, spitting out 2 words, then fainted again. Ningyi stood up and brushed the dirt off her clothes. Looking at Xiao Luer, she said, "Put him into the barrier." Xiao Luer looked at her, showing that he was quite strong. Serious chaos demon god, an old spirit.
Why?
Aren't you going to throw him away? Why save him? He didn't do anything special. She had been in this world for a long time and had never seen a creature injured so badly that it still maintained human form. It was quite rare. Xiao Luer was a servant and could only follow orders. Pangu wasn't home right now. He had gone out hunting. Before leaving, he set up a barrier around the small yard of the stone house to keep it safe. Ningyi could now protect herself easily. Pangu was finally not staying at home all the time. He had his own things to do. Xiao Luer waved his arm, which turned into a big willow branch, and swept the black-clad man into the barrier, then threw him onto the ground. How do I save him? Ningyi looked at Xiao Luer for help. Xiao Luer, sounding cute and a bit annoyed, said she didn't know anything.
Don't worry about it.
Let him stay inside the barrier and fend for himself, huh? Isn't that the same as not saving him? How is that not saving? Can't you tell he ran here after losing a fight? The barrier is safe, and he won't be chased by enemies. He's like that, but he's not dead. He can naturally repair himself. Why bother? Really, with his level, just give him some space to breathe. Why worry so much? You don't understand how chaos demon gods survive. Ningyi decided to trust Xiao Luer, even though it didn't sound very reliable. Then let's leave him be. She truly didn't care anymore. The black-clad man lay at the edge of the barrier, left to fend for himself. She returned to the small yard to continue her leisurely life of tending flowers and planting grass. When she was hungry, she went to the creek to catch fish, trying different ways to cook and eat them. Young lady, have you seen someone dressed in black? For safety reasons, mainly because she was afraid of danger, Ningyi rarely left the barrier. Today, she went out to catch fish and was busy by the creek when she heard a voice behind her. She turned around and saw a tall, imposing man in a white robe, standing there with a commanding presence, naturally intimidating without even trying. He had a good face, with a cold, icy look typical of a stern man. At this moment, he was trying to look kind, which made his face look a bit awkward. Ningyi looked him up and down carefully. Yes, I have. Are you looking for him? Did you hurt him? Naive and sweet, she answered with a silly expression. The more foolish her reply, the better. No, we are friends. I heard he was hurt, so I came to help him. Where did he go? Haha, Ningyi didn't believe a single word of that. I don't know. Have you seen him? Did you see where he went? Ningyi pointed to the small creek. He fell into the river and floated away. The person in white jumped up to fly away, thanking Ningyi as he did so. Thank you, young girl.
Until we meet again.
Whether they would meet again, Ningyi didn't care. She fished out some fish, picked a few clams, and caught a little river shrimp, then headed home. One reason she liked this place and was happy to settle here was that the creek was very small. The fish and shrimp inside were much smaller than those outside, much more normal. They were still big, but within her acceptable range. Like the fried river shrimp she used to eat at home, those small river shrimps were only about half a finger long. Here, the big ones were palm-sized, and the small ones were finger-sized. They were much larger than those caught elsewhere, often bigger than her. These shrimps tasted very fresh. She made shrimp oil and shrimp paste, cooked tofu with it, delicious. Even just stir-frying some greens was super tasty. The clams also tasted good. These clams had small arms, with lots of meat. Ningyi liked to slice the meat and stir-fry it with green peppers or chives. Very appetizing. There were many ways to cook small fish. They were longer than her arm, with many bones but tender meat. Ningyi was too lazy to pick out the bones. After thinking for a moment, she decided to make fish soup as the base and stew some lamb. Fish and lamb together would be very fresh. She had collected quite a bit of lamb from the market, and it would be nice to stew some lamb chops. Thinking this, she busily worked in the kitchen, directing Xiao Luer to grind beans and make tofu. First, she fried the fish until cooked, mashed it, and made broth. Only after the broth was ready did she prepare the clams and shrimp. The aroma from frying, stir-frying, and cooking wafted out of the small yard, even outside the barrier. The injured person in black had already been awakened by the smell, though he didn't know what it was. And he certainly didn't understand what Ning-yi was doing. Until Ning-yi finished cooking and brought over a bowl of lamb rib soup. The soup was milky white, with 2 pieces of lamb ribs and some white radish chunks inside. Green scallions and cilantro floated on top, making the color very beautiful. Please enjoy the soup. Ning-yi simply thought that since there was plenty of soup and she couldn't finish it all herself, and since Xiao Luer didn't eat meat, it was normal to share some food. Her habit of inviting others to eat probably developed from her past life. The man in black looked at the soup, not knowing what it was, but feeling a strong desire to drink it. Thinking about his situation, he decided there was no need for trouble. He reluctantly sat up, took the bowl, and drank it all in one gulp, as if facing death bravely. Hey, why are you eating so fast? There are bones. Ning-yi wanted to stop him, but didn't have time. She saw him put the lamb ribs into his mouth, chewing loudly on the bones. In a few bites, he finished the ribs, including the meat and bones. After drinking the soup, the man in black felt a surge of spiritual energy flowing through his body. His injuries quickly improved. He realized he had encountered a great opportunity and met a powerful person. Can I have another serving? My name is Yen-yi. I was practicing on the unnamed mountain near Zhuke Island. Recently, an enemy took advantage of my retreat to attack me, damaging my foundation. I wanted to escape to the White Tiger territory for protection. I am exhausted and grateful for your help, Senior. The man in black finished most of the lamb soup, his strength returning about 70 or 80%. The visible wounds on his body disappeared, leaving only a few large scars that had scabbed over. Feeling stronger and grateful, he took the initiative to share his name and background. Ning-yi had never heard of this name before, so there was no need to ask further. Do you know someone in white clothes? He said he was your friend and came to help because he knew you were hurt. When she asked this, Yen-yi's expression visibly tensed. After a moment of tension, he looked angry. What friend? That scoundrel, he was the one who hurt me. I hate him with a passion. Without him, I wouldn't be in this situation. After venting his anger, he looked at Ning-yi with caution. Did you tell him I was here? Ning-yi shook her head. No, I said you were washed away by the creek. Listen to my name. Does it sound like I can handle water? But she couldn't say this out loud. At that time, he was unconscious and unaware of what was happening. No matter what others said, he couldn't interfere. He won't believe it. He will definitely doubt you. You saved my life, and I don't want to harm you. You should run quickly. That Chu Lian is very fierce and ruthless. If there's any benefit, he won't let it go. The thing you made contains spiritual energy and is very good for cultivation. If he finds out, he will capture you and force you to make it for him. Ning-yi just listened to Yen-yi's words without much thought. She didn't know either of the fighters well and wouldn't judge who was good or bad based on one side of the story. Having stayed in the chaotic space for so long, she learned that creatures here have no sense of right or wrong. Because there's no karma, they often fight and kill. It's a place where strength rules everything. Yen-yi said that the white-clothed man named Chu Lian was bad, but who could guarantee he was truly evil? He didn't try to capture her or force her to make medicinal soups for him. It's okay. My barrier was set up by my brother. No one in the chaos, except him, can break it. Don't you feel that your magic can't be used here? This clearly told him she had backing, support, and a strong protector, so she wasn't afraid. Yen-yi didn't speak. He had just used his power and couldn't activate it again. Can that person help me make some more of that? Whatever you want. Once I'm better, I can make it for you and exchange it. Is that okay? Ning-yi didn't refuse. It wouldn't be right to let him eat for free.
Sure.
By the way, it's called soup. The one you just drank was lamb chop soup. The container for the soup is called a bowl, and inside, you didn't use a spoon. That's enough science for now. If you want to work, help me grind the beans. I need to make bean flour for rolls. After grinding, I'll pound rice. Yen-yi struggled to stand up. What is grinding? What is pounding rice? Ningi took him to see the millstone first, and then taught him how to use it. She also showed him how to use the pounding rice jar. Don't use magic to help. Food made with magic doesn't taste as good. Take your time. If you do well, you'll have 2 meals a day. If not, there's nothing. Yan Yi wasn't ashamed or worried about dignity. He listened carefully, learned seriously, and didn't think working for food was wrong. To keep eating nourishing soup, he obediently went to grind the beans. Little Luer saw this and was happiest because it didn't have to help grind the mill. Yenny, you cowardly turtle, hiding in your shell isn't impressive. If you have the courage, come out and fight me to the death. The relaxed days of grinding and sharing meals with the young man in black didn't last long. Outside the barrier, the white-clad people had indeed returned. He couldn't enter the barrier, and Yenny didn't seem to mind staying inside. Anyway, she refused to go out. People outside shouted and cursed loudly, but inside, she was deaf to it all. She continued grinding, moving gracefully and smoothly, without a single pause or hesitation. Her hands didn't shake. She was very steady. After grinding 2 jars of flour, she got up to water the vegetable garden and flowers. Near the garden, there was a large stone water tank, half full of water. It wasn't enough for watering, but she was slow and deliberate, pouring water scoop by scoop. After watering, she didn't go out to fetch more water. Instead, she put down the ladle and carefully chopped firewood. She worked calmly and patiently, unhurried. The shouting outside sounded like background music. Xiao Luer initially looked on with interest, eager to watch the show. But when he saw Yenny remained unfazed and even mocked him a few times to provoke her into fighting, he realized she wasn't interested. His goal was to make her angry enough to fight, hoping for a good fight or even a chance to profit if they hurt each other badly. But Yenny ignored his words as if they were nothing. She cast a spell, making a large willow branch into a cradle for her to sleep in. Ning Yi, on the other hand, was not the type to interfere. Besides, why should she stand up for others? She stayed inside her room, sitting on a lounge chair by the window, flipping through a recipe book. Her brother should be back soon from his outing. She was studying a new dish. Buddha jumps over the wall, preparing to welcome her brother. Some ingredients in this dish were dried goods, and some were seafood. She needed to refine the impurities from the market ingredients first, or her brother would need it. The soup needed to simmer for quite a while, with many steps. If she made a mistake at any step, the flavor would be off. She had to prepare everything thoroughly in advance. Who had the time to worry about their fight outside? It didn't concern her at all. Let them argue and fight as they wanted. Who is making noise at my door? Are you so reckless? Outside the door, Panga's voice sounded. Ningyi put down her book and went outside. She saw her brother descending from the sky. With a wave of his hand, the white-clad person who had been shouting and cursing was instantly turned to dust, with no chance to fight back. Inside the barrier, Yan Yi was already kneeling in the yard, touching his forehead to the ground and trembling. Is this a bit too harsh? Before Ning Yi could say anything, her brother started scolding her. Why are you so timid? Just let people stand at the door and curse? Are you unable to fight him, or what? Letting someone bully us and not fighting back. He looked at Yan Yi kneeling on the ground. Who is this? Why is he in our house? I saved him. Little Yan Yi, greetings, great deity. This was too humble. Ning Yi couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Brother, I didn't dare not to fight back. I just didn't want to move or get my hands dirty. It's rare to meet a shape-shifting demon. Just venting a little, scolding him, it's no big deal. It's not like he's hurting me. Saying that, she thought about how she was just being cowardly. Brother, why do you smell so strongly of blood? Were you fighting outside? As soon as her brother entered the barrier, Ningyi could smell the blood and felt a bit sick. She herself felt quite uncomfortable, but Lu Er and Yan Jia, who were watching the scene, showed no reaction. Her brother shot her a sidelong glance. Those things? They're not worth fighting me over. I was just cleaning up when they got in the way. Looks like you're not lazy, and your cultivation has improved. After saying this, she couldn't understand why he was so timid and didn't dare to fight, even though their cultivation levels weren't much different. Hee, I've been working my training. I said I want to be the second strongest in the chaos, and I mean to keep my word. Brother, go back to your room and freshen up. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Is there anything special you want to eat? Anything is fine. Maybe hotpot. It's easy. While replying, Ning-yi turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare hotpot. She ordered Lu Er to go catch some fish for slicing. She also poured out part of the broth she had been simmering for Buddha jumps over the wall to use as soup base. She washed and cut vegetables, prepared everything. Yan Jie, who was on the ground, secretly slipped out of the barrier and flew away. Ning-yi just ignored it. If he wanted to leave, let him. She didn't really need a powerful demon servant.
Ba, Cowards, Xiao Lue mocked others.
He must have gone to accept the white-clad person's dwelling. Do you believe it? He analyzed his guess with Ning-yi. Of course, there's no need to ask. Otherwise, why would he run so fast? No one at home paid attention to him, and there was no real danger to his life. There must be something more attractive than her soup. Besides, the white-clad person's family, who keeps him hiding in the barrier. What else could it be? Here, this is for you. Before her brother went back to sit at the stone table to prepare hotpot, he took out a shining beaded bracelet and placed it on the table. Ning-yi picked up the bracelet to look. The beads seemed to be made of chaos wood, a type of tree she didn't recognize, so she called it chaos wood. The beads were made from very high-quality wood. It's all seeds and seedlings of flowers, herbs, fruits, vegetables, and some materials for refining tools. You like these, right? Her brother used chopsticks to cook meat and casually mentioned. Oh, I see. It's a storage bracelet, so that's what it is. Brother, you've been out so long just to find these? That's so tiring. I don't lack these things. Ning-yi blinked her eyes at her brother, almost crying. He was so kind. Then she received a big eye roll from her brother. What are you pretending for? Thinking of something nice? Going out just to find these broken branches and leaves? I was just traveling and picked them up casually. You, like you, practice once and never use it? If a real fight broke out, you wouldn't even know how to attack. Oh, so you went out for real combat. Anyway, I know my brother likes me the most.
He always thinks of me.
Hee. How could it be just broken branches and leaves, as he said? This brother, why has he become so sarcastic again? Don't be awkward. Just admit you spoil her. What's with the excuses? Are you afraid she'll get proud? What fight? I'm a goddess. A goddess. No goddess fights and kills. That's so ugly. I won't do it. I have a powerful green flute as my weapon, a turtle shell chaos pearl, and innate invincibility. If I can't win with one move, I just dodge. Why fight? Big sister, I'm here. Ning-yi happily arranged the exotic flowers and plants her brother gave her, transplanting them into her small chaotic pearl world. After tidying up, she was planting flower and grass seeds in her little garden by the river when she heard a distant, rough voice like a broken gong. She turned to see where the sound was coming from. Oh my, 5 mountains seemed to fly over. The 5 creatures in their true forms were probably deer. She only recognized the little deer, Shu, which had grown several times larger and more beautiful since their last meeting. The fiery patterns on its body looked like real flames dancing on its skin. Its antlers had also grown much bigger and looked even more elegant. Big sister, I brought my younger brothers and sisters to see you. The little deer excitedly circled around Ning-yi, introducing the others. It raised one of its legs and pointed to a creature beside it with a huge horn on its forehead, looking like a qilin. Definitely not a deer. This is Lu Duan. All right, the name contains the sound of deer. Lu Duan made a call and rubbed its horn against Ning-yi's arm to show affection, then also called her Big Sister in a buzzing, humming voice, which was definitely a deer's voice. The little deer pointed to another creature with a bird's head and a snake's tail, but its body was still a deer. This is Fei Lian. That name sounds familiar. I must have heard it somewhere before, but I can't remember where. It was a sweet female voice. The little deer then pointed to another creature on the other side, semi-transparent with 4 horns. This is Fu Zhu. That name also sounds familiar. Wow, this one is really beautiful, semi-transparent and crystal clear, like carved from water. And she's wealthy. Her feet don't touch the ground, and before she lands, the path is paved with gold and jade. Who knows where the gold and jade come from? Step by step, gold and jade appear. The last one beside Fuju was a lion with deer antlers. The little deer pointed at it and said, "This is Bai Zhe." Oh my goodness, I've heard that name many times. The top mythical beast, the most auspicious of auspicious signs, the embodiment of good fortune. Ningyi's eyes lit up as she stared at Bai Zhe, making the other deer feel shy. It timidly asked, "Big sister, did I do something wrong?" "Oh my, it's a girl." No, it's just because you look so beautiful." "I love beautiful creatures the most." Ningyi smiled like a big gray wolf. The little deer was unhappy. "Big sister, why are you like this? Don't you like me the most? I like you all the most. By the way, how did you find this place? Did you walk for a long time? Are you tired? I can make you some green herb dumplings to eat, okay?" When she said that, the 5 big deer heads nodded eagerly. Yes. They often heard Deer Shu brag about how delicious her dumplings were, and they were almost drooling with hunger. Seeing their enthusiasm, Ning-yi was even happier. She brushed the dirt off her hands, turned around to go back to the barrier to cook, and was about to invite them in. But then she hesitated and looked back at a few divine deer. "Can you transform? My home is a little small, and with you like this, there might not be enough space." "Oh." The little deer immediately transformed into teenagers about 13 or 14 years old, patting their heads and talking to their younger brothers. "I forgot. Hurry up and transform. Big sister likes us to change shape." For divine deer changed form, and suddenly, in front of Ningyi appeared 5 little children, 3 boys and 2 girls. They weren't very small, but a bit older, around 10 years old. They still had some of their original features, like small deer antlers that hadn't fully grown, except for Lu Duan, who had a cow horn. They looked adorable. The huge beast suddenly turning into little friends was so cute that Ning-yi couldn't help but feel very fond of them. "Let's go, time to go home." She led the children back to the barrier, thinking about the girl inside dressed in white with a golden robe. She was the legendary Bai Zhe. Ning-yi felt a little dizzy under her feet. She didn't know much about the others' legends, but if they could be siblings with Bai Zhe, they probably weren't so ordinary either. Before entering the barrier, the little deer whispered to Ningyi, "Big sister, is Brother Pengu at home?" "Yes, he's in seclusion. I'm still a little afraid of him." After saying that, she looked back and told her younger brothers and sister softly, "Let's be quiet, don't jump around or make noise. Brother Pengu is very powerful." Her older brother didn't seem to do much to her, right? He just disliked that she ate a lot and was worried she'd get tired from making dumplings, so he scared her a little to stop her from always being spoiled and asking for food. But it was just a little scare. She wasn't really afraid. Why is everyone so scared of her brother? He's so good. There's nothing to be afraid of. Little Lu is busy grinding grain in the yard, looking happy when she sees the little deer. She says, "Come help quickly, I'm so tired." They often went out together to find supplies and lived on the same floating mountain, so they are very familiar. The little deer happily runs over, followed by some smaller ones. The grinding stone is also in their home in Xuanwu land, so they are not unfamiliar with it, but they haven't seen how to use it before, so they are curious and busy helping. Ning-yi doesn't mind them playing. She takes out flour, mixes the dough, and lets it rise. Then she prepares the dumpling filling. The filling is made of fresh grass, just chopped up. The grass is ready-made, from previous stock. She works quickly, and soon she starts making dumplings. She orders little Lu to heat the pot and pour water, and soon the dumplings are in the pot. When the dumplings are ready, 5 children sit around the table, holding plates, eagerly waiting. Ning-yi is amused to see their eager faces. When the dumplings are served, their appetite is not small. They are 5 bottomless pits. These easy-to-raise children are the most adorable. Ning-yi hasn't been this busy in a long time and actually feels a bit nostalgic. She can't remember exactly how much they ate in the end. Anyway, Little Lu was cursing and swearing while rolling the dumpling skins, complaining that the divine deer are gluttons. She kept talking for a long time, but she didn't know if they heard her or not, and eventually stopped eating. Then they each hiccuped, and their eyelids started to droop, clearly full and sleepy. Ning-yi took out a small wooden house-shaped space, placed it on the open ground near the barrier, and transformed it into a resting place for them. Deer Shu looked less tired. He ate the least, had the highest cultivation level, and absorbed energy well. He took his younger brothers and sisters into the house, settled them, and then came out again. "How did you find us?" Ning-yi was very curious. "Does the little deer have a special tracking skill?" "We went to your house. You weren't there, so I went to the mountain to find little Lu. She wasn't there either. That mountain was taken by others. I thought you probably hadn't returned for a long time. So I asked the mountain spirits and monsters and they told me you came this way, so I asked around along the way." "Oh, I see. They don't have invisibility, so passing through many places on the way is normal to be seen." "What did you say? My mountain was taken? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Little Lua heard that her mountain was taken by others and immediately jumped in anger. She quickly broke through the barrier. Once the people disappeared, her voice came back. "Master, I'm going back to the mountain to reclaim my territory." "All right," at least she remembered to report. "She's quite promising." Little Lure had been gone for a few days. Ning-yi stayed at home planting flowers and raising spiritual deer. Several fawns were very close to her. After they ate enough, they would gather around her, both in front and behind. They were very clever and helpful, doing chores for her. Most importantly, since the spiritual deer arrived, Ning-yi noticed her crafting success rate improved a lot. It took less time, and she produced more high-quality items than before. Good luck is truly good luck. With this luck boost, everything went smoothly. In return, Ning-yi took good care of the fawns, feeding them herbal essence daily. They didn't always want to eat grass dumplings, but she kept making herbal extracts for them. The ingredients for this were expensive, so the little deer took their brothers and sisters out to gather herbs. The endless mountains of the White Tiger Land had abundant resources, with no large demon overlords occupying the land. Sometimes, they even brought back vegetables, fruits, and magical eggs. It was all just to improve their diet. The eggs made from magical eggs were delicious. The spiritual deer didn't eat them, and since little Lure wasn't home and her brother was in seclusion, she handled everything alone. For Ning-yi, life was pretty much the same, just lying around like a salted fish. "Big sister, little Lure went to fight. Aren't you going to help?" Little Lure hadn't returned yet. The little deer was worried and asked Ning-yi. "No need to help. She decided to go herself, so she has to take responsibility for her actions. I don't fight, so I can't help." She had a master-servant contract and a spiritual imprint with little Lure. If something serious happened to her, Ning-yi would feel it. But she hadn't felt anything, so she assumed she was fine. If she was hurt, as long as she wasn't dead, Ning-yi wouldn't care. Let her show off and run around. Why is she so aggressive? What's worth fighting over? Staying by her side, eating well, drinking well, and training with cheat-like advantages was better than fighting outside. No matter how she thought about it, she thought little Lure was not very smart, maybe even sick. It was better to get beaten less often. Getting a few more beatings might teach her to behave. She definitely wouldn't help her. When she said that, little deer stopped asking questions. Clearly, her concern for Xiao Lure was only so much. "Big sister, we want to live with you. Can we? We don't want to go back." "Huh? Why not? Don't you have other family members to take care of?" Little deer shook her head. "No, just the siblings. Wherever we go, that's home. The Xuanwu land is getting noisier every day. It's hard to rest. Also, they siblings aren't good at fighting. Although Xuanwu often stays in the big lake, it doesn't want outsiders living near the lake. It always sends its magical beasts to bother their home. Of course, they're not afraid, but it's annoying and they don't want to deal with it." "Then just stay here." Ning-yi had no objections. This isn't the Qinglian barrier, so outsiders can't come close. If they want to stay, that's fine. Having more family around is nice and lively. Her brother is always in seclusion, and with little dear and the others here, she's not bored. It's pretty good. Big sister, look. There's a fire. What? Ning-yi was busy making tofu, trying to make dried tofu again. She had tried several times before but hadn't succeeded fully. She was determined to get it right this time. There were so many dishes she could make: spicy dried tofu, chicken soup tofu skewers, boiled fish, tofu wrapped with green onions, sweet and sour shredded pork, spicy tofu strips, braised dried tofu, 5-spice tofu rolls. There were so many dishes she could try. She hadn't tried all of them before, and making them was complicated. She didn't really know how, just read about it in books.
She wasn't eager to try.
Now that she had most of the home-cooked dishes ready, she just wanted to give it a shot. She was carefully seasoning the tofu when Little Dear's loud shout startled her. The pot of brine spilled into the basin. Is there a fire? Who would dare set a fire in the White Tiger land? She hadn't seen the White Tiger before, and it hadn't appeared either, but clearly, this was White Tiger territory. At the very least, her brother Pangu was here. Who would be crazy enough to do this? She looked up and saw Little Dear jumping and pointing in a certain direction. Oh no! It really was flames everywhere, bright red like the sunset fire clouds she saw in her past life, even redder. The fire was growing stronger, flames rolling wildly. Little Dear shouted and ran into the barrier, yelling as she ran, "Fire!
Fire!"
Ning-yi looked carefully and smiled. Zhu, what are you doing? Coming to cause trouble? Why are you so full of energy? It was the chubby little red bird, the original vermilion bird. Now, she was no longer a chubby bird, and her appearance was no longer a strange mix of human head and bird body. She had fully transformed into an adult form. She wore a fiery red robe with a long, split train that looked like her tail feathers. Her skin was snow white, and she wore a red dress, making her look even more like smooth, polished jade. Her hair was half loose, flowing down to her ankles. The top part of her hair was styled into an elaborate bun, decorated with beautiful hair ornaments. Her full forehead was covered with fiery red feathers, making her noble appearance look even more regal. Behind her, there was a man in a golden robe with a phoenix symbol and a woman in a green robe with a qilin symbol. This impressive scene definitely looked like a queen. He was very handsome, but Ning-yi thought she was a bit silly. Why act so grand here? Everyone knew who she was. Even if she set up her display in the sky, in Ning-yi's eyes, she was still just a chubby little bird with her back turned to her. Zhu landed outside the barrier with a commanding presence, barefoot, looking down at Ning-yi from above with a cold tone. Just here to cause trouble. What can you do? Did I treat you badly somewhere? You live in a hut. Can you go to the Black Tortoise land? Or the White Tiger land? But you can't come to my Vermilion Bird land? Oh, she was here to pick a fight. I believe I need to stay grounded to feel safe. Look, I live on land, right? Your home is all fire and I'm worried I might accidentally get roasted. Why pick a fight? I don't even like staying in my green lotus body, so it's not aimed at you. After saying this, she ignored Zhu's dramatic act, pulled her inside the barrier, and said, "Come in quickly. We haven't seen each other in a long time. I've missed you. Do you miss me too? Wow, you've become so powerful now, and your transformation is so beautiful. That feather hairpin on your head is gorgeous. Will you give it to me?" While speaking, she reached out to take the hairpin made of colorful gemstones and red feathers from Zhu's hair. It was so beautiful that she fell in love at first sight. She didn't want to be polite to Zhu anymore. Zhu's commanding presence ruined her plan. Frustrated, she grabbed her hand and said, "Ah, what are you doing? Don't touch me. That's my special magic treasure. Why are you grabbing it?" "Oh, female bandit, I hit you." "Oh, my special magic treasure." Ning-yi quickly returned the hairpin she had taken, saying, Sorry, my mistake." "Humph," Xiaohong huffed angrily. "Hurry up and make hot pot to show you're sorry. Without 10, no, 20 hot pots, I won't forgive you." All right, I'll make it for you." This person is definitely not interested in her. She probably just came all this way because she wanted to eat hot pot. It's all because you scared me. The tofu is overcooked, and you have to take responsibility. After telling Xiaohong, Ningyi looked back at the jar of soy milk, which was too old. Fine, just put it in the hot pot and cook it. I can eat that. Xiaohong was very straightforward. He hadn't tried fresh tofu cooked like that before.
What are you talking about?
Giving you this kind of tofu would ruin my reputation. It can only be dried into tofu jerky. That's your responsibility. When I finish cutting it, you control the fire and dry the tofu. Just dry it, don't burn it. If you ruin it, no food for you. Anyway, she was the fire expert, so she wouldn't waste the opportunity. In chaos, there was no sun, only natural drying, which took time. Okay, I'll dry it. Feng Heng, you help her, do as she says. Xiaohong ordered her phoenix attendant. The man's name was Feng Heng, and the woman's was Lan Yao. She said they were her protectors. Who knew what kind of protection they provided? That said, those who could stay close to Xiaohong had decent cultivation, especially good at controlling fire. The dried tofu was ready quickly, perfectly roasted. Ningyi had already prepared the hot pot, with plenty of side dishes and over a dozen plates of meat, generous portions. There was fresh fish as well as store-bought, purified beef, lamb, and meatballs. The broth was very spicy. When Xiaohong was refining her small world in the vermilion bird nest, she loved spicy hot pot so much she would breathe fire. She really spat fire, refusing to stop eating, loving the spiciness more and more. No one knew if her hot pot was barbecue-flavored. The dried tofu, along with wide noodles and ham, was served on the table. The deer cubs didn't eat meat, so they had a vegetarian hot pot. They happily ate in their room with fruit juice. Brother, you're out of seclusion. Just as they were about to eat, her brother came out of his room. He looked even more serious than before. Zhu is here. We are about to give her a welcome feast. Sit down quickly, I'll go get some wine for you. Her brother likes strong white liquor, nothing added. Xiaohong can't drink much, only fruit wine, so there's no white wine prepared on the table. Ningyi went back inside to get the wine. When she came out, her brother was chatting with Xiaohong. It's rare to see someone who isn't afraid of her brother. Her brother is also very polite and can keep the conversation going. Zhu Ke, with that status, is still different. Everyone was friendly, and no one was slow in preparing the hot pot. I plan to travel outside. If you're free, stay a few more days. My sister is a bit timid and inexperienced. She stays at home alone, and I don't feel very at ease. While eating, Panga suddenly asked Xiaohong to stay and help take care of the children. Ningyi was unhappy. Brother, what are you talking about? I'm not timid. I'm safe at home. I'm not a child. Why should Zhu protect me? I can protect myself. I'm quite capable. Xiaohong isn't weaker than her in cultivation, so how could she protect her? Besides, the house is peaceful. She's happy just relaxing every day, not causing trouble or inviting danger. She rarely leaves the barrier, staying home all the time. There's no real risk. All right, I have nothing to do. You go ahead and busy yourself. When you come back, I'll return to Zhu Ke's territory. It's a good chance for her to prepare more food for me. Xiaohong was happy to take on this task. Hey, you're going too far. Am I not here? I'm angry now. I'm in a bad mood, so I won't cook. Ningyi didn't want to cooperate. Your objections are useless. It's settled. One more plate of this powder. How do you make it? It's delicious. Xiaohong not only ignored her mood, but also ordered her to add more dishes. Ningyi was annoyed and went to wash the sweet potato starch. What kind of best friend is she? Clearly, she's just trying to annoy her enemy. After dinner, her brother left happily. Xiaohong created another barrier outside her own, transforming it into a house made of redwood. In the yard, there was a huge golden phoenix tree with leaves like rubies. She mimicked Ningyi's swing and made a big bird's nest swing. She often lay inside, swinging and waiting for mealtime. Her two followers worked hard, practicing in their small houses, rarely appearing. Unless she was working, she was mostly absent, being used by their unkind owner to do chores. Anyway, she stayed. What could Ningyi do? Could she really chase her away? Wow. Master, I was bullied. You have to avenge me. Little Red had just settled down when Xiao Lua returned. His voice arrived before he appeared, loud and frantic. Avenge? What for? Did you not reclaim your territory? She had been with him for so long, and she hadn't used up her good things. Even if she was born with some deficiencies, her cultivation wasn't low. When Xiao Luer's figure appeared, Ningyi almost laughed at how awkward he looked. His clothes didn't cover his whole body, and somehow, the branches and leaves he had on were all torn or missing, revealing more than they hid. The branches tied in his hair were drooping, looking like they'd been harshly swept by an autumn wind, making him look very disheveled. He looked so defeated, his aura full of gloom. That scoundrel Yan Yi, ungrateful and shameless. Yan Yi stole your territory. He sneaked away, without collecting the belongings of the white-clad person, heading to claim land near Qinglian? Or did he finish collecting his loot before coming? He just took Xiao Luer's territory so perfectly, as if planned. Hearing her question, Xiao Luer's branches fluttered in anger. I'm so mad. It's obviously him. Once I've trained enough, I'll fight him. Haha, but you're saying that, yet you probably can't beat him? Well, he didn't do much to you. He just let you go back. In the chaos of fighting for territory, she had seen many such battles, life and death, with everyone fighting desperately. Yan Yi took the territory, but didn't hurt Xiao Luer. He just beat him up and then let him go, showing mercy. Xiao Luer pouted. It wasn't him who let me go. I was beaten so badly by my benefactor that I couldn't fight back. I had to hide and run. Your benefactor. Could there really be such kind creatures in chaos? Yes, my benefactor is super powerful. With a flick of his sleeve, he knocked Yan Yi's old scoundrel flying. Oh, who is he? Our neighbor? Man or woman? Did you thank him properly? Xiao Luer pouted. He's a man. I don't know who he is. He didn't say anything, just beat him and left. I couldn't catch up. Maybe I just passed by. Did I encounter a brave hero who acts bravely for others? Master, you have to decide for me. If I just let people bully me, others will laugh at you. Little Lu added fuel to the fire, encouraging Ningyi to seek revenge. There are no outsiders here.
Who would laugh at me?
If you want revenge, wait for my brother to come back. Don't look for me. The goddess doesn't fight or kill. Oh, when Little Lu heard that, it drooped and turned back into its original form, planning to train hard and seek revenge on its own. It no longer relied on its owner. Pengu, the great god, wouldn't dare ask him to avenge it. Although Ningyi didn't agree to fight for it, she didn't oppose it trying on its own. She took a few bottles of herbal essence from her space to support it. Wow, you're so kind, Master. You're the best. I will start training now. With the herbal essence, Little Lu instantly revived, full of energy, and drank a bottle happily. Its main body, the scarred, big willow tree, visibly recovered, with branches swaying in the wind. Just pretending, playing the victim to gain sympathy. That herbal essence couldn't be so effective, fixing its wounds instantly. It was clearly trying to deceive her, pretending to be sick. What kind of people are these? Hey, why are you setting fire again?
Don't burn my millstone.
I still need to grind rice for sticky rice cakes. Isn't that what you want to eat? You can't burn the flowers either. Fat bird, I'm fighting you. You're the fat one. You're the one who's fat. Just burn it all. See if you still dare to show off. You stole my chess, and when you can't win, you cheat. That's your skill. Who's cheating? Clearly, you changed the rules because you couldn't win. You can't beat checkers or gamoku, so you start throwing sand. Do you have any sense of being a guest? This fat bird gets angry after a little play, and when angry, it sets fires. In just a short time, it burned everything inside the barrier. The house, millstone, water jar, stove, those are fine. They were originally refined by Ningyi, and after being tempered again with vermilion bird's true fire, they upgraded directly into chaos treasures. But the flowers and plants in the garden couldn't handle her fire. They had to be replanted several times. Anyway, since Little Red came, Ningyi and she argued and quarreled every day, with no quiet moment at all. Anything can be argued about. Ning Yi thought of many small games and also took out some toys from the mall. The two of them just played for fun. However, Xiao Hong has a bad temper. She gets impatient when she loses often. Ning Yi doesn't let her, and they argue every day. Sometimes they even fight to practice their skills. Of course, they don't really hit each other. If they did, they could damage the white tiger territory. They're just playing around. This is how they usually get along. They are very used to this way of interacting. But it's the people around them. Xiao Lu, who has the lowest cultivation, is timid and afraid of trouble. After the first sparring with the two experts, it ran away to avoid trouble. The deer cubs can protect themselves but are also timid and can't help much. They go into the mountains to gather flowers and herbs to make herbal potions. They have to replant often, which is quite costly. The remaining two are Feng Heng and Lan Yao. Recently, a fire phoenix brought a message saying there was unusual activity somewhere. A treasure light shot out from the floating mountain for hundreds of thousands of miles, at least a level of a magical treasure. Feng Heng led the team to seize the treasure. Only Lan Yao was left. She wasn't afraid of fire and didn't need to hide. She handled all the chores. The two experts often get annoyed with each other, but have long since ignored it. I'll make you a pair of embroidered shoes. Do you want them? This was after they replanted the flowers and made peace again. Ning Yi didn't like Xiao Hong going barefoot, so she offered to make her shoes. Sure, just make them like the ones on your feet. Okay, but since your clothes are all red, the shoes should be red too. Green doesn't match. Prepare the materials.
You need to choose the gemstones to sew on.
Pick the flowers yourself. I have thread ready, but you need to go pick some red flowers. I'll dye the silk myself. There are silkworms in the mountains. Ning Yi classifies them herself. The silk spun by the soft, light, and delicate silkworms is called spirit silkworm. The thicker, harder silk is called demon silkworm. Spirit silkworm silk is good for making fabric, while demon silkworm silk is used for fishing nets, musical strings, ropes, and so on. They eat different mulberry leaves. Spirit silkworms eat golden mulberry leaves, and demon silkworms eat jade mulberry leaves. In the small chaos pearl world, many are grown and quite a few silkworms are raised. Ning Yi doesn't know how to weave fabric, but can spin silk, even the simplest and most primitive way, boiling it in hot water. The fabric isn't woven but braided, like a burlap sack. We can't make clothes directly. At this time, we need to use magic. We can incorporate flowers and grass into the fabric. Since we don't know how to weave or embroider, we have a theory. With magic, we can create fabric woven from real flowers. Any kind of flower is fine. Don't bother looking for special ones. Just use the parasol tree flower. Xiao Hong casually took out a basket of various gems, but she only wanted the parasol tree flower. How big are your feet? Do you need so many gems? Ning Yi was surprised by her generous gesture. You can just keep the gems for fun if you can't use them. You're so shallow, you just like shiny, useless things. Yes, I am shallow. I like these jewels. If you have any you don't want, just give them to me. I promise I won't mind. It's not that she needed them much. Mainly, her deep-rooted habit from the past was hard to change. Seeing good things, she couldn't help but hoard them. The important thing wasn't the items themselves, but the process of hoarding and the sense of achievement when checking her inventory. Master, I am back. I have fulfilled my duty. Life was busy and fast-paced. The embroidery shoes for Xiao Hong were not finished yet, and Feng Heng had returned. He was holding a scale, which was indeed a magical treasure from the heavens. The Qinglong and Xuanwu clans have sent many members to fight for treasures. When a magic treasure appears, capable people will seize it. Xiao Hong was full of confidence and didn't see any problem with fighting for treasures. Perhaps it was her understanding. Or maybe it was fate, destined by the heavens. Since then, magic treasures started to appear in large numbers. Every few days, a new one would emerge, causing the three clans to fight fiercely for a single treasure. Feng Heng rarely returned, mostly leading teams outside to fight for treasures. Occasionally, he would come back with some news. For example, Pengu is extremely powerful. No one in the chaos can match him. Whatever he wants, fighting over it is useless. It's better to just give it to him peacefully to avoid risking his life. Another example, some scattered cultivators are really strong. In a one-on-one fight, only Pango might have a chance. But unfortunately, they don't have a team, so they are no match for us. And yet another. This time the Dragon Clan took the lead. Next time, we must turn the tables. And finally, we have casualties, but they have even more. The fighting and violence are increasing more and more. Ningyi often wondered why everyone loved fighting, grabbing territory, and stealing treasures. Anything they could take. There's usually nothing worth fighting over, just disagreements or old grudges that lead to fights whenever they meet. Why has she never had these thoughts? After thinking for a while, she concluded it's probably because she was born in a peaceful time. She's never experienced real violence around her. Although she's seen some distant news about it, it's not close to her life. She's been lucky. She's lived over 20 years, mostly seeing small arguments at markets where older women shout at each other, or minor disputes at fairs that end before anyone fights, with security arriving quickly. Her parents, who used to be farmers, now run small businesses. They believe in peace and harmony, preferring to avoid conflicts even if it means taking small losses. They always try to be kind and fair. Growing up in this environment, Ningyi never developed a fighting spirit. No matter how lively or heated the fights around her, she felt nothing. I'm fine staying at home, really. You don't have to stick to your promise with my brother. Just go if you need to. You shouldn't let your descendants be bullied, right? Ningyi also advised Xiaohong that she didn't need to stay. Xiaohong was unmoved.
Who cares about you?
You're not going to die. I need to keep my reputation. The Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise haven't fought yet, so I'd look bad if I did. I'm the mighty vermilion bird. Can I really fight ordinary demons? I can't afford to lose face. Just stubborn as always. Can't we have a good conversation without fighting? When will all this fighting ever end? Isn't it better to live peacefully on your own land? Why do we have to fight? That's nonsense. Do you think I can avoid fighting just because I don't want to? If I hide with my people in the vermilion bird territory, can we really live peacefully? Others will still come to attack us if we don't go out. If we stay inside, we'll end up like the white tiger, too scared to show ourselves all alone, with outsiders taking our land. Why does she keep talking about herself? What's wrong with me? I haven't taken anyone's land. This barrier is not very big. I just live here, and I am a good neighbor. Why do you say I am so overbearing? Besides, I can come and go freely in White Tiger Land, and I can go anywhere I want. When I saved the little deer, I stayed in Black Tortoise Land for a long time. Later, I borrowed water from Azure Dragon Land. I was the earliest to visit your home, even before you. Don't make it sound like I did something to White Tiger Land. I've never even seen White Tiger Land. Each divine beast has its own style. Compared to Little Red's flamboyance, Azure Dragon's fierceness, and Black Tortoise's gloom, White Tiger might just be low-key. White Tiger Land is very peaceful. Outside, there's chaos and fighting, but here, everything is calm. This shows that White Tiger Land is low-key, but still powerful. Master, I saw my benefactor again. He's so amazing. He took 7 of Yan Yi's magic treasures.
Ha ha ha.
Little Lu proudly came back, shouting loudly. Hearing the lively fighting outside, he couldn't stay inside and went out with Feng Heng to see the excitement. Your benefactor is quite strong. You should also work hard. Don't always chase after trouble. Are you afraid others might get angry and include you in the fight? With your low cultivation level, you might get hurt just by a small touch. The growth of plant spirits is somewhat limited. Little Lu's cultivation has a ceiling. Once it reaches a level lower than Feng Heng and Lan Yao, it can't improve anymore. He was once a very early intelligent demon, but among the demons of his time, his cultivation was quite embarrassing. If it weren't for meeting her and forming a master-servant contract, he might have long become someone's magic medicine. This guy, even if he can't take revenge, he still finds satisfaction in seeing his enemies suffer. Yan Yi, that old, must have gotten some backing from that white-clad person. Otherwise, how could his cultivation grow so fast? Old thief, he's cowardly and only picks on the weak. If he ever meets Pengu Great God, he'd run fast. He only dares to bully lone cultivators. Oh, he's really trash-talking. Have you seen your brother? What's he busy with? Why isn't he home? Ning Yi is very good at getting to the point. Yeah, I saw him. He helped my benefactor several times. But I don't think he saw me. I don't know what he's busy with. Usually, ordinary magic treasures don't catch his eye. Maybe he's just wandering around aimlessly. Why don't you go home? I can't find out either. Alright, you've said that, but it makes no difference whether you say it or not. Maybe I should break the servant contract, and you can go find your savior? Always talking about your hero. You're so dedicated, I won't bother you anymore. If this were in her past life, it would clearly be a fan and celebrity relationship, a true fanboy. I don't know what charm her hero has to make her so obsessed. Brother, do you know that blue-clad person who saved Xiaolu? Why didn't you invite him to our house? As Xiaolu's owner, I should thank him. When her brother returned, Ningyi asked out of curiosity. I've already repaid his kindness for you. You don't need to worry about it. Her brother avoided the question about whether he knew him before. Ningyi didn't catch on and just said, oh, okay then. She felt her brother was really good to her, even paying back kindness on her behalf. After Pengu returned, Xiaohong immediately took people away, without even saying goodbye, and claimed it wasn't urgent, probably just putting on airs and couldn't hold it anymore. Oh no. Zhu Zhu left, and without Feng Hun coming back to report, I can't hear the outside news. Ning Yi, who loved peace but also loved gossip, was disappointed she couldn't listen to the Phoenix radio. Xiao Lu would never dare run out to cause trouble. The divine deer were busy harvesting and enjoyed it, showing no interest in fighting or killing outside. Inside the barrier, everything returned to the previous calm. But she still thought it was boring. People, when they have too much free time, always come up with new ideas. Ningyi was relaxing at home, tidying up her storage equipment and checking her supplies. She accidentally saw a basket of gems that Xiaohong had sent her, casually thrown into the Chaos Pearl, originally meant to be sorted and kept. When she picked up a few red crystals, she noticed they were warm. They were still very hot. These were fire element crystals. She didn't know what inspired her at the time. Looking at the crystals, Ning Yi thought of charcoal for grilling. Then she thought of roasted meat. She crafted a small oven and used those crystals as charcoal. After everyone enjoyed the food, they moved the stall outside the barrier. It wasn't about lacking outside news. She just wanted to hear some gossip. When guests come to dine, that naturally becomes a source of information. She is truly very clever. Brother, where did this come from? It's not your style, right? Did you steal it? Her brother threw a bunch of items to Ningyi, including a white silk pouch. It was pure white, made of high-quality material that looked like satin, with a delicate design. It definitely wasn't Pengu's style. Pengu glanced at it and seemed indifferent. Manhwa gave it to you. I just took it along. Brother, did you meet Tingting? Did you go back to our Qinglian hometown? While asking, he opened the silk pouch. Inside was a small storage bag containing a communication jade talisman, some jade bamboo sticks, and a few pieces of jewelry, hairpins and bangles, all simple in style, a bit roughly made, probably handcrafted. There were also some orchid petals. Indeed, they were Tingting's petals. The cool orchid scent was quite distinct, different from other orchids. She hadn't smelled anything like it anywhere else. The communication talisman still emitted that beautiful, soothing voice. Long time no see. I went traveling and saw these things. They look nice. Maybe you'll like them. I'm sending them to you. The outside is not very peaceful. Take care of yourself. Wow, Tingting is quite thoughtful. Brother, what does he look like? Is he ugly? Why didn't he come to find me? Really, we're good friends. I wouldn't mind him. Her brother was about to reply. He had been staying at the old home of Chaos Qinglian for a few days. Seeing that she didn't seem interested in asking about the family, he chose not to say anything. But what kind of questions were those? Why was she so concerned about appearance? Had she asked this before? Is good looks really that important? And what counts as good? What counts as bad? Handsome and charming? Rugged and grand? Or what other kind of looks are considered good? He had no idea. He's quite ugly, looks like a weak chicken, not in good health. His cultivation is barely okay, but he's only one person, can't make much of a difference. He wasn't insulting anyone. That was just his honest opinion. Ning-yi was quite surprised. He has such a big orchid garden. Why didn't he plant some flowers or plants to carry around? She had personally seen him grow from a seed into an orchid, and then into a whole cluster of orchids. Her brother shook his head. That bunch of orchids all come from the same root, so where do the descendants come from? It depends on how you look at it. Since they share the same root, the later ones could also be considered descendants. But never mind, there's no need to argue about this. Brother, next time you see him, invite him over as a guest. I really want to see him. It's been so long. No one listens to my chatter anymore. Her brother casually nodded, pointing his chin toward the barbecue stall outside the barrier. You have a guest. It's opening day. Ning-yi turned and went out to entertain the guests. They were two snake-headed, human-bodied celestial demons. One was a man, the other a woman. Both looked quite handsome, fair-skinned, with very normal human features. No extra parts. Below their necks, they had black snake bodies. The scales on their snake skins shimmered with spiritual energy. They looked mysterious but not scary, and very beautiful. If Ning-yi weren't so afraid of soft-bodied animals, she might have reached out to touch them. Do you want some skewers? We have fruit-flavored, vegetable-flavored, meat-flavored, and fish-flavored. Which one do you want? The meat stored in the shopping space had been there for a long time, and most of it was gone. Ning-yi was reluctant to take it out for the stall. She only dared to eat fish from the chaotic meat. Birds and beasts, she didn't know which ones had gained intelligence, and she felt uneasy about killing them. Plus, the divine deer that collected supplies at home didn't eat meat. They only gathered vegetables and fruits. Some of the fruits tasted like beef or lamb. When grilled and sprinkled with barbecue seasoning, they became soft and sticky, much more tender than real meat. Very delicious. Her sales pitch was so earnest that the two guests clearly didn't understand what she was talking about. Are these edible? They asked curiously.
Yes.
Aren't you here to eat skewers? The female snake looked curious and nodded. We smelled the aroma from afar and came to see. Can we eat these? Seeing their innocent expressions, Ning-yi thought, we should have a big promotion for the grand opening. Let me treat you. I'll grill all of these once. You can tell me which flavors you like. Both heads nodded vigorously. Ning-yi used her best cooking skills, carefully grilling 2 large plates of skewers. It had been so long since she last did business, but she felt so excited. The delicious smell wafted far enough that even the white tiger outside the barrier could smell it. Before they were fully cooked, the 2 customers' saliva was flowing everywhere. Across the small river and in the surrounding mountains, faintly hidden heads were peeking at the stall. The skewers had just been cooked and placed on a plate when the female snake opened her mouth to eat. Ning-yi wanted to remind her that it was hot, but didn't get the chance. She swallowed the skewers and the wooden sticks along with the tray all at once. She swallowed everything. Ning-yi watched, feeling her teeth hurt. Is it tasty? Actually, she just wanted to ask if it was not too spicy or rough. Is it all just wood flavor? But the female snake nodded quickly, swallowing what was in her mouth in a few bites. Delicious, so delicious. You should make more. With barbecue sauce on the wood? When it was cooked again, Ning-yi said first, this plate can't be eaten. You should use it to serve vegetables. The skewers also can't be eaten. I need to make new ones. Still worried, she directly pulled the skewers from the sticks into the plate, giving each person a plate, placing them on small wooden stools. The male snake wasn't in a hurry to eat. He pushed the plate toward the female snake with his head. Fengli Shi, you eat first. I'm not hungry, clearly drooling with craving, but still caring for his companion. Brother will eat too. There are still many. The female snake naturally ate half and still thought about saving half for her brother. So they are siblings. Ning-yi looked at the loving brother and sister, a smile appearing in her eyes. A girl loved by her brother can happily be a little girl. I invite you to eat. There are plenty, take your time. This was a generous invitation, and they accepted happily. The brother and sister ate happily, which made Xiao Luer and the divine deer inside the barrier, who were no longer hungry, become curious and start eating a lot too. Pengu also ate half a plate. But his was specially prepared for his sister, with half the meat skewers and vegetables she liked. This special treatment made her love-struck brother very happy and proud. All the flowers inside the barrier bloomed. It was truly because of Pengu's good mood that the flowers blossomed. The surrounding mountains, visible to the eye, suddenly became full of vitality. Plants absorbed spiritual energy wildly and grew rapidly. Ning Yi was stunned. Brother, are you already this powerful now? Is this the power of creation? That's amazing. Her brother was also surprised. It wasn't the first time he felt happy, but he had never been this capable before. I'm going into seclusion now. You can play by yourself. She was already used to it. Ning Yi turned back to feed the snake siblings again. They ate until they were full, with their round bellies, then slowly went back into the mountains. The female snake ate a lot and was almost closing her eyes, preparing to hibernate and absorb spiritual energy. The male snake ate a little less, mostly carrying the female snake back. Are they safe to go back like this, all dazed? Ning Yi was a bit worried. The little deer was sitting beside her, drinking the soup from roasted persimmons. Hearing this, it looked up with a yellowish ring of persimmon soup around its mouth. Don't worry, sister. They are strong enough, they are safe. With your words, I believe it. After all this busy work, I haven't heard any news, and I lost quite a few fruits and vegetables. This setup is quite a mess. If I had to support this family, I'd be crying from loss. Quick, bring out the delicious food. Don't make me do it. Oh dear. Ning Yi watched as a tiger-headed person suddenly knocked over her barbecue stall, looking fierce and ready to eat without paying. Where did this fool come from? Little dear, someone is destroying our shop. She didn't need to look for anyone else. Ning Yi called out to Little Deer immediately. She was grilling dried tofu wrapped with grass, Little Deer's favorite. But when the tiger-headed monster smashed the stall, the stove tipped over, and the tofu wraps scattered everywhere. They couldn't be eaten anymore. Here they come. My tofu wraps. Who's that troublemaker? I'll fight you. Little Deer saw the mess after breaking the barrier and immediately got angry. It couldn't tolerate this scene. It transformed into its main magic weapon, a deer ant staff made from its own shed antlers, and rushed toward the tiger-headed person. The tiger-headed person's cultivation was several levels below, and as it approached, a pressure made it unable to move. It watched helplessly as it was hit on the head with the deer ant staff. Please, Divine One, spare me. I surrender. I really surrender. Is begging for mercy enough? Not quite. My stall was smashed by you. Pay for the damages. The tiger-headed person grinned. It's just a wooden stake, and the stove isn't broken. The wooden stake was not broken. Ning Yi shook her head. What wooden stake? This isn't an ordinary one. It was personally cut by my brother, the great Pengu. I refined it myself, and the mighty Zhuke deity blessed it with Zhuke flames to make it a top-grade magic treasure. If you slap it, your low-level spiritual energy will contaminate it, making the treasure's aura impure. Don't you think you should compensate for that loss? Also, my furnace contains fire crystal stones, the best quality produced at the center of Zhuchue's nest. When you knocked it over, it absorbed a lot of dirt. The fire spiritual energy is now impure. Shouldn't you pay for that too? Not to mention, my skewers are already cooked and ready to eat. If you just knock everything over, what are we supposed to eat? Why shouldn't you pay? The tiger-headed man was so shocked by her long list of reasons that he couldn't speak. I can't afford to pay. Who was he? Where was he? What had he just done? Good grief, he was just a minor character, not even comparable to the great Pengu or Zhuke. Who was he to cause trouble? Ning Yi waved her green flute, and the tiger-headed man's eyes flickered with fear as they followed the movement of her flute. He still knew to be afraid? If you can't pay, then work to pay off your debt. I need someone to grind the grain, and you're the one. Little Deer, cast a lock spirit spell on him. Until the debt is paid, you can't leave. Little Deer stopped her antler staff and a spell sealed the tiger-headed man's spiritual power. At this moment, Xiao Lu became energetic. She stretched out a willow branch and swiftly pulled the helpless tiger-headed man into the barrier, tossing him beside the grinding stone. Work! He was finally free. The divine deer, after the novelty wore off, stopped playing and pushed all the grinding work onto him. Every day, there was endless rice, flour, and beans to grind. Without him, the household couldn't run for even a day. Now, finally, someone was willing to do this hard labor. He proudly used the willow branch to whip the tiger-headed man, driving him like a donkey. A single lash was enough to make him slow down. Ningyi watched this with a look of helplessness. What does it mean to be a petty person who gets their revenge? Xiao Lu is exactly that. But the tiger-headed man deserved it. Who told him to come and cause trouble? He wasted over a dozen skewers of tofu rolls. After tidying up the mess, she set everything back in place. Yet no customers came. Many days passed, but still no one showed up. The smell of barbecue fills the air everywhere, and countless lurking monsters hide in the shadows, drooling eagerly. Maybe it's because the tiger-headed person, who is always working tirelessly, looks too pitiful? Or perhaps their intimidating presence is too strong. No one dares to approach anymore. Ningyi, we're here. They are regular visitors. Feng Lixie's voice is cheerful as she calls out from afar. Oh, look, Ningyi notices that these two have evolved. They now have 2 arms, and from the chest down they are snake bodies. They glide over quickly. Feng Lixie is in front, her brother behind her, carrying a large woven bag on his back. Your meat is so good. After I go back with my brother, our skills have improved.
I want to invite you this time.
My brother hunted a cow, and the meat is delicious. As she speaks, her brother places the woven net on the ground, unzips the bag, and tips the cow out. It lands and becomes as big as a small hill. It has horns and a nose like a cow, but it doesn't look quite like one. Covered in long hair, it looks strange and weird. My brother can do everything. Isn't he amazing? Feng Lixie proudly shows off her brother. Yes, he's quite impressive. But I don't know how to kill a cow. Not just cows, she hasn't even killed a chicken before. Only fish. Hearing Ningyi say this, Feng Lixie confidently volunteers. It's okay. My brother can do it. Hearing this, her brother silently turns around and walks to the river with a cow. One command, one action. Ningyi sees him casually pick up a sharp stone by the river and prepares to deal with the cow. She quickly calls out, Brother Feng, I have a knife here. Don't use that stone, it's not good. The knife is a dissection knife from a fresh meat stall at the market. She refined it during her crafting practice, kept it and used all this time. She takes it out and asks Xiao Luer to give it to Brother Feng. Now that he has a suitable tool, he works faster. In just a few moves, the cow is disassembled. The blood flows into the small river. That blood is from a celestial demon, and the small fish and shrimp in the river, nourished by the rich spiritual energy in the blood, suddenly become more powerful and jump onto the water's surface. Some monsters hiding in the shadows can't hold back anymore. They come out, jump into the river, and absorb the spiritual energy from the water. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them and there was no danger, more and more monsters gathered by the river. Soon, Xiao Luer brought back a large piece of cow stomach meat, with snowflake patterns inside, still twitching with nerves, looking very fresh. Ningyi instructed it to cut the meat into palm-sized pieces, skewer them with fruitwood sticks, and bring them back. The skewers were placed on a rack, and as the fire heated up, they sizzled and started to release oil. The aroma quickly filled the air. She sprinkled seasoning on top, and the smell was amazing. While the meat skewers were cooking, the other side had finished butchering a cow. A mountain of meat was piled on large grass leaves. Xiao Luer squatted nearby, busy flipping skewers with many sticks of branches flying around. Brother Feng, don't throw away the leftovers. Everything can be eaten. Clean the internal organs well. They make great marinated dishes. Seeing Brother Feng about to throw away the remaining bones and internal organs still wrapped together, Ningyi quickly stopped him. Not to mention how delicious the cooked meat is. Just throwing away the ribs? Brother Foam was called back, looked at her, then at the cow with only 4 hooves left, a skull and bones, and asked with a puzzled look, "How should I clean up?" The goddess definitely didn't want to do such bloody and dirty work. "Hoodoo, you go. Do exactly as I tell you." This was just a poor soul who had recently sold himself to pay off debts. "This is so delicious, so delicious." I bit my tongue. Xiao Luer, quite useless, held the meat, eating while spinning in circles. Brother and sister Fengli, she kept silent, stuffing their mouths and eating eagerly. After finishing dozens of skewers from one round of grilling, they looked eagerly at Ning Yi, waiting for the next batch. Ning Yi also took a piece to taste herself. It was truly delicious. That meat was tender, fresh, and fragrant in a way words couldn't describe. It wasn't like fish meat. It was even better. One piece of meat was enough to fill her, but she ended up eating 3. She was so full she didn't dare to sit down, so she stood and kept working. There were over 30 skewers of meat on the stove, each about the thickness of a finger, with 10 or so chunks of fist-sized meat on each fruitwood stick. Each piece probably weighed about 2 taels of meat. This demon cow meat was tender enough that it didn't need long to cook. "Hey, you two, take it easy. Don't overeat." Seeing that the siblings had already reached the 3rd round and showed no signs of stopping, Ning Yi had to remind them. Hirsch nodded while keeping his mouth busy, saying, "Almost full, almost full." He kept eating for 2 more rounds before stopping. He really can eat a lot. "Freshly baked, I'll pack some for you two to take home. Is that okay?" The brother and sister finished eating, and there was still a pot on the stove. They weren't being polite. While waiting for the packing, the tiger-headed man finally cleaned the dirt off the demon cow meat by the river. Seeing how carefully he worked, Ning Yi rewarded him with a string of meat. He quickly ate about 10 pieces of meat in one go, swallowing them down with a gulp. His eyes shone with excitement as he hurried to wash the internal organs carefully twice, then placed them in a stone tub. He added the green grass and salt Ning Yi gave him to soak the organs and remove the smell. He looked back at Ning Yi eagerly, as if wanting her to give him more work to do. "Go back and grind the grain." Ning Yi handed him another string of roasted meat. The tiger-headed man happily went back to grind the grain, spinning the millstones so fast it almost flew. When the meat was ready, she stored it in her storage bag and handed it to Hirsch. "You're welcome to come again." The brother and sister left, probably to go into seclusion and absorb spiritual energy. It might be a long time before they come back. There's still 2/3 of the demon cow meat left. It's enough for her to eat for a very long time. There are many dishes made with beef. Sigh, these days her life feels so confusing. Why is her mind so dull? She can't seem to adapt at all. How do you exchange your beef? Can I eat it? Ning Yi was lost in a sea of recipes involving beef when a shy voice called her back. A kingfisher with beautiful feathers that could dazzle anyone appeared in front of her stall. With demon cultivation power, the creature's true form appeared, and it spoke human language. "Yes, you can eat it. If you have something to trade, show it to me. If the trade is fair, I'll give you some meat in exchange. If you don't have anything to trade, I don't like going out much. You can tell me about the outside world instead." Is it really that simple? The kingfisher's small eyes widened in surprise. It had already thought about catching some bugs in the mountains to trade if the merchant insisted on trading meat for meat. But it turns out it's not necessary. "I don't have much valuable to share, but I do know some news from outside." "Which kind do you want to hear?" It's a bird, after all, flying, avoiding danger, searching for food, practicing. It has traveled quite a bit. Any kind is fine. "How's the war between the 3 clans? What's the situation?" "Actually, I wanted to ask about Xiaohong, but I guess a creature like a kingfisher probably can't get close to Xiaohong." "Oh, you're asking the right person." Recently, the Blue Dragon Lord led a team to steal treasures. They mistakenly thought I was a spy for the Vermilion Bird clan, and I almost lost my life. Luckily, I was quick and clever.
Who am I?
The Vermilion Bird Lord wouldn't overlook me. Later, I saw the Blue Dragon clan and the Vermilion Bird clan fighting over treasures. The mountain where the treasure was kept, and everything within 100 miles was destroyed. Both clans suffered heavy losses, and in the end, the treasure was taken by the Black Tortoise Lord, who had been hiding nearby. From this, it seems the Black Tortoise's character isn't very good. What happened after that? Ning-yi asked further. The Kingfisher shook its head. I don't know what happened after. The two clans retreated to their old nests. Anyone caught on the way was killed and eaten. I left early and came back. I accept this news. Here's a meat skewer for you. The Kingfisher took the skewer and didn't go far. It stayed at the stall, pecking at the meat bite by bite. After finishing, it burped and didn't move far. It looked at Ning-yi's face, then slowly moved to the edge of the barrier, lying down and pretending to sleep when Ning-yi showed no reaction. Ning-yi watched its actions and smiled. She guessed that it was indeed a wandering cultivator, without its own cave residence, traveling the world. After eating the meat, its spiritual power increased, so it needed a safe place to absorb and digest. But since it had no cave and couldn't go far, it was worried about being targeted by other monsters. It could only hope that others wouldn't cause trouble near her barrier. And it guessed right. She wouldn't allow troublemakers around her barrier. The Minotaur was a good example. Great Lord, I also have news. Can I trade it for some meat? The Kingfisher set a good example, and then a winged tiger appeared. Sure enough, a white tiger creature with many tiger traits, quite a high proportion. Sure, what news do you have? Isn't this just like browsing news online in a past life? Hee, it's all about watching the drama, but no matter how you watch, you're still watching. I heard that Lord Xuanwu attacked and stole treasures, offending the Zhuke and Xinglong clans. Now both clans are hunting down the Xuanwu clan. They haven't teamed up, but they don't fight each other like before. Your news isn't worth a green string. Great Lord, didn't the Kingfisher just have some meat? Why do I only have greens? I don't eat grass. Not eating grass? Then you should be happy with your skewer. Your news isn't worth a meat skewer. Can I trade this for a different one? Ning-yi looked at the tiger claw, which had 2 fist-sized raw diamond stones on its big paw pads. Honestly, this thing is useless. But she liked it. She saw it at an agricultural expo before, or she wouldn't have known it was a diamond raw stone. One pink, one blue. They're quite big, probably a few 100 carats. She couldn't refuse. All right, I'll trade you for a meat skewer. If you have more of these, bring them to me. The bigger, the more you get in exchange. The tiger monster was overjoyed. These stones are just nearby rocks, everywhere, not worth anything. These 2 are just stones it kicked up outside and caught between its fingers. It wants to eat meat but is reluctant to part with its treasures, so it uses these to fool others. Next time, it can have as many meat skewers as it wants. Isn't it said that this is Panga's sister? She's not someone to mess with, right? Or maybe it's just not very smart. Oh no, what if Lord Pango finds out it's fooling her sister with stones? Would he turn it into a meat patty? Ah, so scary. The tiger monster, holding the meat and returning to its den, thought, since she likes it, I'll bring her some more next time. Such a good family background, but brainless, so pitiful. Where there is one, there is a second, and then a third. Ning-yi's barbecue stall officially opened for business. Soon after, it was bustling with customers, busy and lively. She didn't work too hard, not for survival, just for fun, gossip, and watching the drama. No need to work herself to death. She only cooked 3 grills a day. If customers brought meat, she cooked meat. If no one brought meat, she cooked vegetables. More and more demons gathered around. Every day, they fought fiercely over those 3 grills of skewers. Every time they fight, someone gets a good beating from Little Deer and is taken away to do hard labor. There are tiger-headed people who help with grinding grain, watering plants, plowing fields, and weeding. Some catch fish, wash vegetables, or prepare ingredients. Basically, they do whatever work needs to be done. If there's no work, they chop firewood and light fires. Ning-yi set up a very large iron pot by the small river, big enough to hold hundreds of pounds of water. She boils several pots of hot water each day to cook skewers and disinfect. Actually, it's not really necessary. It's mostly psychological and also to give the punished monsters something to do. Sometimes they use the hot water to clean and prepare ingredients. More and more monsters gather around, and she hears more news. The big fight among the three clans is getting more intense, with fights over life and death. The air in the chaos is faintly tinged with a bloody smell. There's an unnatural red glow in the sky. Most of the news from the diners is about the three clans' battles, who stole what treasure, fierce fights of different levels, powerful beings from one clan being cornered and dying, clans fighting each other just to become the ruler of chaos. The more she hears, the more bored she becomes. There's nothing new or exciting. Great God Ning-yi, Lord Lin Chi asked me to deliver this to you. One day, a bamboo spirit came and brought a storage bag to Kong-yi. Who is Lord Lin Chi? Ning-yi had never heard that name before. But she recognized the storage bag. It was a delicate sky blue silk pouch, in the style of orchids. Is his name Lin Chi? She opened it and found some beautiful gems. A white jade cup, 2 hairpins with intricate carvings that had improved a lot, a flower pot with a flower that looked like a butterfly orchid, a small bag of orchid petals, and a communication talisman. I heard you like gems, so I found some for you. Bamboo Ji is my servant. If you want anything, tell him, and I will find it for you. Stay safe and take care. His voice was still so pleasant. Ning-yi repeated it 3 times before putting the message into a special box and returning it to her storage space. Actually, she didn't want much. She's a simple person with no desires, just like a fish that wants nothing. However, thinking about it, since they had sent her gifts twice and she had previously received many flower petals from him, she should give a small return gift. Reciprocity and politeness are important. She prepared dozens of bottles of herbal extracts and various fruit juices. She wasn't sure if he ate meat, so she didn't prepare grilled meat, but she did bring a large amount of marinated vegetables and tofu. All of these were placed in a woven grass pouch she made long ago. I don't need anything in particular, so don't go out of your way for me. Tell your master that the outside isn't very safe right now. Be careful. When you have free time, come visit me. After thinking for a while, she came up with all these things. Zhuji didn't stay long. He took the items and left. Ning-yi took out the white jade cup given by Manhwa. It was in a bamboo joint style, which suited her taste very well. She placed the cup on a small wooden table next to the oven, poured a cup of tea made from tea leaves she collected on her first outing with her brother. The bright green tea looked even more clear and beautiful in the white jade cup, so lovely she didn't want to drink it. Ning-yi, your tea looks so good. Can I have a cup? Feng Lishi, who had visited her brother many times, was very familiar with her. Every time, their sibling duo brought high-quality magical meat. After Ning-yi cooked it, with her spiritual power enhancement, they both gained a lot from their practice after eating. This time, when they saw the tea on the small table, Feng Lishi, being perceptive, immediately recognized its quality and asked for a cup. You're quite discerning. This tea is from a tea tree I've nurtured for a long time. This cup of tea has more spiritual energy than 10 meals of grilled meat. Although he said that, Ning-yi was still very friendly to her first guest and didn't hesitate to pour a cup of tea for him. She found a cup from the market and poured him a drink. She didn't go out of her way to pour tea, for Feng Ge, or entertain others. Since the Oriole had rested by the barrier after eating grilled meat and leveled up, more and more visitors came. The area around the barrier was almost crowded, packed with people. Some clever and quick-witted monsters helped Ning-yi with chores, doing small tasks, or went into the mountains to hunt and gather fruits and vegetables. Sometimes they helped take care of the flowers outside the barrier. They came often and got along well. But, of course, their relationship was not close enough for Ning-yi to invite them to drink good tea. It was because of her tea that Feng Lishi's cultivation level fell behind her brother's. Since then, her brother's progress was always a little slower than hers. Fortunately, her brother had a good attitude and was willing to let her be, so she didn't mind. She wouldn't have been so patient if he had been competitive and aggressive. Of course, Feng Lishi couldn't get another cup of tea, which was impossible. Ning-yi wasn't that generous either. They weren't very close after all. That's why she said Foam Lishi didn't need to be too generous with someone she wasn't very close to. Soon, someone came to ask her to be generous. Lan Yao hurried over, injured and in a rush. My master is badly hurt and can't come personally. She asked me to request some healing food. Ning Yi was busy organizing the available food, her brows furrowed tightly. How badly was she hurt? Was she ambushed? The Zhuke tribe wasn't weak enough to be attacked like that. And Xiaohong had been eating so many good things since she was young. Although her own cultivation wasn't great back then, the food's effect wasn't as good as it is now. But it was still better than others. Recently, Xiaohong had been living with her for a long time and practically wanted to eat 3 meals a day. She asked questions while casually pouring her tea into Lan Yao's cup. Lan Yao drank it all at once, and her injuries visibly started to heal. Qinglong and Xuanwu secretly allied and teamed up to attack my master. To save her clan members, she fought back against Qinglong once. But they didn't get the better of her. Before she fell, she sacrificed her divine fire. Qinglong and Xuanwu were both heavily injured. They won't recover quickly. Oh, so Xiaohong fought 2 enemies and still managed to hold her own. That made sense and was quite reasonable. These are what I've saved recently. Take them back first. There's also a bag of tea and some vegetables I grew. I didn't have time to cook the vegetables, so just eat them as they are. I'll cook more later and send them to her once they're ready. Lan Yao took the storage bag but shook her head. My master is about to retreat for closed-door cultivation. She won't need anything more. Don't bother. Even if you send it, it won't be useful. I'm leaving now. Without further words or courtesy, she turned into her true form, a huge blue phoenix, and quickly flew away. Why did it have to be so intense every day? Could they ever have a peaceful moment? Next, news quickly spread that the 3 tribes had a great battle. The Black Tortoise and the Azure Dragon teamed up to scheme against the Vermilion Bird, but the Vermilion Bird fought back and turned the tables. In the end, all 3 tribes suffered heavy losses and nearly died. The tribes protected their wounded members and returned to their territories to heal. The big troublemakers went into seclusion to recover. The smaller fish and shrimp kept a low profile and didn't dare to show off loudly for now. It was very rare, but chaos finally experienced a period of peace. Question: what happens when most of the large tribes in a world are resting and recovering? Answer: it's the best time for smaller tribes and strong individuals with less power to rise. And that's exactly what happened. At first, everyone thought the White Tiger tribe should rise. At that time, the White Tiger deity only needed to give a signal, and many would gather to respond. But in reality, that didn't happen. Not only did the White Tiger not appear, but the White Tiger tribe didn't really exist. There are many tiger tribes, but none are the White Tiger tribe. Wild tiger cultivators are very strong, and many bystanders, bored, believed that if the White Tiger had any ambition, with their strength, they could unite and surpass the other 3 tribes. The Wolf tribe and the Tree tribe, which are weaker individually, relied on their numbers and gained a place. Strong individuals became legendary figures everyone talked about. The 2 most powerful were Yan Yi and Lin Qi. Wow. Ning Yi's barbecue stall almost became a fan-gathering spot for them. Every day, monsters fought over who was stronger. It was basically just fangirling. Yan Yi didn't have a good impression of Ning Yi and didn't socialize much. Lin Qi was different. Ning Yi could clearly feel Lan Hua's strength increasing. The proof was that he sent her better and better gifts over time. At first, it was just Zhu Ji running errands. Then a red-clad lady named Manhwa came to deliver gifts. Lan Hua left her a message, saying, "I know you're busy, and you don't have servants to serve you. If you don't mind, let Manhwa stay with you and help you." That's a good relationship. Actually, she wasn't very busy. It's just that someone was willing to help by serving tea and pouring water, which wasn't a bad thing. Little Lu couldn't rely on these tasks. She was too impatient and couldn't handle delicate work. From then on, Manhwa, a maid, joined her. Oh, right. When Manhwa arrived, she brought some gifts, including a few cold plum branches, a snow-white vase, and a very beautiful shape. The vase was a bit romantic, And every time she received a gift, no matter how many, it felt like flowers never stopped blooming, and orchid petals were always included. Later, another visitor named Juji, a chrysanthemum spirit, came and brought her hundreds of chrysanthemum trees, which she planted along the fence inside the barrier. They looked quite nice. After that, a girl named Mo Lon brought a pot of clivia. The pot was simple and elegant, very nice. Ning-yi smiled while receiving the gifts. She found these people quite interesting. The servants were decorated with plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, giving a strong sense of ceremony. At the same time, Emolon was asked to stay. After that, no new visitors appeared. The visitors were either Zhuji or Juji. Ning-yi realized that the men kept these gifts for themselves, while the women brought them to her. There was no need for that, right? They were all spirits. What difference did gender make? Was there really a need to worry about gender differences? There was no such rule here. Little sister, I need to go back to Qinglian to retreat. Do you want to come with me? Her brother Pango had just finished his retreat, but was about to go into another one. This time, Ningyi felt that her brother's aura was a bit dreamlike, with spiritual energy forming a cocoon-like protective circle around him. When she got close, she could feel a huge surge of spiritual energy. What level had he reached? It was completely beyond her understanding. That area was a true vacuum zone, boring, no gossip or entertainment. Brother, I think I won't go back. There's nothing interesting at home. It's more lively here. How long will your retreat last? Her brother was retreating, so she wouldn't see him. When she returned to the Qinglian barrier, she would be alone. Others couldn't enter. Lan Hua Ting was outside, fighting fiercely, so she wasn't there either. What was the point? Her brother wasn't surprised by Ningyi's decision. Be careful here. I'll reinforce the barrier. If there's danger, hide. Don't let the chaos pearl leave your side. As long as you're inside the barrier, you'll be safe. I'll come find you when I finish my retreat. All right, brother, keep going. But don't push yourself too hard. You're already so talented, so why work so hard? Just take it easy. High places are cold, and being the top is not easy. Like her brother, besides the early days when he accompanied her to explore chaos, he mostly spends his time cultivating. Her brother chuckled at her words. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you stop, you fall behind. No wonder your progress is slow with that attitude. Oh, okay, I get it. I'll work my cultivation. Brother, don't leave just yet. I'm packing your things. Afraid he might start lecturing again, Ningyi turned around and began packing the items she prepared for him. Most of it was food, freshly made dumplings, some stored away, and she had prepared thousands of dumplings with filling. She also grilled a mountain of meat. There were various stews and dishes too. She also packed her brother's favorite white wine, peaches, apples, and many storage bags filled with packages. Still feeling it wasn't enough, she sent some magical creatures outside the barrier to hunt for food, either magical sheep or magical cattle. Nothing else. She didn't deal with strange or weird things. She also wanted to catch some fish for boiling and grilling. Her brother waited and waited, not knowing how many days passed. He kept reinforcing the barrier several times and harvested the crops in the vegetable garden twice, but Ning-yi still showed no sign of stopping. Finally, he couldn't wait any longer. Little sister, I'm going back to close myself off at home, not going on a trip. With all this stuff, I won't be able to use it during my retreat. Ning-yi didn't care. If you can't use it during your retreat, can't you use it on the way back? Besides, all these are made from complex recipes I picked out, with spiritual energy added. Even if your current cultivation level doesn't benefit much, isn't it better than nothing? When you're in retreat, you're not always meditating. When you're awake, just eat. She had eaten until she was full and sleepy, not interested in cultivating anymore. But it was her sisterly kindness, and she couldn't refuse. That's enough. My appetite isn't big now, about the same as yours. It's enough. If I don't leave soon, my spiritual energy might surge, and I'll be eager to return to Qinglian. Oh no, that's not good. That's too dangerous. It's not her brother who's in danger, but everything around him. Too dangerous. When his spiritual power surged, everything turned to dust and vanished. All right, that's enough. Be careful, brother. Reluctantly, she finally handed her brother a small storage bag shaped like a pouch, filled with several smaller bags sorted by category. Her brother took it quickly and hurried away, as if someone was chasing him from behind. Ningyi watched him go with a frown, reflecting on whether she was being a bit too nagging. She hoped she didn't scare her brother too much. Cui, could you please go to the vermilion bird territory? Help me deliver some things, okay? Her brother didn't like carrying too many things. Ningyi had also packed some dumplings, buns, and a few dishes. Since Xiaohong was still recovering, she asked Cui Niao, who had been the first to bring her news, to help deliver the message. Since upgrading near the barrier, Cui Niao had discovered how useful it was. It was safe and full of spiritual energy. From then on, it felt like she had truly settled here. She only went out to find food or gather information, then returned to exchange for more supplies. Hearing Ningyi ask her for help made Cui Niao very happy. This great spirit was very particular and never used others for free. For such a big task and going so far away, she deserved a reward. Maybe a sheep? She was excited about her progress. Happily, she agreed. Okay, I'll leave right away. As a bird species, Cui Niao was familiar with the vermilion bird territory. Ningyi handed her a storage bag, saying, "Go find Law Protector Law Niao and give this to her." The bag had a special spell taught by Xiaohong, unique to the vermilion bird clan, which others couldn't open. After sending Cui Niao off, Ningyi thought for a moment. Her brother had gone back to cultivate. Should she also work hard? She hadn't closed herself off for a long time, mainly because her barbecue stall was so busy, 3 grills every day and more people came. Her plates and bowls weren't enough for the after-meal dishes. It was time to make some. Manhwa, I need to close up for a while and take back the stall. Tell the customers outside. She also explained to the deer cubs, I'm going into seclusion. Don't go too far outside. It's dangerous out there. Don't go alone. Stay together and look out for each other. I've prepared herbal essence and green grass buns for you. When you finish eating, ask Mo Lan to cook for you. She's gotten really good at cooking. After giving instructions, she returned to her room to meditate and refine her tools. From nothing, she refused to make things too complicated. There are many utensils in the market. Plastic ones are useless, but porcelain and glass are still plentiful. She simply takes those ready-made items, mixes them with some chaotic materials, and refines them together. It's easy. People's talents are different. Ningyi's skill tree doesn't include the ability to create new ideas. She is good with her hands, but lacks imagination. If she has a clear example to follow, she can make it look just right, even better than the sample. But if asked to think creatively and come up with a new style, she really struggles. She prefers to memorize and follow instructions rather than try to create freely because she can't do it. Why does Tingting always like the gift she gives? First, because the style matches her taste. Second, because she can't come up with it herself. For example, the gardens with pavilions and towers in her little world are based on places she visited or saw in her past life. Her own creativity is limited to adding a pond or planting some flowers, nothing more complex. The same goes for refining magic tools. If she has a clear picture in her mind, she can do it. Or she can simply modify existing items. But if asked to create something new and different, she really can't. She knows what she's good at and what she's not, so she simply doesn't bother trying. She diligently uses ready-made items, one by one, in neat sets, satisfying her obsessive-compulsive tendencies. She doesn't know how long she worked, but she finished refining all the utensils she could find in the market before stopping. Her spiritual energy was drained 3 times, and her cultivation increased by about 1/5. Wow, is this a free market now? When she stepped outside, she saw people coming and going beyond the barrier. There were monsters setting up stalls on the spot, selling fruits, hunting prey, trading magic tools. It's very lively. Master, since you're not here, some people think they've learned how to do barbecue and set up stalls. But the taste isn't right, and their spiritual energy isn't boosted, so they got their stalls smashed. After a few tries, they realized how good your food is. More and more people are gathering, waiting for you to come out of seclusion. They even exchange food now, and gradually it turned into proper stalls. Should I ask them to pack up? Manhwa appeared responsibly to explain to Ningyi. Ningyi looked at the few fawns running around the stall. No need, just leave them be. It doesn't bother us. As soon as she said that, her gaze shifted to the riverbank, where she saw a cold orchid growing among a large patch of orchids she had planted earlier. It was quite tall and elegant. She quickly ran over and sat by the orchid. Ting Ting, you're here? Oh, when did you arrive? Why are you like this again? Aren't you already transformed and looking impressive outside? Transform and show me. Let me see if you're handsome. Even if you're not, that's okay. Let's chat? Your voice is so nice. Talking to me is fine too. The orchid's leaves shook slightly, but it didn't speak or transform. Zhu Ji came a few steps away from Ningyi. Clearly, there was a protective barrier around the orchid, so he couldn't get in. Ningyi could come and go freely because the orchid hadn't set any defenses against her. The master asked me to tell you that the time isn't right yet. He can't transform now. Please forgive him. Apparently, Zhu Ji didn't know much either, just shook his head. What exactly is going on? It's all so strange. When did you all arrive? The master heard that Pangu has left and worried you might be unsafe here, so we came. You've been in seclusion, so we didn't disturb you. Oh, so they came to protect her.
Thank you. Ting Ting really cares about me.
Should I make some herbal essence for you? The orchid shook its leaves again. Ningyi, who had spent endless years with it, understood that this was a sign of agreement. Great deity, you're out of seclusion. When will you set up your stall? I've been waiting for a long time. A powerful divine being outside the barrier was calling out to Ningyi. Wait a bit longer. I need to prepare some ingredients. What else do you need? I heard you only need the heavenly demon ox and heavenly demon sheep. I've collected hundreds. Just tell me how many you want. I'm planning to open a noodle shop. I need noodles, but I can give you some meat first. You're first in line. Your first bowl of noodles will be for you. Doing the same thing over and over again feels quite tiresome. So, this time, Ningyi decided to start selling noodles. After so long, the tiger-headed monster had been grinding the mill nonstop, accumulating a lot of flour. Your sentence is over. You're free now. Go ahead. Seeing that it had done a good job, she released the tiger-headed monster. When the tiger-headed creature heard this, it immediately knelt down. Great deity, please accept me. It's not stupid. After all this time, it's clear that this is a valuable opportunity. Oh, it still wants to stay? No need. I don't lack someone to help with the work. It said no, and the tiger-headed person didn't dare to insist. It stood up thoughtfully, left the barrier, but didn't go away. It just waited outside, no different from the monsters gathered outside waiting for food. Making noodles is easy, and she isn't short of helpers. Ningyi didn't want to do everything herself. She only kneaded the dough with emolon a few times to teach her the right water-to-flour ratio. Xiao Luer was in charge of kneading the dough. It has many branches and can finish kneading in one go. Rolling the dough was also its job. Bamboo Ji was responsible for slicing the noodles. He has a magic spell that can produce many bamboo blades, slicing several strands at once. Cooking the noodles was done by the deer cubs. They held long chopsticks about 2 meters long, stirring the noodles in the pot to prevent sticking. Ningyi personally made the braised sauces. There was meat sauce and vegetable sauce, about 4 or 5 varieties. They were stored in stone jars, placed next to the serving table. She sat at the table, watching each customer buy noodles, judging what kind of sauce to serve based on what they brought. Every day, she made a big pot about 200 bowls. Not a single extra bowl was left. It wasn't tiring at all. 1 cow could be exchanged for 2 spoonfuls of meat sauce, and 1 rabbit for 1 spoonful. That was roughly the ratio. And still, there was competition for it. Long time no see, it's been a while. When Yen Yi appeared, Ning Yi was a bit confused. With his grand and imposing manner, did he think he was doing well and came to show off?
Or what?
Long time no see. What brings you here? Actually, she wanted to ask if he was here to find her brother to show off. Should she tell him that her brother levels up much faster than him and can make him vanish with just a finger? I heard you opened a shop here. I came to buy some food, he said, then took out a black storage bag with magical symbols, placing it on the table, and said no more. Xiao Luer had already gone back into the barrier when he appeared. Now, inside the barrier, it was loudly cursing him, jumping around in anger. The barrier was soundproof, so no one outside could hear. But from his actions, it was easy to guess what he was doing. Ningyi looked at Yan Yi and gave Xiao Luer a sneer. A look of contempt appeared on her face. She had originally planned to let him go back and forth, but now she was smiling. She picked up the storage bag, easily removed the seal, and checked its contents. Now that she was somewhat a powerful figure, the items inside matched her status. There were 3 decent quality magic tools, a seal platform, a cauldron, and an umbrella. There was also a large pile, probably over 10,000 grains of rice and wheat. Additionally, there were some vegetables from her garden. The rice, flour, and vegetables were likely things he remembered about her from working inside the barrier. These items are okay. I can give you 3 bowls of noodles in exchange. Do you agree? Yan Yi frowned immediately. Isn't 1 cow enough for 1 bowl of noodles and 2 spoonfuls of broth? Do you think these things are only worth 3 cows? Ningyi kept her expression unchanged. Of course not. The value of these things depends on my feelings. You didn't give me face and bullied my little lure. I don't like that, so these items are only worth 3 bowls of noodles. If you think that's too little, you don't have to trade. Yan Yi squinted at Ningyi for a moment, clenched his fists, but ultimately didn't attack. Instead, he sat down obediently and waited. Before sitting, he cast a subtle glance toward the location of the orchid. Since he was so practical, Ningyi added, "The magic tools are indeed good. Considering our old friendship, I will make a special bowl of noodle broth just for you." After saying that, she stood up and returned to the barrier to prepare the braised broth. Yan Yi's face instantly lit up with pride, his legs crossed, and he fanned himself happily toward the orchid. Ningyi moved quickly. Using a flat stone prepared for grinding tofu, she stir-fried a tomato and soybean paste, chopped some radishes, and cooked beef sauce. She also added a particularly fragrant spicy sauce made from unpurified hot peppers and green peppers. Whatever she did, even the monsters outside the barrier could see it. Such special treatment made everyone envious. The way they looked at Yan Yi was full of admiration, as if he had some secret affair with Ningyi. Surrounded by this admiration, Yan Yi felt elated and very happy. The feeling was simply wonderful. When the noodles were served in front of him, he still hadn't enjoyed enough. He was so dizzy that, amid the many onlookers' gazes and their drooling envy, he picked up his first bowl of tomato and soybean noodles. He had originally wanted to be modest and enjoy it slowly, but the noodles smelled so good that after 1 bite, he couldn't help but start eating quickly. The second bowl was spicy beef noodles. The taste was strange, really fragrant, but he couldn't tell what was inside, and it made his tongue tingle painfully. However, he saw Ningyi also mixing and eating a bowl, with no change in expression. Xiao Lu also ate happily, so he thought it was just his own taste problem. After swallowing, his spiritual power suddenly surged wildly, confirming that this was good stuff. He just wasn't used to it. That slight discomfort in his tongue couldn't compare to the power of spiritual energy. The third bowl was full of spicy sauce, and he finished it in a few bites without hesitation. Actually, he could have eaten more, but he had no choice. After all, they only gave him 3 bowls. His stomach was churning fiercely, and he was still thinking about whether to take out some magic tools to exchange for more noodles. Ningyi had already returned to the barrier, and he didn't have time to say anything. Just as he was about to sit and absorb spiritual energy, he felt a strange energy rushing toward his rear. Suddenly, a huge burst out. He was so shocked that he forgot to react for a moment. Everyone watching was stunned. Then, one after another followed, each with an unbearable smell. Oh my, it was terrifying. 1 or 2 people ran into the mountains, some even hid in the water. Those who couldn't run tried to act as if nothing was happening, walking to the edge of the barrier, closing off their senses, eyes watching the nose. nose watching the mind, pretending they didn't exist. Manhwa swayed happily in the breeze, clearly enjoying the rhythm. She kindly moved Zhu Ji and Zhu Ji into her barrier, saving them from the disaster. Xiao Lu was already laughing uncontrollably inside the barrier, unable to maintain his shape, transforming back into a big willow tree, branches trembling nonstop, shedding leaves all over the ground. At this point, Yan Yi could no longer pretend he didn't see Ning Yi's scheme. What could he do? He kept farting without stopping. How could he fight back? He could only find a place to wait until this reaction passed. He stood up and left, looking somewhat embarrassed. There is no longer a dominant leader here. Little Lu looked at his back, feeling very happy and satisfied. He had been holding in a breath for a long time, and now he finally let it out. It was obvious that this matter would soon spread throughout the chaos. Yan Yi's face was completely embarrassed. This was more satisfying than taking his life. He wondered how Yan Yi would continue to survive in the chaos after this. I heard you did something big. After leaving the customs, Xiao Hong came to Ning Yi's house as a guest. She was very happy and insisted on trying a legendary dish that caused a big stir. The name of the dish was strange, and no one knew who came up with it. It was just another story that spread along with Yan Yi's embarrassing incident. Yan Yi was very self-aware and didn't dare to come back to face the trouble. He went straight back to his cave to meditate and recover. Ning Yi didn't want to listen to Xiao Hong's words. Don't talk about others. Everyone is in retreat now. Isn't that better? Rest and recover quietly. Isn't that good enough? But she knew Xiao Hong came to her because she needed her cooking. She made buns for her, all by herself. First she ate, then she slowly prepared more complicated dishes. Her dishes' effectiveness didn't depend on how much time they took or how rare the ingredients were. The only standard was how much effort she put into making them. So, the more steps and effort involved, the more effective the dish. She had researched and chosen 4 dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled water cabbage, eggplant fish, and spicy blood curd. She had only made Buddha jumps over the wall for her brother before, and only after several tries did she succeed. She had never made the others before, so it was a good chance for Xiao Hong to try her cooking. Xiao Hong was very straightforward and told her, "You should put more effort into it. I need to save up my energy and level up more. Who knows when we'll have another fight. I won't let myself suffer losses again. Alright, so there might be more fighting." Ning Yi shook her head repeatedly. She couldn't persuade her, so she stopped trying. Everyone has their own way of living. As a friend, she just did her best to support. Her cooking was so delicious that it attracted the wind and she siblings again. Oh, wind and she, you've advanced again? That's amazing. This time, the siblings grew taller. From the waist up they looked human. They still looked very clean and neat in their human form. Unlike those monsters outside, even after transforming, they still show clear features of their true forms. Feng Lishi chuckled and said, "Thanks to you, Ning Yi. Your cooking is amazing. My brother and I are training much faster than before. That's because you both have strong talent. My food is just a helper. It doesn't decide anything," Ning Yi replied. This wasn't just her being modest, it was the truth. Many people had eaten her cooking, including those outside. None of them improved as quickly as the brother and sister. Even though they ate a lot, their progress was very fast on average. "I made a new dish. You arrived just in time to try it. Want to give it a shot?" she asked. Of course, they had to try. After the siblings finished eating and drinking, leaving behind a lot of ingredients, Xiao Hong, who had been quiet all along, said, "Interacting more with them won't hurt you. That brother and sister have great luck on their side." Ning Yi laughed at her words. "When will you be able to see your own luck? Have you looked at your vermilion bird tribe's luck?" Xiao Hong looked at her and said, "The vermilion bird tribe is one of the chaos rulers. They will have their own honor in the future. What's wrong with you? Your cultivation isn't low, but you can't do anything? You can't even predict the future? Didn't your brother teach you?" She really couldn't do it. But now, with no cause and effect cycle and no great laws, even in a chaotic era, could she still predict? Ning Yi didn't understand, but she didn't ask. Since Xiao Hong had already done her predictions, It wasn't strange to wonder why she had them. She wouldn't try it. What's the point? She wasn't curious about the future. More importantly, she knew how much spiritual power predicting the future would consume. She had worked hard to cultivate her abilities and was reluctant to waste them casually. Living day by day like this was fine. She didn't look forward to the future. No, she didn't look forward to it at all. I'm not like you. You're the leader of your tribe, so you should have some luck on your side. I'm just an ordinary cultivator. It's normal not to have any special abilities, she explained to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong thought she was talking nonsense, but she was used to her attitude and didn't bother arguing. Do you really not want to let me try that noodle broth? I'm really curious. Don't worry, I will return to the barrier early. Even if I make a fool of myself, no one will know. What kind of hobby is this? Why is the curiosity so strong? Ning Yi was worn out by Xiao Hong, but she really made it for her. The chili was purified, so it was a very fragrant chili sauce. Xiao Hong loves spicy food and used to make spicy hotpot for her. Making chili sauce was a first. She didn't give her all the sauces at once, but divided them into several meals, tasting each one separately. Anyway, Xiao Hong took the noodles back to her own barrier and hid in her house to eat. Others wouldn't know how she reacted afterward. But when she appeared again, her face was glowing with red light. Although it's a bit embarrassing, the effect is really good. From now on, all the dishes you make should have chili. The spicier, the better. I really love spicy food. Then she looked at Ning Yi with strange eyes. Yenying is probably going to be lucky in disguise. With such a strong effect, is it more about what was lost or what was gained? Ning Yi also looked pained. I can't even know that. I didn't realize it had this effect. Forget it, no need to think too much. Face is very important. Losing face is a big loss. That person isn't very easygoing. She's quite petty. Back then, she had some trouble with you, and it wasn't a big secret. The less there is to hide, the more she cares. This punishment isn't small. Do you know everything? You even know about things from so long ago? That's obvious. Do you think the Zhuke clan only fights? Do you really misunderstand one of the main rulers of the ancient wilderness? If that's the case, isn't it similar to the tripartite division of power in the Three Kingdoms? And the White Tiger is considered a neutral country? A rural girl who only did small business really can't understand all this. I'll go make you some food. Don't talk to me about these things, it gives me a headache. Sorry for the intrusion. So you're the old neighbor here. If I had known it was you, I would have come to visit earlier. Instead, Zhu Yan Dao, you beat me to it. When Xian Wu came looking, his attitude was very enthusiastic. Ning Yi didn't believe a word of what he said. Xiao Hong had just said recently that, as a big clan, they knew many secrets. It was unlikely that the Zhuke clan would know about Yenying working for her, but Xianwu clan didn't even know who she was. What kind of flattery is this? Friend Xianling, are you not here to test how well I've recovered from my injuries, or whether I can withstand another surprise attack? I don't know, do you have any other neighbors? Weren't all your neighbors driven away by you? And can you really tolerate that? Little Red's words have never lost a battle. Friend Zhu Yan, you're mistaken. I am naturally hospitable. The Black Tortoise region is open to all good friends. Whenever the great Pangu siblings visited, I welcomed them warmly. I even kept it a secret that I could host them again. He speaks nicely, but his words still show he considers himself the host. When he was no bigger than a palm, he wasn't even a proper host. Ning Yi, as Little Red's close friend, clearly takes a side. She wouldn't even let the Black Tortoise eat a single garlic clove. Her stance is very clear. The treatment of the Black Tortoise is even worse than Yan Yi's. You think that's the worst? When the Azure Dragon also came to join the fun, that was truly the worst treatment. Is it really you? Humph. When the Azure Dragon saw Ning Yi, the troublemaker who once scared it and threatened to stew it into tofu, its anger flared. Ning Yi found it strange too. You didn't know it was me? The Azure Dragon snorted, its nostrils flaring, eyes half closed with annoyance, looking at her from the corner of its eye. A person who sells rice, who has time to care about who you are? Ning Yi, but fine, you've successfully annoyed me. The rice seller doesn't welcome you. Go away, go away. I don't have time to deal with this stinky mudfish. If I smell that stench, my tofu will go bad.
Scram. Really? Do I fear you?
The azure dragon's temper couldn't handle this. It immediately slammed the table with its claw, smashing the dining setup. Before Ning Yi could act, Little Red's hairpin, blazing with fire, shot straight at the azure dragon's face. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of moves. Luckily, Ning Yi quickly set up a new barrier near the existing one. Otherwise, with their fighting power, the mountains and rivers outside would be destroyed, and the monsters gathered outside would suffer too. They didn't seem to care whether this was the White Tiger territory or Ning Yi's presence. They fought and flew farther away. They weren't alone. The followers of both clans also took to the sky, fighting as they flew. They ended up fighting again. What a mess this is. After Ning Yi finished fighting and the barrier returned to peace, she began packing her belongings. Master, what are you planning to do? Going to help Lord Vermilion Bird fight? No need to pack your things. Xiao Luer watched in confusion as Ning Yi packed everything, including the house and yard, into her space. Fight what? Does my master know how to fight? Let's go back to my hometown and find my brother. We can't stay here. It's too noisy. All sorts of troublemakers are coming over. It's so annoying. Xiao Luer was even more confused. Does she love lively places or not? Nonsense. I only like lively places without fighting. The fighting and killing are too much trouble, and I don't want to get involved. Oh, Xiao Luer thought she understood now. She doesn't like troublemakers who cause chaos and only get dealt with when she steps in herself, right? In the end, she just doesn't want to do it herself. She plans to return to the Chaos Green Lotus, relying on its power and Panga's might to scare away all the disliked demons. Oh dear, she's lazy and cowardly. She wouldn't dare say that out loud, but her master could easily discipline her if needed. Then let's go back. It's been a long time since we last returned home. Yes, it has been a long time. Ting Ting, do you want to stay in my bag a little more and come with me, or stay here? Everything was packed up, and the monsters outside, knowing she was leaving, had already dispersed. Ning Yi didn't forget to ask Lan Hua about her plans. Lan Hua swayed her flowers twice. She understood she wanted to go with her. Instead of putting her into a storage bag, Ning Yi carried her in a small shoulder bag she wore. Xiao Luer voluntarily took on the role of mount again. The others couldn't keep up with her speed. They either transformed into small forms, about the size of a palm, or sat on Ning Yi's shoulder, or clung to her clothes, or simply rested on Xiao Luer's head. This way, their return was much faster. They didn't stop along the way. There was no need to. So many floating mountains, and very few remained intact. Ning Yi hadn't been out for so long that she didn't realize the chaos had destroyed everything. Even in places where the situation was slightly better, she couldn't bear to take more resources from what was left. She decided to go straight home instead. The Green Lotus was still the same as always, standing quietly there. It has been a long time since we last met. A new lotus seed has grown, so now there are 2 mature lotus seeds. Unfortunately, neither has developed into a seed embryo. There is also 1 semi-ripe seed and 3 green lotus seeds. The lotus flower that grew from the original flower bud has just started to bloom, in a half-open state. Most things haven't changed much. Everything remains the same. If anything has changed, it is that around the Green Lotus barrier, more mountains and spiritual energy-absorbing formations have appeared, creating a magical training ground. Because of the added mountains, the young deer, and the 4 plum blossom fairies, who couldn't enter the Green Lotus barrier before, no longer need to go to the mountain where the young deer once lived, which was later occupied by Yan Yi. They can find a nearby place instead. Little Lu stops in its own special empty space. Ning Yi and Lan Hua go directly into the barrier. Lan Hua flies back to its root area. Ning Yi first visits her brother's cave residence and says, "Brother, I'm back." Then she returns to her own cave, where her tea trees, gourd seedlings, and other plants are still growing. The tea is ready to be picked, the plants are mature. The gourds are of little use, but 7 have grown there. Ning Yi, with a playful thought, wonders if they might produce gourd babies. All the flowers and plants are growing well. She lies down inside the barrier. Now everything is completely quiet. Feeling so peaceful, Ningyi, having rested enough, begins to cultivate to pass the time. During breaks, she feeds the young deer, which is like letting them have some fresh air. She can get through these days this way. Otherwise, how could she be called a lazy fish? She can survive any kind of day. Ever since Xiao Hong and the Azure Dragon started fighting, the atmosphere of chaos has been very bad. The air outside the Green Lotus barrier makes Ning-yi feel short of breath. She doesn't know when this will end. She doesn't like going out much, but she hasn't forgotten her close friends who stood up for her. She occasionally makes some delicious food or sends some magic treasures exchanged for meals to Xiaohong. The young deer acts as a delivery courier. First, because it's fast enough, and second, because it's strong enough. No magic monsters with foolish ideas would dare to provoke it. Indeed, the auspicious aura on Xiaohong is real. This situation continues until Lan Yao brings a letter from Xiaohong to the Green Lotus barrier. The grudges among the three clans can no longer be resolved peacefully. I have set up a large formation, intending to fight to the death with those two clans. This battle will be a fight for life or death, unpredictable in outcome. I guess this is farewell to you. Additionally, let Lan Yao stay by your side. If I win in the future, I will send someone to bring her back. If my entire clan is wiped out, at least leave some of the Zhuke bloodline. Xian saw how distressed Ning-yi looked. This is just like entrusting her to others. Ning-yi packed some things again, didn't let Lan Yao go back to deliver them, and directly kept her in the small chaotic ball world. She even let Little Deer make a trip. Before she could feel sad for Little Red, her brother emerged from seclusion. His spiritual power grew stronger and denser, almost turning into a solid form, and his figure was a bit blurry. His gaze toward her carried a compassionate sadness. Ning-yi started crying. Her heart ached terribly. Some things she knew could not be avoided. Her brother looked at her and smiled. Why are you crying? Your brother is about to achieve great merit and transform into the heavenly way. That's a happy event. Ning-yi burst into loud tears. Brother, please don't achieve great merit or transform into the heavenly way, okay? Don't die. Don't leave me alone. Her brother looked at her with a black line across his face, unable to maintain his compassionate image, and grew impatient. Who told you I'm going to die? Isn't the heavenly way supposed to die when it merges with the body? When her brother heard Ning-yi ask this, he patted her head with his hand. What are you thinking about? I am not the merged heavenly way. I am the transformed heavenly way. From now on, I am the heavenly way, and the heavenly way is me. The merged heavenly way is a later development, but isn't that still death? Her brother was speechless. Can't you hope for something good for me? The heavenly way, the heavenly way. Do you understand? Ning-yi shook her head, not understanding. Not understanding now is okay. You will understand naturally in the future. Are you sure you haven't died? Definitely not. I haven't died. Promise me, swear it. Promise, swear it. Does achieving great merit and transforming into the heavenly way mean ascending after creating heaven and earth? But that doesn't seem right. According to legends, after Pengu created heaven and earth, his body turned into all things. His body is gone, so isn't that death? But isn't chaos also everything? With all things existing, what is the transformed body for? Pengu was speechless after being asked this. I told you, this is my way. It was destined for me from birth. Ning-yi finally stopped crying, hiccuping softly, and holding her brother's arm. So, how will you transform into the heavenly way? Didn't you use the open sky axe to open your chaos pearl? When I realized the great Tao, I thought of that joint. Otherwise, I wouldn't have understood so quickly. The merit of opening the sky should belong partly to my sister. Oh no, no, I can't bear such great merit. She borrowed the open sky axe because her Qing Shao was not good enough and couldn't open it herself. She never intended to inspire him. She's not foolish. How could she inspire her brother to open the sky? If she did, he might die. She never wanted to be an orphan. Brother, when will you start? Don't rush. I've learned many new dishes. I'll cook some for you to try. Wait, after transforming into the heavenly way, can you still eat? Since he no longer has a physical body, how would he eat? Her brother nodded. Yes, there's no rush. I still have some things to prepare. Great. Then get ready. I'll go cook. What do you want to eat? Let's make dumplings. Okay, I have lots of beef and lamb, and I'll add a fish filling too, 3 kinds of stuffing. Ning-yi quickly started preparing to make dumplings for her brother. He stood outside the chaos green lotus, raising his hand to cut off the lotus flower that hadn't fully bloomed from its root. Hey, brother, why are you cutting the flower? Ning-yi was so startled that she dropped the dough in her hands. I'm making you a robe. As he spoke, his hands moved swiftly. In a few moments, he created a pink and white robe, matching Ning-yi's style, ornate and beautiful, decorated with many pretty but useless silk ribbons. This one's defense isn't worse than yours. Wear it instead. He then transformed the stem and leaves of the lotus into a set of green jewelry, delicate jade beads, slender silk ribbons, lotus-shaped earrings, and matching bracelets with lotus patterns. Ning-yi couldn't say anything. The flower bud was already ruined. What could she say? She didn't want it anymore? Would that be too petty? She changed into the new clothes, spun around to show her brother, who nodded. Looks good. She went back to cooking. Her brother returned to his cave to meditate and rest. She waited patiently for the meal to be ready, then carefully enjoyed it. Ning-yi could feel her brother gathering strength one after another. Inside the blue lotus barrier, the spiritual energy grew stronger and stronger. Eventually, the barrier could no longer contain all the energy and began to leak out. The powerful spiritual force spread around the chaos. This energy kept attracting creatures from the chaos to gather around the blue lotus, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. Those with lower cultivation levels even achieved sudden enlightenment and advanced. As time went on, more and more high-level demon gods came to watch. Finally, even the 3 clans, the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, stopped fighting and came to see what was happening. Gradually, the more powerful demon gods realized something was about to happen. At this moment, Pangu had finished gathering his strength. Little sister, go back into the Chaos Pearl. It's your magical companion, and it will protect you, Pangu said, holding the heaven-opening axe in one hand and the earth-shattering chisel in the other, telling Ning-yi to hide. Brother, I'll stay with you, Ning-yi said, holding the Chaos Pearl in one hand and a green flute in the other, ready to fight. Nonsense. Do you think the heaven-opening tribulation is easy? It's a life-and-death situation.
Don't distract me. Listen to me.
Take everything you want to bring with you, he said. She couldn't help much, and she didn't want to be a burden. Ning-yi trusted her brother's words completely and always obeyed without question. There wasn't much to bring. Everything she used daily was inside the Chaos Pearl. She just needed to bring the little deer creatures and Xiaolu. When she went to find Manhwa, her brother stopped her. They are parasitic on the Chaos Blue Lotus, with different roots. They can withstand the heaven-opening tribulation.
It's a test.
Then why don't I take the tribulation too? She asked. Isn't it beneficial? Her brother looked at her. After the tribulation, you'll need to rebuild your spiritual body, which is like starting cultivation over. If you want to rebuild your feelings, you don't have to go into the Chaos Pearl. It will protect you and you won't die. He was her real brother. Of course, he knew who she was. She didn't want to rebuild her cultivation. Not at all. So Ning-yi hesitated for a moment and said, Then I'll hide for now. She quickly packed her belongings, took the 4 little plants, Meilon, Ju, Zhu, and Zhu, and returned to the Chaos Pearl to wait. The Chaos Pearl was her magical companion. In this small world, she could sense what was happening outside. So, she saw what her brother said to Orchid. He also gave Orchid a bag. After that, the big demons who gathered must have realized what her brother was planning. They all started attacking the Qinglian barrier recklessly, trying to stop the opening of the heavens. Her brother flew out of the barrier, swung the earth-shattering axe, destroying the front row of the approaching heavenly demons, while the ones behind dared not advance. With no resistance, her brother then swung the heaven-opening axe toward the chaos. Before Ning-yi lost consciousness, The last thing she saw was countless heavenly demons rushing in from all sides, and she seemed to see Little Red, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise. Maybe it was them? Before she could think more, she fell into darkness. After a long, long time, Ning-yi finally woke up. She saw the small world inside the Chaos Pearl had been reshaped, but it was messy and broken, almost unrecognizable, and she wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, when she entered the Chaos Pearl, she was worried about such a thing happening, especially since when she refined the sun and moon, she had already destroyed everything and started over. This time, she prepared in advance, collecting everything she could. For plants and trees she couldn't gather, she left seeds and seedlings. She even kept fish fry. The good news was, although it looked terrible, everything still had vitality and was alive. The Chaos Pearl blocked most of the opening of the heavens, and the creatures inside the small world were all spiritual seeds that had been cultivated for billions of years, so their life force was not fragile. Looking around, she saw Deer Cub and Lan Yao lying haphazardly. Little Luer and Mei Lan Ju were also nearby. All of them had reverted to their original forms, unable to maintain their transformed appearances. She didn't rush to check how the Chaos Pearl was doing. Ning-yi immediately came out of the Chaos Pearl. She coughed up blood. Because the outside world's spiritual energy was much lower than in the chaos, her internal and external spiritual powers were vastly different, creating a spiritual pressure. She was unprepared and didn't notice it, so she suffered from this pressure. After coughing up blood, she felt less suffocated. This is the world I am familiar with. Yes, she appeared on a mountain. The mountain was tall, and from afar, she could see continuous mountain ranges, plains, grasslands, and flowing rivers. Looking up, the sky was blue with a few white clouds, and the sun was shining overhead. There was sky and earth, the sun, and a crescent moon hanging in the sky. Brother, brother, are you there? Are you there? After shouting for a long time, the brother, who claims he won't die and has become the way of heaven, did not respond at all. Is anyone there? Is anyone breathing? She shouted again, but still no one answered her. Instead, the animals in the forest were startled and ran around chaotically, looking at her like fools from afar. Forget it, it seems this early stage of the primal chaos has nothing. I should go back and rest to recover. This situation is not unfamiliar to Ning-yi. When she first woke up in the chaos, it was just as empty. Even more empty than this. Moreover, she was badly injured and needed to rest well. Ning-yi really wanted to find her brother, Manhwa, and Xiaohong. She knew clearly that now, even if she went out to look, she wouldn't find anyone. Right now, the entire primal chaos is like a baby, very young and fragile. All the plants and animals that have gained wisdom are still not aware. The true powerful beings are probably hiding in some corner, unseen. Even she herself, after forcing herself out and spitting blood, only temporarily eased the pressure. She is still injured and needs to close herself off to recover. Both she and the Chaos Pearl need time to heal. This time, Ning-yi did not practice forging or cultivation. She returned to her original meditation method. Forging can increase her cultivation, but it cannot heal herself. Her cultivation level is too high now, and she must endure the spiritual pressure. She cannot advance further. There is no time in cultivation. Once she enters deep meditation, time becomes meaningless. When she wakes up again, countless years may have passed. Her cultivation cannot increase anymore. She has reached the limit of what the primal chaos's spiritual energy can support. After enlightenment, her understanding of the primal chaos deepened. Big sister, you're awake. The divine deer had already woken up and grown into an adult, looking like a mature creature.
Great.
I was worried since you've been in meditation for so long. The little deer had known Ning-yi for a long time. It had seen her practice cultivation, but she always exited her meditation quickly. Never before had she been in there so long. Not just it, Xiao Luer had never seen it either. Ning-yi comforted those around her before taking a moment to observe the situation inside the Chaos Pearl. It was healing well. As expected of the Chaos Pearl, its self-healing ability was excellent. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, everything is full of life and thriving. Yes, yes, very good. Do you want to go out and look around? After exploring the small world, Ningyi asked the divine deer if they wanted to go outside. Yes, yes. Although the small world is quite big, they've been there for a long time and are starting to get bored. They've been eager to go out and explore. When the world reappears, the ancient wilderness no longer looks the same. Beautiful flowers and jade trees, colorful mists, and shining sun and moon. Old pines and tall bamboo grow everywhere. The land beneath their feet, Kunlun Mountain, is described with the most magnificent words. Yes, she is standing on Kunlun, the ancestor of all mountains. When the world reappeared, the mountains and rivers had gained names. With enlightenment, these became basic knowledge, things naturally known in their minds. The ancient wilderness is now lively, filled with countless intelligent spirits and magical creatures. It's very different from the quiet, untouched world at the beginning of creation. Let's go explore the ancient wilderness. Where should we go? With the sun shining, it's easy to tell directions. Compared to her brother and Manhwa, Xiaohong knows her attributes best. Heading south should be a good choice. Her family's creatures have been hiding in the Chaos Pearl for a long time and don't know the way. They only know place names, but their minds don't have built-in navigation. Then let's find a native creature of the wilderness to guide us. After saying this, Ningyi casually pointed to a leopard nearby, which had been secretly watching them since they appeared. The leopard was transformed by her into a woman dressed in leopard print, kneeling on the ground and bowing to her. Little cultivator Tai Xian, greetings Supreme Divine. She was quite polite. Good, you can lead us. Be our guide. Lan Yao offered to ride Ningyi and Ningyi didn't refuse. The group then followed Tai Xian southward. Beautiful mountains and waters, strange peaks and elegant ridges, countless exotic flowers and magical beasts. Everything was wonderful. Their journey was slow. When Ningyi found the first mountain rich in gold and jade and couldn't resist collecting some into the small world, the trip slowed even more. Big sister, what are these for? Are they for refining tools? The little deer didn't understand why Ningyi was collecting these useless gold and jade. They're the materials used to pave the way for Fuzhou, so what's the point of collecting them? Isn't it better to have as much as possible? There are many Chaos-level pearls inside the Chaos Pearl, and they are of much higher quality than these. Even if I tried to refine them, I probably couldn't make anything good. Ningyi, how do I explain this? I like collecting these. That's all I can say. The Supreme God likes gold and jade? I can take you to find some. In the wilderness, there are many mountains that produce gold and jade. Tai Xian is very perceptive. Since our relationship has improved, let's go together. After walking for a while, I collected quite a lot. The small world is big enough. I can store more without issue. From here, we are already in the southern mountain range. This is K Mountain, the first mountain of the South Mountain Range. We stopped and walked for several months. The temperature kept rising until we finally reached the south. Because we are far from Kunlun Mountain, Tai Xian no longer knows the way, so Ningyi told her to go back. She didn't use spiritual beasts to guide us anymore. After being out for so long, she's no longer the naive beginner she once was. I called little Lu Er out of the small world to ask about the way and gather information. Once we understood the route, we could go on by ourselves. Little Lu Er came back and listed all the names and products of the Southern Mountain Range like a menu. Are you telling jokes? Ningyi was speechless at his words. You asked for directions, right? The further south we went, the more tropical plants and fruits we saw. There were no longer the strange watermelons and cucumbers Ningyi saw in the chaos, nor plants that didn't match their climate, tropical fruits growing in cold areas, or plants growing together in strange ways. Trees and herbs grew suspended in the air, rice didn't grow on the ground, wheat didn't grow in soil. All these oddities looked perfectly normal. The fruits from the wilderness tasted good, even if they couldn't compare to the unrefined fruits stored in space. They were 1,000 times stronger than those, so eating them daily was fine, just a taste of novelty. We kept collecting, walking, and eating. We continued until we reached the southernmost land. Before us was an endless sea of fire, making Ning-yi feel like she was back in the chaos space.
But here there was no little red.
Instead, there were many fully grown spiritual entities in the fire sea, along with phoenixes and lawn birds that had formed but lacked intelligence, and a vermilion bird that looked just like Little Red. This is the new vermilion bird tribe. Divine Lord, I want to stay here and guard them. When it was time to leave, Lan Yao suggested staying behind. Ning-yi had no objection to her decision. Originally, she had kept Lan Yao because Xiaohong asked her to preserve a trace of the Zhuke clan's bloodline. Now that the Zhuke clan was reborn, Lan Yao was a protector of the clan, so it was right for her to stay. She happily agreed. She had wanted to give a few words of advice, but then thought there was no need. After all, Lan Yao had been Xiaohong's protector in the chaos, fighting and killing for a long time. Would her experience be less than Ning-yi's? There was no need to tell her what to do. They simply said goodbye and parted ways. As she looked back on her journey, she saw many small spirits and strange creatures everywhere, but no powerful beings. Not a single magic treasure had appeared. Occasionally, there were some rare flowers and plants that could be considered treasures, but the small spirits that fought over them had just recently taken shape. Ning-yi didn't even feel like getting involved. It was too embarrassing. And in such a situation, she couldn't think of finding Manhwa or Xiaohong. What level were they? How could she possibly find them? Ning-yi decided to return to Kunlun Mountain, find a beautiful place to stay for now, and wait. Of course, everyone else listened to her. At last, I see someone who looks like a real person. As soon as she returned to Kunlun Mountain, she met a handsome man with white hair and a white robe, dressed very elegantly. Although they only brushed past each other from afar, Ning-yi quickly noticed that this high-level cultivator looked completely human. She wondered who he was. The way of heaven, cause and effect, the laws of the universe, these were all hidden by the divine secrets. Her cultivation was limited, so she couldn't tell who he was. He seemed very wary of her and kept his distance. Since that was the case, it was better not to cause trouble. So, where can't you live, and why do you have to come back? Maybe I've been here since I arrived, and I feel like I belong. In a way, this place is almost like her second or third hometown. Subconsciously, she considers it her home, which is normal. Besides, this is Kunlun Ruins, the birthplace of all mountains. The spiritual energy here is better than anywhere else, and the scenery is beautiful. Isn't living here good? Yes, it's very good. Bai Zhe was very happy. The place Sister chose is the best.
Sister, I just saw some peaches are ripe.
Should I pick some for you? He wanted to go out and play. Go ahead. But when he would bring the peaches back, no one knew. Ning-yi knew very well how the divine deer behaved. They would run off in the blink of an eye. You all want to go out and play? Go ahead. I don't need any help here. This wasn't just said to Xiao Luer, but also to Mei Lan Juju. They released the house, and at the same time, let them all out. Zhu Ji, as the oldest among the four, bowed worriedly to Ning-yi. Divine Lord, aren't you going to find our master? You all. Back then he knew well he gave gifts and flowers. He knew how much effort and trouble his master went through to give Ning-yi Divine Lord gifts. Ning-yi understood what he wanted to say, but she replied, It's not that I don't want to find him. On the way south, I paid attention. No powerful beings at the chaos level appeared. Where are they hiding and cultivating? We don't know. We can't find them. Hearing this, Mei Lan Juju's expression improved a lot. They bowed again to Ning-yi, apologizing. My brother said that opening the heavens is both a disaster and an opportunity. We haven't experienced the opening of the heavens, so we've kept our lives, but we might have lost some chance. Now that the way of heaven is established, everything has cause and effect. When the opportunity comes, we will meet again naturally. We need to focus on living our own lives first, right? Go and do your own things. But they didn't really have anything to do. We'll stay with the Divine Lord. Staying with her didn't mean they had anything specific to do. Although there was a stove in the small courtyard, Ning-yi had no desire to cook. There was no vegetable garden either, so she didn't plant vegetables anymore. Inside and outside the wooden fence, she just planted some orchids, something simple to do. With the remaining time, meditate and practice cultivation. Seeing her state, Milan Juju also decided to practice. At some point, strength becomes the most important. Some people are not so concerned about cultivation. For example, the divine deer. The beautiful Baize, for some reason, has become a bit gossipy as she grew up. Plus, their siblings love wandering around the mountains, going wherever they want, and no one dares to bother them. Their news spreads very quickly. Big sister, do you remember the person with white hair we met when we first returned? Yes, I remember. The handsome guy. How could I forget? He was paired with Tai Xian. Haha, this kid. Why are you talking so bluntly? Oh, who are you talking about? White-haired guy and Tai Xian. Tai Xian, who was transformed into a human and guided us. Oh, so this is a cross-species love story? Sure, as long as they love each other, it's fine. Love is free. Baize looked adorable. What is love? It's when two people like each other and want to be together forever. So, does that mean I and my sister are in love? I like my sister the most. My sister likes me too. We will always be together. Oh no, Ningyi quickly stopped Baize from saying something dangerous. We like each other as family. Romantic love involves a man and a woman who can have children. Oh, so is in love. Ningyi felt this topic was going off the rails. Although that's true, you can't just fall in love with anyone. This is very important to understand. Yes. Although I don't understand, I will listen to my sister. The topic of love was over, but gossip about the white-haired handsome guy and Tai Xian continued. Sister, that white-haired guy is no good. He finished sleeping and ran off, leaving Tai Xian behind, and he ran away himself. Sister, Tai Xian is pregnant. Wow, so mighty and powerful. Cross-species love can even produce offspring. Sister, Tai Xian's baby is so strong. It ate all of Tai Xian's cultivation, and now Tai Xian has turned into an ordinary leopard. Big sister, Tai Xian gave birth to a small monster with the head of a human and the body of a leopard. It can transform as soon as it is born. It's a very pretty little girl. Ningyi felt a bit overwhelmed. Do you really know so much about this? Have you been living close to their home? Oh no, big sister, Tai Xian is going to die. A normal leopard's life is too short. The cub isn't grown up yet, and she's about to pass away. The little monster is so pitiful, some people just can't help but keep thinking about certain things. White Zay just said Tai Xian was going to die. Now, Tai Xian, with a child, knelt at Ningyi's small courtyard gate. Please, Supreme Deity, take my child. I can no longer protect her. I just hope she can grow up safely. An old mother leopard, tears streaming down her face, knelt and pushed her child forward with her head. Who could see such a scene without feeling moved? Especially since Ningyi, in her past life, lost her parents when she was just a young adult and had to live on her own. She didn't have much to say about Tai Xian. It was her own choice, and whatever the outcome, she accepted it. But she felt a deep sympathy for the child. All right, I will take her as a mountain guardian beast. After saying that, she casually pointed at a osmanthus tree at the door. To the transformed and kneeling osmanthus, she said, "From now on, your name is Gui Hua. Follow the young lady and be her caretaker until she grows up. If you serve her well, your fate will be good." Gui Hua stood up, gently approached Tai Xian, and carefully picked up the small girl in the blanket. She gently rocked her. The girl, unaware that her mother was about to die, giggled happily as she was rocked. Ningyi took a little fruit juice with a milky taste, poured it into a milk bottle from the mall, and handed it to Gui Hua. She fed the little girl. The child sniffed it, tasted it, and once she confirmed it was good, she drank eagerly. In just a few sips, she finished the juice, let out a small burp, and quickly fell asleep. Tai Xian, barely holding on, watched the child's reaction. When the child was asleep, she finally swallowed her last breath with a smile. Ningyi ordered Xiao Luer to find a good feng shui spot on a nearby hillside and buried Tai Xian there. Then she suddenly remembered she forgot to ask the little girl's name. White Zay, do you know what this child is called? The gossip goddess, true to her nature, indeed knew. Yes, her name is Yuan-I. Yuan-I? What a strange name. But never mind, it was given by her real mother, so just call her that. However, she wasn't interested in raising the child, even though she took him in. In her previous supplies, she chose a small stone house with 3 rooms, placed outside the small yard about 100 meters away, which is now their home. She also gave Gui Hua a storage bag containing 10 milk-flavored fruits. These fruits are from the chaos, each as big as a house. When she was young, she drank the juice, and when she grew older, she ate the pulp. They last a long time. She didn't need to worry about her, as she wouldn't cry or make trouble. The divine deer, who love to join in the fun, often follow and get involved in busy activities. They are mainly curious, but how long their curiosity lasts is unknown. With their participation, there's nothing to worry about. The mountain is rich in resources, so no matter what, the children won't go hungry. Once everything was arranged, Ning-I continued her closed cultivation. The chaotic world is growing, and spiritual energy is becoming stronger. She needs to replenish her cultivation in time, or it will be lost. When there's less spiritual energy outside than inside, the chaotic world can draw her cultivation away, forcing her to focus seriously on her practice. Laziness is not an option. Annie, I picked some mushrooms and caught a young chicken. Are you done meditating? How about making a roasted chicken with rice? See, this is what she learns from whom she stays with. Bai Zhe has extraordinary patience with young Yuan-I, loving to play with her since she was little. As she grows up, she learns to be a bit curious and lively just like her. Since she is a pure carnivore, after her first solo hunting years ago, she brought back a big fat chicken. Ning-I, having nothing else to do, used it to make a roasted chicken dish. Ever since, she can't eat vegetarian food anymore. She is quite perceptive and doesn't always rely on Ning-I for food. When Ning-I is practicing and gets a bit bored, she goes out to gather flowers and herbs from the yard, bringing her various prey as a kind of gift to show her respect. And she often stays for a meal. As for why she calls Ning-I Auntie. Because Bai Zhe, when she first learned to speak, told her to call everyone Auntie, so she did. As she grew older and could tell boys from girls, she called the boys Uncle and the girls Auntie. Gui Hua taught her to call her Master. Ning-I didn't mind much about these things. She thought of her aunt as just her aunt. She kept calling out like that. Hearing her shout outside, Ning-I got up and went out. She waved to the young girls standing outside the fence, who never entered the yard without permission. Come in. The girl was holding a large stone basin, bouncing happily as she came in. I'm coming. Inside the basin, there was a colorful young chicken, half a basin of mushrooms, some wild vegetables, and a few small eggs. Today, I'll make chicken stew with mushrooms for you. The girl's eyes lit up. Wow, Annie is cooking? Why are you in such a good mood today? It was clear she was feeling happy. Yes, because Annie is going out to travel. No need to stay at home. Of course, I'm happy. Recently, during her cultivation, Ning-I suddenly felt something. She used her fingers to calculate and realized that powerful beings had started appearing one after another. It was time for her to go out and find people again. Using magic to predict took a lot of spiritual energy, but she didn't do it often. Annie is going out? Can I go with you? No, you can't. You're a mountain guardian beast, so you need to stay home and guard the house. Then, Auntie, be careful. I promise I'll take good care of the house. Ning-I reached out and gently patted her little buns on her head. Be good. After eating, she said she was leaving and she really left. The divine deer had grown up and had their own lives and space. They didn't need to follow her all the time. So, this time, she was accompanied by Xiao Luer and Meilon Juju. They headed east, toward the center of the great wilderness continent. They would see how things went from there. Wow. Master, you even dressed up specially. Ning-I changed into a pink and white robe given by her brother, hung a fragrant pouch made of orchid petals around her neck, and changed her hairstyle to match her outfit. As soon as she stepped out, Xiao Luer started shouting excitedly. Yes, do I look good? Everyone praised her. Meilon Juju was especially excited because Ningyi's fragrant pouch carried her master's scent. Zhu Ji's voice trembled. Divine Lord, you will surely find my master. Her wish was beautiful, but the process might not go smoothly. They walked and stopped along the way, but they didn't see Manhwa's shadow. Now, the great wilderness was becoming more lively. More and more magical treasures had begun to appear. The fighting has become more intense. After a great calamity, it seems everything has changed, except for the constant fighting and killing. Ning Yi doesn't care much for magical treasures. She also wouldn't fight others. It's not her style. As long as no one provokes her, she lives peacefully. Besides collecting some interesting gold, silver, copper, iron, jade, and stones, she also gathers many flowers and plants. She made a new discovery because of this. The flowers and plants she collected in the small chaotic pearl world, over a long time, almost all gained intelligence and turned into forms, with at least the strength of a celestial being. This is a special trait not found in the original creatures of the small world. Billions of years have passed, but the native creatures have not gained intelligence. Now Ningyi better understands what her brother meant when he said that opening the sky was both a disaster and an opportunity. So this time, when she saw flowers and plants she liked, she collected them all. She calls it her small world, but it's actually quite large inside. More creatures would make it lively and fun. They walked all the way to the shore of the Ru River, at the foot of a mountain called Falling Phoenix Cliff, but still found no sign of orchids. Instead, by the river, she saw two figures with human bodies and snake tails. Feng Lishi, long time no see. How are you? Ningyi lowered her cloud and landed not far from the brother and sister, happily greeting them. This was the first old friend from the chaos she had met. But the person called didn't respond much. Feng Lishi, Ningyi called again. Only then did the brother and sister turn around, looking at her with puzzled faces. Are you calling me? Feng Lishi asked. Of course, but I'm not called Feng Lishi. Not called Feng Lishi? Did she mistake someone? But with human bodies and snake tails, and both being great celestial beings with similar appearances, it couldn't be anyone else. I am Manhwa, and this is my brother Fushi. Ningyi was truly stunned now. Sorry for her lack of education, but she really didn't know Manhwa was also called Feng Lishi. But if they are brother and sister, everything seems to make sense. Their incredible cultivation speed and their secluded life, not involved in conflicts, all fit together. Although Mingming's cultivation is not the highest, he has good resources and a hero's aura that no one has dared to trouble him before. Do you really not remember anything from the past? Manhwa looked at her seriously, as if trying to tell whether her words were true or not. I don't remember anymore. The great catastrophe of opening the heavens was a life and death struggle. We barely survived, and all our spiritual power was used up. Even our spiritual bodies had to be rebuilt. Your spiritual bodies were all rebuilt. Indeed, as her brother said, after the opening of the heavens, spiritual bodies need to be rebuilt. But her brother never mentioned that rebuilding the spiritual body would cause amnesia.
Yes.
Are you my old friend? Do you remember the past? Manhwa was very curious. She couldn't see through the cultivation of the powerful person in front of her. Who could she be? Could she and her brother have been important figures before the opening of the heavens? Otherwise, how could they know such a powerful person? Ningyi nodded first, then shook her head. I don't remember everything from before, only bits and pieces. When I saw you, I remembered that we should be friends. There's no need to always make others look inferior to show off oneself.
This is Manhwa.
Eventually, they chose a place across the river, built a bamboo house with a thatched roof that was 5 rooms wide, and became neighbors, facing each other across the river. Ningyi's heart was still restless. She was surprised to see the living Manhwa and Fushi. This was just as shocking as when she first found out her brother was Pangu. The fame and prestige of the goddess Manhwa in later generations are much greater than Pangu. Apart from Sun Wukong, no mythological figure has a larger following. Divine Lord, are we leaving now? Manhwa saw Ningyi had built a yard and even planted a small vegetable garden, clearly planning to stay longer. and asked, "Yes, not leaving yet. A great power has appeared here, so there must be something special. And have you noticed? The mountain here is called Luo Foam Cliff. I wonder if it's named after a phoenix. The phoenix is a descendant of the vermilion bird, and I wonder if it has anything to do with Little Red. I want to wait and see if it appears. If it does, I'll try to find out where the story is going. Ningyi wants to find the vermilion bird deity. Everyone knows this, and they have no objections. Moreover, right now they have no clues about the orchid. Normally, they should be looking for clues. After a long time, Ningyi, who had been focused on practicing her cultivation, suddenly picked up a cooking spatula, started the stone grinder, and began to cook. She was not just cooking. She was also planting vegetables. This surprised the people around her. But really, there was nothing to be surprised about. If Manhwa and her brother were so easily stimulated, they might remember some past events. Recalling the past, most of the body's memories are related to taste. That is, memories of food. Suddenly, she felt like moving. She wanted to see if this was possible. Originally, she planned to make the first meal she shared with Feng Lishi, skewers. But then she thought better of it. The smoky smell would cling to her brother's nice clothes, and it wouldn't match the barbecue grill. The smell would get all over her. Her orchid-scented sachet was so fragrant, she didn't want it to be spoiled by the smell. So, she decided to cook noodles instead, more convenient. Emolon was very skilled and could help her. She just needed to do a little bit. Would you like to come and try some? After a while, the brother and sister across from her were once again attracted by the aroma and looked over curiously. Ningyi called out to invite them. Manhwa happily pulled her brother over. That part hadn't changed, still so straightforward. Oh, this smell is so familiar. Why do I feel like I've tasted it before? Have I? After eating the first bowl, she forgot to savor the flavor. By the 11th bowl, she was half full and slowed down, finally noticing the taste. Ningyi held back her smile and shook her head. I don't know. I don't remember either. Maybe I've eaten it before. Oh. Then we must have been friends before. You shared this delicious food with me. Let's stay good friends from now on. Sure. I'd love that. Being friends with the great goddess Manhwa. How impressive. You're probably the biggest supporter in the chaotic world, right? Okay, from now on, we're good friends. Manhwa, who was more mature than Feng Lishi, was very happy to be friends. After sharing a meal with Ningyi, a few days later, she brought over a dozen woven baskets of various sizes. These are just some I made for fun. I saw your house was so bare, so I thought you could hang this on the eaves and plant some flowers for decoration. What do you think? That works too. Now that you mention it, I think making some jars and planting flowers on the walls would be good too. Jar? Can you make one? Huh? It's not hard. Just mix clay, shape it, and then fire it. That's how ceramic jars are made. Ningyi confidently thought that making a simple clay jar was easy. What does it look like? Teach me. Friend Yao was eager to learn. So Ningyi quickly took on the task. But she immediately failed. She couldn't control the moisture of the clay. Her theory didn't match her practice, and she made mistakes right away. The good student nearby, with natural talent, easily shaped the clay just by listening and trying. Ningyi, no longer confident as a teacher, tried several times before finally making a crooked, irregular jar. She was afraid to burn it carelessly and ruin her face. She didn't care if it was a waste of effort. She took her usual furnace and used her skills to fire the clay. Of course, it was bound to succeed. This is a jar. If made with common kiln and fire, it's just pottery. Ningyi, having a broken jar of basic quality, held it and nervously continued explaining to friend Yao about pottery. What is a kiln? A kiln, well, a kiln is, she explained and gestured, describing what a kiln is and how to fire pottery. A few days later, she was still struggling with clay on the riverbank. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, someone had not only made beautiful ceramic jars but also added patterns and explored more functions for the pottery. Ningyi was frustrated and determined to understand clay better. She thought, this is just a skill that comes with practice. She had plenty of time, and she refused to give up. Little fox, you're here again. Ningyi had set up a circle of grapevines around her small yard, growing grapes to make wine. One day, a small white fox came from the mountains to steal grapes. The little creature hadn't gained wisdom yet, but was very clever. It stole grapes, saw that Ningyi knew but didn't stop it, and understood that Ningyi was allowing it. It was smart and never damaged the vines, always taking just one bunch each time. It didn't come every day. She rarely came empty-handed. Usually, she brought some wild berries, a blade of grass, a wild chicken, or seeds. Ningyi was fine with that, and found it quite fun. Did you bring a little friend too? This time, behind the little fox, there was also a small gray rabbit. Chirp, chirp. The little fox stood upright, bowing to Ningyi with its front paws, looking at her with a pleading expression, then glancing at the gray rabbit. Is it sick? Are you asking me to help cure it? Chirp, chirp. The little fox nodded. Oh, such cleverness. Ningyi was sitting by a small vegetable patch she was planting outside the wall, trying to build a fence to make it look nice. She brushed off some bamboo shavings from her hands, then reached out to lift the small rabbit that was leaning at her feet, gently pulling its ears to check. Oh, it ate something bad and got poisoned. Such small problems were no trouble for her. She stroked the small rabbit from head to tail. A simple cleansing spell cleared all the poison. The poison that even rabbits without spiritual awareness could resist was nothing to her. Just as she finished, she saw the rabbit turn snow white. With her cleansing spell, she also cleaned away the dust on the rabbit. Oh, so you're a white rabbit? Why did you get so dirty? Did it go into a dusty hole? The rabbit didn't understand what she said. The poison was gone, and it immediately jumped around happily, nibbling at her skirt and pulling her toward the mountain. Are you taking me to find something? The rabbit didn't understand, so Ningyi looked at the little fox, who nodded. Then let's go see. Anyway, there's nothing to do. Divine Lord, it's not safe. Manhwa tried to stop Ningyi from acting on impulse. It's fine. No need to be so cautious. Both small creatures without spiritual awareness could go anywhere. What could happen to her? I'll go with the Divine Lord. Manhwa still felt uneasy and wanted to follow. Then just follow. Master, I want to go too. Xiao Luer was just going along for fun. No one knew Ningyi's strength better than him, so he wasn't worried. Bring the baskets of peaches and apricots just picked to the other side. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind about household matters. Master, why don't you turn them into something? How long will it take to leave like this? The little rabbit runs pretty fast, but it depends on who it's comparing to. For cultivators, walking slowly is hardly different from crawling. Why are you in such a hurry?
Take your time.
I don't have a habit of turning everything into something. If I want to turn you, I will. This unlucky child always forgets. Today, the way of heaven is above and karma cycles. Everything has cause and effect. There's no need to randomly turn things into something. What if it changes the destiny of the chosen one? How much karma would that bring? In this ancient world, there are many great gods. Who knows which future will bring great luck? Little Lu was scolded and shrank back. I don't have the ability to turn things into something. Of course, it's not about ability, but about being timid. If you're timid, just keep walking. They walked and walked, from the side of the mountain to the back, from daytime to late afternoon. Finally, following the little rabbit, they zigzagged around thorns and stone forests, crossed the grassland, and arrived at a very inconspicuous cave entrance. No one could get in. Ningyi decisively shrank herself to palm size. Suddenly, everything around her became huge. Even the little rabbit turned into a giant beast. It was like seeing the world during chaos. Manhwa and little Lu directly shrank and jumped onto the little rabbit to ride on its back. They entered the cave. Inside, the passage went downward. After walking for about half an hour, they suddenly saw a large open space. Inside was a big mountain cave. Ningyi returned to her normal height. The cave was still very spacious. It was about the size of 7 or 8 football fields. The cave wasn't dark. The red glow from the mountain walls lit it up in red. A breeze blew in, making it feel comfortable, not stuffy. This cave was probably underground. The little rabbit signaled Ning Yi to go further inside, toward the direction of the red light. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature. Halfway through, the little rabbit and the little fox could no longer go further. All right, I understand. You can wait at the entrance. I'll go in alone. Ning Yi squinted her eyes, looking at the scattered fire crystal stones on the ground, feeling some suspicion. The little rabbit and little fox obediently returned to the entrance. Ning Yi continued inside. The more she walked, the more fire crystal stones she saw on the ground, and the hotter it became. Master, I can't go any further. When they reached a cave with blazing fire, Xiao Luer couldn't move anymore. Of course, the trees were afraid of fire. Divine respect, I also can't go any further. Manhwa couldn't continue either. Ning Yi raised her hand and stored them into the chaos pearl, then moved forward herself. Her robe was water and fire-resistant, so she wasn't afraid. The fire was fierce, but it couldn't harm her. She had been to the vermilion bird nest, so no fire in this world could hurt her. Inside the fire cave, she continued underground for half a quarter of an hour, reaching another huge cave. It felt like they had reached the Earth's core. Inside, there was flowing lava, all burning fiercely. In the center of the lava, there was a small island with a huge skeleton on it. At first glance, it looked like a bird skeleton. No wonder, this place is called Luo Foam Cliff, so that's how it got its name. Ning Yi flew toward the central island. Halfway there, she was blocked by a barrier. She took out her green flute and swept across, breaking the barrier and flying onto the island. In the middle of the crystal-clear, red skeleton, at the heart area, floated a core pill. Normally, anyone who saw this would be attracted to the core pill. But Ning Yi wasn't very interested. Soon, she saw the Zhuke hairpin lying on the ground beneath the skeleton. It was her first love treasure, snatched and returned back long ago. This is Xiao Hong's. It's Zhu Chue's remains. Why do you bother being queen? It's so tiring and stressful. You should enjoy some peace. The little ones are restless, and you have to stand up for them. In the end, you even risked your life. Look at Manhwa and her brother. They're nearby. They're just relaxing, living quite well. Their great destiny is still ahead. Back then, their brother and sister combined had cultivation levels higher than yours, right? And what happened? They safely passed the opening calamity. But you lost your life. I've been to the far south before. Don't worry, your Zhuke tribe is still there. Lan Yao went back to check. She's steady and careful. She won't let you down. Ning Yi sat at the foot of Zhu Chue's remains, with a hot pot and 4 dishes in front of her. Back then, the last time Xiao Hong looked for her, she prepared 4 dishes to help her restore her cultivation. Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled water cabbage, eggplant fish, and spicy blood curd. There was also a white jade jar filled with peach wine. Now it was poured into 2 white jade cups. The pink peach wine in the white jade cups. 1 cup was placed in front of the dish, and the other was in Ning Yi's hand. While drinking, she kept murmuring, "You're gone now. My brother told me he wouldn't die, but he still hasn't appeared. Ting Ting doesn't know if she's still here, and I haven't found her either. Now I'm all alone. It's so boring. They all dislike peach wine, except you. No one else will drink with me anymore. In the future, I'll stay here often, living next door to you. I planted grapes outside the yard. When I make wine from them, I'll share it with you. Do you think you're silly? Whose life is more important than yours? Why would you trade your life to save someone else's? Really?" Manhwa once said that her spiritual body was rebuilt after the heavenly tribulation. But Zhu Kei's situation is different. It's not that her main body fell here, and her soul hid somewhere, then she rebuilt a spiritual body. Ning Yi can still tell the difference. It's also easy to guess. Given Xiao Hong's cultivation, she wouldn't die. She was definitely protecting her clan, resisting the power of the heavenly opening. If it were just her alone, no matter what, she wouldn't have died completely. In the end, Xiao Hong did what a clan's leader should do when facing the threat of extinction. Ning Yi understands this, but understanding doesn't mean she stops worrying. All right, I'll stay with you here today. When I have free time, I'll come again. Next time, I'll bring some braised meat. The fire here will burn for another 100,000 years. It's very safe. I won't disturb your remains or belongings. I'm leaving now." She stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust from her clothes, and was about to go home. But just as she turned around, her clothes' ribbon or hem, which was still touching Xiaohong's bones, accidentally scraped her finger bone, causing a slight movement.
Who are you?
Suddenly, Xiaohong's voice appeared in the air. Ning Yi instinctively called out, then realized this was Xiaohong's residual soul. "There are 2 things I entrust to you. Once you handle them well, you will benefit from it." "Oh, so there is a last message to pass on." Ning Yi felt uncomfortable, but also a little amused. This little red was pretending to be mysterious and scaring people. Thinking this, she heard her voice continue. "Take my inner elixir and hairpin to find the great Ning Yi. Give them to her, and she will reward you." "Huh?" Ning Yi was taken aback. "You really are my friend. In the end, you didn't think about your own group, but about me. If her reputation isn't well known, it means she doesn't want fame. Then go to the busiest place in the world, find a girl wearing a green-blue dress with complicated patterns, a girl who is pretty but not very useful. She loves to listen to stories where there's a lot of noise, but she avoids trouble. As soon as there's chaos, she will leave. Find that person, and it's probably her. Ask her if she knows Zhu Yan. If she says no but uses strange words like little red or fat bird, then it must be her. Just give her the inner elixir and hairpin." Ning Yi, the great goddess, is the younger sister of the great Pengu. She is one of the most powerful deities in the world. She usually likes to watch lively scenes and is a bit eccentric, but her strength is undeniable. Don't try to deceive her. She can see through everything about you. Be respectful, and you will be rewarded.
Go now, go now.
Ning Yi, holding the inner elixir and hairpin, had already returned to her small courtyard, still feeling grateful. Luckily, she had first encountered Xiaohong's remains. If 10,000 or 80,000 years pass, and the fire at the vermilion bird tomb dies out, which chosen one will be lucky enough to stumble in and hear Xiaohong's last words? Will her reputation still matter then? What if her story gets out? How will she be remembered? Really, what's wrong with enjoying some entertainment? Why is everything so complicated? That fat bird has bad intentions. It was definitely deliberate when it used her as a pet dog. Such a treacherous friend. Enough is enough. But what can she do? Thinking about it, she realized she had no chance for revenge. She wanted to argue with her again, but she was no longer there. Her heart felt heavy. "Little fox, I need to go far away. Thank you for taking me to the vermilion bird tomb. I'll give you all the grapes here." Although Xiaohong was annoying, Ningyi still had to do her part for her. When leaving, she gave the little fox a piece of jade. With this, she could freely come and go through the barrier she had set up. Chirp, chirp, the little fox had a jade seal stamped on its neck and bowed to Ningyi. As they left, the 2 of them, along with the little white rabbit, sat at the gate of the small courtyard, watching the direction they had gone for a long time. Divine Lord, this is. In the southern land, the fire sea was still a sea of flames. The difference was that a new vermilion bird tribe had formed and set up a barrier, becoming a powerful force. Ningyi approached, with Lan Yao and her followers coming from afar to greet them. She didn't waste time on greetings and took out the inner core of the vermilion bird. "I've found the vermilion bird's tomb. Your master entrusted me with her inner core, and now I bring it to you." The hairpin was a gift from Xiaohong, and she wouldn't pretend to be generous by giving it to the vermilion bird tribe. Lan Yao took the inner core. "Divine Lord, has my master told you how to handle the inner core?" Ning Yi shook her head.
No.
The vermilion bird's inner core will choose its owner on its own, so there's no need to handle it. She pretended not to understand Lan Yao's meaning. Did she want her to represent Xiaohong and push her to the top? Ningyi was not the kind of person to meddle in others' affairs. Xiaohong was her friend, and what did the vermilion bird tribe have to do with her? The internal struggles within the tribe had nothing to do with her. "All right, please witness for me, Divine Lord, as I choose a new leader for the vermilion bird tribe." Being a witness was fine. Then choose, Ningyi said. There was no complicated ceremony. Simply, she placed the inner core of the vermilion bird outside, and it flew into the sea of flames. Soon after, the entire fire sea and the vermilion bird tribe were bathed in a red glow emitted by the inner core. When the red light faded, the inner core flew into the body of a very inconspicuous, thin girl in the corner. The girl was struck by the spiritual energy of the inner core and revealed her true form. It was a featherless phoenix. Master, why don't we stay longer in the vermilion bird nest? On the cloud, Xiao Luer looked confused. Why was Lan Yao so eager to keep them from staying a few more days? The chosen host for the vermilion bird's inner core clearly couldn't be accepted. There was probably chaos within the tribe. Does the master want to help? That's their business. The vermilion bird tribes matter. What does it have to do with me? Why should I care?
But
Isn't Lord Suzaku your friend? Yes, but Lord Suzaku and the Suzaku clan are two different things. Oh, I see. Is that so? No, it's not. In her past life, from childhood to adulthood, she often heard from history books and news that Suzaku doesn't interfere in other countries' politics. It means focusing on living your own life and not meddling in others' affairs. Compared to the current situation, there's not much difference. It doesn't make her stand out. Little Lu is a carefree person. He can't understand everything, but it doesn't stop him from knowing that some things don't concern him, so he just ignores them. Where are we going now? Back home. To the seaside. Why to the seaside? To dry some salt. We're out of salt at home. The salt in the shopping mall is limited. If it weren't for finding rock salt as a substitute during the chaos, they would have run out long ago. Is there salt in the sea? Of course, the sea is salt. The southernmost land is not far from the South China Sea. Ningyi's way of drying salt is quite simple and rough. She first finds a treasure that looks like a tray, enlarges it, fills it with seawater, then uses fire crystals to heat it. Soon, salt will form. Then she sets up a large pot nearby, steams and boils it 3 times, filters out impurities, and gets refined salt. It's not complicated, just step by step and time-consuming. But they have plenty of time. When the first batch of salt is ready, Ningyi even asks little Lu to use her most primitive method, tying knots with chaotic demon silkworm silk to make a fishing net, and go into the sea to catch seafood. When they bring it up, they have a feast of salt-baked seafood. They taste the salt. While waiting for enough salt to dry, the group indulges in seafood cravings. Before leaving, Ningyi even saves a lot of dried seaweed, dried fish, and shellfish. How much? Well, enough to last 100 years of eating Buddha jumps over the wall. On the way back, they pass by Tianyu Mountain, a jade mountain rising from an endless lake. It's a bare mountain with nothing growing on it. Little Lu had already asked for directions. If the detour hadn't been too far, they wouldn't have flown over it. Since they couldn't gather treasures from it, they just bypassed it. So, when they flew over Tianyu Mountain, Ningyi, with sharp eyes, spotted a wind-swayed orchid on the jade-green peak. Master. The group landed on the mountaintop. Plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum came along this time. When they saw the orchid, they all bowed politely. However, the orchid showed no reaction. It seems she's hurt too badly and hasn't recovered yet. Let's stay here and watch over her, Ningyi said. She looked at the orchid's appearance. It didn't seem injured. She recognized that this wasn't a repaired spiritual body, but the true form. Finally, she had found a friend who was still alive and well. It was a rare and precious thing. She knew she had to stay and protect her. Of course, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu had no objections. Looking around, the mountain top was rough and uneven, making it hard to settle down. Ningyi took out a green flute and used it to level half of the mountain. She kept only the part where the orchid was. Then, she replaced it with a large house from her space, big enough to match half a mountain top, placed on a cliff she carved out. To match the mountain, she chose a house with red walls and green tiles. These tiles weren't ordinary glazed tiles, but made from jade she had refined from the chaos pearl. In front of the house, she left a spacious square. In one corner of the square, she dug a pond and planted a lot of lotus flowers. Since the Jade Mountain couldn't support plant growth, Ningyi didn't know how long she would stay here. She was willing to spend a lot. She took many pieces of soil from the Chaos Pearl and spread them on the planting areas of the square. She also planted a row of silver apricot trees in front of the palace gate. Near the mountain edge, she planted a circle of peach trees on the carved-out cliff. Inside, she planned to grow vegetables, leaving a vegetable garden separated from the palace by various fruit trees. The soil was none other than the famous Shirong, rich in vitality and spiritual power. When she created this small world, it was her private garden, and she made sure everything was of high quality. After arranging the entire mountaintop, the spiritual energy there was almost solidified. What was once an ordinary, barren land had become a spiritual mountain. In the sky, faintly, cultivators were secretly observing from afar. Ningyi certainly wouldn't allow her carefully arranged feng shui treasure land to be coveted by others. She found 4 particularly ugly but high-level chaos treasures, nothing rare to her, and threw them away without regret, setting up a defensive formation by placing them at the 4 corners of the large lake. Once the formation was activated, a barrier formed. The entire lake and the Tianyu mountain within it quickly disappeared into a misty cloud, becoming an invisible barrier that ordinary people couldn't see. Master, have you decided to make this place your training ground? Ningyi shook her head. No, this is Tingting's practice area. I can't make it a training ground. Then will we stay here forever? Xiao Luer had never seen the master spend so much effort on a temporary resting place before. We might need to stay here for a while. Who knows when Manhwa will complete her meritorious deeds. Feel free to find a room you like. Wherever you like, just choose. Ningyi was generous, giving those around her plenty of space.
Xiao Luer hesitated.
Oh, I don't need a room. No, your house matches my true form perfectly. I just grow in the soil and it's fine. It knew the benefits. After saying that, it went outside, found a spot by the pond, transformed into its true form, and grew there. Manhwa and Molin also found places outside for their true forms. They didn't build houses, but simply found 2 rooms in the palace to stay in. Zhui and Juji went to guard Lanhua. They built 2 pavilions on either side of Lanhua, each occupied by 1 person. They sat inside all year round, meditating, practicing, and guarding their master. After tidying up and settling in, Ningyi still followed her old habit of refining herbal essence to nourish Lanhua. She used stored chaotic ingredients from earlier years and fresh herbs naturally grown in the small chaotic world. The quality was much better than in the primal chaos. Just 1 drop of herbal essence was enough for primal creatures to gain wisdom and transform their shape. Lanhua consumed a bottle a day, but there was no change at all. Ningyi was not in a hurry. Every day, besides making some supplements for Lanhua, when she had free time, she would go to the cliffside, hang on a swing made from peach branches. The rope was made of magical silkworm silk, long and strong. She could swing very far out, half over the mountain and half over the lake. The scenery was simply beautiful. She also went fishing in the lake. She placed a lotus platform in the big lake, but since she had a fishing rod in her space, she didn't need one. She just found a bamboo stick, wrapped some string around it, and put a grain of rice on the hook. Anyone willing could take the bait. She didn't eat the fish she caught. Sometimes she released them back into the lake, or if they looked good, she kept some in the pond to raise. Because she wanted to raise them, the fish in the big lake eagerly took the bait. No need to fish. As soon as she leaves, the fish jump frantically around the surface of the lake. They try very hard.
Ningyi vattes happily.
She raises her hand and draws a circle in the air, then places it on the lake's surface, saying whether it's high or low, with the height hanging in the balance. Stop jumping here, go try the dragon gate. If you jump through, you can transform into a dragon. Whoever jumps through, I will make them my dragon servant. Go on, go on. As soon as she finishes speaking, the fish swarm toward the dragon gate, jumping in groups into it. From then on, day after day, many fish try to leap over the dragon gate, hoping to become a dragon someday. Master, master, something's wrong. Ning Yi is removing the pits from freshly picked red dates, planning to make red date cake. Little Lu rushes into the house shouting, "What's wrong? Did the sky fall?" No, it's just that someone is missing. Who? Who's missing? The orchid is gone. Ning Yi stands up, walking outside while asking, "Why is it gone? That orchid keeps running away from home, always leaving." Little Lu wants to say he doesn't know, but Zhu Ji has already come in and reports to Ning Yi, "Respectful one, our master just broke out of the barrier and flew outside the domain." Ning Yi stops, raises her hand to calculate, and understands. She turns back and says, "Your master has completed his merit and has gone to level up. He probably went outside the domain to avoid making too much noise." No one knows how high his cultivation level will reach after transforming and breaking through. Hearing this, Zhu Ji is very happy, bows politely to her and leaves. She plans to discuss with Zhu Zheng how to celebrate her master's success. Mo Lan brings in brewed fruit tea, 2 plates of fresh flour cakes, and 2 plates of sliced fruit, placing them on the table. How long does it take to level up? Not long. After leveling up, he needs to retreat and consolidate his cultivation. There's nowhere safer than here. Oh, by the way, Ting Ting still doesn't have her own room. I'll look for one. While speaking, Ning Yi searches through her stored items. Orchid is the king of flowers, and ordinary houses always seem unworthy of him. She keeps searching and finally finds a courtyard that features water and stone, with a style inspired by ink wash paintings of Jiangnan, both a scenic spot and a residence. She had made many models before, becoming very skilled with her hands. She based her work on the traditional Jiangnan gardens she saw during her travels in her past life, combined with scenes from TV shows and games. She created a small, 3-layer courtyard, not very big. At first, she made it as a practice for building larger gardens later. Ning Yi handed this model to Mo Lan and told her, "Flatten the other half of the hill and place this garden on top. When your master returns, there will be a place for him to stay." Mo Lan respectfully replied, "Yes." She then left with the model. Cutting down mountains and building houses is simple for them. The cut mountain land fell into the big lake, forming a small island at the foot of the mountain. After leveling the top of the mountain, Ning Yi threw her garden model onto it. It landed and transformed into a real garden with pavilions, corridors, small bridges, flowing water, and lush trees, every step offering a new view. The main building was named Secluded Guest House. Just after placing the garden, her master returned. She saw only a figure rushing into the secluded guest house, saying, "I will retreat for cultivation. Do not disturb me." Everyone quickly left the garden. Zhu Ji and Zhu Ji stayed in the courtyard. Manhwa and Mo Lan went back to serve Ning Yi. "Divine Lord, our master has returned and is in retreat. Good, I understand." Surprisingly, her progress was quite fast. When in retreat, Ning Yi didn't need to refine herbal essence anymore. She found other things to do. There wasn't much food left in the shopping space. The reminder about sun-drying sea salt made her realize she could do it herself, enough to eat and wear. Anyway, she had plenty of time, so she decided to learn everything step by step. Why not? She already knew how to press oil and make tofu, and now she turned her attention to brewing wine. The most important part of brewing wine is making the yeast starter. The yeast needs fermentation, and during that time, she also planted cotton and thinking about making cloth. After pondering her food experiments for so long, her foodie side finally started to think about clothing, housing, and transportation. Having things to do made time pass quickly. She successfully made white liquor, then distilled it to get strong spirits. Next, she began researching fruit wines and flower wines. She also made grape wine. She even brewed beer, though it wasn't very popular. After making the wine, her next step was to explore dishes that could be cooked with wine. The wine she made herself is not the same as the wine sold in the market. The taste is much better. When making food, you can't rely only on stockpiles, because those are non-renewable resources and will run out. It's better to grow your own food for a long-lasting, healthy cycle. When Ning Yi started planting grains and vegetables, she realized that, at least in this primitive world, plants had no flaws in their evolution. All the common crops like grains, vegetables, and fruits, which seem so natural, are actually missing. Even basic crops like rice and wheat are gone. She hadn't noticed this before. So, if she plants her own crops, she can only use seeds from the chaotic world. This means even the most ordinary things she thought she knew might become her unique specialty. Things she didn't think were valuable could suddenly become rare. That's okay. Benefactor. Ningyi was picking beans in the vegetable garden in front of the door. If she didn't pick them now, they'd be too old. She planned to dry the leftover beans for storage. Suddenly, she heard Xiao Lu shouting loudly. Isn't his benefactor the person who saved him from Yan Yi during the chaos? He kept mentioning her for a long time, but now he stopped. Why is he talking about her again? Ningyi turned around and saw a man standing under the osmanthus tree at the gate of the palace. He wore a very light blue long robe with many intricate layers, but it couldn't hide his slim, tall figure. He had a pouch and a jade pendant hanging at his waist. The patterns on his clothes reflected the great Tao, making him look ethereal. His hairstyle was neat and sharp, with a simple yet elegant white jade crown. His long hair, falling to his waist, was carefully arranged and brushed against his back. A white jade ribbon fluttered in the wind. This was the only thing that moved freely on him. Every detail was exquisite, every part looked good. But his face showed no expression. He stood there, cold and noble. When Ningyi looked at him, he raised his hand and bowed politely. After greeting her, he seemed to realize it was unnecessary and stopped. In this barrier, besides the closed-off orchid, there was no one else. Strangers couldn't enter the barrier. My name is Lin Shi. Ah, that voice. Yes, I know. I'm used to hearing it. So, this is what you look like in your true form? You're so beautiful. This looks so good. Why haven't you shown yourself yet? Ningyi was circling around, admiring how beautiful she looked. She looked confused. She remembered she hadn't said that before. Of course, she looked good.
Didn't she know she was pretty?
Ningyi said this confidently, making Shi more puzzled. But she had previously said she wouldn't mind if she looked ugly? Does that mean she thought he was ugly, but didn't mind? When did I say that? When I just recently transformed and returned from traveling with Pengu. He remembered clearly.
Huh?
Ningyi tried to recall.
I was just comforting you.
I said that because I was worried you'd be shy to show yourself. I've never seen what you look like, so I don't know if you're ugly or not. This misunderstanding is too big. So, you haven't shown yourself because of this? Why are you willing to appear now? Shi shook his head and said, Pengu told me I look too ugly and my cultivation is too low. I can't make you like me, nor can I protect you. I have to be good at both before I can meet you. Huh? What kind of words are those? Ningyi remembered that she had asked her brother what Tingting looked like before, and he had said she was ugly. Oh my, what kind of taste does her brother have? Was he not being serious? Why doesn't my brother want you to meet me? Ningyi found it strange. Her brother wasn't that petty. Shi answered obediently. When I proposed marriage to your brother, he wasn't happy. Do you know what proposing marriage means? It means becoming a couple and having children. Thank you, I hope I don't have to have children. If my brother had beaten you up, you'd be lucky to be alive. You're so young, yet you know so much. Instead of practicing, you're already thinking about a wife. Ningyi felt so embarrassed her toes almost dug into the ground. Imagine being single for 20 years in your previous life, and now, still single for countless more years, suddenly meeting a super handsome guy, every cell in his body perfectly matching her taste, who wants to marry her and have babies. How would that feel? There's definitely no happiness in that. In the past endless years, I wonder what wild things I might have done in front of handsome guys. I didn't want to remember, but now I do. It makes me so embarrassed, I just want to run away. My image is completely shattered. But you accepted the gift I gave you and the flowers, so you've accepted my pursuit. Shi, unaware of Ningyi's feelings, added bluntly. But the gift was an orchid from my friend Tingting. She hasn't transformed yet, so I didn't think much of it. Although his voice is very nice, he didn't mean anything else. Does she really think that just because someone gives her a gift, they are pursuing her? And it's even from a different species. That can't be, that can't be. But when Ningyi said this, she saw the handsome guy's mood visibly drop. His expression remained unchanged, but she could feel Tingting was unhappy. If he was an orchid, then the leaves and flowers would droop in sadness. Okay, I was wrong. I misunderstood. Don't be upset. While trying to comfort him, Ningyi secretly scorned herself. She really messed up. She can't stand to see the handsome guy sad. What should she do? Will she be manipulated? Then the handsome guy squinted his eyes, looking at her with bright, happy eyes. Do you agree now? I'm pursuing you. Huh? Wait a minute. The word, pursuing, shouldn't have come up at this time, right? Thinking again, the chaos blue lotus originally only nurtured Pengu. Who's ever heard of an orchid? Could it be a hometown friend? Unexpected changes, but nothing changes. Ningyi stared at Lin Chi's face, not missing any of his expressions. But he only had a question mark in his eyes. Palace jade liquor. The question mark grew bigger. He even asked her worriedly, "What's wrong?" Clearly confused by her sudden, crazy talk and what she was trying to say. All right, she's not a hometown friend. Back in her courtyard, Ningyi still couldn't give up and asked Manhwa beside her, "Do you know what pursuing means?" Manhwa nodded naturally. Of course. My master is pursuing the divine respect. He wants to marry the divine and have children. She was wrong. She shouldn't have asked. What do you have? Fragrance. My master has prepared a special fragrance, just for you. Oh, leave it be. Where is the other person? He took the guardian with him, saying he went to the South Sea to find agarwood incense. Soon after, he returned. He didn't say how many families he visited to find the agarwood incense. I hired a turtle servant. He will come monthly to deliver sea salt and seafood. If you want anything, you can also tell him. Your brother said you shouldn't do everything yourself and that he wants to help you, but I don't know how to do it. Oh, you don't know how to work, but you can fight and gather servants? Thank you for thinking of me. Do you want to eat something? I want to treat you. Someone suddenly looked sad. I've never eaten your cooking. That's true. She hadn't transformed in front of him, and besides herbal skills, she hadn't tasted anything else. Then try it slowly. How about seafood noodles today? I want dumplings. Is that okay? Dumplings? Sure, they're the easiest. We can have seafood filling and also beef filling and a vegetarian one. How about that? His eyes narrowed happily. Okay. Wow, he's easy to take care of. Later, Ningyi realized that Tingting, maybe because of her early memories, always made dumplings for her brother and the little deer in the chaos blue lotus barrier. She seemed to have a strange obsession with dumplings. It's not that she's picky. When asked what she wants to eat, she always says whatever is available. She always says everything tastes good. When asked what she wants to eat, she always says dumplings. And about alcohol, she loves drinking but isn't good at it. She has a big craving but little skill. She can drink a glass of white liquor quickly, but mostly just drinks grape wine or fruit wine. She gets drunk easily, blushing and with red ears, then sadly follows behind her, tugging at her sleeve, asking when they will get married. When she wakes up, she doesn't remember anything. Ningyi suspects he's a schemer, pretending to be drunk on purpose. He tried a few times, but it didn't seem right. He doesn't like being refused drinks, but when he drinks, he gets drunk easily. When drunk, he needs comforting. It's quite easy to soothe him, just say a few nice words, and he's happy to do whatever, then go back to sleep. Usually, he's cold and noble, but when he's with Ningyi, it's just the two of them. He never drinks in front of others, but the four friends, Mei Lan, Juju, none of them have seen him drunk. Only Ningyi has seen him like that. Lin, she was not always staying inside the barrier. Since he transformed, Ningyi no longer needed to get food from the Chaos Pearl. Every time he went out, he would often bring back mountain spirits, water monsters, and other creatures, which would then offer tribute regularly. Fruits, river fish, and wild game. Nothing was lacking. Guazu and Jui took turns going out with him. It is said they also stole many treasures. Oh, and every time he went out and returned, he would bring flowers and gifts for Ningyi. Ning-yi gradually got used to this routine. Life, after all, becomes familiar as you live it. Living here for so long, do you want to go out for a walk? Visit Kunlun Mountain? I can take you to see my first residence in the ancient wilderness, he said. It was time to leave. Lin-shi noticed that Ning-yi had no mount or carriage. Wait a little while, I will make a sedan chair for you. Huh? No need to trouble yourself. Besides, I don't have a spiritual beast to pull a carriage. That's easy. Just catch a few. Next to them, Xiao Luer rolled his eyes and listened chatteringly. Master, Master, there's a carp jumping over the dragon gate in the big lake and transforming into a dragon. There's a spiritual beast to help you drive. Hearing this, Ning-yi went to the cliff to look. Sure enough, above the big lake, clouds rolled thickly, with red, gold, and silver dragons flying among the clouds. When she appeared, 7 dragons descended and knelt before her, calling her master. Something fell off. Then she saw a black carp jumping into the dragon gate. After several jumps, it barely managed to leap over the gate. It instantly transformed into a black dragon and flew into the clouds. Ning-yi's face darkened. She adjusted the height of the dragon gate while scolding Xiao Luer, who told you to lower the dragon gate? You're good at this. Xiao Luer felt a bit wronged. But you don't have a mount to drive, right? Our lake is full of fish. Letting a fish spirit drive for you would be more impressive. I just wanted to see if the dragon gate really works. That thing can be crossed easily, so it's not worth much. She was thinking of the stories from the ancient wilderness novels, where protagonists often drew the dragon gate. Such a showy thing that doesn't require fighting, she could join in the fun. She just made one to put there, purely for decoration, so everyone could see, look, we have a dragon gate. That fool. She was so angry she wanted to explode. Ning-yi was so furious she couldn't speak. All 8 dragons knelt before her. What should she do now? She couldn't send them back to their fish forms. She pointed to 2 dragons, 1 gold and 1 silver. Gold and silver, from now on, you will be the dragon kings of the Great Lake. The creatures there will be under your rule. Go. Then she pointed to the black dragon, the last to transform. Little Black, you will be the chief steward of the Tianyu mountain barrier. Take care of the household affairs inside and outside the barrier. Next, she pointed to the red dragon. Little Red, you will manage the carriages and horses. In the future, you handle travel. Oh, and don't use dragons to pull carriages. Turn into a dragon horse instead. The idea of dragons pulling carriages always made her think of 9 dragons pulling a coffin, which was creepy. Horses and carriages are a better match. The remaining 4 gray dragons are just tools. Their dull gray color doesn't please Ning-yi, so they can only turn into dragon horses to pull carriages. She then warned Xiao Luer, if you dare to act on your own again, I won't hesitate to cut you into a basket. Xiao Luer wasn't really afraid. After all this time, she knew Ning-yi was just talking. She pretended to be obedient and said, Okay, I got it. She liked to bully trees. Auntie, you're back. As soon as she entered Kunlun Mountain, Yuan-yi came to greet her from afar. Not bad, not bad. Her cultivation had improved quickly. Even from a distance, she knew she was back. Big sister, big sister. Boo-hoo, you finally returned. Why did it take so long? The divine deer also came forward. Yes, I had some matters to attend to. By the way, little deer, I found Manhwa. Do you remember him? Ting Ting, this is little deer. You recognize him, right? That is Yuan-yi, my mountain guardian beast. Besides Yuan-yi, everyone else was an old acquaintance. Little deer circled around Lin-shi, curious. Bai Zhe, the gossip, kept looking back and forth at Lin-shi and Ning-yi, sniffing the air. The scent of Ning-yi's sachet was the same as the faint orchid fragrance on Lin-shi. Their little eyes looked even more meaningful. Ahem. Ning-yi didn't let her ask. She started the conversation. What happened on the mountain? Why does it look like this? Ching Song, with rain shading the high pavilion and lush bamboo nearby. The glow of sunset shimmered faintly, colorful and floating. Red railings, green balustrades, carved beams, and eaves. In simple words, it was a place filled with divine aura, a residence of immortals. Her aura instantly elevated. Yuani frowned, looking unhappy. There is a Taoist named Yuanshi who set up a large temple in the mountains. Oh, the great Lord Yuanshi. Ning-yi initially responded with a natural, oh, then realized, Yuanshi the Great Lord? He already has a Great Lord title now? Did he accept disciples and teach Taoism? Is he close to becoming a deity? Wait, there are no humans yet. Nuwa is still playing with mud and making baskets. Yuan-yi shook his head.
No.
Many wandering cultivators come up the mountain seeking the way, but the mountain gate is not open. Did anyone bully you? Yuan-yi shook his head again. Bakuo and the other deer elders are here, so no one dares to bully us. They are quite polite to us. Oh, that's good. Let's go home. The small wooden house isn't big enough. They added 2 separate wooden rooms with doors next to the original house, making a living space for him. Tingting didn't seem very happy. It looked like he preferred to share the original 2 rooms with her. Ning-yi hadn't farmed here and had little to harvest. Since returning, she spent almost all her time listening to the little deer tell stories. During her long absence, Bai Zhe and the others knew everything happening around Kunlun Mountain. Not just Kunlun Mountain, but all the major events in the entire prehistoric world. They knew everything. Most of the stories were about treasure hunts. This wasn't really new anymore. She initially wanted to observe her new neighbors up close and see Yuanshi's true appearance. But after a few days, Ning-yi couldn't stand it anymore. There was constant fighting outside the barrier. Today, a treasure appeared, and everyone was fighting over it. Tomorrow, another treasure appeared, and the fighting started again. Kunlun Mountain really has many treasures. It was clear that Yuanshi had just established his temple. He had a grand setup, but his prestige wasn't fully established yet. Otherwise, people wouldn't be fighting and causing trouble near his temple without showing him respect. Let's go. This place is too noisy and annoying. Ning-yi disliked the chaos. The divine deer were used to staying in Kunlun Mountain and didn't want to leave. Ning-yi gave them the address of the small courtyard near Tianyu Mountain and Ruo Water, so they could visit anytime. This time, Ning-yi was purposeful. She wanted to find the witch clan. From the sharing of the small deer with her, she already knew that the ancient world had formed 2 tribes, the witch tribe and the demon Yao tribe. Both tribes are large, but the witch tribe is somewhat smaller. Each tribe has its own leader. There are 2 demon kings, the Eastern Emperor Tai and the Demon Emperor Dijun. They are brothers born from the sun, holding the innate treasure Chaos Bell. Their strength is immense, and they have fought in the ancient world, ruling over all races, forming the demon tribe. Dijun married the demon queen Shiha, and together with Tai, they live above the sun. They have countless powerful beings, making them the largest tribe in the ancient world. The witch tribe is led by 12 ancestral witches. If the demon tribe is scattered, then the witch tribe is more concentrated. Concentrating helps make up for their smaller numbers. Overall, the strength of both tribes is quite similar. The witch tribe is formed from Pangu's divine blood and claims to be the true lineage of Pangu. How do they prove they are authentic? Because in the Panga temple, there is a statue of the great Panga formed naturally. The witch tribe lives around the Panga temple, worshipping Pangu as their father god, offering sacrifices daily. Ning-yi's destination is the Panga temple. She wonders if her brother will appear. Since she said it's in the middle of the ancient world, she plans to keep heading toward the center. She travels east until she sees a huge temple. In front of the temple is a large square with a tall platform. On the platform stands a tall statue of Pangu, with a sacrificial altar in front. The statue is vivid. Pangu's left hand is breaking the ground, and his right hand is wielding the heaven-opening axe, depicting him opening the sky. Ning-yi hurriedly descends on a cloud, landing directly in front of the statue. She takes some fruits her brother likes to eat when she is chaos, placing them on the altar. She also takes out a cloth made from chaos sky demon skin and carefully wipes the already spotless altar. While she does this, Lin Chi stands quietly behind her at the altar, not helping but simply watching her silently. Mei Lan, Zhu Ju, and Xiao Lu are standing more distantly on the square, solemnly. Xiao Hong is driving a dragon horse carriage, waiting at the edge of the square. The ancestral witches, high witches, and elders living in the Panga temple have already quietly appeared, standing silently behind Xiao Lu and the others, afraid to disturb Ning Yi in the slightest. Help me prepare an empty house. I want to cook for my brother. After cleaning the altar and putting away the cloth, Ning Yi stood in front of the Panga statue for a long time. Her spiritual awareness kept calling out to her brother, but there was no response. Finally, she decided to give up on calling him and thought about making dumplings for him. The ancestral witches took Ning Yi's words as divine messages. Among the ancestral witches, the only female ancestor witch, Ho-Tu, took the initiative to step forward and lead the way. She brought Ning Yi to a vacant room in the side hall of the temple. Lin Chi was asked by two other divine witches, Gong Gong and Zhu Jiuyin, along with the elders, to sit in the main hall. Auntie, can I help you? Ho-Tu offered to help willingly. Who is the senior here? Ning Yi thought to herself. The ancestral witches, to prove they are true descendants of Pengu, call Pengu the ancestor god. If her brother is the father, then she is the aunt. That's not wrong. Ning Yi didn't object to this title and nodded, saying, okay. Then help me chop the filling. She was making the same 3 types of filling: beef, lamb, and fish. She took out the meat and asked Ho-Tu to help chop it into mincemeat. She couldn't do anything else, so she couldn't make it herself. Auntie, what kind of meat is this? Ho-Tu had never seen chaotic heavenly demon meat before. Beef, lamb, and fish. Beef, lamb, and fish? Those are common in the prehistoric times. The witch tribe often hunted and fished, and these ingredients made up a good part of their catch. But this meat was not like that. This is meat from the chaos heavenly demon ox, demon sheep, and the Great Lake spirit fish. They are not from the prehistoric species. Hearing this, Ho-Tu looked at her with respect. Annie truly was impressive. Every time she made a move, it was from the chaos species. Why are we making dumplings? Ning Yi had just learned the name, dumplings, recently. Brother likes the dumplings I make. Before the opening of heaven, he even asked me to make dumplings for him. Back then, I used these 3 fillings. Ning Yi answered kindly and naturally, feeling very fond of the witch tribe. This tribe was the closest to her brother. Oh, I see. Panga Great God likes this? Annie, what else does the Great God like? In the future, we can prepare offerings based on his preferences. While cooking and chatting, Ning Yi thought Ho-Tu was a very clever girl. She was good at talking. Even though she was probing for information, it didn't make people feel uncomfortable. Brother, are you lying to me? You said you wouldn't die, right? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Tingting said he mentioned marriage to you, but I don't know if it's true. If he doesn't show up soon, I might be tricked into marriage. In front of the Panga statue, Ning Yi kept talking to herself, endlessly chatting with her brother's statue. Since calling on her spiritual awareness didn't work, she decided not to call anymore. She set up a protective barrier to cover herself and the statue, so no sound could be heard from outside. Then she started to talk directly. She recounted what she had done after the opening of the Heaven Calamity, where she had gone, who she had met, and what she had done, all in detail. Finally, she mentioned Tingting's plan to get married. The ancestral witches stood on the square, afraid to get too close. They could only see her moving her mouth, but couldn't hear what she was saying. While Ning Yi was still talking, suddenly a beam of golden light descended from above the Pango statue onto the altar. The golden light was dazzling, shining toward the sky, illuminating the entire ancient land. Everyone knew that the great Panga deity was revealing himself. Powerful beings quickly gathered in the air around the Panga temple, outside the witch tribe's defenses, watching from afar. The golden light from the Panga statue enveloped the goddess at the altar. Other ancestral witches, who weren't stationed at the Panga temple, hurried over, but dared not disturb Ning Yi on the altar. They quietly stood behind Tu, the earth goddess, and others. Compared to other cultivators, this was the closest place to the Panga statue. The golden light faded, and the offerings on the altar disappeared. On the platform, there was now a small lotus flower hairpin and a communication jade talisman. Ning-yi didn't move the lotus hairpin. She first listened to her brother's letter. The lotus hairpin is made from the seed of the chaos blue lotus, capable of harming all living beings in the world and protecting you. Although the witch tribe is formed from my blood, they are not my descendants. You don't need to treat them specially. Live freely and happily, without too much worry. As for the marriage proposal, it is true, but you must not indulge in beauty and neglect your cultivation. If there is any matter, offer sacrifices to heaven and earth, and I will know. Oh, the lotus hairpin is for her. Her brother, no matter what, is always worried about her being bullied, so he gave her such a powerful weapon. Ning-yi put the lotus hairpin on her head. Her heart finally felt a bit more at ease. Her brother hadn't lied to her. Although her physical body had evolved into all things, her spiritual essence was still there. At least part of it was still present. If they don't meet, then so be it. In the past, during chaotic times, her brother often secluded himself or went out to explore the chaotic world, gathering supplies, fighting people. Well, no one, just fighting chaos gods, demons, and monsters. The siblings also often couldn't see each other. She just thought her brother was in seclusion. And it turns out her brother knew that Lin Shi was good-looking. Doesn't that mean that when he said Lin Shi was ugly and refused to take a form, he was just trying to trick him? Sigh, her brother has too little confidence in her. Is she really someone who only cares about looks? Ignore. Not all parental words need to be obeyed. If parents can't even appear, what's wrong with being a little rebellious? Auntie, does the great Pangu have any divine instructions for our witch clan? Behind her, the ancestral witches and elders looked eagerly at the lotus hairpin on Ning-yi's head. Zhu Rong asked aloud. They probably think the lotus hairpin belongs to the witch clan and was taken by her, right? If they knew her brother told her not to worry about the witch clan because it has nothing to do with him, I wonder what they would think. Ning-yi didn't want to lie to them or say sweet words to comfort them. She simply replied with one word. The great Pangu just revealed himself recently. After all these years of creating heaven and earth, the great Pangu's statue has always stood there without any movement. Only when Ning-yi arrived did he show his divine presence. Who dares say it's not because of the connection between her and her brother? Ning-yi just received a treasure, the green lotus hairpin. Its pressure was so strong that none of the powerful beings present could not feel it. Holding one of the chaos blue lotus's divine treasures, Ning-yi's words could not be ignored. After the worship was completed, Ning-yi didn't stay any longer. She just received her brother's message that she didn't need to treat the witch clan as her descendants. So, she saw no need to get involved in their affairs. Considering their sincere worship of the great Pangu statue, she decided not to take back the title of Auntie and accepted it. She really couldn't do more. Ning-yi insisted on leaving, and the ancestral witches naturally couldn't stop her. The group directly returned to the courtyard by the Ruo River. Ning-yi was in a bad mood. Her brother was alive, but not truly alive.
Who would feel good about that?
Thinking of Xiao Hong, who had passed away more thoroughly, made her even more upset. She cooked a few dishes herself and brought a pot of peach wine, not letting anyone follow her. She headed to the vermilion bird tomb alone. Sitting beneath Xiao Hong's remains, she drank wine and muttered about her brother's situation and her own gloomy mood. Half asleep and half awake, she suddenly felt the ground shake. The flames in the vermilion bird tomb burst out suddenly, as if they were exploding. Ning-yi staggered out of the vermilion bird tomb. She saw the sky filled with rolling clouds, auspicious beasts flying around, and faint immortals descending with spiritual rain. Creatures bathing in the spiritual rain gained great power, many gained wisdom and transformed into shape. Then a grand voice of the great Tao echoed through the wilderness. I am Hongjun. I have achieved enlightenment and become a saint. I will teach the Tao outside the 33 heavens at Zixiao Palace. Those with fate can come and listen. The blessing of becoming a saint benefits all beings. The creatures of the wilderness bowed to the ground and paid respects from afar outside the 33 heavens. Of course, Ning-yi was not among them. Since she came out of the vermilion bird tomb, she decided not to go back. She was soaked in the spiritual rain and wandered home. By the time she arrived, her drunkenness had mostly worn off. Ning-yi, you're back. The saint is going to teach the Tao. Let's go to Zixiao Palace to listen together. Nuo flew over from the other side, looking very excited. I'm not in a hurry. You go ahead. I have some personal matters to handle. She had just returned and went straight back to the vermilion bird tomb, not even returning to her room. She wanted to check on her home first. Ning-yi went just to see what was happening. As for whether listening to the Tao would help her cultivation, she wasn't optimistic. Her brother couldn't teach her before, so she had to understand it herself. Hongjuan's Tao might not even be useful. Nuo trusted it. Seeing the endless stream of wilderness creatures flying toward the 33 heavens, she felt anxious, worried she might fall behind. Then my brother and I will go first. You come quickly. I'll wait for you at Zixiao Palace. After saying that, she flew back to the other side, leaving Ning-yi behind. Ning-yi watched her leave before turning to look at the small courtyard she hadn't had time to look at earlier. She hadn't been back in a long time. Oh, little fox, you're quite impressive. You take good care of the vegetable garden. The grapes have grown so much. When she left, she told the little fox to help herself to the grapes whenever she wanted. She didn't expect the little fox to be so diligent, taking good care of the small garden. Now, the little fox had already transformed into a beautiful woman, looking delicate and pitiful, with a slender, graceful figure that carried a natural charm, making it hard for anyone to look away. A little girl followed beside me just like a small white rabbit. Please accept us, master. Choo-Choo is willing to serve the divine. The little fox called herself Choo-Choo and offered to be a servant. I'm very good at sewing. I can make new clothes for you. Seeing Ning-yi hesitate, Choo-Choo quickly added more. Can she make clothes? That's great. This is a good skill to have. All right, you can stay, but the yard needs to be rebuilt from scratch. Ting-Ting looks like a young master, with hobbies that are very refined. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, all of them. I always feel the small garden isn't enough for him. A deep courtyard garden with lots of bamboo is better. Living inside, it looks more pleasing. Ting-Ting, pick one. Which yard do you like? Ning-yi brought out several models of gardens she made earlier, letting Lin-Chi choose. Lin-Chi looked at them and chose one with many bamboos. Can I make some changes? Lin-Chi only adjusted some small details of the garden. Somehow, whenever he made changes, the garden looked even more beautiful. Every step had a view. After finishing the new yard, he also tidied up the surroundings. Ning-yi thought about building a flower path by the water. She often went to play by the river and in the mud. A goddess should walk on a flower path. It should have walls of flowers on both sides, a flower bridge in the middle, and hanging plants full of drooping flowers on the bridge. There should also be climbing vines with fruits on both sides of the bridge, easy to pick and use. It would be both beautiful and practical. But there's no rush to build all that now. She wants to watch the biggest excitement in the flood wilderness. She definitely doesn't want to miss it. Anyone who arrives in the flood wilderness wouldn't want to miss such a chance. The opportunity to become a saint is something to seize if possible. I heard that, to become a saint, you need to compete fiercely, fighting to the death, then becoming a saint and finally ruling the flood wilderness. That's the usual process. You have to go through it, right? The fighting part isn't suitable for her, so she'll skip it. Ting-Ting, do you want to go to Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings? But Ting-Ting is very suitable for that. Since he first transformed and ran away from home, fighting from chaos to the flood wilderness, he's never stopped. Next, he wouldn't miss the chance to fight with those near saints, right? But this time she was wrong. Ting-Ting pouted and said, "Who wants to listen to him preach? I don't need to." What does don't need to mean? Don't you want to become a saint? After a few moments, Ning-yi replied, I can always protect you. Initially, she promised the great Pangu that she would either look good or have strong cultivation to transform her shape. She wasn't confident about her appearance, but she was absolutely confident in her cultivation. In the chaotic world, she wasn't afraid of anyone. Oh, why does everyone think she needs protection? I don't need protection, Ning-yi emphasized again. showing how strong she was. Are you really going to listen to the lecture? Lin Chi was surprised that Ningyi planned to go to the Purple Cloud Palace. Ningyi nodded. Yes, I am. It's the biggest event in the chaos. Missing it would be such a pity. I don't care whether I listen or not, but I can't miss the excitement. Do I need to find a good spot? In the past, in the chaos, she could set up a stall to enjoy the lively scene. Now, she couldn't do that anymore. She couldn't trade food for news with the near saints, could she? There were no fights or scenes, just a class. In her past life, she was a top student, a rural kid who succeeded against the odds. Listening to lectures was a small matter. She could watch the live broadcast herself, no need to hear secondhand. I just want to see who is going to listen to the teachings. Missing out on many famous moments would be such a pity.
Oh.
Then go ahead. Won't you come with me? Are you afraid someone will bully me? They won't. They wouldn't dare to hurt you. If Hamjun dares to bully you, I will go and break the Purple Cloud Palace to vent my anger. Hee hee, I like my Tingting's confident attitude. Tingting wouldn't go, but everyone else really wanted to go. Most of them just wanted to see the excitement, but half of them also wanted to secure a good spot in the crowd. Others genuinely wanted to listen to the teachings. The position of a saint didn't exist during the chaos. In the flood, because of spiritual pressure, everyone's cultivation dropped a lot. They could only be ranked among the same level as the creatures of the flood. Everyone wanted to improve and reach higher levels. All the great celestial beings are eager to participate in this grand event. Naturally, they want to join in. Then let's go together. Tingting will stay and watch the house. Ningyi is generous and takes everyone along. When they leave, a group follows behind. Even Little Bunny rises into the sky to join the fun. However, outside the 33 heavens, not everyone can go. The saying, those with fate can listen, is just polite talk. What does it mean to have fate? How do you tell the difference? Ultimately, it depends on cultivation level. Each level of heaven is a barrier. As you go higher, the pressure increases. Those with lower cultivation can't handle the pressure and can't move forward. What should they do? They should go back. If they want to listen to the teachings, it depends on whether they have the right connections with powerful beings. If they are lucky, they might become a second-generation disciple or a third-generation disciple. If they are unlucky, they just stay behind. If they can't get in at all, they can only wait and see. Those with great strength can create their own path and be free. Those without strength might face uncertain outcomes. Ningyi's cultivation is solid, so even though she moves late, she won't miss out on the opportunity to arrive early. Since the first level of heaven, there's been excitement. Like fish in the Tianyu Mountain barrier trying to leap over the Dragon Gate, countless beings are desperately trying to ascend. They push and shove almost like traffic jams. Some push others, some step on others, and some even start fights when they disagree. Most are unable to reach the next level and fall back halfway. Those falling down collide with those ascending, and unlucky ones going up are pulled back down. In this chaotic world, conflicts are inevitable. It's not a matter of everyone being happy and laughing together. There will be life and death struggles. Ningyi isn't interested in such bloody scenes, so she quickly flies away. The higher she goes, the fewer beings she encounters. From traffic jams to almost no one, it takes about 10 levels of heaven. Master, I can't go any further. Little Bunny is the first to give up. Then go back and watch the house. If there's no fate to listen to the teachings, there's no need to force it. Choo Choo persists until the 15th level of heaven, but her fate is exhausted. Little Luer and Mei Lan Juju reach the 30th level, and they start to feel the pressure. Each level gets harder. Later, like other struggling beings, they began to prepare their defensive treasures for the upcoming battle. They wouldn't lose. Even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. They had followed Ningyi and Lin Chi from the chaos from the beginning. As the masters, they should help when needed and give some support. In the chaotic world, besides offering treasures, what else could they give? None of them were poor. Finally, they reached the gate of Zixiao Palace. Although they looked a bit disheveled, everyone had made it inside. Once inside, they saw many people, both standing and sitting. Most of them had their true forms out. unable to maintain their transformed bodies. Anyone who could come here was a powerful expert. Unfortunately, none of them looked dignified. Zixiao Palace is very large. The entrance opens into a huge square. At the back of the square, against the rear wall, is a big altar. On both sides of the altar, there are gates leading to the inner hall, hidden behind a protective barrier that's hard to see through. The altar has 100 steps, made of jade, leading up. Ningyi estimated it covers about 100 square meters. Surrounding it are beautiful fences with simple patterns, containing the laws of the Great Tao, forming their own barrier. In the middle of the altar, there's a round cushion. About 10 meters away, 6 cushions are lined up side by side. Wow, what a grand scene! Is that a cushion? No, that's a sacred seat. Ningyi arrived a bit late. By now, all 6 cushions were already occupied. The people sitting there had their backs to the gate. Except for Nuwa, who was the only woman, and her unique snake-tailed appearance, they could recognize her easily. As for the others, they could only guess. The 3 on the left are probably the 3 pure ones. The 2 on the right? They don't look like Buddha figures. Are they fellow villagers? The male big shots have arrived, and they've taken down 2 figures from the Western religion? Wow, what a lively scene. Ningyi was very excited. She had decided to rely on the Chaos Pearl to survive until old age, just watching the show without fighting. People like her would never become the main character, who rules the world. She admired and was interested in those who could become the main characters and bravely take on that role. But she always felt that the seats on those cushions wouldn't be so peaceful and steady. Ningyi decided to stay back a bit. The first 3 rows were not for her, to avoid getting blood on herself. Moreover, Xiao Luer and a few others couldn't go further forward anymore. Even with good magic tools, if their own strength couldn't support it, it was useless. At this moment, only the first row was fully seated. The seats behind the first row were half filled with scattered people, with many empty spots. Ningyi found a spot at the corner of the 4th row, connected to 7 or 8 empty seats. She took Xiao Luer and Mei Lan Juju to sit down there, leaving 2 seats empty. They all insisted on sitting half a seat behind Ningyi, pushing her forward and looking at her curiously. Fortunately, everyone who entered was trying to overcome the pressure, looking awkward as they packed their belongings. Those with nothing to do were meditating with their eyes closed, waiting for Hongjun to start speaking. No one paid attention to their group. After sitting down, Ningyi began to observe the surroundings. The first row was mostly filled with familiar faces. Although she hadn't traveled much in the primal chaos, the number of ancestral witches was large, taking up 12 seats. Nearly half of the seats in the first row were occupied by them. Not far from them was Fuxi. She also saw Lan Yao and the featherless phoenix Feng Xian. Lan Yao was meditating, while Feng Xian was socializing with the powerful beings around, humble in attitude, not showing any sign of being the leader of the vermilion bird tribe. Around her, there were several dragon kings, a qilin, and a white tiger. Although Ningyi was seeing the white tiger for the first time, its presence was very low, but it was definitely a true white tiger. The 4 chaos divine beasts, the 3 who fought and killed, what was their fate in the end? The descendants present knew very well that their decline was severe. Only the white tiger survived. Feng Xian saw Ningyi, but pretended not to notice. She didn't talk to anyone else and returned to meditating with her eyes closed. The white tiger sensed Ningyi's gaze, turned to look at her, and nodded in greeting. Ningyi also nodded back, acknowledging the greeting. This creature knew her. Indeed, over the years, it hadn't appeared, but secretly, it must have been watching her around her barrier. More powerful beings kept arriving at the square, and the seats gradually filled up. Later, some who were unwilling to sit in the back took out thin cloths and moved forward to sit. Once inside the Purple Cloud Palace, no one dared to fight openly. They only made small moves, and as long as they didn't try to take other seats, everyone sat quietly on the side without saying a word. Ningyi really wanted to take out some sunflower seeds and enjoy the scene. This kind of situation was very familiar. Back in college, whenever a big boss came to give a lecture, the auditorium or large lecture hall was filled with this kind of scene. Those who brought their own cushions or sat on small stools in the aisle were no different from others. The square was already full. Ningyi estimated that there were definitely over 3,000 disciples present. But Hongjun still hadn't appeared. The square was very quiet. No one dared to speak, all waiting silently for the sage to come out. Ningyi sat as normally as everyone else, but she was tense inside. She was thinking, Hongjun really likes to show off. People like that are hard to get along with, always showing off and looking down on others. Everyone has some pride. While she was thinking, she wondered how long Hongjun would keep up this act. Suddenly, 2 more people entered through the main gate. So that's why she hadn't seen the Buddha before. Here they come. Within the next hour, Ningyi watched a lively scene unfold. The 2 newcomers didn't even glance at the ordinary seats in the square. They headed straight for the altar. They reached the altar, but there were no seats left. That didn't matter. They would cry and act pitiful. They sat on the altar, patting their thighs and crying. While crying, they complained about how far they had traveled, how poor they were, and how they lacked good legs. They performed a whole act of singing, reciting, and acting, as if they were doing a comedy from their village days. It was really embarrassing. How strong must their hearts be? People like that, if unlucky enough to face them, should be very careful. They might hold a grudge for a long time, waiting to get revenge. Their crying was so ungraceful and noisy. The person sitting at the very back looked very impatient. Since he was closest to the 2 Buddhas, the older-looking one seemed like he wanted to wipe his nose on him. So uncomfortable to watch. He raised his sleeve, intending to push the person away. But unexpectedly, someone grabbed him quickly and pulled him out. The suddenness made him lose his balance, and he staggered, leaning half of his body out. At that moment, the younger-looking Buddha quickly sat down in his place, pushing as to block him from sitting. He immediately sat cross-legged, occupying the seat. Once he took the seat, the older Buddha started crying even more sadly. He said he had no chance anymore and that his family's future depended on his younger brother. No matter how tragic it sounded, Ningyi thought it was incredibly dramatic. Sure enough, the person sitting on Nuwa's right couldn't hold back anymore. He voluntarily got up and offered his seat. He left the platform, walked to the person sitting at the very edge of the front row, took out his cushion, and sat down beside him. When he stepped down, Ningyi saw his face clearly. 2 words came to mind: peaceful and calm. From his appearance to his aura, he looked very peaceful. Just looking at him, Ningyi felt he was someone who didn't fight or compete, just like this person. By this point, Ningyi basically understood everything. The local male lead wasn't real. The 2 who lost their seats were definitely the foolish Kunpeng and unlucky Hanyun. The 2 Buddhas were probably Zhutian and Jin. Judging by this chaotic scene, their villain status was now secure. As soon as they sat down, the empty green cushion suddenly turned into a blue lotus platform, and a man in black appeared on it. When the man in black appeared on the blue lotus platform, Ningyi was so shocked her mouth dropped open. So, Yi was actually Hongjun? Oh my god, even the saints of the prehistoric times are so unprincipled. Why do they keep changing maps and names? Fengli Shi is Nuwa, and Yi became Hongjun? Which one is truly the top figure of the prehistoric era? Ningyi was trying to decide which big shot to support, hoping she could just relax and do nothing. After thinking for a moment, she decided on Nuwa. At least they were friends. With Hongjun, they were more enemies than friends. During the chaos, they had a serious grudge. And she also knew about his awkward past before he became famous, especially the times when he was under her brother's foot. She had witnessed all of it. Because of his proud nature, he would never forget a grudge against her in his lifetime. While she was planning quietly, the blue-robed boy who followed Hongjun appeared. He left the altar and came to her side. "Senior, the teacher asks you to ascend the altar." The young boy approached Ningyi, bowed, and delivered the message. Why should she go up? She didn't want to compete for the sacred seat. There were 6 cushions, and fighting over them would offend others. Why bother? Ningyi looked at Hongjun on the altar and heard his spiritual voice in her mind. Senior, I cannot sit alone on the high platform in front of everyone. Please, Senior, take a seat and share the honor of our ancestor. Oh my, his tone and attitude. He's still himself, but he's forgotten everything without his spiritual body? What's going on? Please, Senior, take a seat. Hongjuan's voice came again. Ha, just sit if you want. Are you afraid? Ningyi stood up, followed the boy, and walked toward the altar. All the powerful beings present had already been drawn by the commotion here. As the boy moved, their eyes fixed on Ningyi, watching her every move. Everyone was curious. What was she trying to do? Had she not finished grabbing the cushions? Those familiar with her, like the ancestral witches and Fushi, looked concerned, worried she might have done something wrong, and angered the sage. Blue Yao only now realized Ningyi was here, her face full of eagerness. If the situation had been different, she might have bowed to her. She had known Ningyi for a long time and understood her strength well, so she wasn't worried like the others. Bai Hu looked completely confident. Feng Xian's face showed embarrassment, with eyes that avoided hers and held some calculation. The other powerful demon lords didn't recognize her and looked at her with curiosity. No one heard how the boy addressed Ningyi, so everyone wondered, who is this powerful figure that the sage specifically invited her to the stage? But there were no cushions on the altar anymore. Was she being asked questions? Or was she in trouble and the teacher was going to dismiss her on the spot? Thinking this way, those who had sat awkwardly before clenched their teeth and sat up straight, showing respect. They believed the teacher should have a good attitude when speaking directly. The few on the altar with their status didn't look back. When Ningyi reached the stage and stood beside Hongjun, only then did everyone see who she was. But they still didn't understand the teacher's intention. Was she trying to take their place? The two Buddhas sitting at the very front are the most nervous. Their seats are not properly placed and they feel guilty. Their faces look more worried, almost on the verge of tears. After Hongjun stepped onto the stage, he moved the lotus platform slightly outward, making space on the left side for another person to sit. The two sat in the middle of 6 others facing them. Since they are to sit equally, they must look proper. Matching Hongjuan's blue lotus platform, she took out a white jade cushion from her collection, one her brother often sat on during his retreat, and placed it on the ground, transforming it into a white jade lotus platform. This was made from the shell of the lotus seed that gave birth to her brother, left over from making robes, treasure among treasures. Once the lotus platform appeared, Ningyi sat down steadily. She didn't seem affected by the power of the great Tao at all. Hongjun then addressed the 3,000 disciples in the square. This is Ningyi, the great sister of the Lord Pengu. In the future, you should treat her with respect as an elder. With this, everyone sitting below, whether willing or not, recognized Ningyi's status. Especially the 3 pure ones, since Pengu's spirit transformed into the 3 pure ones and Ningyi is his sister. They had to show respect. Not to mention their cultivation levels. They couldn't see through her, and she sat steadily beside the sage. How could she be inferior? What does that mean? A small carrot grown into a big one. It's not about not seeing through Ningyi's cultivation. That's secondary. Her solid background and good origins are undeniable. Even the sage had to step back a little. Everyone respectfully bowed to Ningyi. Yes, teacher. We follow the elder's command. Greetings, senior. Ningyi raised her hand to signal them to stop. All right, I got it. My Tao begins from chaos. The disciples no longer dared to have other thoughts. They sat properly and listened carefully. Ningyi understood every word and knew what it meant, but clearly, she didn't see any profound truth. It was just a story. Honestly, Hongjuan's reputation as a good teacher is well-deserved. He told the story very well. At least it didn't make anyone sleepy. It was engaging, not an exaggeration. While listening to the story, Ningyi took the chance to quietly observe the 6 future saints while everyone else was immersed in Hongjuan's teachings. And she was shocked when she saw them. Besides Niwa, there were some familiar faces. This is about Yuqing Yuanshi. He is dressed in white with white hair, wearing a silver crown. He is not the same white-robed cultivator she met on Kunlun Mountain. Oh, now he looks serious, like a restrained male god, pretending to be someone else. His aura is strongly leaning toward Hongjuan style. If someone doesn't know better, they might be fooled. But Ningyi knows. The barrier on Kunlun Mountain and the divine beast guarding the mountain are clear signs that he was a scumbag man. He abandoned her after sleeping with her. The three pure ones? They're just as though. Fortunately, they didn't come to claim her as their aunt, like the witch tribe might. Did they come or not? Do they acknowledge her or not? Probably not. Their relationship with her brother isn't close. If they acknowledged her, it would be really embarrassing for him, because of the bad impression Yuanshi left on her. So, the Jade Pure Supreme Lord, sitting at the top, looks kind and proper, dressed like a respected school principal. His appearance easily gives people a good impression. But Ningyi always feels this is just a surface. His kindness isn't like Hongyun's kindness. Who knows what he's really like behind the scenes? Are there any shady affairs? Because of Yuanshi, she's suspicious of good appearances and doubts everything. However, Shangqing Tongtian, the teaching's lord, is quite different. She thought he would look like a villain, since in the investiture of the gods, the villainous big boss is deeply ingrained in her mind. But surprisingly, he looks very good. Young, fair, and tender. His skin is smooth, features delicate, with a chiseled face, white teeth, and red lips, a handsome young man. Earlier, at the Taoist altar, she only saw him with his hair loosely tied with a red ribbon, in a casual style. From the front, he wears a wide black robe with large sleeves and a red inner garment, but he doesn't wear it properly. His collar is open in a low-cut style. His face is handsome and a bit mischievous, paired with a wild, carefree outfit. He looks like the second male lead in a fantasy novel, someone who's loved but also darkened and fallen into evil. Maybe he's the second male lead? But if he turns dark, that's probably a bad sign. Ningyi, who follows her three views with her five senses, feels it's a pity. He's so good-looking. Should she come up with a plan to save the darkened second male lead? Maybe because she stared at Tongtian for too long, he suddenly looked up at her and threw her a flirtatious wink. Wow. Ningyi almost cursed. This is really a tricky situation. Whose mischievous child is this? Not paying attention in class and being naughty. Just because of his arrogant attitude, he deserves a scolding. He has no right to complain. Hongjuan's first lesson lasted a whole 1,000 years. Time, for the great powers of the primal chaos, is just a number. 1,000 years sounds long, but for these powerful beings, it's just the time of a single retreat. It's not even enough. For good students, it's fascinating. After the first lesson, they all feel they haven't learned enough and want more. They wish the lesson could go on for another 1,000 years. When class ends, they don't want to leave. They want to stay and ask questions. But Hongjun clearly has no plans to answer questions after class. He goes straight back to the inner palace. The disciples who couldn't keep him stay are left feeling unsatisfied, returning to their training grounds to study on their own. For the weaker students, it's a relief. Like the ancestral witches, they scratch their heads and look restless, as if they have lice on them. If it weren't for respecting the saint, they might sneak away in the middle of the lesson. They are definitely exceptions among the disciples because they have almost no spiritual consciousness and cannot cultivate. They can only strengthen their bodies. The Great Way and magic are completely unrelated to them. Other weaker students might just not understand everything or fall behind in progress. Their listening is useless. It's like a duck listening to thunder or playing the lute for a cow, completely pointless. Ningyi is different from others. Hongjuan's way is not the same as hers. The great truth has some connection, but not much. While others listen in class, she enters meditation, practicing her own path. She looks very serious, like a good student, but in reality, she's just daydreaming. Of course, meditation can lead to sudden enlightenment, and she has gained some insights. Her internal knowledge has increased. In this unconventional primal chaos world, she has gained more understanding and awareness. When class ends, She doesn't stay long. She collects her lotus platform and heads out of Zixiao Palace, ready to go home. She wonders if Tingting has been waiting anxiously at home after so long. Divine Lord, Lan Yao has met the Divine Lord. As soon as she steps out, Lan Yao is already waiting outside. She bows to Ning Yi. Long time no see. Are you well? It really has been a long time since they last met. Since going to the Southern Land and witnessing the selection of the new master for the vermilion bird's inner core, I haven't met with them again. Ning Yi didn't tell the vermilion bird people where the vermilion bird's tomb was, nor did Xiao Hong say she should bring back the remains. The vermilion bird tribe is quite a mess, and after choosing a new master for the inner core, it's better not to disturb Xiao Hong's peace. During this time, Lan Yao regularly sent people to the Kunlun Mountain Dojo to deliver gifts, all arranged by Yuan Yi. These visits never stopped, and the manners were always proper. I won't comment on the gifts themselves, but I appreciate the thought behind them. Lan Yao looked up at Ning Yi, seeming to have many words to say. Meanwhile, Feng Xian, who had been silent, spoke up, bowing politely and saying, "The leader of the Phoenix tribe greets Master Uncle." Ning Yi frowned and looked at Lan Yao, who looked bitter and helpless. What is Feng Xian trying to do? Senior, I humbly greet you. While Ning Yi was pondering how to respond to Feng Xian, two monks appeared. It was the two Buddhas, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti. Seeing Ning Yi, they bowed respectfully. These two really know how to act important. They're very good at bowing deeply. The junior's bowing was natural and unforced. Ning Yi also returned the bow politely. She has no grudges or conflicts with these two. Since they are polite, she responds kindly. People like this are best avoided. It's better to stay as far away as possible. At their level, Ning Yi can tell whether she is sincerely returning the bow or just pretending. Jie Yin looked extremely moved, saying, "Although the Western lands are barren, our disciples' respect for you is sincere, and heaven and earth will witness it. Please, when you have time, visit the Western lands and give us a chance to serve you." Although his expression was a bit exaggerated and perhaps overly theatrical, the good intentions were clear. Ning Yi didn't dismiss their kindness. "All right, when I have free time, I will visit. I heard that the fruits and produce in the Western lands are different from those in Central Earth, with a unique flavor. I'd like to try them." The two Buddhas looked delighted. "We are always waiting for your esteemed presence. Senior, please don't favor one side over the other. The Western lands are far away, and a trip there is quite troublesome. My Bio Palace is nearby and not barren. Uncle, would you like to go see it?" The three pure ones appeared together. Tong Tian called out loudly from afar, sounding quite arrogant, clearly not taking the Western teachings seriously. I don't know what they did to provoke him so clearly, but don't use her as a tool. Ning Yi refused to take the bait. No matter how beautiful or charming she is, I won't blindly trust her. Since we are all students of the same master, why are senior brothers so aggressive? Manhwa and her brother appeared just in time, interrupting Ning Yi. Fuxi stood beside her, bowing politely to Ning Yi. "I will do as I please, no need for my junior sister to worry." It was clear that the Heavenly Lord didn't give Manhwa any face either. "Who cares about your worries? I'm just worried you'll cause trouble at the Purple Cloud Palace entrance and disturb the Master's peace. Manhwa isn't someone to be easily angered. Fellow disciples, harmony is the most important. Harmony first." Tai Ching appeared kindly, acting as a mediator. Some of the great elders sat on cushions, listening to teachings on the altar, while others could only stand at the back. "Senior, the demon clan respectfully invites you to visit." Tai spoke as the king of the demon clan, standing among the elders. It's unclear if he genuinely wanted Ning Yi as a guest, but it was clear he didn't want to lose face to those elders. "Auntie, we have some questions. Please return to Panga Temple to help us understand." Zhu Jiu-yin was always eager to compete. When the demon clan showed up, he wouldn't fall behind. Plus, they really needed to ask, what if they didn't understand the Great Tao? It looked like they were arguing about Ning Yi, but in fact, they were already competing. Ning Yi didn't say a word, just watched the lively scene unfold. It was a bit of a distant relationship, but still interesting. After just one lesson, standing at the gate of the Purple Cloud Palace. It had already started. This trip was definitely worth it. None of these people are easy to deal with. Senior, who was this person trying to interfere now? Before she could see who spoke, suddenly a bright light shot into the sky, seemingly from the direction of Mount Zhou. The brilliance was visible beyond the 33 heavens. What kind of treasure was that?
Who still has the mood to argue?
One after another, they hurriedly bowed to Ning Yi and ran off, eager to grab the treasure before it was gone. Who cares about seniority now? Even the ancestral witches had left. Ning Yi's surroundings suddenly became silent. The world fell quiet instantly. Only Blue Yao and the white tiger, who had just gone out, remained still. The white tiger looked at Ning Yi and then at Blue Yao. "I'll visit the senior another day." They politely nodded and left. Someone who could safely pass the great opening tribulation wasn't easily attracted by a basic treasure. Everyone had left. Ning Yi looked at Blue Yao. "It's not good to disturb others here. Let's go home and take a look." Blue Yao silently followed her, ready to return to the banks of Ru Shui. As she turned around, she saw Ting Ting flying over from afar, quickly reaching Ning Yi. "I'm here to pick you up." Yes, this is good. This performance is very good. Let's go, home. Ning Yi felt very happy. "Wow, Ting Ting, you've tidied up the house so beautifully. It looks amazing. You're so impressive, gentle, and..."
Ting Ting is the best.
The garden by Ru Shui has changed now. Flowers bloom everywhere, with pavilions and terraces faintly visible among the lush plants, creating a beautiful scene that complements the garden perfectly. The bamboo forest stretches from the edge of the garden, all the way up the distant mountain. Small animals occasionally appear in the woods, adding vitality. Around the garden, fruit trees like peach, plum, apricot, pear, and jujube are heavy with ripe fruit, filling the air with sweet aroma. It's just the right amount of sweetness, not too much. Before leaving, they had planned to plant a flower path leading to the bank of Ru Shui. When she left, she chose camellias but hadn't started planting them yet. Now there are camellias, roses, crepe myrtles, hydrangeas. A full wall of flowers extends all the way to the riverbank, with a bamboo arch and flower bridge in the middle, covered with climbing plants and hanging orchids. Many flowers Ning Yi didn't recognize. "What's this flower? It's so pretty," Ning Yi asked, pointing at a delicate, light pink shrub. "Elderberry." Just hearing the name sounds magical. It doesn't look like a typical plant you'd find here. Well, the plants here shouldn't all appear at once. Isn't this the spirit-rich continent of Honghuang? Plants and trees don't rely solely on climate. They thrive on spiritual energy. So many different plants appearing together makes sense. Have you been busy with these things for 1,000 years? Isn't it boring? After Ning Yi asked, she felt it might be unnecessary. It was similar to her developing food, farming, and brewing wine. All just ways to pass the time. However, Lord Lin Chi's hobbies are more refined than hers. "It's okay, not boring. I've been in seclusion for a while." "Oh, in seclusion, time passes much faster." As she spoke, she entered the garden, where Choo Choo and Little Rabbit were waiting outside to greet her. Both of them had made progress in their cultivation. Ning Yi pointed to Little Lu, who had been following her behind, and said, "You really are hopeless. 1,000 years and no progress at all. Your enemies have become saints, and one day they come looking for you. What will you do then?" Back when she was in chaos, she thought plant cultivation had a limit. But Ting Ting's cultivation has no limit, which shows that talent really matters. Little Lu curled his lips and said, "I'm not afraid. If he dares to move me, I'll make sure everyone in the wild knows about it. Back then, I caused a big scene and everyone in the wild knew about it. Let's see how he still pretends to be a teacher and scares others." He was confident. Even if saints were powerful, they couldn't kill him. He and Ning Yi shared a spiritual mark, making him a formal servant. If anyone wanted to harm him, they'd have to consider who his master was. As long as he couldn't be killed, he could live to take revenge. He would ruin the saint's reputation, so he wouldn't have the face to teach others anymore. "Oh, so that's your plan? No wonder you dared to go see the excitement. Ning-yi was too lazy to argue with him. With little Lu's reckless attitude, he could probably survive until the end. Grand Witch Ho-Tu requests to see Auntie. Outside the garden, a visitor arrived. Ning-yi had to deal with the visitor first. Her family could wait a little longer. Choo-choo, take Ho-Tu to the guest courtyard and wait. I need to talk to Lan Yao for a while. The little fox went to fetch the visitor. Ting-Ting returned to her own courtyard. Everyone else left to tend to their own affairs. Only Ning-yi and Lan Yao remained inside. You've been wanting to talk to me. Go ahead. What's the matter? Lan Yao stood up and knelt before Ning-yi. Divine Lord, I beg you, for the sake of my Zhuke clan, please help us. Wen Xian was born weak and often excluded by her community. She had limited access to training resources and struggled to survive. However, the community never expelled her or let her starve. When she became a ruler, she took revenge on those who had bullied her before, using harsh and domineering methods, which caused her community to split and lose unity. Oh, it's just another story of an underdog rising up, nothing special. That's a matter within your community. How she became the ruler is her own skill. Lan Yao wasn't surprised when Ning-yi said this. Then she added, yes, there's always fighting for power inside the community. Sometimes the East is pushed down by the West, or vice versa. But no matter how they fight among themselves, they stay united against outsiders. Our Zhuke clan is an ancient, powerful force that has never feared enemies from outside. Wen Xian only uses tough methods internally. When dealing with outsiders, she's just submissive and flattering. She's lost all the honor of the Zhuke clan. Even the face of our great Zhuke god is being tarnished. She spoke more and more angrily, feeling upset, and tears welled up in her eyes. Ning-yi felt a sharp pain in her teeth listening to this. Wen Xian's actions reminded her of some stories from old history books about the Qing dynasty. Inside, she's oppressive and cunning, bullying common people with bad tricks. Externally, she's weak and spineless, like she has no backbone.
What kind of person is that?
Why does she do this? Ning-yi didn't understand. Lan Yao shook her head. I also can't understand why she would lower herself, even trying to please minor cultivators like the Golden Immortals. If you can't understand it, I definitely can't.
I don't know Wen Xian well.
Ning-yi asked, so, what do you want me to do? She touched the Zhuke hairpin on her head, remembering how proud and commanding she used to be, walking around with a queenly aura, full of confidence. Seeing her once proud community now fallen so low, she felt it was strange. Lan Yao looked at her eagerly. Can the Divine Master summon my king's inner core and choose a new ruler for our community?
Huh.
Summon an inner core? That kind of magic doesn't exist. To get an inner core, she would have to kill Wen Xian and extract it. But the problem is, her Zhuke inner core chose her as its host. Even if I break the rules and take the core, are you sure we'll choose a new master? I'm not sure. But it's better than just watching our clan decline, right? Now there's no more Vermilion Bird clan. It has become the Phoenix clan. Who knows what will happen in the future? What if the inner core of the Vermilion Bird no longer recognizes its master? Wouldn't your clan split apart? Can you still control all the forces? Or, what if the inner core chooses a new master you don't like? Would you just kill and find another? The more Ning-yi spoke, the more she felt that such possibilities were real. She could bear the consequences of once changing her clan's fate. After all, she had connected with her brother. Heaven's way is above, and she believed her brother would take care of her. But not repeatedly, right? How about this? The Vermilion Bird tomb is nearby.
Let's go ask Zhu what she thinks.
Maybe she'll give us some hints. Lan Yao had no objections. She had always known about the Vermilion Bird tomb, but Ning-yi never mentioned its location, so she had never been there. Now that Ning-yi said so, she realized why Ning-yi was staying here often, because the Vermilion Bird tomb was close by. Divine Lord, I can't get in. Lan Yao stopped at the edge of the cave at the very center of the Vermilion Bird tomb, filled with lava and flames. What? Can't get in? Why can't I enter? Isn't this the Vermilion Bird flame? Wasn't this the fire in the Vermilion Bird nest? Lan Yao shook her head.
No.
This fire has a sealing power over my clan's magic. It's probably to suppress my king's remains. Oh? Can it be like that? What if we take the vermilion bird's remains out? Without the seal, what would happen? Could it survive? Lan Yao shook her head. I doubt it. Once the remains are out, the entire ancient land might be burned to nothing. This is the vermilion bird's remains. Sigh, I thought Little Red could survive. Then it seems we can only wait for the fire here to gradually die out? As the spiritual energy of the vermilion bird's remains dissipates, the fire will naturally weaken. Then you wait here. I'll go ask. Ningyi finished speaking and flew to the side of the remains. Knowing there was a seal that suppressed Little Red's spiritual power was good news. Ningyi took out her green flute, sliced through the void to break the seal, then took off her hairpin and drew a barrier. She covered the vermilion bird's remains inside the barrier. Then she entered the barrier herself. This temporary barrier has limited time, but it's enough. Zhu Zhu, can you hear me? I completed the task with the inner elixir you gave me. But the person who chose as the owner doesn't seem very good. He's a coward, kneeling to everyone. Very embarrassing. Lan Yao came to ask for help, wanting to take out the elixir, choose a new owner, and restore the honor of the Zhu Ke tribe. I don't know if I should agree, so I want to ask you. What do you think? Little Red's spiritual power hasn't completely faded, and there's no seal pressing down on her, so she should be able to hear me. Sure enough, after a while, Little Red's voice came from inside the barrier. A bit resentful, like she was biting her teeth. Are you bored and have nothing to do? Why bother with these trivial matters? What honor? If they can't stand on their own, what's the point? Let them fend for themselves. If they die, it's their own fault. Why is this fat bird getting more and more irritable? Why is she so aggressive? Ningyi wanted to argue with her, but then thought better of it. She's just a pile of bones now. No need to argue with a fat bird. If I didn't care about you, would I bother? What's wrong with you? Can't recognize good intentions. I couldn't help but reply back. After a while, Little Red's voice sounded again, a bit stubborn. I think you're wasting your life. Even in the chaos, don't you understand the cycle of cause and effect? Every cause has an effect, good or bad. The luck of the Zhu Ke tribe should be like this. You mean well, but it might not turn out to be good. Forget it, let them be. When I was alive, I didn't care about what's after death. I've done everything I could, no regrets. Getting involved in cause and effect naturally makes her part of it. She also doesn't want Ningyi to bear too much karma because of her. Don't die or live recklessly. Is there a way to be reborn? If you have a trick, just say it.
I'll handle it.
We're good friends, and I'd be happy to save you. Ningyi asked Little Red sincerely. This time, a bit more time passed before Little Red replied, I lost my inner elixir. What's the point of living? If I live, those reckless kids will just make me angry. Well, the chaos might not last long, and this place isn't permanent. When the fire dies down, find me a good place to bury me. When my spiritual power is no longer harmful, we can chat for many more years. Oh, that works too. Later, I'll find you a resting place in the small world inside the Chaos Pearl. Pretty thoughtful, right? Okay, I got it. Let's go. And don't talk to me about the Zhu Ke tribe anymore. It's too stressful. You should bring some delicious food when you come, and don't come empty-handed. It's rude not to. I really want to break her bones. What should I do? Why did she open her mouth? She is so annoying. Without saying a word, I flew out. Before leaving, I took some snacks from my space and placed them under the bones. She is so generous. Did you hear that? At the entrance of the cave, Ningyi asked Lan Yao. Yes, I heard it. Then go back. Do what you can, and that's enough. Lan Yao knelt down, bowed a few times toward the remains of the vermilion bird, then saluted Ningyi and returned to the southern land. Ningyi went home and still needed to meet Ho Tuesday. Annie, can our witch tribe really not practice cultivation? She was asking about cultivation again. Cultivation is about the soul, and our witch tribe doesn't have a soul. So how can we practice? Besides, everything has gains and losses. The witch tribe strengthens the body, making the physical form very strong, and their cultivation isn't worse than that of cultivators. If we could still practice, what kind of power would that be? It wouldn't make sense for a whole tribe to have all the advantages. Yes, that makes sense. Ho-Tu still wasn't willing to give up. Annie, our ancestor witches do have a little bit of a soul. Can't we practice? Try it if you want. Can I practice near you, Annie? You can stay if you want, but no outsiders are allowed in the garden. Tingtin is shy around strangers. If you want to stay, build a house outside. Huda was happy when she heard Ning Yi didn't chase her away. Thank you, Auntie, for your permission. I will work hard to practice. All right, dear best. Huda happily left. A few dozen steps away from the garden, she built a small stone house in the bamboo forest. Every day, she meditated and practiced inside the stone house. Unlike the Niwa siblings across the river, who are chosen by heaven and are top students, they understand and digest everything the teacher teaches. When they return, they retreat to comprehend the Tao and cultivate. Huda just sat and meditated, unable to close her eyes properly, and she hadn't even grasped 1/10 of the Tao she was trying to understand. So, what's the point of closing a cultivation gap? Because of this, after Ning Yi returned, Huda helped with farming and raising silkworms every day. Her help once again made Ning Yi feel overwhelmed by her talent. It's just too unfair. Don't underestimate the Earth Mother. Her cultivation isn't strong. She is very skilled at farming and raising silkworms. With the same cotton end, she can grow them easily and well. The silkworms she raises seem to become lively and spirited, turning into magical silkworms. The most annoying thing is that Choo-Choo can make clothes. Ning Yi learned from her. She doesn't mind wearing the new clothes Choo-Choo makes. But she refuses to let others make clothes for Ting-Ting. She insists on making them herself. She also finds joy in dressing up Ting-Ting herself. After many years of learning, she probably wasted a lot of fabric, but now she can make clothes skillfully. But the Earth Mother can do it right away. The clothes she makes look very beautiful. They grow cotton and then spin the threads. Choo-Choo, following the drawings Ning Yi tore from a book, roughly makes a loom and spinning wheel. She keeps thinking and improving them little by little. Once the Earth Mother starts, she quickly figures things out. She even improves the loom and spinning wheel. The fabric she produces has special qualities, and it's just as good as Ning Yi's. It's so frustrating. Someone outside the garden is calling, "Senior, senior, senior," as if reciting a prayer. Who is that? Calling for a spirit. Ning Yi gets annoyed and goes out to see. There, a mischievous figure is hanging on a flower bridge, swinging around. "Come down and don't ruin my flowers," Ning Yi says. She takes out her green flute, ready to teach Tong Tian a lesson. Tong Tian quickly jumps down, saying, don't get excited, senior, senior, senior." He's not stupid. He can tell she's ready to hit him with the flute. "What are you doing here?" Ning Yi asks with a gritted teeth. After all these years, he's the most mischievous one. Even more than Xiaolu. Seeing him makes her want to hit him. "Just visiting. Senior, this heaven and earth are full of treasures. I came to see if you have anything to give me. If you toss me something, I'll be very happy." This mischievous creature is so shameless, talking like that without shame, yet he doesn't look lewd or creepy. He even looks pleasing. It's just too shameless. Ning Yi was about to rub her forehead when she directly pushed people away. No, I have low cultivation and can't fight. Where would I find treasures? Go ask your master. He has plenty of good stuff. I'm not your master. Why should I give you things? Are you bullying me because I have a good temper? Tong Tian, with a cheeky smile, moved closer to Ning Yi. Oh, my master is old-fashioned and strict. There's no gentle, understanding senior like me. I'm afraid to ask him because he might kick me out of the sect. Besides, you're the sister of Pengu, the great god. How could your cultivation be low or lack treasures? Your courage is so big it could cover the sky. Here you are flattering my teacher. And you're afraid of what? That can't be. You have good talent and a noble background. Your master wouldn't want to kick you out. Don't just look at the surface. He actually loves his disciples the most. He's very generous and gives them everything. Unlike me, who is poor, stingy, and tight dash. Try asking him, Ningyi kept talking like this, and Tong Tian looked confused. Really? Senior, you can't lie to me. With your status and position, it's not good to deceive juniors. No, I'm telling the truth. I've known your master for many years. He's the most generous. Go ahead, ask him. If he refuses, just tell him I said so. Oh, so I should really go. Tong Tian hesitated but decided to go. Master, you're really tricking him. Will he hold a grudge? Aren't you afraid he might scheme against you? Xiao Lu was worried about Ningyi, feeling anxious. He knew Hong Jun, and he was not generous at all. If the disciple really came to ask for treasures and said Ningyi told him how generous he was, would he give or not? If he didn't, it would be embarrassing. If he did, he might suffer greatly. Ningyi smiled and replied, You don't understand. Just watch. He will be generous to his disciples. Why is that? Xiao Lu was confused. What could make a stingy person change? Ningyi's thoughts were focused on her brother. It seemed he never held any strong attachments or chased fame and fortune. He was entirely dedicated to cultivation, just practicing and practicing. Tingting smiled and shook her head. The saints here are not without desires. Look at that saint. If he had no wishes, why would he teach disciples? That's true, Ningyi nodded. I've always felt he had some plans, but I couldn't figure them out. Even though he's a saint, what more could he want? Yes, like uniting with the heavenly way. Huh? The heavenly way again. After uniting with the heavenly way, what then? Like my brother? People are gone, but the essence remains. The heavenly way is constantly evolving. When it reaches a certain level, the great Pangu can naturally condense a divine form. Ningyi loved hearing this. Really? Tingting looked at her seriously. I'm not joking. I'm going to bring my brother some food. Ningyi happily returned to her small world, preparing his favorite dishes. For her brother, she never used inferior ingredients. She refused to use the chaotic materials from the primal chaos, even if she could eat them herself. She only used the chaotic ingredients stored in her small world. Ho-Tu, I'm going to Panga Temple to see my brother. Are you going back? Ho-Tu was planting mulberry trees, gathering leaves to feed silkworms. Hearing this, she paused. Yes, I will. I'm on shift with Gong Gong at Panga Temple now. It's my turn. Big brother, I came to see you. Nothing special. I just miss you. Tingting said that someday you might condense a divine form. Really? How long do I have to wait? Every time she visited, it was the same. She would bring offerings, then start talking about what she had been doing, what exciting things she had seen, any new skills she had learned. She would talk for days, giving detailed reports. At first, the ancestral witches and elders guarding Pangu Temple would stay with her. She sat at the altar and they knelt below. But over time, since it was tiring and not very useful, the ancestral witches and elders stopped accompanying her. They let her do as she pleased. Only Ho-Tu would always kneel below whenever she was there. And there was a great witch who, as long as she was at Panga Temple, would stay with her. At first, Ningyi didn't even know who he was. Later, I found out that he was Ho-Yi. He was young, energetic, handsome, and calm. He was a rare gentle and polite gentleman among the Wu tribe. Ningyi never cared whether the Wu tribe stayed or left. She only focused on her own affairs. She kept nagging her brother. Usually, her brother wouldn't reply. But this time, he responded, which was quite rare. When the time comes, I will naturally appear. Wow, that sounds like he didn't say anything at all. Does her brother also write long-winded speeches? Brother, you need to try harder. I'm waiting for you to appear and be the matchmaker so I can get married. Her brother. Actually, you don't need to try too hard. Brother, I want to tell you that Tingting is also pretty good. She's not the kind of girl who falls in love at first sight and insists on marrying only him. But she looks nice. I can look at her for a long time without getting tired. And she doesn't mind what I do. She supports me in everything. At home, she gives me flowers every day, helps me with perfumes, makes jade carvings and jewelry. There are many paintings of her that he drew, and they are really beautiful. I don't think I'm that good-looking myself. He also plays the piano well, though I don't understand the music's meaning, I just think it sounds nice. So, see, he has many good points, right? When we are together, I don't get annoyed. When he's happy, I feel happy too. I think this is just fine. Isn't it good enough? Her brother listened to her rambling and thought, that kid Lin Chi is finally somewhat useful. The young man may not be much use, but he's good at charming people. Seeing that his sister was happy, he decided to try a little harder. He aimed to cultivate a spiritual body in 3 to 5 years and arrange their marriage. Master, 2 groups of visitors claiming to be your juniors came to the house. When you didn't see them, they left gifts and went away. As soon as Chu Chu returned home, she reported to Ning Yi. Her juniors were many, so who could they be? 2 of them are Red Cloud Taoist and Jin Yuanzi Daoist, saying they are traveling here. The other is an envoy from the demon tribe, sent by 2 demon kings to deliver gifts. Oh, I see. When she saw the gifts, oh my, ginseng fruit. For Ning Yi, ginseng fruit wasn't anything special. She had plenty of things far better than that. But in the prehistoric world, it was far from ordinary. 2 ginseng fruits given just because someone happened to pass by? She wasn't foolish, of course not. Those 2 kind elders were clearly trying to build a good relationship. The demon clan's gift included 2 storage bags, one filled with fruits, the other with beef, lamb, and fish. The fruits were rare treasures of the ancient world, the cattle and sheep were native breeds, and the fish were carp. When Little Rabbit went to the flower bridge to pick melons, she saw that great demon heading to the other side too, Chu Chu added. Oh, now Ning Yi understood. It was just a matter of courtesy. Everyone was exchanging gifts so no one would be offended. The 3 offerings, beef, lamb, and fish, were quite interesting. The first time Ning Yi went to the Panga temple to honor her brother, she made dumplings with those 3 fillings. Later, when the Wu clan prepared offerings but didn't know how to make dumplings, they simplified it and used the same 3 ingredients Ning Yi had mentioned. Over time, these became the regular offerings to the great god Pengu, as well as the Wu clan's most common meats. Now the demon clan had brought the same 3 things as gifts. Was it a simple gesture, a clever one, or a sign that they understood their rivals well? Headache. Indeed, the more clans there were, the more trouble followed. Sister, sister, I'm here. Little Deer came in, pouting. What's wrong? I'm not happy. Why not? Kunlun Mountain isn't fun anymore. We can't stay there. Sister, we'll have to move in and bother you and Brother Linchi. She didn't really mind the company. But still, what happened on Kunlun Mountain? Did someone bully you? Little Deer shook her head sadly. No, not that. But Yuan Shi became a disciple of a saint. After he returned, he started building and expanding his domain. The creatures of Kunlun Mountain all went to follow him. Many places became his territory, so we can't go there anymore. Oh, so it was about territory. Do you want to take it back? Kunlun Mountain was huge. Taking it all was a bit much, wasn't it? Little Deer shook her head again. Forget it. We don't like fighting. Fighting only brings bad consequences and karmic backlash. Ah, you actually know quite a lot. The Little Deer looked at Ning Yi with a gaze that seemed to think she was still a child. Sister, I've grown up now. And I'm pretty strong, okay? Cultivators should know this, we all do. All right, Ning Yi replied. You're all very strong. Ning Yi comforted the child. In her eyes, the Little Deer, no matter how much she grew, would always be that small, adorable girl who was about the same height as a table, with 2 little bumps on her forehead. By the way, recently, did the treasure from Mount Buzhou appear? Did everyone rush to get it? This question touched on Bai Zai's special domain. The beautiful woman quickly answered, I know. It's the innate gourd. Bai Zai nodded vigorously. Yes. It's said to be the world's first gourd vine, which bore 7 gourds before they were all taken. The first gourd vine? The first gourd vine was clearly in her little world. She had brought it back with the tea tree at first, the first batch of items she collected. She didn't know how to care for them, so she left them in the shopping mall space for a while. They didn't grow. Later, they were taken to the Qinglian barrier, where they continued to grow. Now, in her small chaotic pearl world, nourished by her little world, they constantly provide spiritual energy. Who managed to get it? Ning Yi modestly didn't compete for the first place. If they said they were first, then they were first. The cultivators who hadn't seen many good things wouldn't laugh at them. Bai Zhe counted them off one by one. Sanqing, Nua, Hongyun Daoist, Dong Huang Tai, and the young boy beside the saint. Even the young boy went to grab the treasure? It seems he's also ambitious and doesn't want to stay a boy forever. Fai Lian, who hadn't spoken much, finally said, "Actually, we don't want to stay in Kunlun Mountain anymore. There are always treasures appearing there, and it's too noisy. Plus, it's close to Mount Buzhou. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful there in the future." Yes, Ningyi had also left Kunlun Mountain because she found it too noisy. Then why don't you stay? Since the divine deer no longer wanted to stay in Kunlun, Ningyi thought there was no point in keeping the barrier there. She decided to go find Lin Qi. "Ting Ting, I need to go to Kunlun Mountain and take down the barrier. Do you want to come with me?" Lin Qi, who was designing a hairpin, put down her brush. "Okay." Ningyi thought for a moment. "How about this, after we finish in Kunlun, let's go back to Tianyu Mountain and stay for a while. There's still a lot of wine there. Do you want to drink some? Here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. The garden here, they just returned, and she went to Zixiao Palace without having time to brew wine. Ting Ting has such a small hobby, but I should make her happy. Yes, I collected snow plum from the far north and red phoenix feathers from the far south. Both can be used to make wine. Haha, I knew it. This person has a big love for wine." While she was away, she went out to gather ingredients for brewing, but she didn't say anything until I asked. She's a bit stubborn. Okay, when we get back to Tianyu Mountain, I'll try it. Annie, you've taken down the barrier. Where is Yuani going? Don't you want Yuani anymore? Ningyi removed the Kunlun barrier, and Yuan-Yi was panicked. She is a mountain guardian beast. Without the mountain, where can she go?
No rules.
I'll find a good place for you, and take you there later. Yuan-Yi's plan was already thought out on the way here. After she finished, she said to Ho-Hot, "Ho-Hot, Yuan-Yi can't go where I'm taking you. You stay with me first." Ho-Hot wasn't unhappy. She knew which was better, staying with Ningyi or following Yuan-Yi. Plus, she was originally enlightened by Ningyi. There are only these two to arrange now, then she will close the barrier. Ting Ting, you all go back to Tianyu Mountain and wait for me. Mo Lan, prepare the materials and tools for brewing wine. When I send Yuan-Yi to Zixiao Palace and come back, I'll start making it. Annie, are you sending me to Zixiao Palace? Will I learn from a saint? On the way, Yuan-Yi asked excitedly. No, the saint's disciples are few. We won't compete for that. I see only a young boy around him, so I'll send you to be a young girl disciple. Oh, serving a saint as a young girl isn't much different from being a mountain guardian beast like Auntie. It's okay. Yuan-Yi happily accepted this. As for how Ning-Yi convinced the saint to accept her, she didn't think much about it. Auntie said she could definitely do it. How else could she persuade him? Well, Hongjun, I'm not arranging people at your place. The trouble your disciple caused, as her master, you should help clean up the mess. That's more proper, right? She's just a mountain guardian beast here. When your disciple proves to be a saint, her background will be recognized. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for her to stay guarding my mountain? Hongjun sat still like the wind, calm on the outside but secretly calculating. He realized that Ningyi's words were all true. What should he do? Thinking back to just a short while ago, Tong Tian had come to Zixiao Palace, stubbornly persuading him to give up several magic treasures. He sighed inwardly. What kind of teacher was he to accept such things? He nodded and said, Senior is right. I will accept her. I will rename her Yaoqi and, together with Haotian, make her a gatekeeper's servant. Ting Ting, did you transform all this? You're amazing. I arrived a little late, and you've already changed so much? Ningyi returned to Tianyu Mountain and found that the Jade Palace on the mountaintop and the small garden had become lush and full of blooming flowers, just like the garden by Ruo Water. Even more impressive, the original cliff on the mountaintop was filled with various fruit trees. Now, around the edge of the cliff, there were 108 lifelike stone dragons. Their heads formed water outlets, creating small waterfalls. The whole mountaintop looked like it was floating on a fountain, dreamy and beautiful, almost unreal. The entire Tianyu mountain barrier was filled with strong spiritual energy. Over the big lake, Clouds and mist swirled, and occasionally, flying dragons moved across rainbow clouds, bringing rain. The spiritual energy inside the barrier was so dense, it was almost solid. Looking through the mist, it was quite damp, but in fact, it was all spiritual energy, completely dry, and of excellent quality. It wasn't like this when she left. She didn't take credit. It's not me. It's Steward Long who manages it. After 1,000 years of effort, he's very meticulous. Hearing this, Kong remembered. When she left, a few dragons had leapt over the dragon gate to transform into dragons. She had assigned tasks to them. The black dragon became the steward. Little black, come here. Good work deserves praise. She called the black dragon over. Taking out a small abacus she had kept in her space and used for a long time as a reward. While we were away, you did very well. This is for you. From now on, you will be called Long E and officially serve as my chief steward. The dragon named Long E was so excited he could hardly contain himself, holding a chaos treasure abacus capable of resisting Saint's defenses. He trembled with excitement, carefully holding it in his hands, grateful and respectful. Thank you, Master, for the name and treasure. Long E will not betray your trust. All right. Just knowing you're grateful is enough. Good, then work hard. Ningyi thought that if she wanted to show kindness, she would do it all at once. She called the red dragon, the golden dragon, and the silver dragon from the Great Lake. She gave the red dragon the name Longer, the golden dragon the name Longsang, and the silver dragon the name Longxi. Longer, this whip is for you. It can tame all spirits in the world and make them your pets. You can control them freely. Longsang, this fan is for you. Made from chaotic wood as the frame and chaos demon skin as the surface, it can attack anyone below a sage level. Longxi, this umbrella is for you. Made from the same materials as the fan, it can defend against attacks from innate magical treasures, unlike the golden abacus, which is a treasure from the innate realm. These were all crafted during her cultivation. Their quality is just a little below that of the golden abacus, enough to highlight Longyi's status as the chief steward of the dragon ritual. Everyone was very happy, holding their magic treasures with eager eyes, not knowing how to show their excitement. But where there is joy, there is also sadness. Mylan Juju is a servant of Lin Qi, so she couldn't come here to complain on her behalf. After all, there are Chu Chu and Xiao Luer. Chu Chu has been with Ning Yi for a short time and only came because she asked to. She envies the others in the dragon ritual, but dares not say anything. Xiao Luer is different. She doesn't directly ask for treasures, nor does she stay by the pond where she usually plays. Instead, she squats in the corner of Ning Yi's room and draws circles. Ning Yi looked at her with a black line. What are you doing? Are you cursing me with those circles? Xiao Luer looked aggrieved. I'm reflecting on myself, trying to see what I did wrong. Why didn't the master reward me with a treasure? I am, after all, the only servant who has formed a spiritual imprint. But what is my treatment? Others have it, I don't. Wah. Oh, her crying was so pitiful it was almost unbearable. It was as if she was about to shout that life was not worth it. Ning Yi was annoyed by her crying and slammed the table in anger. Aren't you ashamed to say that? When you have something others don't, why don't you say it then? Over the years, I've given you countless treasures and rare materials. Do you think I fed them to the dogs? Look at your cultivation level. Do you think you're worthy of all those things you ate? And before the chaotic beings took shape, you went out with the little deer to pick fruits. How many treasures did you gather? How many private stashes did you hide? Do you think I don't know? Also, the leftover materials from my forging, those substandard items I didn't keep, did you hide those too? You hit Yen E and then started to complain. Did I not give you the Chaos Treasure Tower? Did I not specially make a brick for you? What more do you want? I think you are asking for too little, aren't you? Can't you just focus on improving your cultivation properly? It's better not to mention it, but when I talk about improving your cultivation, Xiao Lu cries even harder. My talent is just like this. My cultivation has reached the limit, and I can't improve anymore. Can I be blamed for that? Blame you? Why would I blame you for being stupid? Shouldn't I have chosen someone with better talent? Xiao Lu stammers. Well, it's not entirely your fault. I mean, my cultivation isn't enough, so I rely on magic treasures. If you could give me more magic treasures, I could make up for the gap in cultivation. A poor student like him still dares to think about cheating confidently. He was driven away, but in the end, he was worn down and given a basket made from the branches of the big willow tree planted in front of the house when they first lived in Xuanwu land. It can hold below saints without breaking. It's perfect for sneak attacks, fitting Xiao Lu's character well. He pouted, feeling the basket wasn't impressive enough, but he took it back faster than anything else. As a good host, Ning Yi would never favor one over the other. She also gave Chu Chu a comb and a pair of scissors. The comb can style hair, and the scissors can cut clothes. She gave Little Bunny a hairpin for defensive magic treasures, since her cultivation is low, and she's just a little maid who doesn't go out much. She doesn't get into trouble. As long as she can protect herself, that's enough. Even Gui Hua didn't miss out. She was given a broom. Ning Yi couldn't think of a better match for the housekeeper. She has many things, and choosing is difficult. She just picked the first thing she saw that might still be useful. She pushed aside the people around her, leaving only Mei Hua and Mo Lan. Although they are registered under Lin Qi's name, they have always served her. So, giving them bamboo and juji might not be enough. Forget it, it's not a big deal. She decided to do her best with the 4 items. She gave Mei Hua a sewing kit made from earth fabric, with 9 needles crafted from non-metal, non-jade, non-stone stones from her meteoric reign during her chaos days. She gave Mo Lan a set of kitchenware, a wok, a spoon, a knife, and a chopping block. She gave Zhu Ji a bamboo flute, and Zhu Ji received a pen. Tingting saw that Ning Yi treated the plum blossom, orchid, chrysanthemum, bamboo, and other plants like family, not outsiders. She was very happy and had been smiling for many days. Here, this is for you. She handed Ning Yi her signature white silk pouch. What is it? Ning Yi thought it was probably jewelry or a small ornament she had just made. It's half of my family fortune. Huh? What's going on? Why are you giving this to me? I don't need these things. She was a wealthy lady, after all. Keep it for giving to others. Ning Yi saw that Tingting's ears were red. After thinking for a moment, she started to understand. She remembered a painting Tingting had drawn earlier of her picking flowers, with a hidden message. I have admired you for a long time. I wish to marry you, entrust my heart, continue our family line, and grow old together. People like them probably won't grow old together anytime soon. There are no strict rules for proposing marriage. Ning Yi wondered if Tingting meant she should be the housekeeper, managing the household affairs. This person's little thoughts were all focused on these things. All right, I'll accept it. From now on, I'll help you manage your affairs. Is that what you mean? Tingting nodded. Yes. I'm going to brew some wine. You've collected quite a few ingredients, right? I see the osmanthus in the yard is blooming, and the green plums are ripe. Let's make some osmanthus wine and plum wine to taste. Ning Yi changed the subject, not wanting to talk more about managing the household. Someone with a big appetite for food and drink brightened up. Oh dear. Will she become a wine lover from now on? Snake. 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 Brother, help me. Ning Yi, who had gone to the big lake to fish on her lotus platform, was startled almost to jump up when a snake approached from the lake. After shouting, she realized her brother wasn't here. The snake wouldn't kill her. What's wrong? It was Tingting who was called over. She quickly flew onto the lotus platform, looking anxious as she asked Ning Yi. Ning Yi grabbed Tingting's sleeve for support, feeling a bit more confident. She also patted her chest, really disliking soft-bodied animals. All kinds of crawling creatures scared her. Flying insects were fine, but soft-bodied crawlers were terrifying, especially snakes. The only snake that didn't scare her was probably the White Lady. The White Lady? Ning Yi closed her eyes and called out to Long Sang and Long Si, drive the snakes away and stay away from me. I don't want to catch snakes. Long Si, could you find the most beautiful white snake in this lake? Just after saying that, she wondered if Long Si's taste was good enough. She thought about telling Ting Ting, but then she remembered he also thought he was ugly, and his taste wasn't very normal. She also called Choo Choo because she thought a little fox's taste might be better. Choo Choo, you and Longxi find the most beautiful white snake in the big lake and bring it to the palace. Before the snakes were driven away, she lost interest in fishing. Ning Yi went straight back to Bu Palace to wait. Not long after, Choo Choo came in carrying a fish basket. Master, I found the most beautiful white snake for you. It's only 100 years old and hasn't transformed yet. Do you want to see it? All right, I'll take a look. Ningyi tried to convince herself that what was in the basket wasn't a snake, but a beautiful girl. A girl like Manhwa. When Manhwa and her brother first transformed into just a head to eat meat at her stall, she wasn't afraid. Their snake bodies weren't scary at all, and they were very pretty. From a few steps away, she looked at it from afar. Wow, it was really beautiful. It had a clear white color with faint golden patterns, like the finest white jade carved into a sculpture. Most importantly, this little white snake's eyes weren't slit pupils. They had big, bright eyes with a natural charm, adorable and sweet. That made it less scary. Ningyi raised her hand and cast a spell on the little white snake, transforming it into a human form. It became a cute, big-eyed little girl, about knee-high. She also transformed her snake skin into a white and gold-patterned silk robe, styled to look like the kind of dress the White Queen would wear. Her hairstyle wasn't the typical bright, shiny style with a beauty peak, which looked a bit old-fashioned and wasn't suitable for a little girl. Choo Choo helped the little white snake make a pretty hairstyle. The little fox was very clever. It was obvious that her owner liked this little white snake, so she would have to flatter it in the future. Ningyi thought about it and decided that calling her by Su was too casual. She needed a proper name. She definitely couldn't call her by Sujin, since she was uneducated and bad at naming. She couldn't think of a poetic, fairy-like name. So she said, "You can be called by Su." The little white snake obediently replied in a childish voice, "By Su, thanks the master for the name. Good. Now go to the pond and continue practicing. She is just a pet to be taken care of, and there's nothing really for the little baby to do. It's a small white snake, a baby snake that can change shape. Even when it transforms, it's still a baby. It follows commands easily. When Ningyi told it to return to the pond, it went back. It doesn't even know how to bow or step back properly." Choo Choo frowned and said, "Master, I will watch over her and teach her manners." Ningyi waved her hand. "It's okay. She's still young. Take your time, and she'll grow up." Then she thought, should she let the little fox teach the white snake? Something felt off about that idea. "Go see if there's a more skilled green snake in the big lake, one that can change shape," she ordered Choo Choo. Choo Choo went to find a green snake with higher cultivation. Ningyi herself only saw the snake's true form, which was a beautiful green lady. She named the snake Shi Qing and told her, from now on, follow by Su and teach her well. Help her practice. Shi Qing was very straightforward and efficient. "Why are you taking in the little white snake? Aren't you worried?" Ting Ting asked out of curiosity during a meal. "I like her. She's very pretty." She couldn't say she had bad taste and wanted to raise a white lady to fulfill her childhood dream of making clothes from bedsheets and pretending to be a white lady. They drank osmanthus wine, which was quite tasty. After a cup, she blushed and tugged Ningyi's sleeve, asking, "When will we get married?"
Here we go again.
Ningyi smoothly stood up. Ting Ting followed, holding her sleeve tightly. Ningyi took her to her private room and laid her down in the bedroom. Soon. Once my brother cultivates his spiritual body, we'll get married. I only have an older brother, and he should see me in my wedding dress, right?"
Ting Ting nodded eagerly.
Yes, wait for your brother. Yes, wait for him. You're drunk, rest now." "Okay, I will. Tomorrow, we'll eat dumplings. My brother will eat dumplings too." Good. Eat dumplings. You'll have some, and so will my brother. By tomorrow, she probably wouldn't remember about the dumplings. If she just played along, she'd fall asleep with her eyes closed peacefully.
See?
It's easy to soothe her. "Master, The South Sea turtle servant gun has come to deliver offerings. A few days later, Long-E reported to Ning-E. Go away.
Why name him that?
Ning-E focused on this point and no one else could compare. Dragon-E couldn't respond to this because there was no written text, and he couldn't explain the issue with homophones. He also didn't know that her master's mind often jumped to puns. Seeing that Dragon-E didn't reply, Ning-E realized her question sounded strange.
Let him come in, she said.
This turtle servant was someone Ting-Ting had brought back from the South Sea, specifically to provide her with sea salt and seafood. 2,000 gene of refined salt, 10,000 gene of fresh fish, 10,000 gene of seaweed, 2,000 gene of dried goods. The South Sea Dragon King asked me to deliver 10 cups of pearls and 100 luminous pearls to the Divine Master as a gift. Gun respectfully stood in the hall, reporting what had been sent this time, ending with a note that the gift was from the South Sea Dragon King. In the past 1,000 years, the Dragon King had never sent anything before. Was it because she had become her master and was now showing her face? Thinking about the little blue dragon who once sprayed water at her and the great blue dragon god who would start a fight over small things, then about Feng Xian, the Zhuzhu descendant who also flattered everyone. Ning-E felt worried for them. Poor descendants, a declining clan. No wonder Xiao Hong didn't want to come back to life. Living was already stressful enough. When she visited her brother, she told him these things. Her brother replied, You should be more careful yourself so you don't get tricked. Someone was plotting against her? Ning-E counted on her fingers, but the darkness was unclear and she couldn't figure it out. If magic couldn't reveal it, she'd have to guess. Based on her knowledge of the future, she traced backwards, trying to guess who might be plotting against her. The more she thought, the more she suspected conspiracy, using her own perspective. If someone had many treasures, would she want to share? Of course she would. How to share? Flatter, deceive, or steal. Those were the main options. Flattering, Ning-E could accept. It was like raising a pet, making her happy, giving her good food and fun things, and she was willing to pay the price. It was just for fun.
Deceiving how?
She couldn't think of a way. Stealing was the easiest to understand, and she wasn't worried about that. She didn't want to give anything, so no one could steal from her. Surely no foolish fool would come to steal her, right? Over the years, Ning-E watched suspiciously as various visitors came to her. Many wanted to give her things to please her. Deceiving and flattering were two different things, but both involved trickery. There was truly nothing to take. And so, life went on, passing back and forth, for 1,000 years. Hongjun began his second sermon. Do you still want to go listen? Ting-Ting asked Ning-E. If she didn't go, how could she observe closely who was plotting against her? Her brother had already hinted that someone was scheming against her. Anyone who could make her brother mention it must be at least a saint or higher. Someone weaker in cultivation, her brother wouldn't pay attention to. Actually, there are many targets like that, just a few. Stay at home and rest. It's been hard for you, Ning-E comforted Ting-Ting. It's okay. I will meditate in seclusion. It will pass quickly, Ting-Ting replied. That makes sense. I left some wine for you in the wine cellar, but don't get drunk every day. I won't marry a drinker. I also prepared some food for you. When you want to eat, you can take it out. Ting-Ting smiled again. Yes, I will behave. All right, I'm leaving now. Will you come pick me up after class? Ning-E asked. Yes, I will wait for you, Ting-Ting replied. Auntie, long time no see. I've been waiting here for several days. Yaoqi greets you, Ning-E said as she arrived outside the 33rd heaven, where Yaoqi was already welcoming her. Yes, long time no see. How have you been at Zishao Palace? Yaoqi asked. Very well. My teacher taught me meditation techniques. How Tian and I often meditate with the teacher. It's very beneficial, Ning-E replied. That's good. Only 1,000 years have passed, and they've already become great Luo golden immortals. That's good to hear. Annie, this is the flower tea my teacher gave me. It's good for cultivation. I didn't want to drink it, so I want to give it to you as a sign of respect. Oh, this girl still cares about manners. Ning-E declined. Keep it for yourself. I don't need this. Since she already called her Annie, she shouldn't ask for things from her juniors. Not only that, she should give her a little more. This is some fruit candy I made in my free time. It's a snack for you. See? To please her, it's that simple. These candies are made from juice collected during the chaos era. Much better than that lousy flower tea. Yaoqi happily accepted the candy. Thank you, Auntie. You're the best. Sweet words and treats. Nothing wrong with that. Auntie, the teacher asked you to rest in the side hall first. We'll go out when it's time for the lecture. Upon entering the Purple Cloud Palace, Yaoqi led Ning-yi to the rear hall. Ning-yi thought about it and decided it was acceptable. With proper regard for status and decorum, she could accept it. She followed to the back hall. This is a room my teacher prepared long ago specifically to host Auntie. No one else has used this room, so you can feel free to use it. When the lecture begins, I will come to invite you. The first room in the side hall was simple and grand. There was only a small table in the middle, with a mat on each side. It was very minimalistic. Yaoqi, are all the rooms in Purple Cloud Palace decorated like this? Ning-yi couldn't help but wonder if Hongjun was deliberately targeting her, so she asked Yaoqi. Yaoqi nodded without hesitation, as if it was obvious, and replied, yes. The teacher knows you love tea and snacks, so I added a table. Other rooms only have mats. The way of the Great Tao is simple. External things are just distractions. Stop, stop, stop. Our paths are different, and I don't want to hear your philosophy. Okay, I get it. You can go now. Ning-yi was already convinced. She was just being stubborn, finding reasons that seemed justified, but in the end, she was just being stingy. It's a shame to let such a good house be used by him, and now it's turned into a rough shelter. Of course, she wouldn't let herself be inconvenienced just to modify the place for him. Once she took something out, it would be hard to take it back. That would be like selfless giving. For someone like Hongjun, who is so stingy, she wouldn't even want to give him a leaf. So, very rarely, Ning-yi sat quietly to rest. She didn't even touch the mat, choosing to sit on her lotus platform instead. She owed no favors. Not long after, Yaoqi came to find her, saying her disciples had arrived. All right, she understood. As soon as she appeared, Hongjun could come out last and start the lecture. All day long, he didn't do much, but focused on these unnecessary formalities. Ning-yi sat on a high platform, looking down at the square. This time, fewer people came to listen than before. At the front, only the ancestor, which Shotu remained. Next to her, Zhurong had been replaced by Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi sat beside Hongyun, who looked calmer than Taiqing. On the other side of Zhotu sat Fushi. Fushi was flanked by Tai and Dijuan, both dressed more extravagantly and lavishly than last time. Next to them is Kunpeng. Further to the side is the River of Darkness, filled with evil energy, making Ning-yi feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. Beyond that are the Phoenix, Dragon King, and White Tiger. In the back rows, I don't recognize many of the people. These individuals are all powerful figures in their realm. Many have visited her home to give gifts, but not enough to have her personally greet them. So, she doesn't always know their names or titles. Hongjun has started giving his lecture. Ning-yi listens carefully, analyzing it as if she were in school, just like in her past life. This is the training class for the essence of the chaotic world. The weaker students are eliminated. The top students on the spiritual platform progress at different speeds. The prodigy Tong Tian looks carefree and unruly, but he has high talent. His cultivation level is clearly higher than the others by 1 rank. The lowest cultivation is Nuwa, and the Western two are slightly stronger than her. Last time, she didn't follow Hongjun during the lesson. This time, she and Yaoqi are guarding behind Hongjun, each sitting on a mat, listening to the lecture on the spiritual platform. Isn't this just favoritism and favoritism through connections? Compared to the powerful figures in the front row, how can they sit on the spiritual platform? Ning-yi almost laughs, knowing the truth in her heart. Hongjun is not a saint without desires. So, who is scheming against her? The students who were eliminated are now very attentive during the lessons. It's hard to tell. Ning-yi keeps thinking, unaware of when she actually entered a meditative state on the spiritual platform. When she wakes up, her cultivation hasn't increased much, and over 2,000 years have passed. She is surprised to realize that Hongjun is still holding class. Last time, he lectured for 1,000 years. This time, 3,000 years? Is the class not over yet?
Such a long time.
She wonders what Tingting has been doing at home. Is she bored? She even wants to skip class. Alright, she didn't really skip, of course. When Hongjun finally announces the end of the lesson, before she can leave, he speaks again. The Heavenly Way has issued a decree. I will officially accept disciples this time. He starts causing trouble. Ning-yi is stunned. What does this mean? After 4,000 years of teaching, he suddenly wants to take disciples? The 3 pure ones will personally pass on the teachings. Manhwa and Jutian will guide and record the names. Alright, this is not surprising. The 3 pure ones are the chosen children of heaven, always surrounded by a special aura and treated with extra care. Manhwa, Jutian, and Jane are next in line. Anyway, since they're sitting on a lotus cushion, good things always seem to fall on them. But clearly, the 3 of them, who are 1 level below, are not very happy. Master, Mount Sumeru is so high and the road is so far. We traveled a long way, and it's too hard. Please, have mercy and accept us as your direct disciples. Jane and Jutian, both quick to show off their skills, have seen everything and are always crying and complaining. Their crying made Manhwa less anxious. She sat calmly on the side, waiting. If they succeed, she won't be left behind. If they fail, everyone fails, and she can accept that. The will of the Heavenly Way, I must obey as a teacher. Don't force it, Hongjun said, then used a great spell to sweep away everyone in the square who refused to leave, sending them all out with a flick of his sleeve. Only Ning-yi remained, sitting steadily on the lotus platform without moving. Senior, I see you're meditating. Have you gained anything? Hongjun started chatting casually with Ning-yi, acting like a kind neighbor uncle. Just like how he just swept over 2,000 disciples out the door, with a flick of his sleeve. Ning-yi nodded. Yes, I have gained something. Oh? What is it? Seeing Hongjun ask, Ning-yi looked at him. The war between the witches and demons is about to start. The chaos in the wilderness is coming. Won't the saints intervene? He asked while watching Hongjun's face carefully, not missing any expression. Hongjun twitched his lips quickly, then returned to his usual cold, expressionless look.
No intervention.
Without chaos, where would the calamity be? Without calamity, how could there be opportunity? Ning-yi thought he had misheard. But Hongjun continued, if there had been no heavenly opening calamity, I wouldn't be a saint today. When you were in chaos back then, you rarely traveled outside. You wouldn't know how powerful the 3 clans, Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, were in chaos. Without the heavenly opening calamity, there would be no witch tribe, and the demon tribe wouldn't be what it is now. The luck of the wilderness wouldn't be on their side. His words were very direct. Ning-yi smiled and shook his head. Even so, if the war between witches and demons is unavoidable, then you, the saint, are quite biased. Hongjun looked puzzled. Bias, of course. Manhwa is recognized as one of the demon kings. You accepted her as a formal disciple. Isn't that openly siding with the demon tribe? Once the Lich King starts a war, the demon race relies on Manhwa, and you, the sage, are also involved. The witch clan has no support, so they're bound to lose. Other cultivators are not fools. They probably won't stay neutral and will all help the demon race. As a teacher, showing such favoritism is not appropriate. Ning-yi mocked him with a sarcastic tone. Hongjun felt wronged and said, I didn't mean it that way. I accepted Manhwa because the Heavenly Way dictated it. She has great luck on her, so she should be my disciple. But didn't you just say that the Witch and Lich clans hold the luck of the Great Wilderness? Then the Witch clan also has luck. Why isn't the sage accepting them? Hongjun was angered by Ning-yi's question and replied, Senior, why say such things? Does the Witch clan have no support? Isn't there your aunt? I only accepted Manhwa as a formal disciple. Manhwa is just a figurehead in the demon race and won't participate in the war between the Witch and Lich clans. But Senior, you took Ho Tu with you, who is a real power holder among the Witch clan. Now everyone knows that the witch clan is the true Panga lineage. Hearing this, Ning Yi smiled again. Sage, that's not fair. I am a chaos body, untouched by the heavenly tribulation, with no karma. No matter how the world changes, I am at the peak of cultivation. Tribulations or opportunities have nothing to do with me. Calling me Annie is because the witch clan is made from my brother's bloodline, and we are connected. Similarly, if the three pure ones called me Auntie, I could accept it. It was almost obvious. They wanted to persuade me to get involved in the great calamity of the world. What was their true intention? Hongjun certainly couldn't admit it. I'm just stating facts. Senior, you're overthinking. He didn't mention that the three pure ones should also call Ning-yi Auntie. Seeing Ning-yi silent, with an expression that seemed to say his words were nonsense, Hongjun gritted his teeth and asked, So, what do you want me to do, Senior? Just waiting for you to say that. I want to make a deal with you. From now on, I will regard you as a peer, calling you senior brother and junior sister. You accept Ho-Tu as a formal disciple, so everyone is on the same level. Maybe it can help restrain the chaos a bit, and the great wilderness will suffer less. That would also be a merit of yours, senior brother. Calling him senior brother was like a surprise gift to Hongjun. He felt dizzy, as if he had drunk fake wine, floating in a daze. With the heavenly way above, he dared not disrespect Ning-yi. But as the first sage in the world and the teacher of future sages, he had to show respect. Being pressed down by an elder woman on top of her was very uncomfortable. Now she is willing to lower herself and become her junior sister? Just to ask for a formal disciple position under the Earth Mother? Not only a formal disciple, she even dares to accept a direct disciple. She must stand firm against the heavenly way and correct her identity. Finally, she can truly become the top person under the heavenly way. Just a formal disciple, and she accepted. Junior sister, with a kind heart, dedicated to the witch clan. Oh, when she calls her junior sister like that, her heart feels so happy. She insists on pulling Ning-yi towards the witch clan side. Ning-yi refuses, saying, Senior brother, that's not right. I can't bear to see the chaos in the primal chaos. The sky was opened by my brother, and all things are transformed from his flesh. Now that the heavenly way is above, my brother is watching. The chaos and the world are not insignificant to me. She keeps calling him her brother, making Hongjun want to hit her. If he weren't afraid of losing, he would have already slapped her out of frustration. Then I will accept the Earth Mother as you wish. Ning-yi doesn't give him a chance to make trouble. She gestures for Yaoqi to come over. Go and invite your senior sister, the Earth Mother, back. Tell her the master has something to discuss. Yaoqi bows without hesitation and turns to go call her. Hongjun just shakes his head and complains, Why is junior sister in such a hurry? He keeps calling her junior sister, and he finally caught her. For Ning-yi, the titles of senior or junior sister are just names. If Hongjun calls her junior sister, he wouldn't dare to act like her senior. Getting a formal disciple position from the Earth Mother, Ning-yi thinks it's worth it. She doesn't just want a formal disciple, she also wants the sacred position. When she suddenly realized the great calamity of the witch and demon, she remembered a novel she read in her past life. In that story, the male protagonist built a harem in the primal chaos, and all the goddess, fairy, and demon women loved him. The male lead became a saint by supporting the Earth Mother, gaining control over the underworld. This path, Ning-yi thinks, is very good and worth trying. Getting control of the underworld, or having a huge influence there, is much more beneficial than just titles like senior or junior sister. Of course, I'm afraid you might change your mind. She doesn't want to say another word. She closes her eyes and meditates. Seeing him like this, Ning-yi also begins to meditate. Soon after, Huda followed behind the jade pool back to the purple cloud palace. Seeing the two people on the altar, she was still puzzled. The others had all returned to their own training grounds. Why did they call her here? Hutu, the sage agrees to accept you as a registered disciple. Bow your head. Hongjun didn't speak, so Ning-yi spoke for him. Hutu was suddenly very happy. Her mind went blank. Luckily, She didn't embarrass herself too much. She immediately knelt down, called him teacher, and bowed to Hungjun as a disciple. Good, get up. Since Hungjun had already accepted the bow, it wouldn't be proper to keep holding it. So, she stood up. As soon as she responded, the world seemed to react. All the creatures in the chaos knew that the ancestral witch, Hutu, was officially accepted by Hungjun as his fourth registered disciple. Those powerful beings who had just returned to their training grounds and had been recently expelled from the Purple Cloud Palace by a great law, what were they thinking now? Who said the heavenly way only allowed him to take 3 direct disciples and 3 registered disciples? Who was so reckless that they just chased people away with a handful of sand? Weren't there supposed to be only 3 registered disciples? Why was there another one now? Did they really think they could just say something and it would be ignored? They were probably swearing a lot inside. After cursing, they had to think. Hutu is just like them, expelled from the Purple Cloud Palace. Many had seen her return to the Pan-gu shrine. So, how did she suddenly become a registered disciple? Some who were close to her discussed quietly, saying, "It seems like Uncle Master wasn't called out, right?" Hungjun was so happy to have the title of senior brother. How could he not spread this news throughout the chaos? Now, all the tribes in the chaos knew that this elder, who was on equal footing with the teacher, was called a senior brother. No matter how they muttered inside about why Hungjun only dared to call Ning-yi, junior sister, and not climb higher to call Pan-gu, great senior brother, they had to pretend to respect him. Everyone admired the teacher's mighty presence, the strongest in the chaos. Calling Ning-yi senior uncle was also very smooth. Do you mean senior uncle helped Hutu get the title of registered disciple? I think so. Everyone knows, we call him senior uncle, but the ancestral witches call her aunt. The witch clan claims to be the true lineage of Pan-gu. It all started when they accepted that aunt. I heard Hutu even stop returning to her ancestral temple. When she wasn't guarding the Pan-gu shrine, she stayed by the Ruo water with her senior uncle. Master Uncle's dojo is in Ryu? Huh. I haven't heard of Master Uncle establishing a dojo. He just set up a barrier. He used to live by Ryu River for a while, and that barrier is still there. A few deer gods also live nearby, so ordinary people can't get close. I heard that the great experts usually send gifts to Tianyu Mountain. Master Uncle also has a home on Tianyu Mountain. Why didn't he establish a dojo there? Who knows? Maybe it's because his cultivation isn't strong enough. I met him last time at the entrance of Zixiao Palace, but I didn't feel any pressure at all. You're talking nonsense. If Master Uncle's cultivation wasn't enough, could he be our Master Uncle? If his cultivation at Zixiao Palace isn't enough, how could he go there? That might be possible. Isn't he from a good background? With his legs, who knows what treasures he has? Forget about that. No matter how high his cultivation is, it's clear that Master Uncle can influence the decisions of saints. He's probably someone who can change the world. Maybe he's a Master Uncle, not a disciple. What should we do? We're not close to Master Uncle and we have no relatives. What can we do? If there's no way, we can't just pretend we don't know. Given the current situation, we should try to show ourselves. If Master Uncle is pleased, she might give us a little reward, which would be enough for us. At this moment, similar discussions were happening all over the vast land of the prehistoric era. Then, as if they had agreed, Ning-yi returned to Tianyu Mountain. Outside the barrier, the gate was blocked, filled with visitors coming to pay respects. Visitors were also ranked in tiers. Some guests only needed Long-yi to greet them. Gifts were accepted, and polite words were spoken. Long-yi was very good at these. Some guests didn't need Long-yi to meet them. They just had a few dragon servants, like Long Shao and Long Air, outside the barrier to collect the gifts and send them away. For others, Ning-yi had to personally meet them. For example, Manhwa. Manhwa now had a grand presence, comparable to Tai and Dijuan. It was said that across Ryu River, the demon clan had built a huge, luxurious palace for her to live in.
Wow, who is this?
Long time no see. Lady Manhwa is very busy these days. How come she has time to visit me? Ning-yi hadn't seen her old friend for a long time. Since Hungjun first gave his teachings, they had lost contact. When she and Tingting lived by Rushi River before, Manhwa was also in seclusion, so they never met. Uncle, why do you have to be so sarcastic? What am I to a great master like you? Hearing this, Ning-yi realized something. Manhwa wasn't Xiaohong. Either they had known each other for a long time, or before Hongjuan's teachings, they played with mud, made pottery, and exchanged gifts, just like ordinary neighborhood girls. But Manhwa was not Xiaohong. She could be carefree and playful with her, teasing and joking. Or, to put it simply, Manhwa's slightly sour and coquettish tone reminded her of her school days, when her best friend was a top student. Their families were similar, and their grades were close. During the college entrance exams, one got into a prestigious university, and the other went to a decent college. That subtle jealousy and insecurity among girls, only understood but hard to describe. In her past life, Ning-yi had run shops and worked many jobs, so she had seen a lot and heard many stories. Manhwa's behavior was very familiar to her. Usually, when friends heard such stories, they would look at each other and smile, understanding what was going on. Wow, she never thought she would become part of a story herself. So, what brings you here? Let's get straight to the point. Manhwa frowned, hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. I want to ask Uncle if he can help me find a registered disciple for my brother. Ning-yi almost wanted to laugh. Was this girl too lacking in emotional intelligence? Why offend someone before asking for help? Are you asking for help or not? Did Fushi send you to ask me? Why didn't he come himself? How can a brother do this? Push his sister forward when there's a problem? Isn't that enough? It ruined the good impression I had of him. But Manhwa shook her head. My brother doesn't know I came. I just want to help him get a chance. Oh, that makes sense. However, I can't help with this. If you're serious, you should go to your teacher. He's the one who accepts disciples, not me. Manhwa didn't believe it. But if Uncle doesn't ask for help, the teacher wouldn't accept Hoodoo. The teacher said that the heavenly path should have 6 disciples, and only the master uncle can influence the heavenly path. Ning-yi would never admit this. You're overthinking.
I don't have that much influence, she said.
Manhwa's face grew colder. Master Uncle just doesn't want to help, right? Why is there even a threat involved? Yes, I don't want to help. So what? Ning-yi replied. If Xiaohong were here, she would jump up and onto Ning-yi, tickling her until she begged and agreed to help. But unfortunately, Manhwa is not Xiaohong. She stood up, spread her snake tail, and simply swept her sleeve as she left the room. The moment she turned away, Ning-yi knew she had lost another friend. Fine, if she wants to cut ties, so be it. Who's afraid? Long-yi from now on cut off all contact with the demon race. No visitors from the demon race will be received, Ning-yi ordered directly, even to the entire demon clan. Long-yi took the order, turned, and stepped out of the barrier, announcing to all the cultivators waiting outside, my master has issued an order. Tianyu Mountain will no longer have dealings with the demon race. Visitors from the demon race, please return home. We will not receive you. Coincidentally, outside the barrier, there was a demon King Tai and a great demon sent by Emperor Jun to deliver gifts. Hearing this, they immediately became unhappy. Our demon race has always respected Master Uncle and has never shown any disrespect. Why is he treating us so harshly? Long-yi held his stance firmly, standing there like a mountain. My master does things without needing reasons, he said. After speaking, he threw the gold abacus hanging from his waist outside. Those who dared to approach Tianyu Mountain felt their pride might be damaged. They quickly dodged, perhaps fearing their reputation would be ruined. When the abacus was thrown, it might have even hit a few. Those who were slow to run were caught in the blast, 2 with broken arms, 3 with broken legs, and 1 with longer hair shaved in half, now with the yin-yang hairstyle. Everyone present was at least a golden immortal level. Who would give such a gift for free? But the abacus was thrown with a speed that was hard to dodge, even though it didn't seem very fast. The power was overwhelming. Everyone felt it, they couldn't withstand it. The injured ones thought they could endure, but just as the abacus was about to hit their heads, they realized their magic tools were useless, their spells failed, and staying meant death. That's why they were slower. Seeing this, The great demon understood that Tianyu Mountain was being unreasonable and domineering. They couldn't fight back. So, they decisively turned around and headed back to report to the Demon King's palace. Other monsters saw that they couldn't interfere and quietly retreated. Non-monster beings saw this situation and realized that their senior uncle was clearly in a bad mood. Without being rude, they all left. Longy looked at the peaceful mountain gate, put away his abacus, dusted off the non-existent dust on himself, and turned back to the barrier. His mouth corners, no matter how hard he tried, just wouldn't stay down. With a display of great power, he looked very handsome. He was so happy he almost burst with joy. Ningyi listened to Long Yi report the whole process of handling the situation and said, "Next time, if someone runs into trouble without thinking, handle it like this." She disliked trouble and always thought about what her parents taught her. Be kind to others, be friendly, and you'll gain wealth. Take small losses to get big benefits. But she also couldn't let everyone get away with being rude. She knew very well why they came. But why should she bother arguing with them? So, this time, her actions were not just to confront Niwa but also to warn others. After that, everything quieted down. Why are they all so annoying? They refuse to negotiate peacefully and must be scared into submission? In this regard, she didn't blame Hongjun for being the teacher. He was better than them. She just mentioned her brother a few times, and he responded to her requests without hesitation. They didn't need to fight openly. In the future, everyone would get along well. When Long Yi heard Ningyi's instructions, he happily agreed. Yes, he was excited because his abacus could be useful again. He could go all out now, so happy, so happy. He was a bit too early to celebrate. Later, visitors did come, but they weren't really scared off by his abacus. "Why are you coming to my house again? You're already a direct disciple. You don't need my help. I don't have any treasures for you either. Go away. Go find your master if you have something to do." Tong Tian came over with a mischievous smile. Seeing Ningyi, he called her senior aunt in a roundabout way, making her feel goosebumps. It was hard to understand how he managed to be so unmanly, yet still look so good. No matter how good-looking he was, Ningyi couldn't stand this kind of behavior. She directly told him to leave. "Why are you here?" Tong Tian hesitated and then leaned against Ningyi's mat. "Oh, it's the wine your master brewed. The smell is so good I can even smell it from the Bayou Palace. I'm so tempted. I came to ask for a little." Ningyi wanted to say, "Aren't you still thinking about my things?" Before she could speak, a burst of spiritual energy from outside the main hall suddenly swept Tong Tian out. Then, Ching stood at the door with a cold face, looking at Tong Tian, who was standing confused in the middle of the yard. "Next time you come within 10 steps of Ningyi, I will your cultivation." Tong Tian looked puzzled and tried to fight back, but he found he couldn't move at all. He could only look pitifully at Ningyi. "Master, help. Who is this person? Why did he attack without warning?" What annoyed him most was that he attacked but couldn't fight back. That made him very upset. He had promised to be the strongest cultivator below the saint level. Is Tianyu Mountain too strange? What's wrong with the people there? Aren't they part of the heavenly way? Ning-yi was amused. "He's your senior uncle. Even your teacher can't beat him. Oh, and we have a marriage contract. You're too close to me, and your senior uncle isn't happy. Remember that lesson? Don't do it again." "What? The teacher can't beat him?" Tong Tian, with his protective instincts, said, "Impossible. The teacher is the #1 saint in the world, the greatest in the wilderness. No one can beat him." This naive kid only cared about fighting and completely ignored the marriage part. Then Ningyi looked at him and added, "Without using magic tools." He suddenly remembered that his teacher had mentioned that Tong Tian's master had countless magic tools, and even if he took out one, the teacher couldn't handle it. This kid, always coming to Ningyi's place uninvited, persistent, and shameless. How could they let him get away with it at Zixiao Palace? Especially after the teacher gave him a few magic tools, he started causing trouble and using every trick he could. Plus, he was quite talented, and his cultivation was growing fast. As a teacher, who wouldn't like a good student? He's still a little disciple, so a bit of pampering is normal. He often told him more and sometimes even gave him special treats.
Now he knew more about him.
He added again, without using magic tools. This mischievous kid was truly sincere. You can't tell it all. He's the main villain in the legend of the gods. Before the primal chaos, there was also the chaos, you know? You're young, so you don't know. Back then in chaos. Never mind, I won't talk about it. Mainly, Ningyi hasn't seen Tingting and Yenny fight, so she can't really explain it. This made Tongtian very anxious. Don't leave it out. Uncle, tell me about it. Ask your teacher if you want to know. Just ask him whether the title Shirbua, senior uncle, suits Lin Qixin. Tingting shot a sidelong glance at Tongtian. Who would want to be his senior brother? Does he deserve it? What you're saying makes me seem so unworthy. Exactly.
Who are you? Who is he?
Do you really think you can be his senior brother? She left Tongtian standing in the yard as punishment. When they returned to the inner room to drink tea and chat, Tingting said this. But you can't say it like that. Ningyi can't explain her strong admiration for the saints like Niwa, the three pure ones, and Hongjun. Until their filters were shattered one by one and her beliefs collapsed, she didn't have a proper understanding of her status. During the Chaos era, she was someone who could listen to gossip while selling skewers and was on equal footing with the lowest-level Chaos demons. She wouldn't look down on herself just because she's high up. However, after meditating in Zixiao Palace and gaining some enlightenment, she had a different reason. The war between the witch and the demon is about to start, and a great calamity is near. All future major events will revolve around the disciples of Zixiao Palace. I need to find ways to earn merit and gather luck to give to my brother. Otherwise, when will he be able to form a divine body and officiate our wedding? When she mentioned officiating the wedding, Tingting lost her temper. Are you planning to support the witch tribe? Ningyi shook her head. If I supported the witch tribe, I wouldn't be asking Hotu for a disciple's name. Giving them magic treasures directly would be simpler and more straightforward. I think Hongjun was right. It's both a disaster and an opportunity. My brother once told me the same. After the great calamity, a new tribe will rise. We can't just look at the present. Tingting understood. So, which tribe do you favor? Of course, it has to be the human tribe. But right now, there are no humans. Who knows when Niwa will awaken? She had already thought it through during her meditation. If nothing else works, she would inspire Niwa. But just now, they had a falling out again. She can't keep showing kindness to her cold-hearted sister. She can only wait until she understands on her own. I don't know either. After the great calamity, the heavens are clouded, and even the sages can't predict what will happen. If the cause, process, and outcome of the calamity could be predicted, she wouldn't have been so surprised when her brother was about to open the heavens. She used to think that the chaos she was born into was different from the stories she read before. It had mountains and rivers, everything she needed. Maybe her brother wouldn't need to open the heavens at all. What is the purpose of opening the heavens? And there are things like dragons, phoenixes, and calamities involving them. She has never seen the ancestral dragon or phoenix, and in this place, she has never even heard of them, let alone the calamities involving dragons and phoenixes. This place doesn't develop like the ancient stories. She wondered if it was reasonable that even the act of creating the world hadn't happened. But she still couldn't avoid it. Her brother Pengu couldn't resist the natural laws either. So she decided to guess based on her memories from her past life, combined with her magic knowledge. As long as Niwa and Taiching want to become saints, they must create humans. Once humans exist, she believes the human race will flourish. She couldn't explain all this in detail to Tingting. Tingting agreed with her that the next calamity couldn't be predicted. So, what do you plan to do? Do you need me to help? Ningyi thought for a moment. I haven't figured out the details yet, but I think Hongjuan is using me to boost his own reputation. So, I plan to use this to undermine him. Since her brother can share some of the merit from opening the heavens, others who become saints should be able to share it too. Her brother said that he was inspired by her using the axe to open the chaos and create a small world. If she can share the merit of becoming a saint, she can participate too. So, you see, sister, it's just a name. But if my plan works, the benefits will be real. Right? Tingting's eyes lit up with a smile. You're good at politics. with a fierce heart and a gentle touch.
What?
Ningyi shook her head like a rattledrum. You see, I have too many personal feelings involved. I'm just a business person, thinking about how to spend as little as possible, ideally nothing at all, and still make a lot of profit. The more, the better. Politicians are all scheming. I'm honest and kind-hearted. I can't do it. You just care about benefits and don't mind losing face. Ting Ting, since you don't agree with me using the senior brother and sister identity to replace the designated disciple of the Earth Mother, why didn't you tell me before? Ningyi brings up an old issue. Ting Ting looks at her and says, whatever decision you make, I will support you. But if you ask me my opinion, I won't lie to you. Oh, so she doesn't agree but still respects her. Yes, her brother used to say she was too timid. Although he often disapproved of her progress in cultivation, he never forced her to train. Instead, he tried to gather more magic treasures to help her defend herself. Looking at it this way, Ting Ting isn't a chauvinist. She respects others, and that's pretty good. Then, Ting Ting, can you tell me why you proposed marriage to my brother? We haven't even met, and you just suggested marriage. Ningyi is very curious about this. She just never found the right moment to ask. I was originally looking for my destined partner. If you're happy, I feel happy too. If you're upset, I feel uncomfortable. I don't mind your nagging when you're around. Since you can affect my feelings, I would definitely like you. Being together is just fine. Also, I know what you look like and you're very handsome. Oh dear. Where did your idea of love come from? Is it a bit hasty? Ningyi's focus is on the back, ignoring the main point in the first sentence. Thinking about feelings, I have to say, she might have a little bit of a love-struck mind. Shouldn't I see your appearance first, spend some time together, and then consider proposing? You got the order wrong. Your brother won't let me transform. Her brother will have to carry this blame forever. If you had transformed earlier for me to see, maybe I would have fallen in love at first sight, and we would have married when we were still in chaos. Ting Ting shakes her head seriously. Love at first sight is just based on looks. That can't last long. If you like someone, you should like them forever, whether you're old or sick. You stay loyal. Only looking at appearance is wrong. Oh my, she's a bit old-fashioned. But this old-fashioned side is quite cute. Who wouldn't want a handsome guy to be completely devoted and only like them for a lifetime? Ningyi felt very happy after being comforted. Whether it was real or not, it sounded very nice to hear. Then she stood up, took a step forward, and bent down to kiss Ting Ting on the face. Remember what you said, and don't regret it. This is your reward. While she spoke, she watched Ting Ting blush from his ears to his face, turning completely red, like a fully cooked shrimp. Suddenly, he stood up quickly and hurriedly ran away. Ningyi was stunned. Could this shy little guy be embarrassed? It took her a long time to realize what happened. She sat back down, feeling strangely a little shy herself, thinking about how to make the awkward situation better when they meet again. Manhwa entered the room, holding a small pouch, and placed it on the tea table. Divine Master, my master is in seclusion. I brought this for you. Huh? When she returned to Tianyu Mountain, hadn't she already handed over all the treasures he collected during his travels? Why was she giving him something again? Was it a thank you gift for the kiss? This person is so funny, so shy that he stays in seclusion and only gives gifts in return. Oh, he really is a little shy guy. All right, if you're in seclusion, then stay there. I understand. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about how to handle the awkwardness when they meet again. Hee, problem solved. But Ting Ting's shyness made her feel a little ticklish inside, and she wanted to tease him more. What should she do? Maybe next time, she could try holding his hand? See if he would go into seclusion again? She really wanted to try. He was the one who asked for a kiss first, and insisted that they only date with marriage in mind. And after a little intimacy, she felt shy. His reactions were so amusing. Ningyi stayed in the back hall for a whole day and night before leaving. Tong Tian was still standing in the yard, being punished. When she reached the front hall, she untied the binding spell on him. Tong Tian ran into the house, stopped 10 steps in front of Ningyi, suddenly slammed on the brakes, and stood still, looking aggrieved. Uncle, you can't bully my junior like this. What kind of cute act was that?
She didn't buy it. Who's bullying you?
It's your own lack of manners. A little lesson will help you remember. In the future, cause fewer troubles. Don't be so impulsive. What kind of look is that? Tong Tian looked even more pitiful. She was convinced. How can such a good-looking person look so adorable even when he's acting pitiful? All right, stop acting up. I'll bring you 2 jars of wine. Go wherever you want, just don't cause trouble here. Are you tired of all the noise? Ning-yi couldn't bear to see the beautiful girl upset. To show her kindness, she signaled Mo Lan to bring out 2 jars of strong wine and then started to chase people away. I'm not bothered by the noise. It's fun and lively. Uncle, if you have time, come visit my Bo palace. I'm starting to take disciples now. There are many, and the palace is very lively every day. It's wonderful. So he truly teaches without discrimination, accepting all kinds of disciples as the master of the heavens. Thinking about it, if he weren't so lively, his disciples might cause a lot of trouble. I won't go. I prefer quiet. I can't stand your noisy environment. All right, go back now. I need to meditate. Meditating is important. Even if he's not serious, he knows he can't delay this. Tong Tian happily carried the 2 jars of wine, satisfied that his goal was achieved. Without hesitation, he left quickly. With these 2 jars of wine, dozens of his disciples might advance to the next level. Finally, after sending people away, Ning-yi decided to meditate for a while. This time, she entered deep meditation again, gaining insight. She needed to think carefully about what to do next and how to plan. Master, Lan Yao requests to see you. Before she could go into seclusion again, Long Yi reported that Lan Yao had arrived. She might as well come in. Lan Yao looked exhausted and unwell. She entered and knelt on the ground when she saw Ning Yi, tears and snot streaming down her face. Divine Lord, I want to come back and serve you. Is that okay? What is she doing? In the ancient times, people didn't just kneel all the time. If you want to come back, just do it. We've become part of the Phoenix clan now, and the ancient times have accepted this name. You're the chief protector of the Vermilion bird clan. Whether you mention the Phoenix clan or not, it doesn't matter. Leaving or staying is your choice. That Feng Xian bowing and kowtowing did have some effect. She had indeed made the practitioners of the ancient times accept the reputation of the Phoenix clan. The Vermilion bird clan became history. What did she do this time? Ning-yi asked out of curiosity. It must be that Feng Xian did something again, or else Lan Yao wouldn't be so upset and decide to give up. She saw that the 2 demon kings' chariots were the 5-dragon carriage, pulled by a golden dragon. She captured the 5 most promising young members of her clan, extracted their spiritual roots and bones, and sent them to Manhwa to pull her cart. This method was quite ruthless. Did Manhwa accept them? Impressive indeed. Knowing that the Zhuke clan had a close connection with her, she still sent noble children from her clan to serve Manhwa. Ning-yi kept Lan Yao behind, letting her stay in her room to practice and recover her energy, to regain her strength. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. You're ruthless, aren't you? I can be ruthless too. I will create someone myself, and then see how you become a saint. What do you need to make a person? A man, a woman, and a bed? It shouldn't be inappropriate. No, this is serious. Making a person really requires a man and a woman. First, you need a man and a woman. A clay figure, a special soil, and a furnace? Is that furnace called the Chaos Cauldron or the Universe Cauldron? Ning-yi thought for a long time, but couldn't remember. She decided not to think about it anymore. As long as the furnace is good enough, what can't be made? Thanks to the years spent struggling with mud to learn pottery, Ning-yi's craftsmanship has improved. Molding a clay figure is not difficult. She wasn't lacking in special soil. It was available in her small world. The clay figures were made, and the Chaos Cauldron was used. She closed herself off to refine the clay figures. Are these people? After a long time, Ning-yi looked at the 2 puppet-like clay dolls walking back and forth in her room. These things definitely weren't humans. They clearly lacked intelligence. She had enlightened them, which was why they looked like this. Before enlightenment, they were just pure clay dolls. What's the difference? Wrong tools. She changed 3 cauldrons, all of which were top-quality innate treasures, but it still didn't work. Is the soil wrong? She replaced the special soil with 5 colored earth and 9 heavens special soil, each set refined in a different cauldron. But the clay dolls made from 9 heavens special soil seemed more lively than those made from ordinary special soil. At least their arms and legs could bend. Is it a craftsmanship problem? Ning, you went to find Tingting. Can you make a pair of clay dolls based on our looks? Tingting looked at the 9 heavens special soil in the chaos treasure level basin with a puzzled expression. Use these to make them? She was already thinking about her assets and whether she could afford to have such a wasteful daughter-in-law. Yes, use this. Wait a moment. Don't use the water we drink. I'm collecting dew from the wudao tea leaves. Tingting became more worried because she didn't have those things. Seeing Tingting standing still, Ningyi urged him to start. Tingting silently began. With the most careful patience of his life, he crafted delicate, detailed clay dolls that looked just like the 2 real people. Great job, Tingting. I'll take these back to refine. Mwah. Excited, Ningyi took the clay dolls back to her room. Before closing herself off to create a new person, Zhuji brought a bouquet of roses, 3 white and 3 green. He said Tingting was again in seclusion. Haha, as expected, whenever he's shy, he closes himself off and doesn't want to see anyone. This time, Ningyi didn't have time to think about how to tease Tingting. She also needed to retreat. At that moment, a voice of great Tao spread across the chaos. Heavenly Court, established. The demon race had established their heavenly court. Ningyi didn't pay much attention to this grand event. She was fully focused on creating a person, determined to nuance luck. She had to. Where exactly did the problem occur? Ningyi looked at the 2 little figures dancing tirelessly in the hall, confused. Tingting finally realized she wasn't just after the clay dolls. What do you want? To achieve enlightenment and become a saint. Ningyi answered naturally. Achieve enlightenment and become a saint? What does that have to do with the dolls? Merit becomes saintly. Creating a new race, that's a lot of merit, right? If she had known she wanted to do this, she would have stopped her no matter what. Such a waste. To become a saint, you first need the opportunity of enlightenment and the purple chi of Hongmeng. She just wanted to become a saint out of nowhere? Ningyi was skeptical. You need to first create the race, then gather enough merit. With enough merit, you get the chance for enlightenment, and then you can become a saint, right? Of course, she knew that the purple chi of Hongmeng would only be distributed after Hongjuan's 3rd lecture. She was thinking of creating people first, accumulating merit here, and then figuring out how to get a piece of the Hongmeng purple chi, initially planning to it from Qingtian and Jane. Those 2 villains, without a doubt. Taking it as doing a good deed was enough for her. She needed to prepare one for herself, and also for Tingting. Otherwise, she didn't want to be a widow, like a saint who lives forever with the world. As for why she didn't steal from Manhwa, of course, because being angry is one thing, but why should most people who achieve enlightenment be men? In such an important matter, women shouldn't compete internally. When they become saints later, can't they fight again? She had a good plan. But was it her mistake in the order of things? You definitely need to have the chance to become a saint first, then you can accumulate merit. Or, like you said, create a new race. Ningyi slammed the table. Who set that order? Isn't that just fixing the outcome in advance? What do you think? The ancient times were all about fighting for status. Ningyi was even more upset. Who else can compete with me in terms of background? Come on, don't be silly. Tingting thought for a moment and replied, why don't you ask Pengu? I don't really understand this either. Ningyi was quick to act. She got up and went to Pengu's temple to find her brother. This matter had to be clear. It was too unfair. Brother, you're the heavenly way, right? So how can background matter? I can't lose, right? She was very upset. Her brother said, even the heavenly way has its flaws. Sister, you haven't gone through the opening of heaven tribulation, so you don't have karma. The chance to become a saint doesn't apply to you. So, before the world was created, when she hid in the chaos pearl to avoid the tribulation, that was already giving up her chance to become a saint. Her brother was really playing her. Pangu explained that your primordial spirit is different from others. It doesn't belong to the chaos. If the opening of the heavens repels foreign beings, what then? There are gains and losses. When two harms conflict, choose the lesser. I can't predict everything after the great calamity, so I can only try to protect you as best as I can. Oh my. Does her brother know she's from another world? That means her foreign soul was rejected by the local heavenly way? Brother, I trust you. Now I understand. The position of a saint doesn't matter to me. It looks like I still need to find a way to support Nua's rise. I can't rely on her anymore. The three pure ones are no help, and the Western two are even more useless. The existing saint, Hongjun, is hardly trustworthy. Without holding on to something solid and real in my hand, I feel uncertain. To rely on others, like clinging to someone's leg, you need to have confidence yourself first. Only then can you truly lean on them. Her brother listened to her constantly calculating and reminded her, Manhwa can now protect you. Hearing this, Ning Yi was not impressed. Men are the least reliable. He's not my brother. He's not always going to be my brother. If I rely on a man, how foolish am I? What if he changes his mind someday? When my brother isn't around, I can only depend on myself. Ting Ting is doing well now, but he hasn't yet made her sure that he will never change his feelings. In her past life, after her parents left, who looked after her during the hardest times, every relative was eager to stay away, afraid of getting involved. She doesn't have a boyfriend or a marriage, but she knows that women who depend on men for their livelihood often end up getting hurt. Even close relatives can't be trusted, so why rely on men who don't have much connection to her?
Stop joking.
Love. In the face of reality, love is worthless. The years of hardship taught her that, besides your closest family, it's best not to rely on anyone. Her brother listened to her ramble for a while, then said, Little sister, if you want to get married, go ahead. You don't have to wait for me. Just remember what you said today. As long as she keeps a bit of caution in her heart and isn't completely defenseless, he can rest assured. Ning Yi disagreed. Getting married? No rush. My brother must be here. Her brother was quite pleased with that. Talking so much drained a lot of energy, and she would need many days of cultivation to recover. If her sister's mind wasn't so unstable, he wouldn't have to go to this trouble. Ning Yi felt a sense of urgency. Her brother didn't say it outright, but she knew very well that it might take a long time for him to cultivate a spiritual form. Talking to him was so difficult. She couldn't let her brother worry about her more. Auntie, the demon clan has established the heavenly court and claims to be the ruler of the ancient chaos. It's simply too much. I don't accept it. Gong Gong was not a patient person. Ning Yi just returned from the statue square and sat down in the temple before finishing her prayers. Her ancestors' rituals hadn't even been completed when he suddenly shouted. What do you think we should do? Ning Yi asked the question, but she could already imagine what the ancestral witches wanted to hear. It was then that the eldest brother of the ancestral witches, Emperor Jiang, spoke up. Please, Aunt, offer sacrifices to heaven and earth. Father God has become all things. In this chaotic world, it should be our witch clan that holds power. They worshipped daily, but the great Pangu never responded. Only Aunt could gain the favor of Pangu. Now, they were just waiting to see if she would come forward. Ning Yi felt like laughing. Was this just a scheme to succeed her father? Talking about this with others was fine, but she couldn't be convinced. Her brother said that the witch clan wasn't truly his descendants. She had thought about this carefully and discussed it with Ting Ting. Maybe her brother knew she was lazy and afraid of trouble, so he said it on purpose to avoid making things difficult for her. In the end, her conclusion was that her brother was simply stating the facts straightforwardly. If Panga's creations are considered descendants, then what about the three pure ones? The sun is formed from Panga's left eye, so are the demon emperors born from the sun also considered descendants? Since all things in the chaotic world are created by Pangu, do those demons who gained intelligence and took shape also count? The ruler of the chaotic world isn't someone who can be easily sealed. Tai and Emperor June fought battles to become demon kings, didn't they? If you're not satisfied, you can also try to compete. Ningyi didn't respond to the sacrifice to heaven and earth topic. But, Aunt, the demon race is large, with countless treasures. Tai still has the innate treasure, the chaos spell. How can we compete with him? Ningyi sensed that they were asking her for treasures. Otherwise, how could the witch clan, each claiming to be the top, admit they couldn't compete with the demon race?
Fine.
Ningyi gracefully waved her sleeve and placed 3 treasures in front of Emperor Jiang. Today, I present these 3 treasures to you, hoping they can help you. The 3 treasures were an inkstone, attack, an umbrella, defense, and a cauldron that could refine all things. These were the same treasures she exchanged with Yan Yi back in the Chaos White Tiger Land, in exchange for 3 bowls of noodles. Strictly speaking, Hongjun was their earliest owner. If the witch clan took these treasures to fight the demon race, during the great calamity of witches and demons, Hongjun wouldn't be able to stay out of it. The karma created by these treasures would be borne by him. Seeing Hongjun repeatedly trying to tie her and the witch clan together, dragging her into the karma of the witch demon calamity, Ningyi could tell that it was definitely not good news. She also emphasized that they needed magical treasures to help them, but it wasn't her doing. Any consequences are all because of the treasure owner, not her. Revenge is only fair. It's what he deserved. The ancestral witches didn't know about Ningyi's plans. They got 3 chaos treasures and were overjoyed. This was much better than offering sacrifices to heaven and having Pangda seal them as rulers of the prehistoric world. They knew very well that whether they were truly made rulers depended on strength, status is earned. A prestigious title is just for show. Real magic treasures are much more useful than empty titles.
Thank you, Auntie.
Thank you, Auntie. The ancestral witches were so excited they didn't know how to show their gratitude, only repeatedly saying thank you. No need to thank me. Magic treasures are meant to be used. I don't like fighting, and if the treasures stay here unused, they're pointless. As long as they help you, that's enough. Before leaving the witch clan, Ningyi went to the statue again and told her brother, "Brother, when calculating cause and effect, you must find the right person. Be sure not to pick the wrong one. Your brother isn't that foolish." Ningyi felt she had done something big. Failing to create a person was disappointing, but confirming she couldn't become a saint made her feel a bit better. She happily returned to Tianyu Mountain. She played with the apricots in the fruit forest, ordered Xiao Lu to pick apricots, make apricot wine, and dry apricots. When she's in a good mood, she likes to cook. Her foodie nature can't be changed. Here, everything is peaceful and calm. The witch clan obtained 3 chaos treasures. When the treasures appeared, their light shone brightly. Who could they hide from? The great powers of the prehistoric world were all jealous and sour with envy. Isn't the witch clan just lucky to have a good background? And that background was something they had to cling to. They gave 3 chaos treasures? That master uncle sent everyone who came knocking away with a slap. Even Manhwa was defeated when she visited, but the witch clan was very generous. They didn't hide their favoritism at all.
Jealousy, pure jealousy.
What kind of virtue does the witch clan have? What are they lacking compared to others? In Bio Palace, Tong Tian watched the little children running around happily, feeling pleased because he had received rare wine from his master uncle, thinking he had gained a big advantage and was showing off. Compared to this, the difference was striking. He felt unbalanced. Look at his aunt, who just took out 3 chaos treasures, while his master, who has been saving for a long time, only managed to get a few, and the best ones are only acquired after birth. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. He stood up and headed to Zishao Palace. He had to discuss this with his master. When he arrived at Zishao Palace, he saw that the 2 senior brothers were already there. "Are you 2 also here to ask the teacher for treasures?" Tong Tian is honest and straightforward, speaking without any hesitation. Yuan sure wouldn't admit he came to ask for treasures. The demon clan's heaven court was just established recently and has moved to the great sun god palace on Buzhou Mountain. Uncle suddenly rewarded the witch clan with a precious treasure, which is suspicious. My elder brother and I can't figure out the reason, so we came to ask the teacher. Look at them. Clearly their main goal is still to get treasures, but they make their reasons sound very noble. Then why not go inside? What are they standing at the door for? Taiching spoke. The teacher is not here. The disciple said the teacher went to visit uncle at Tanyu Mountain. Then shall we go too? Tong Tian was about to follow. The two others thought about it and agreed. It just so happens that the teacher is there. With the teacher's support, maybe uncle can also give them some treasures. If it really doesn't work out, they can still recognize their aunt. When it comes to relatives, the three of them are not much different from the witch clan. At this moment, the three pure ones still thought their teacher was just visiting Tanyu Mountain. Little did they know Hongjun had to come. When those three treasures appeared, he knew exactly what they were. If a fight broke out, how many sins would they create? Heavenly Tao is her brother. How could he not help Ningyi? Those treasures originally belonged to him. This was a loophole he could exploit. He understood this clearly. Having figured this out, he couldn't stay in Zishao Palace anymore. He ran to Tanyu Mountain to speak his mind. There's no need to be so mean. Senior brother, what are you saying? I don't understand. The three treasures I gave to the witch clan weren't meant to target you. I'm just poor. Those three treasures are of the best quality. I'm honest, and I wouldn't give inferior items as gifts, Ningyi straightforwardly denied. When Hongjun heard her words, he looked at the trees and fruits on the square outside the courtyard, which were planted on a land of Zhe soil, and was stunned. She wondered how he could say such shameless words, especially since his biggest rival, Lin Qi, was sitting comfortably at the host's place, leisurely drinking cup after cup of tea. That tea was clearly enlightenment tea. He drank cup after cup as if it was water, not really to enjoy the tea, but to show off. Although he still had that expressionless, dead face, she could tell he was secretly feeling proud. In the yard, the two little clay dolls under the peach blossom tree were happily jumping in the rain of petals. Maybe that was how his mood was too. It was so frustrating to watch. And what was Ningyi just saying? Was she poor? Not to mention, during the chaotic times when they fought for treasures, that dead-faced person sitting in the main seat often succeeded. Why doesn't he trust that now they are close and living together? Would he really not give her any benefits? Fine, let's assume he's blind, and they are innocent. If there's no benefit, could he really be drinking enlightenment tea so casually? Furthermore, the best quality chaos treasures are mostly in Panga's hands. When Panga traveled through chaos, who dared to compete with him for treasures? Others fought fiercely, but Pangu didn't care for those treasures. Now that Pangu is gone, where did all those good things go? And think about it, when she was selling food at the White Tiger Land, how many good things did she exchange? Their clay dolls were made with 9 heavens restoring soil as the core. And now she's crying poverty to him? If she's poor, isn't there still abundance in the great wilderness? Junior sister, isn't that wrong? Who has more treasures than you? I know your forging skills. All the cultivators in the great wilderness combined aren't as strong as you. Even if you don't have old treasures, you can forge new ones anytime. Wouldn't that mean you could easily get more treasures? Thinking about forging made her even more upset. Back in the chaos, everyone was focused on grabbing ready-made treasures. Few thought about forging their own. Whenever a treasure was born, people fought fiercely to get it. Few considered forging their own, and even those who tried often gave up quickly. In the chaos world, there were countless treasures, but the quality of what was forged couldn't compare to naturally formed treasures. Who wanted to bother? In the great wilderness, it was the same. Everyone just wanted to what was already there. They only fought and killed. There is no time to calmly focus on refining tools. As a result, this person is unique. He also only realized after becoming a saint that perfecting toolmaking can reach the peak of the postnatal stage. He regrets it so much that he feels sick inside. Why didn't he gather some chaotic materials to store away? Just gather some random materials now, and then carefully learn the art of refining tools. Wouldn't that help him get better tools? Ningyi didn't want to argue with him, so she directly asked, "Is senior brother here to cause trouble?" Hongjun instinctively looked up at the sky. And dared not. I didn't mean it that way. Then what do you mean? I heard that my junior sister has good tea and wine, so I wanted to try some. Actually, what he really wanted to say was that he also lacked good tools. Of course, he didn't lack ordinary ones, but top-tier tools were still missing. But seeing Ningyi's attitude, he knew it was just a dream to get good tools. Since the words were on the tip of his tongue, he quickly changed the subject. No, my family doesn't welcome you. You should go somewhere else. Before Ningyi could speak, Lin Qi interrupted bluntly. I'm not looking for you. Who are you to talk? Hongjun immediately retorted. Stop, stop, stop. I say, Sage, are you pretending not to understand? Coming to my place to argue with my man and claiming it's not aimed at me. When Ningyi said my man, Lin Qi's lips curled up. He turned to look at her seriously, no longer giving Hongjun a second glance, so he wasn't interested in him anymore. Ningyi was confessing to him. Everyone else, ignore it. Hongjun was also surprised by Ningyi's words. Her man? Has it really gotten to this point? He couldn't help but glance up at the sky again. What are you doing? Is there a flower on my roof? Why are you always looking at the sky? Ningyi also looked up at the roof. When she was about to say something, what was going on? Pangu, did you agree? This heart of yours is so frustrating. What does it have to do with you? You don't have the right to interfere. Lin Qi was about to lose control and cross his legs, as a way to vent his grudge from when that black moth in Baihu land slapped him. Panga has agreed, so what? Are you angry? Ningyi couldn't even comment on his tone. Men, why are they all so childish? Teacher, are you coming to Uncle Master's house to drink with us? I told you that the wine is really good. Uncle Master, you can't be stingy. Am I not your favorite younger relative? How can the ancestral witch compare to me? Do I at least need 5 magic treasures? Tong Tian loudly barged into the room. He broke the tense atmosphere inside. But what is this kid saying? When did he become her favorite younger relative? He asks for magic treasures right away, and 5 of them? He really has no shame. No, I have nothing. Everyone go away. I'm closing the mountain. No outsiders are allowed. Do as you like, there's nothing here. Giving them magic treasures? She isn't crazy. How could she possibly give them? Long E? Show them out. Long E was clever. He was waving a golden abacus in his hand as he entered. It seemed he wouldn't leave easily. He was about to use the abacus. What saint? From the 3 pure ones. He doesn't care. Everyone, please go in. Are they waiting to be thrown out? Long E and his disciples didn't take him seriously, but he had to pay attention to that golden abacus in his hand. They couldn't really fight, could they? Wouldn't that mean Qing was waiting for Ningyi to handle the guests herself? Her steward even had a chaos treasure golden abacus. What could she possibly have to show? Dare to imagine? If she were thrown out, would she still have her face as a saint? Before things get ugly, maybe everyone can just get along. See that? Those disciples are really good at politics. They can bend and stretch and change their minds faster than flipping a book. After they left, Ningyi started whispering to Tingting. Tingting snorted, shameless. When the 3 magical treasures were used, their effects were immediate and clear. Is another person coming to visit? My sister is still young and inexperienced and maybe a bit stubborn. Please forgive her, Uncle Master, and don't take it to heart. He came to speak on Nua's behalf. Ningyi found his words amusing. This situation was no different from when those middle-aged people caused trouble. If it were an elderly father and daughter in their 70s or 80s, they would come forward humbly to apologize, saying he was just a child and didn't understand. What's the difference? Is she used to being a parent to children? Why should I tolerate my sister's stubbornness just because of her? I'm still my brother's sister, and I want to be a bit stubborn too. Why shouldn't I? Fushi, Ningyi had no particular opinion of him, only that she saw a bit of her brother's affection in how he doted on Nua, which made her see him through a slightly idealized lens. Fushi, do you have a bone disassembly knife? Ningyi suddenly asked this unrelated question. Fushi was confused but answered honestly, yes. It is one of my companion treasures in the chaos. He took out the knife and showed it to Ningyi. This was the knife I used to disassemble the heavenly demon ox when you and your brother hunted it in the chaos to trade for skewers. Also, do you know why your cultivation has always been a bit weaker than Yua's? Why you can never catch up? Why? Fushi was eager to know. He worked hard. Besides practicing cultivation, he hardly paid attention to anything else. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't surpass Niwa. Because I once had tea with Feng Lishi. It was the enlightenment tea from the first tea tree in the world. So that's the reason? Uncle Master, what do you mean? Why bring this up? Do they think he and Niwa are ungrateful? Ningyi looked at Fushi seriously. I want to say that, whether as friends or old acquaintances, I have never wronged Niwa in any way. Not even a little. I don't owe her anything, and I certainly don't owe you. I am not obligated to tolerate her stubbornness. I befriend her because I choose to. It's not a given that I must always give in to her, or satisfy her every wish. If you like to indulge her, that's your business as her brother, and you're happy to do so. But I am not willing. Her words left Fushi momentarily speechless. Ningyi didn't want to waste more words. All right, let's leave it at that. You should go back. Yu Mountain is not a place for just anyone. I am not someone you can meet whenever you want. From now on, don't come here again. The past is the past. Let it go. From now on, you and your siblings should only focus on the present, not the past. After saying this, she asked Long Yi to see the guest out. Before, she was mistaken about her feelings. Her friend was Feng Lishi, and since she had already called upon Niwa, there was no need for Feng Lishi anymore. Where else would she find friends? When Long Yi returned after seeing off the guest, she took a jade talisman and told him, I will go into seclusion to cultivate and close the mountain.
Keep this with you.
Our servants from different places will come to offer sacrifices. With this, you can come and go freely through the barrier. Others are not allowed to see or contact me. Also, regularly go to the Panga temple to offer sacrifices. Don't forget. Earlier, she told Hongjun she wanted to close the mountain, but she didn't plan to do it immediately. Now, it seems better to go ahead with it. Too many visitors are just annoying. She herself doesn't want to give anything. No one can take even a leaf from her without permission. This mountain closure will last 5,000 years. During this time, Ning-yi only went out 5 times. Every 1,000 years, she would leave the mountain to go to the Panga temple and bring food to her brother. She would also visit the Vermilion bird tomb to see Little Red and bring her a gift. She would stop by her courtyard by the Rue Shui River to check on the little deer and others. Outside, it's said that the witch and demon clans have started small conflicts. Not because of resource disputes, but over magic treasures and territory. Small witches and demons fight, and the losers will go home to complain to their elders. The elders will then take the young ones to the other side's home to demand explanations. The other side usually won't accept this. Then, both sides start fighting again, and the conflict escalates. When the fighters are powerful enough, the high-level officials get involved, surprised by the strength of the clans. Since both clans have powerful treasures to protect them, they don't want total destruction. Higher authorities will step in to mediate, turning big issues into small ones and small issues into nothing. Afterward, each side will try to level up and prepare their strongest moves. This back and forth happens so often that it seems like a daily show between the witch and demon clans. On her way out, Ningyi listened to the same stories everywhere, fights starting and stopping again and again. People aren't tired of fighting yet. Hongjun is finally going to start his 3rd lecture. Are you still going? Ting Ting was surprised to hear Ning-yi say she still wanted to go to the Zishao Palace to listen to the teachings. It's not like we're really fighting. Are we just about to openly show our schemes? Go ahead. If I don't go, won't that make me look guilty? Why not go? I don't believe Hongjun dares to chase me away. The main point is, I want to share the purple energy of the chaos. If I miss this moment, it would be so regretful. Well, I can't do that. Ting Ting just can't understand why Ning-yi is so determined to listen to the teachings. Is she still not giving up on becoming a saint? Actually, whether I become a saint or not doesn't matter much to you. My strength is enough. There's no need to insist on becoming a saint. He's not just comforting her. He's speaking the truth. Although Ningyi's cultivation is suppressed by the heavenly Tao, she has countless magical treasures. Her cultivation level is still at the peak of the primal chaos, not lower than a saint's in rank. The only difference is, saints carry the great luck of the primal chaos, but she also has a portion of Panga's merit for creating the world, plus the enhancement from her treasures. Whether someone is a saint or not doesn't really matter to her. Ningyi shook her head after hearing this. I initially wanted the holy position because I didn't want to be marginalized in the primal chaos. If I'm not recognized in a place everyone knows, who will remember my brother? Hongjun keeps recruiting followers, and in the future, the entire primal chaos will be his disciples and grandchildren, all respecting him. How many will still remember my brother? Yes, everyone admits Pangu is the creator god, but how much influence does that really have? The merit of creating the world is limited. To advance further in cultivation, other merits can't be achieved. Only faith can. In the past, in the entire primal chaos, besides the Pangu temple and the witch tribe, where were offerings made to Panga's statues or altars. I lowered myself to be Hongjuan's junior sister. That's true, but with this identity, I am their aunt. When Hongjun teaches, I can sit on the high platform and all beings will look up to me. As long as they see Hongjun, they will see me. Seeing me, they won't forget my brother. Look at now, I've clearly stated I won't associate with the demon race. The demon court has established a demon god temple, where all the gods recognized by the heavenly court are worshipped. Isn't the first position reserved for my brother? My goal in seeking the holy position isn't to be revered or feared. I just want everyone to remember how the primal chaos came to be. The heavenly Tao is above all, don't go too far. Ningyi smiled and asked, what if, to show respect, each great deity builds a separate temple to worship? Some gods might have continuous offerings every day, while others only have ceremonies during important festivals. Would the offerings be the same? You can't really argue they aren't valued, right? In her past life, near the Agricultural Expo Park was the largest temple in the provincial capital. It had a Buddha hall, a Bodhisattva hall, a Arhut hall, and a Medicine King hall. During temple fairs, some halls were bustling with incense and offerings, while others had only a few candles offered daily by monks, almost no incense. One year at the Agricultural Expo, she worked part-time for a wood-carving shop owner. The uncle there said something she found very true. He said, why is it that Guanyin Bodhisattva, who isn't the highest-ranking deity, always has the most incense and offerings everywhere? You should look it up in books. It's because she appears in almost all influential myth stories as someone who helps all beings and saves those in trouble. Why do people believe in her, respect her, and offer her sacrifices? Because she is everywhere, filling their ears and minds, so they remember her easily. Ningyi remembered this. Now she has no chance to be a saint, but she must be everywhere, so people will remember her. Remember Pangu and his sister are still alive. If Pangu has any shortcomings, someone will take care of it. My biggest wish is that, no matter when or how many times the world faces great calamities, my brother's spirit tablet must always be the first and have the most offerings. When that time comes, I will hide all my identities, find a place with mountains and water, build a simple hut, raise a few chickens and ducks, plant a vegetable patch, and grow lotuses and fish in a pond. I will weave cloth, farm, and raise children. Ningyi was telling Tingting about her grand plan. But she knew she couldn't do it alone. Tingting was quick to catch on and said, okay, I'll go with you. Ningyi smiled but didn't reply. In her heart, she thought if she can really stay with me until then, maybe she can become a mother to the child. Otherwise, anyone with a bit of affection, attracted by his good looks, might consider having a child with him. Oh, I won't talk anymore. I need to go to Zixiao Palace. I'll go with you. Tingting still felt uneasy. Are you going to listen to the lecture too? Okay, let's go together. Tingting shook her head. I won't listen. I'll wait outside the Purple Cloud Palace for you. Waiting anywhere is still waiting. There's no point in becoming a gatekeeper for Hongjun.
No.
Just wait until the lecture is over, then you can come pick me up. You don't need to stay with me the whole time. Or we can go inside and sit together. I usually don't listen anyway. I just meditate and practice. The students listen carefully, but the lively part is only at the end, when class is almost over. Ting Ting, who just talked about grand plans. Now you're back to watching the fun? And you're so confident about skipping the lecture and just watching the show. I'll take you there, but I won't go inside. My status isn't suitable. I also don't want to push Hongjun too hard. If you push him too far, he might get angry and then your plans will have to change. He will go. He won't feel good if he doesn't go on stage. But if he goes on stage, Hongjun will be embarrassed. Hongjun can tolerate Ningyi, but he won't tolerate him. Whenever they meet, they always argue. They can't just leave the students and fight first, right? He's not afraid of fighting. He just worries it might delay Ningyi's plans. Ningyi agrees. That makes sense.
So let's do it that way.
Senior sister is healthy and strong. My purple cloud palace isn't dangerous or deadly. Are some people too meddlesome? Flattering should have limits, right? Ningyi and Lin Qi went together to the 33rd heaven. Hongjun must have been watching them from the start. As soon as they arrived, Hongjun was probably waiting at the door just to argue with Lin Qi. How childish. Senior brother, do you not welcome me to listen to the lecture? Hongjun immediately changed his smile. Whenever senior sister visits the Purple Cloud Palace, I welcome her. But some people don't even think about stepping into my palace. Don't misunderstand. It's not personal. It's just a matter of personal grudges. This attitude made him seem like a family member who cares too much about protecting their precious vegetables from being stolen. Is he changing tactics again? I'm not interested in going in, and I don't want to talk to you either. Remember this. If Ningyi suffers any injustice here, I will smash your Purple Cloud Palace, destroy your sage roots, and feed you to the fish. Oh, that's quite violent. But Ting Ting's aura was so cool and impressive. Ningyi listened happily. Hongjun, however, felt a chill. Why does he know about the sage roots? Without the cultivation of a saint, how could he know how a saint would be dismissed? He stared intently at Lin Qi, wishing he could see through him completely. But he still couldn't understand Lin Qi's cultivation level. Hongjun's brows furrowed slightly as he quickly calculated in his mind. He was clearly the #1 saint in the world, and over thousands of years, there had been no signs of him becoming a saint. Yet, he couldn't figure out anything about Lin Qi. He was too focused, to the point that he forgot to respond to Lin Qi. When he finally snapped back to himself, Lin Qi had already returned to the mountain. Ningyi was already sitting on the lotus throne of the Dharma platform, waiting for him to start teaching. He could only begin his lecture. This lecture lasted 5,000 years. Sometimes, his mind drifted away. His spirit wasn't very focused. Ningyi, on the other side, didn't care how Hongjun was doing. She was just meditating peacefully. She was waiting for the important moments before and after the class. Finally, Hongjun announced that the Great Tao had been completed. Now he would answer questions from his disciples. Tong Tian, as the direct disciple and one of the most talented among them, understood the way of cultivation better, so he asked, "Teacher, what is the way of a saint?" Hongjun then explained the 3 methods of becoming a saint, proving the way with strength, cutting the 3 corpses to become a saint, and achieving sainthood through virtue. The Western too, eager to know, asked Kuan Yin, "How can one become a saint?" Finally, the most exciting moment for Ningyi. Point 9 is the ultimate number. I also have 7 strands of Hongmeng purple qi here, which I will give to you. He waved his sleeve, and the 7 strands of Hongmeng purple qi flew toward the 6 disciples sitting on their cushions. But the last strand bypassed the last disciple, Manhwa, and flew down to the red clouds below the Dharma platform. This bold move made Ningyi feel relieved. Hongjun didn't follow the usual routine and treated Manhwa differently from the others. He was giving special treatment. And choosing the red clouds for this was quite a daring move. Red Cloud and his friend Jin Yuanzi had always had a good relationship with Ningyi. She had never lacked ginseng fruit wine. They had interacted several times over the past 10,000 years, visiting her home and meeting her in the main hall. They even shared meals and tasted ginseng fruit wine together. Now, Red Cloud had received the Hongmeng purple chi, but Manhwa had not. The named disciple of Ho-Tu is her junior sister, whose title was changed. Hong Yun also has a good relationship with her. Hong Jun just wants to make things difficult for her. Some say it's to compensate Hong Yun for losing her position to the Western Two. But even Kuan Prung was also pushed aside. Why not give Kuan Peng a position? Because he knew that if he gave Kuan Peng a position, she would just take it directly without difficulty. It would be the same as giving Ho-Tu nothing. Moreover, it's very likely that the entire demon race would start fighting the witch race over this chance to become a saint. The cause of the great conflict between witches and demons would all be on him. At least most of the blame would fall on him. But he couldn't keep acting superior, pretending that everything was done by others and had nothing to do with him. If Ning-yi didn't know what would happen next, she might really worry. But because she knew, she wasn't worried at all. It's good to give Hong Yun a chance. He can't hold on to it in the end, and it might fall into the hands of the currently low-profile River of Darkness.
She's just waiting for that time to take it back.
Why must she take Hong Yun's? If the Western Two get it, she can just take it back from them later, give it to Hong Yun, and then give Ho-Tu another one. It's no big deal. She's very calm about it. Ho-Tu was originally very anxious. But when she saw her aunt calm and steady, she looked at her and signaled her to stay calm. Her heart relaxed. Her aunt must have a plan, so she wasn't in a hurry anymore. Steadying herself, she remembered what her teacher just said. 9 is an extreme number. If he uses 1 to send out 7, that means he has obtained 8 pieces of the chaos purple chi. So where is the remaining one? Who in this entire chaotic world is more qualified, more likely, and has enough status to have that last piece of chaos purple chi? It must be her master's uncle. But she doesn't know whether her master's uncle wants her to become a saint or to help her junior. Ho-Tu thought so, and everyone present, including Hong Jun, thought the same. He truly didn't know where the last piece of chaos purple chi was. Thinking foolishly, besides Ning-yi, where else could it be? If Ning-yi knew everyone's thoughts about grabbing it, she would probably shout, "It's not me. I don't have it.
I'm innocent." She really doesn't have that thing.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have created a bunch of people and ended up making 2 dance dolls. Why does my junior sister look at me like that? The disciples hurriedly responded. Those who obtained the primordial purple chi rushed back to think about how to become saints. Those who didn't get the primordial purple chi, like the Demon King, Kuanping, and the River of Darkness, were busy planning how to obtain it. The weaker ones went back to their own homes to live their lives. In the Purple Cloud Palace, soon only Ning-yi, Hong Jun, his 2 disciples, and Lan Yao waiting for Ning-yi remained. Lan Yao returned to Ning-yi's place and kept practicing in the small chaos pearl world until Hong Jun started his lecture. She didn't go forward to listen but found a corner to sit in, avoiding Feng Xian. She didn't want to expose family secrets outside. Ning-yi looked at Hong Jun, thinking that in the novel she read, Hong Jun should be sharing treasures now. There was also a story about the treasure-sharing cliff, where the protagonist didn't get a magic treasure and instead took the cliff to forge a brick. But now, all the disciples had left, and Hong Jun hadn't mentioned anything about sharing treasures. "Senior brother, aren't you going to share some treasures with your disciples? After so many years of being your student, should I go back empty-handed?" Since Hong Jun asked, Ning-yi directly inquired. "No treasures, poor," Hong Jun replied quickly. "Ning-yi, senior brother, I know whether you're truly poor or not. Don't be so stingy. You keep those good things for yourself, but you have nowhere to use them. You can't be a saint and go fight your disciples and grandchildren yourself, right? Complaining about being poor doesn't help. I'm not your disciple, so I can't care. Since my junior sister isn't planning to generously share, then what's the point of asking? Just asking casually." Seeing the disciples leave empty-handed is quite pitiful. Hurry up and share. If you don't, they won't have anything to fight with. If they don't use your things, there's no karma involved. Then I won't trouble my junior sister. When the time comes, I will handle it myself. All right, that's just me meddling. You go ahead. I need to go back. My Lin Chi is waiting. Go, go, go. Love and affection fade quickly, so annoying. Ning-yi didn't care if it was making single dogs suffer. Since there was no excitement about sharing treasures, there was nothing to stay for in Purple Cloud Palace. She left with Lan Yao, and Tingting was indeed waiting for her at the door. Let's go, let's go. Let's go home. Tingting, shall we return to Ruo Shui to live? I want to see how Nuwa became a saint. It's a famous scene about creating humans. How do you know Nuwa was the first to become a saint? The West is too far and poor, not interesting. The gatherings of the three pure ones are noisy, the barrier at Kunlun Mountain is closed, and I won't go to the Bio Palace. Too lively. The opportunity for the Earth Mother to become a saint hasn't come yet. Only Nuwa is left. Aren't you cut off from her now? Yes, but that doesn't stop me from watching the fun from across the river. He really loves watching the excitement. All right, let's go back to Ruo Water. But when they returned, they didn't see the famous scene of creating humans. Nuwa and Fushi had moved away. Bai Zhe said they moved to a small house at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Ning-yi was a bit confused. Why did they move again? She couldn't just follow them, could she? Or go back to Kunlun? No, that would be too embarrassing. Ning-yi rested her chin on her hands, leaning on the table, watching two little figures dancing with orchid silk ribbons in the yard, sighing. It's so frustrating. She can't see the lively scene of creating humans, and she has no chance to join in. Why can't she go to Mount Buzhou from so far away? Because the demon clan's heaven is on top of Mount Buzhou? Big sister, why are you unhappy? Bai Zhe sat in the same pose as Ning-yi, watching the puppet outside. She liked it very much.
Bored.
Nothing to do. Then shall I play with you? I'm not interested. Bai Zhe thought for a moment. How about we go out for a walk? Last time I went out, I passed Qingqiu Mountain. The fox tribe there has 9 tails, so beautiful. Do you want to see it? Qingqiu Mountain? 9-tailed fox. A famous race, top of the fox world. Is there a Xiao Qian? Is there a little mine? Let's go right now. Ning-yi came back to life. Choo-choo, do you want to go? You're also from the fox tribe, right? Choo-choo shook her head. I'm a wandering cultivator. I can't compare to the 9-tailed fox tribe. They're royal.
Huh.
They're all foxes, but there are ranks? Of course there are. Every tribe has its hierarchy. Then you're not going? I will go. To take advantage of the host's influence and broaden my horizons. Then let's go. We are on the way. Ning-yi sat in the dragon carriage and suddenly remembered to ask Bai Zhe, are you familiar with the 9-tailed fox clan? Since we're visiting them, they should know who we are, right? I don't think I've seen any 9-tailed foxes at Zishao Palace before. People who haven't been to Zishao Palace probably don't know her. Bai Zhe nodded. Yes, I know them. I am friends with the fox princess Hu Xiaomei. We played together in the Eastern Mountain Range for a long time. Hu Xiaomei? Do fox clans name their members so casually? Her family name isn't Bai. Bai Zhe looked confused. Why would a fox clan have my family name? She didn't mean it that way. Nor is her family name Tushan. Ning-yi remembered that Yi the Great's wife was probably from the Tushan 9-tailed fox clan. No, her family name is Hu. Of course. Bai Zhe said confidently. Then you don't have the family name Lu. Hearing this, Bai Zhe tilted his head and raised his chin. I am the dear god, a chaotic divine beast. Can I have the same family name as ordinary beast tribes? All right, you're right. But tell me about the current 9-tailed fox clan. Bai Zhe started explaining casually to Ning-yi. The current fox king is named Rongyu, and the queen is Yi. Rongyu has been king for over 10,000 years. He is the nephew of the previous fox king, who seized the throne unrightfully. It is said he also wanted to take the eldest daughter of the old fox king. After the eldest daughter and her young daughter escaped and fled to Rongyu's mother, the princess of the old fox tribe. Later, Rongyu avenged his uncle, but the 2 fox princesses disappeared. Rongyu then took the throne himself. It has been over 10,000 years since then. Bai Zhe explained simply, but Ning-yi could hear a long story of love, hatred, and revenge behind his words. She imagined the fox princess carrying a deep blood feud, fleeing to her maternal relatives. Her childhood sweetheart, her cousin, seeking revenge for their father. She thought they might finally unite and return to the fox tribe to reclaim the throne, the queen returning. How did you come to know who Xiaomei? Ningyi asked Bai Zhe, curious. With Bai Zhe's background, he must have some connection to the Fox King, right? No matter his chaotic origins, few beings in the ancient wilderness knew about it. In the demon god's hall of the demon race's heaven, there are also the names of the 5 of them, and they are considered very important gods. The 9-tailed fox clan doesn't even recognize the demon heaven? Are they that powerful? Rongyu brought her to Rushi to give gifts. Xiaomei was still young then, playing in the bamboo forest in the back mountain when she met me. She didn't know who I was. I thought she was pretty cute, just like Yuani when he was a kid, so I played with her. Oh, alright, she was overthinking. She received many gifts, so Ningyi didn't have time to look at each one. So, the 9-tailed fox clan also visited to give gifts. She missed it, which was quite a pity.